The myriad tribes invade Earth. The turtle from the Su family evolves into a Xuanwu, while the cat transforms into a Baihu. The Zhuke and Qinglong, ancient sacred beasts, arrive in succession. However, these sacred beasts possess an insatiable appetite, giving rise to a troublesome merchant. Brother, this Xuanwu blood is only 10 billion. Alas, how would you scold me if you don't buy it? The reward for the champion of 100 schools is 10 billion. Help me up, and I shall fight again. There is immeasurable wealth in the main city of the myriad tribes. As a human, I shall defend our Longhua and lead the charge. I vow to return only after conquering the main city. Everyone harbors deep resentment towards the merchant, yet the opponent is too formidable. Su Bai declares, every cent I earn shall become a calamity for the myriad tribes. Chapter 1. Su Bai's transmigration amidst the invasion of the myriad tribes. Jiangzhou Province, the highest military command center. Report. Enter. The heavy door of the command center creaks open as an aide, impeccably dressed in military attire and clutching a folder, steps inside, saluting the youngest commander in Jiangzhou's history. Commander, we have identified the space rift appearing above Jiangzhou. The invading race is the six-eared demon wolf tribe, with an average combat strength at the silver level. The highest detected strength is a golden level ferocious beast, which has been repelled by the 3rd Division and Mr. Wen Yuan. Upon assessment, this is a Clevel space rift, marking the 6th Clevel battlefield opened in the past decade. The commander furrows his brow in contemplation. The frequency of alien attacks is escalating, and the defensive pressure on Jiangzhou is mounting. We must take measures, otherwise Jiangzhou will surely succumb within 10 years. Thus, draft a document for me. Increase this year's resource allocation to Jiangzhou Wuda, striving to cultivate more martial artists and supernatural beings. Supernatural beings will be exempt from cultural course examinations, and the difficulty of the cultural exams for martial artists will be reduced by half. The lieutenant, upon hearing this command, can hardly believe his ears. Commander, lowering the cultural course weight or even exempting examinations may displease certain figures in the educational sector. Some individuals are only concerned with their own achievements. At this juncture, can acing cultural exams drive back the myriad tribes? Execute my orders. Wuda does not fall under the purview of scholars. It belongs to the military. Understood. Jiangzhou Province, Yushan County, 1st High School, Class 3-4. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rings, and Su Bai instinctively stretches, intending to glance at the blue sky and white clouds. He is momentarily stunned. Why are there so many holes in the sky? Su Bai, what are you staring at? You've been gazing at the battlefield of the myriad tribes in the sky for over a decade. Are you not tired of it? A melodious voice rings out beside him. Su Bai recognizes it as his deskmate, Lin Yanran. The battlefield of the myriad tribes? Are you referring to those fissures in the sky? Su Bai stares blankly at Lin Yanran. He comprehends each word she utters, yet when combined, he cannot grasp their meaning at all. Lin Yanran's bewildered expression elicits laughter from her, and she playfully taps his forehead with her dainty hand. Have you slept through class and turned silly? This scene incites a surge of fury among the boys who had been secretly admiring Lin Yanran. Who is Lin Yanran? She is the recognized school beauty of Yizong without exception. These words fail to convey the dreadful experience felt by the other male classmates. Su Bai remains oblivious to the mounting animosity in the classroom. Sensing the delicate touch on his forehead, Su Bai stands frozen. It is not Lin Yanran's soft hand that astonishes him, but rather the images of various exotic beasts and detailed descriptions plastered on the blackboard that catch his peripheral vision. Bronze-level ghost-faced spider, silver-level scimitar mantis? Are such creatures present on Earth? The strongest beast taming system has been activated, successfully binding the host, and data transmission is underway. At that moment, an overwhelming torrent of data floods into Su Bai's mind. This data encompasses various memories and images of Su Bai's life in this world, akin to an old film playing frantically in his mind. For a moment, Su Bai feels as if his head might explode. His complexion pales, and beads of cold sweat begin to drip from his forehead. Memory transmission complete. The host can view the personal attribute panel through the system. Upon receiving all the memories, Su Bai finally comprehends. I have actually transmigrated. An impressively styled data panel materializes before Su Bai's eyes. Host Su Bai. Awakened profession, beast tamer. Level, ordinary beginner. Age, 18. Physique, 4. Agility, 5. Mentality, 5. Taming beast trait. The host can contract any living entity as their tamed beast. The system will automatically detect suitable contracted beasts. Current taming capacity. 1. Talent evolution. The contracted tamed beast can infinitely evolve, with no upper limit on level, capable of surpassing divine level restrictions, the attributes, and talent. Abilities of the tamed beast will proportionally feedback to the host. The higher the level, the greater the feedback ratio. Hint 1. Myriad tribes invade global crisis. Hint 2. Current known levels are ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, lord, king, and god, each level divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers. After perusing his attribute panel, Su Bai remains dazed, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran is alarmed. She hurries closer to Su Bai, her large eyes filled with concern. Su Bai, what's wrong? You're sweating profusely. Are you all right? Regaining his composure, Su Bai gently pats Lin Yanran's small hand and absently replies, I'm fine. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, the class bell rings once again. A strikingly attractive female teacher in her 20s, clad in a tight black skirt, enters the classroom. Students, I bring you good news. Just now, Jiangzhou Wuda's official website issued a notice that from our cohort onwards, supernatural beings can be exempt from cultural examinations and directly enroll in Jiangzhou Wuda. Moreover, students possessing a preliminary martial artist physique will have their cultural core score threshold reduced to half of the original. Those who have awakened supernatural abilities or possess a martial artist foundation can come to my office for registration. Now, let us commence the formal lesson. Last class, we discussed the habits of the scimitar mantis. As the teacher finishes her statement, the classroom falls into a brief silence, soon followed by an uproar as all students with the means to cultivate a martial artist foundation erupt in ecstatic shouts. The classroom is ablaze with excitement, drowning out the teacher's words. Martial artists and supernatural beings are the most promising professions in this world, and Wuda is the place everyone dreams of. Entering Wuda signifies strength, power, status, and prestige. How can anyone remain calm or not be ecstatic? The only one unfazed is Su Bai, still grappling with the surreal reality of his transmigration. Chapter 2. In this extraordinarily tragic era, one must attend Wuda. After languidly enduring the afternoon until school was dismissed, Su Bai did not return home immediately. Instead, he ventured to an internet CAF near the school. To grasp the detailed situation of this world, the internet proved to be the most effective channel. Although a system had aided in merging Su Bai's original memories, there remained numerous gaps in his knowledge. Upon entering the CAF, he instinctively retrieved the 5 yuan saved from his lunch and placed it on the counter. Madam, please set me up with a temporary computer. After receiving the temporary card from the proprietress, Su Bai proceeded directly to a computer and powered it on. Various official news articles and historical data unfolded before him. On September 18, 1906, a colossal rift suddenly appeared in the sky, from which an innumerable horde of exotic beasts emerged. It took the military forces of various nations 3 whole months to eradicate the creatures that had emerged from the rift, but as long as the rift remained, new beasts would appear periodically. Thus, humanity resolved to send a death squad into the rift for reconnaissance, only to discover a vast expanse of land beyond it. To prevent the continuous emergence of these beasts, military authorities from various nations jointly decided to construct military bases within the rift to fend off the creatures. Concurrently, the spiritual energy of the earth began to revive, leading to the gradual awakening of martial arts and special abilities among some individuals. Thus commenced a new era for humanity. On March 6, 1907, a second rift manifested in the sky. By May 7, 1907, a third appeared, followed by a fourth and fifth. Over the subsequent century, the number of rifts proliferated, appearing with increasing frequency. Now, they are scattered across the globe, each rift housing different species of exotic beasts. Consequently, scientists designated the battleground behind the sky rifts as the 10,000 races battlefield. Su Bai then stumbled upon a plethora of videos depicting the ruthless slaughter of countless humans by these beasts. For instance, a seemingly ordinary family had a wife and daughter mercilessly crushed into a pulp by a 3-meter-long monster, while the husband, armed with a kitchen knife, attempted to avenge them but was powerless to do so. In another instance, an ordinary soldier wielded a battered sword, confronting a sea of ferocious beasts while letting out a final, defiant roar. In yet another scene, a nameless commander, his armor stained with blood, defended a city alone. And as the city fell, he issued a tragic vow of humanity's inevitable victory. The weight of these revelations bore heavily on Su Bai's heart. He sighed deeply and continued to search for information regarding Wuda. Indeed, on Wuda's official website, he discovered a red-headed document concerning educational reforms. Previously, Admission to Wuda required candidates to either be martial artists or possess special abilities, in addition to achieving a certain score in cultural examinations. This year, however, the admission standards had been relaxed considerably, not only loosening cultural course requirements, but also multiplying the number of admissions compared to previous years. Yet, Su Bai understood that for an ordinary person, gaining entry to Wuda remained a formidable challenge. Martial artists needed to begin honing their skills from a young age, cultivating their energy and vitality, which often required exorbitant expenses for various medicinal baths and guidance from esteemed masters. The awakening of special abilities was even more elusive, with the likelihood of such an event occurring being less than 1 in 10,000. For the average citizen, even with the relaxation of cultural course conditions, the remaining criteria were exceedingly stringent. Fortunately, Su Bai possessed the most powerful beast tamer system. By contracting a ferocious beast, he could seamlessly become an individual with special abilities. After gathering the information he sought, Su Bai quietly exited the internet CAF. The sky gradually darkened, and the dim streetlights elongated Su Bai's silhouette as he walked. The invasion of the myriad races was a crisis for all humanity. From the reforms in Wuda's admissions, Su Bai could discern that the situation in Jiangzhou had reached a perilous level. Those who wielded martial prowess could easily transgress boundaries. And Su Bai understood why both martial artists and individuals with special abilities had previously been required to meet cultural score thresholds. The unchecked power of those far beyond ordinary humans posed significant risks to both the nation and society. If not for the urgent circumstances on the front lines, Wuda would not have implemented such extreme measures to cultivate talent. Although Su Bai was merely a high school student, his maturity, shaped by 2 lifetimes, far exceeded that of his peers. While other students celebrated the newfound ease of gaining admission to Wuda, only Su Bai recognized the grim reality lurking behind it. The invasion of myriad races loomed over Su Bai like a sword suspended above his head, threatening to fall at any moment. Only by becoming stronger could he secure his existence and survival in the face of this human crisis. Unbeknownst to him, Su Bai had already reached his doorstep. The dilapidated apartment complex, though worn, held 18 years of his memories. I must attend Wuda. Su Bai's resolve solidified. He wished to protect those he cherished and safeguard his home and family. The instant he pushed open the door to his house, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding, a contractable creature, a little turtle, has been detected. Would you like to tame the little turtle? Chapter 3 Beast Tamer? Tortoise? Xuanwu? Su Bai was momentarily stunned. A little turtle? Was the system referring to the tortoise his father had been caring for 3 months? I can't believe it. The first beast I tame is a tortoise? How embarrassing. If others discover that my special ability is taming a tortoise, I would be the laughingstock. After all, looking cool is a lifelong pursuit. However, upon reconsideration, given his current capabilities, he would have no opportunity to tame ferocious beasts on the 10,000 races battlefield. With this little tortoise to validate his identity as an individual with special abilities, he could gain a guaranteed spot in Wuda. Once there, he could leverage the school's resources to acquire a more impressive beast. This was not a loss, so Su Bai silently thought. Tame. Ding. The taming of the little turtle is successful. The host can view the turtle's attributes through the system. View the turtle's attributes. Su Bai silently responded. Tamed beast, little turtle. Level, ordinary beginner, possessing a certain bloodline of the Xuanwu sacred beast, capable of infinite growth, ultimately capable of slaying gods. Physique, 1, defense, 3, speed, 1. Ability, turtle shell defense. Evolution method, eating. Wow. It actually possesses the bloodline of the Xuanwu sacred beast? Infinite growth. Moreover, the evolution method merely requires eating. This is incredible. The originally underestimated little turtle turned out to be so formidable. There is no need to exchange it for anything else. I'm resolutely keeping it. Just as Su Bai felt a surge of excitement and was eager to study this future sacred beast, his younger sister's voice broke through his thoughts. Su Bai, why are you drooling over Dad's little turtle? If you dare to stew it for a meal, Dad will stew you too. Su Bai's younger sister, named Su Xiaomei, was 4 years his junior and currently in middle school, the apple of the family's eye. Although she was generally well-behaved, she had a penchant for reporting Su Bai to their parents. Their father had named the turtle Xiao Ba, while Su Bai preferred to call it Little Wang Ba. Su Bai cleared his throat and replied, Cough, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm like you, only thinking about eating all day? By the way, Xiaomei, do you know where Dad keeps Xiao Ba's food? Since the system indicated that the turtle's evolution method was through feeding, Su Bai wanted to experiment with the turtle's evolution mechanism. What? So in your eyes, I'm just a glutton? You've really disappointed me. Su Xiaomei pouted. Seeing her reaction, Su Bai felt a bit exasperated and had no choice but to coax her. All right, you're the best, Xiaomei. Quickly tell me where Dad put Xiao Ba's food. I won't. Even if you beg me, I want to tell you. Upon witnessing the expression on the young girl's face, Su Bai could easily discern her thoughts. Reluctantly, he extracted 5 coins from his pocket. Here, this is the last of your brother's possessions. Now, can you tell me where the turtle feed is? The little sister, upon seeing the money, gleefully accepted the 5 coins from Su Bai's hand and promptly dashed away, exclaiming, I don't know where the turtle feed is. You'll have to search for it yourself. With a peal of laughter, Su Xiaomei hurried into her room, shutting the door behind her. Faced with his sister's mischievousness, Su Bai felt exasperated and had no choice but to search for the feed on his own. However, just as he turned around, he discovered that the little turtle had somehow escaped from its tank while he and his sister were chatting. It had found the feed bag and torn it open, scattering the contents all over the ground. You little rascal, what are you doing? He exclaimed. Just as he was about to intervene, he paused. In less than a minute, the turtle had devoured all the feed that had fallen to the floor. Originally, there was 15 pounds of feed, which had lasted for 3 months, and it seemed that only a little over 10 pounds remained. The turtle's appetite was modest. In 3 months, it had hardly consumed 5 pounds. Yet now, astonishingly, it had managed to consume 10 pounds in a matter of moments. After forming a contract, this creature's appetite had evidently increased significantly. Was this a Xuanwu? This was more like a bottomless pit. After finishing its meal, the turtle waddled over to Su Bai, using its small head to nuzzle against Su Bai's shoe. This display of affection was rather unusual. Turtles are typically wary of humans. Even Su Bai's father, who had cared for it for 3 months, would be met with retreat into its shell whenever he attempted to touch it. Observing the turtle at his feet, Su Bai pondered. After consuming so much, how had it not changed at all? Did this creature eat without growing? In the midst of his musings, the turtle maneuvered its body over to the empty feed bag, patting it with its front paws, opening and closing its mouth as if trying to communicate with Su Bai. Due to its lack of vocal cords, the turtle could not produce any sound, relying instead on this method to express its thoughts. Strangely, Su Bai understood. You just ate 10 pounds of feed and you're still hungry? Am I raising a pig? Perhaps feeling shy or intimidated by Su Bai's inquiry, the turtle withdrew its head into its shell, yet still looked up at Su Bai with pitiful eyes. Su Bai felt as if the turtle was gazing at him like a child seeking reassurance from a parent, and with a resigned sigh, he decided to find something else for it to eat. Curious about the turtle's limits, Su Bai retrieved some raw meat and leftover food from the refrigerator, placing them before the little creature. The turtle showed no signs of being picky, consuming everything offered to it. After about 10 minutes, over a pound of pork and 4 plates of leftovers had been completely devoured. Still unsatisfied, the turtle even extended its tongue to lick the plates clean, then continued to gaze at Su Bai with those pleading eyes. Su Bai, however, was not swayed by the turtle's antics. He scrutinized it closely. At that moment, he noticed that the turtle had grown slightly larger than before. Although the increase was modest, it was evident. It had gone from being the size of half a palm to that of a large bowl. Most importantly, Su Bai felt a subtle surge of strength emanating from deep within him as the turtle grew. Encouraged by this sensation, Su Bai quickly returned to the kitchen, gathering all the edible items he could find. Over 20 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, 3 pounds of vegetables, and various breads. Today, you shall eat your fill. 10 minutes later, the rice was gone. 2 minutes later, the flour was consumed. A minute later, the vegetables and bread had vanished. As the turtle's size increased, so did its voracity. However, Su Bai's right eyelid began to twitch. Had it truly consumed nearly 50 pounds of food and still not be full? The turtle continued to pat the plates, as if its stomach was an insatiable abyss, regardless of how much it consumed. With an appetite like yours, I cannot afford to keep you. Perhaps I should just stew you instead. At Su Bai's jest, the turtle withdrew its head slightly, obediently ceasing its plate patting and scampering over to Su Bai, nuzzling him as if to plead, I want to eat anymore. Please don't be angry. Seeing the turtle act so endearingly at his feet, Su Bai could only chuckle helplessly. He had no intention of truly cooking the turtle, as it was, after all, a creature of Xuanwu lineage. Yet, this creature was indeed a financial burden. All the food in the house had been devoured by the turtle, leaving even the rice for his parents' dinner gone. Su Bai himself had little pocket money, often scraping together funds for internet CAF visits from his lunch money. Now, he had to find a way to sustain a turtle with such a prodigious appetite. Suddenly, Su Bai realized an absurdity. The pressing issue before him was not how to grow stronger, but rather, how to avoid poverty. Who could he turn to for help? Chapter 4. The Crisis of Poverty. I may not afford this glutton I'm back. Kiddos, are you hungry? Just as Su Bai and the turtle exchanged glances, his father's booming voice reverberated through the house, signaling the return of his parents from work. Su Xiaomei, who had been hiding in her room, rushed out and leaped into her father's arms. Dad, Su Bai is bullying your little treasure. He even wants to stew the turtle you raised. With a pitiful tone, she recounted the tale, tears seemingly on the verge of spilling. Su Bai, just emerging from his room, was momentarily dumbfounded. When did I bully you? But I really did want to stew that glutton. Su Bai's father, named Su Zihai, was well aware of his daughter's temperament and initially took her words lightly. However, a glance toward the fish tank where the turtle was kept revealed that it was indeed missing. Curiosity piqued. Su Zihai turned to Su Bai, who had no intention of cooking the turtle, knowing Su Bai could not cook. He awaited an explanation from his son. With a resigned shrug, Su Bai declared, "Dad, I have awakened as a supernatural being." "Oh, you've awakened your powers." Su Zihai repeated his son's words, but then abruptly halted, locking his gaze on Su Bai with disbelief. His mouth hung open, his lips trembling uncontrollably. What did you say? Say it again." Su Bai, feeling exasperated, replied, "I have become a supernatural being." "What? I didn't catch that. Say it again." "I have become a supernatural being." "Are you serious? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Su Zihai continued to stare at Su Bai in astonishment. The awakening of supernatural abilities was a rarity, a stroke of luck. Although Su Zihai had dreamt of such possibilities, he was a realist, fully aware of the sparse lineage of their family, with generations of ordinary folk. The idea of awakening supernatural powers seemed ludicrous. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the household, a mix of skepticism and anticipation as everyone held their breath. Staring at Su Bai, seeing the doubtful expressions from his family, Su Bai nodded. "It's true. I've said it multiple times." Eventually, after much insistence from Su Bai, his family began to believe him. "Without a doubt, my parents were overwhelmed with excitement. The Su family now boasts a member with extraordinary abilities. And I couldn't help but laugh heartily. How splendid. From now on, who would dare question the capabilities of the Su family? My son has achieved greatness." It is no wonder that old Su was so exhilarated. Becoming an extraordinary individual essentially guarantees admission to Wuda, and once there, one is assured of at least a modest position in society, thus elevating oneself from the realm of ordinary citizens. Truly, this is a matter of honor for the entire family. The person least able to accept that Su Bai has become an extraordinary being is none other than Su Xiaomei. Just moments ago, they were playfully wrestling, and now, in the blink of an eye, he has awakened to extraordinary powers. To think I now have a brother with such abilities. With a look of skepticism, Su Xiaomei asked, "How can this possibly be real? What extraordinary ability have you awakened to?" The only known abilities at this point are the taming of extraordinary beasts and the evolution of creatures. Coincidentally, upon returning home today, I noticed that our little turtle seemed to be undergoing evolution, so I began to tame it immediately. Although the little turtle is not particularly strong, the school has recently established a regulation that allows extraordinary individuals to bypass the cultural examinations and directly enroll in Wuda. In order to secure additional funds for the turtle's care from my parents, Su Bai felt compelled to relay the entire truth to them, of course omitting any mention of the system and Xuanwu. As soon as my parents and Su Xiaomei heard that the little turtle had transformed into an extraordinary beast, they clamored to see it. This morning, before Su Zihao left for work, the turtle was merely the size of a fist. But now it has grown to the size of a plate. Its volume at least doubled. Its weight has also increased several-fold, feeling quite heavy in hand. Were it not for the unchanged patterns on its shell, I would have suspected Su Bai had brought home another turtle. To witness such rapid growth in just one day raises the prospect that if it continues to grow, it could become a moving mountain. Su Bai's extraordinary ability would indeed be remarkable. With Su Bai's awakening, and with Xiao Ba evolving as well, it was a double blessing. And we certainly must ensure its care. While the family was animatedly discussing this, Su Bai scratched his head and remarked, "Dad, there's a flaw with Xiao Ba. It eats far too much, and caring for it may require a bit more money." Cough. Unfazed, Su Zihao replied, "How much can a turtle eat? No worries. I'll cover the cost." With that, he pulled out his wallet, tossed 1,000 yuan onto the table, making quite a sound. Su Bai felt somewhat embarrassed and discreetly pocketed the money while remaining silent. Old Su began to realize something was amiss. That 1,000 yuan was enough to buy a year's worth of feed. Even if the turtle is now an extraordinary beast and requires more nourishment, it should suffice. Su Bai felt a twinge of sympathy for old Su. The turtle had consumed all 10 kilograms of feed. Su Zihao chuckled. "What's 10 kilograms of feed? It's not much. Plus, the piece of pork from the fridge and the leftovers are all gone," Su Bai's mother added. "No worries, the pork wasn't excessive. And 20 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of flour, a bag of vegetables, and all the bread have been consumed." Both Su Zihao and his wife fell silent. It seems everything edible in the house has been devoured. A large bag of feed costs only around 200 yuan. For the sake of their child's future, the Su family could manage that. However, adding up everything Su Bai mentioned, the total was no less than 500 yuan. Combined, Su Bai's parents earned just over 300 yuan a day. Su Zihao pulled out a cigarette and lit it slowly. He rarely smoked in front of the children. But at this moment, he felt an immense burden. If the child had no talent, it would be acceptable. After all, Su Bai merely slept through classes. Once he graduated high school, Su Zihao could bring him to work at the factory to earn a little more. But now that the child has awakened extraordinary powers, essentially securing admission to Wuda, how could he, as a father, allow his own shortcomings to hinder his child's future? Exhaling a plume of smoke, Su Zihao asked, "Dear, how much savings do we have left?" "Just over 30,000 yuan, I believe. Xiao Mei is about to enter high school, and her grades are good. We had intended to save this for her tutoring classes." After weighing his options, Su Zihao finally said, "Let us take out 10,000 yuan. Tomorrow, I'll visit the feed wholesale market to negotiate for a better price. We can figure out a way for Xiao Mei's tutoring later. We cannot delay Su Bai's needs." The Su family was already rather impoverished, and seeing his parents so distressed over his situation made Su Bai feel guilty. "Dad, 1,000 yuan is sufficient. I have some experience in raising turtles. It doesn't have to be solely on feed. We can buy some cheaper alternatives. And 1,000 yuan should last a while. Turtles are hardy and not very picky." In truth, Su Bai was uncertain about what to feed Xiao Ba to ensure rapid growth while minimizing costs. But he resolved that he would find a way to manage the expenses for Xiao Ba himself. He could not bear to think of how his care for Xiao Ba might hinder his sister or place such a heavy burden on the family. Thus, the family came to an agreement regarding this matter. The night passed without further discussion. The next day, on his way to school, Su Bai pondered how to care for the little turtle. After a night of feeding, he had noticed that the turtle's appetite seemed insatiable. Moreover, as the turtle grew larger, its food intake increased correspondingly. This creature was truly a bottomless pit. Heaven knows how much it would cost to feed this beast daily. Just as Su Bai was contemplating whether he should simply stew it, he inadvertently caught sight of a seemingly dubious advertisement affixed to a telephone pole a few hundred meters from the school. High prices paid for extraordinary beast bones, blood, and fur. Interested parties should contact 137. Instantly, Su Bai's eyes lit up. Chapter 5. Can selling blood lead to a mugging? Upon seeing this advertisement, Su Bai's spirits soared. As a beast tamer, Su Bai's primary strength relied on his tamed creatures. The little turtle possessed the bloodline of the sacred beast Xuanwu, should it grow strong. Su Bai would have the means to survive in this cataclysmic era. The turtle's evolution depended on its voracious appetite, which was financially burdensome. The greatest challenge he faced now was how to earn money to feed the little turtle. This advertisement felt like a timely revelation. A viable plan began to form in Su Bai's mind. However, unbeknownst to him, the little turtle, tucked away in the beast taming space, felt an inexplicable chill run down its spine, as if it were being eyed by some unsavory character. Note: the tamer system includes a beast taming space, currently sized at 100 cubic meters, which will expand as the host's strength increases. Time always flies swiftly, and before long, a day had passed. After school, Su Bai hurried home, releasing the little turtle from his beast taming space. Without further ado, he seized the somewhat dazed turtle by its front paws and, brandishing a kitchen knife, aimed to make a swift cut. However, to his astonishment, the turtle's skin remained completely unscathed. So tough. Had that strike been delivered to human flesh, it would have resulted in a gruesome wound with blood gushing forth. Hence, Su Bai exerted greater force, using all his strength to chop down again, only managing to break the surface of the turtle's skin slightly. With a yelp of pain, the little turtle cried out. Su Bai hastily retrieved a small test tube he had prepared, capturing a few drops of the little turtle's fresh blood. Initially, he intended to collect more, but at that moment, the turtle's wound had already begun to heal itself, ceasing to bleed. Its self-healing ability was rather astonishing. The little turtle, inexplicably wounded, stared at Su Bai with its small, round eyes, filled with fear, unable to comprehend why its owner would inflict such harm. Su Bai returned the kitchen knife to its place and rolled his eyes at the turtle's frightened gaze, thinking to himself, "I am doing this to earn money to support you. Are you expecting to live off me for free? How naive." At this moment, Su Bai was too indifferent to the turtle's grievances. He simply grabbed its tiny tail and tossed it back into the beast training space. Afterward, he searched around the house and found his father's black coat, a flat cap, and a mask. About 10 minutes later, Su Bai stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his appearance, and nodded in satisfaction. With this disguise, along with a lowered voice, he believed that anyone who was not overly familiar with him would struggle to recognize him. Su Bai's actions were not without purpose. The blood of exotic beasts was an essential material for crafting various healing and training potions for martial artists, making it a strategic resource for both martial artists and the military. Even the most ordinary grade of exotic beast blood could attract unnecessary trouble in this tumultuous world plagued by the invasion of myriad races. Although the military did not impose strict controls over these resources, there were private enterprises in the civilian sector that manufactured and procured materials. Nonetheless, caution was warranted. As he had not yet officially entered Wuda and lacked a secure identity, it was wise to avoid unnecessary complications whenever possible. With preparations complete, Su Bai ventured out. Not long after, he arrived at the address indicated on the signboard. Taking refuge in an inconspicuous corner, he surveyed the small shop. The establishment appeared quite dilapidated. A nondescript three-story building that seemed to have seen better days, with a simple iron sign at the entrance that read, "Purchasing various raw materials. Selling essential remedies for martial artists at favorable prices." Confirming the location, Su Bai did not enter immediately. Instead, he lingered outside for a while, observing for any suspicious activity. Once satisfied that everything seemed normal, he stepped toward the shop. Upon entering, an unusual yet not unpleasant odor wafted toward him. The shopkeeper was an elderly man with graying hair, who was half asleep while listening to the radio. Upon hearing footsteps, he recognized that a customer had arrived. The old man quickly sprang up, squinting his eyes and smiling broadly as he sized up the newcomer. "Are you here to buy or sell?" Su Bai glanced at the elder and produced the test tube containing 3 drops of turtle blood from his pocket. Offering it to the old man while deliberately lowering his voice, "I am here to sell exotic beast blood. Name your price." The old man accepted the test tube, uncapping it and bringing it to his nose for a sniff. A faint fragrance emanated from the vial, startling him. This exotic beast blood was not ordinary. Though it was merely of common grade, the scent indicated that it was something exceptional, far from typical. Since the invasion of myriad races, the Earth's spiritual energy had revitalized, leading to mutations not only in humans, but also in animals, insects, and plants, all of which had the potential to transform. Consequently, scientists referred to non-human mutated species as exotic beasts. The degree of mutation varied greatly, with some being stronger than others. For instance, in the Sahara Desert, a mutated giant lizard sprouted wings and transformed into a fire-type dragon, possessing power comparable to the golden tier beasts among the myriad races. Its fiery breath could turn vast stretches of desert into a hellish inferno, making it one of the strongest known mutated beasts on Earth. Powerful exotic beasts, when they reproduce, have a high probability of producing offspring with the potential to evolve into advanced exotic beasts. Such uniquely mutated exotic beasts, or their young, though classified as common grade, possess energies far exceeding their peers, earning them the designation of rare exotic beast blood. This rare exotic beast blood is often the finest material for body refining, blood replenishment, and healing, significantly enhancing the efficacy of potions. Especially for martial artists from esteemed families focused on nurturing their descendants, ordinary grade rare exotic beast blood is the most sought-after remedy. The old man concluded that the blood Su Bai was selling was indeed rare exotic beast blood. However, he wondered where this identity-concealing customer had acquired it. Such materials were not easily obtained and typically required luck or the capabilities of high-ranking martial artists. Nevertheless, the old man did not delve deeper. As a businessman, he was only concerned about the potential profit, indifferent to the source of the goods. As for the price, the old man feigned contemplation over the blood, while secretly calculating how to negotiate down. After a considerable pause, he shook his head and said, "Young friend, this is common grade exotic beast blood. I will offer you $1,000 based on market value." Su Bai chuckled coldly within, uninterested in further discussion. He picked up the test tube and turned to leave. The old man was momentarily taken aback by his decisiveness. It seemed he was knowledgeable about the trade. The old man hurriedly emerged from behind the counter, grasped Su Bai's arm, and with a beaming smile, ushered him back to his seat in the shop. "Young friend, there's no need to be so hasty. I hope you can show some sincerity." Su Bai, wishing to minimize conversation, simply replied briefly. Observing Su Bai's confident demeanor, the old man hesitated and raised a finger. Su Bai nodded. "All right, then let us settle on 100,000. The old man nearly choked on his own breath, as he had intended to propose $1,000. But Su Bai's audacity astonished him. 3 drops for 100,000? Did he believe this was bronze-grade exotic beast blood? The old man took a deep breath and exhaled slowly to calm his rising anger. "My friend, you jest. This common-grade exotic beast blood, no matter how rare, can at most be sold for 10,000. I am already being quite sincere with my offer. If you are unwilling to sell, I will not press the matter." Had the old man not been fixated on the test tube in Su Bai's hand, Su Bai might have been persuaded by his words. "In that case, there is nothing to discuss. You truly lack sincerity." With that, Su Bai stood up to leave, confident that the turtle blood was in his possession. And whether he sold it or not was entirely up to him. He was certain that 10,000 was not the true price for this turtle blood. "Wait, my friend, let us discuss this further. If the price is not suitable, we can negotiate." The old man, observing Su Bai's unwavering demeanor, was on the verge of losing his temper. This individual was indeed difficult to deal with. However, the offered price was far below the blood's true value, leaving room for negotiation. After pondering for a moment, the old man finally spoke. All right, I will be honest with you. Although this exotic beast blood is common grade, it likely comes from a rare beast. How about this? I will double the price to 20,000. If you are still unwilling to sell, then I have no choice. I have already shown considerable sincerity. Seeing the old man's clenched teeth, Su Bai contemplated for a moment. It seemed that 20,000 was indeed closer to the old man's expectations. To be honest, Su Bai was not entirely familiar with the market price, but he understood the art of negotiation well, having dealt with cunning merchants in 2 lifetimes. This was merely a tactic of inflating the price before settling for a lower offer. Su Bai remained resolute, continuing to probe. 20,000? The last shopkeeper offered me 28,000, so why would I sell to you for 20? If you can offer 30,000 or above, then I might consider it. This statement struck a chord with the old man. In the entire county, the number of pharmacists is quite substantial. The exceptional foundational body refining potion can assist individuals in swiftly transcending the ordinary warrior stage, elevating them to the level of a bronze warrior. Its worth far exceeds the imagination of the average person. Setting aside the question of profit, the most significant aspect of selling such a rare material is the potential to forge friendships with various warrior families. Ultimately, the elder gritted his teeth and decided to accept the beast's blood. All right, 30,000 it is. Not a cent more. Observing the elder's grim expression, Su Bai understood that this must be the elder's limit. Without further ado, he proceeded with the transaction. This 30,000 was far beyond Su Bai's initial expectations. In the end, Su Bai handed over the blood of the turtle to the elder and received 30,000 in cash. Just as Su Bai stepped out the door, the elder hurriedly called out, "Young friend, if you come across any rare beasts in the future, feel free to seek me out." Upon exiting the pharmacy, Su Bai gazed at the fiery sunset on the horizon, filled with reflection. He never anticipated that 3 drops of turtle blood could fetch such a high price. It seems that earning money in this era is not so challenging after all. With this income, the pressure of raising the little turtle would be significantly alleviated. 30,000 could buy tons of turtle feed. The evening breeze caressed Su Bai's cheek, and without realizing it, even his steps became lighter. Humanity, with sand, seeks to mold the towering spire of their dreams, sparing no expense for their greed. The melodious sound of a ringtone broke the silence. Su Bai picked up his phone to see it was a call from his homeroom teacher. "Hello, Su Bai. The results of the college entrance examination and the information regarding whether to apply to Wuda or the Literature Institute will be announced tomorrow. Don't be late." "Okay, I understand," he replied simply before ending the call, his heart inexplicably surging with excitement. Tomorrow marks a pivotal turning point in his life. Just as Su Bai was lost in visions of the future, the little turtle, nestled in the nurturing space, seemed to sense something. Suddenly raising its head and letting out a series of fierce roars, Su Bai felt a chill run down his spine as a warning panel from the system materialized before him. Warning, warning. 3 individuals harbor great malice towards the host. Currently within a 10-meter radius of the host. Please maintain vigilance. Enemy level, initial stage warrior. Enemy level, initial stage warrior. Enemy level, initial stage warrior. Chapter 6. Is this the sensation of battle? Is this blood? Upon seeing the system's warning, Su Bai's heart raced, and every muscle in his body tensed. Even though he had disguised himself, it seemed he was still being targeted. Moreover, all 3 were initial stage warriors, on par with him. Before reaching the bronze level, warriors and ability users are merely considered preparatory warriors or ability users without any grading distinction. Nonetheless, even so, initial stage warriors possess strength that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, prior to the development of their abilities, warriors generally exhibit superior physical attributes and combat capabilities compared to ability users of the same level. Facing 3 opponents is a precarious situation. Su Bai's mind raced. Yet he remained composed, rapidly formulating a strategy. He glanced at the suspicious individuals trailing him through a nearby reflective surface. All 3 appeared to be around 30 years of age, wielding iron rods at their waists, their burly physiques exuding an intimidating aura. He could not lead them back home. Su Bai could not risk bringing any danger to his family, even if there were only a 1 in 10,000 chance. The adversaries held the advantage in numbers and weaponry, but he also had his own advantages. First, to them, he appeared as merely one person, a target to be hunted, which could be exploited due to their underestimation of him. Second, he possessed the little turtle, which, despite its current size resembling that of a plate, was surprisingly resilient. At a critical moment, it could serve as an excellent shield. Moreover, with its biting power, if an opportunity arose, it could deliver a fatal blow. As long as he could devise a way to separate the 3 of them, his chances of victory would significantly increase. Having clarified his thoughts, Su Bai made his way toward a dilapidated building he recalled. The area was sparsely populated, the terrain complex, and devoid of any surveillance, an ideal location for a counterattack. As the sun slowly descended on the horizon, the dim streetlights flickered to life, casting elongated shadows of Su Bai and the three initial stage warriors across the quiet street. The streets were nearly devoid of other pedestrians. Had it not been for the city's monitoring, those following him would likely have already made their move. However, who among them was the prey, and who was the hunter, remained uncertain. After rounding a corner, the dilapidated building loomed ahead, shielded from view by its walls. In an instant, Su Bai quickened his pace and dashed into the structure. Upon turning the corner, the three lost sight of Su Bai. Hey, boss, where did he go? Could he be hiding in the dilapidated building? Given the old man's demeanor when he left, this kid must possess something valuable. It would be a shame to let a fat sheep like him escape. Just as we were about to return with the items for long ago, we stumbled upon this lucrative opportunity. If we manage to profit from this, we can enjoy a night out at the Diamond Lounge. I've heard there are some newcomers around. At this point, another man wore a knowing grin that all men understood. The slightly older leader ignored the banter of his companions, fixing his gaze on the dilapidated building. He has likely realized we are following him. If my guess is correct, he is hiding inside. Humph, if he attempts to flee, we will have to put in some effort to pursue him. He is merely seeking his own demise. Truly foolish. It was evident that the three initial stage warriors were well acquainted with the terrain of this uninhabited area. The leader instructed, there is only one dilapidated building with 2 exits. I will block the rear exit. You, the third, guard the front exit, and be vigilant for him trying to escape through the window. You, the second, proceed inside to capture him. After the leader issued his commands, the three proceeded to act accordingly. The leader and the third positioned themselves at the front and rear entrances of the dilapidated building, while the second, armed with an iron rod, cautiously ventured inside. Warriors possess a heightened sense of danger. They sensed no threat emanating from Su Bai, and his furtive behavior, running upon sighting them, indicated he was likely not a skilled opponent. More than likely, he was just an ordinary person who had struck it lucky with some valuable materials, a type they were accustomed to encountering. To deal with someone like him, one of their number was more than sufficient. The dilapidated building stood 6 stories tall, and with no furnishings or hiding spots. Remaining undetected inside was nearly impossible. It would take no more than 10 minutes to search from the first floor to the top. The second soon completed the search of the first floor, finding no trace of Su Bai, and proceeded to the second floor. At that moment, Su Bai was in a room on the 3rd floor, gripping a brick and leaning against the wall, quietly waiting. The little turtle had also been released from the nurturing space, its eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. As the second approached the second floor, the sound of footsteps prompted Su Bai to exhale in relief. They had indeed split their forces. Only one person was searching the second floor. Everything was proceeding according to Su Bai's plan. He tightened his grip on the brick, pressing his back firmly against the wall. His breathing slowed, as if entering a state of stillness akin to a turtle's hibernation. Soon, the second arrived on the 3rd floor. The footsteps drew closer, and Su Bai subtly readied his right hand, poised to strike. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. As the second brother cautiously stepped into the room concealed by Su Bai, the latter, who had been holding his breath in anticipation, suddenly erupted. He swung the brick he held with great force, striking the second brother squarely on the forehead. The impact was resounding. Enhanced by the attributes of the little turtle, Su Bai's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person. This powerful blow landed directly on a vital point, incapacitating even a novice martial artist. Blood splattered as the second brother fell, instantly losing consciousness. Yet, this was not the end. Su Bai picked up an iron rod from the ground and mercilessly struck him several more times on the head, causing blood to gush forth in torrents. Downstairs, the eldest and third brothers, hearing the screams, shouted up, "Second brother, how's it going up there? Are you all right? What's happening?" Ergo. After waiting in vain for a response, both hurried into the unfinished building, rushing towards the source of the commotion. "Ergo, where are you?" The eldest, more perceptive, sensed that something was amiss and quickly hushed the still-calling third brother, whispering, "Sengo, I fear something's wrong. This kid may not be simple." The third brother swallowed hard, nodding in agreement, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily as he gripped the iron rod tightly. They swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor. There are 2 of them, and they are very close. Su Bai, hidden behind the wall, listened to the approaching footsteps, assessing the situation. Upon spotting the second brother, who had been knocked down in the room, the third brother, lacking experience, impulsively raised his leg to enter and check. But in that moment, the eldest caught sight of a shadow darting from behind the wall, lunging towards the third brother. "Sengo, watch out!" But it was too late. Before the third brother could react, Su Bai leaped forward, the brick in his hand slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, crashing down onto the third brother's head. The dull thud of heavy object meeting flesh echoed ominously as the third brother collapsed, lifeless. Su Bai's strike was brutal, devoid of hesitation, even more ferocious than before. Discarding the brick, he seized the iron rod and struck the third brother's skull once more and again. At this moment, he could not afford any hesitation or mercy. He understood all too well that showing kindness to an enemy was akin to cruelty towards oneself. He had to seize this opportunity to eliminate his foes entirely. He swung the iron rod relentlessly until the back of the third brother's head caved in before finally stopping. Having exerted himself, the disguise on his head fell away, revealing his youthful visage to the eldest brother. However, the eldest did not lower his guard. Instead, he felt an increased sense of threat and chill. He was thoroughly intimidated by Su Bai's ruthlessness and youthful appearance. Such a young boy, with such meticulous thought and such fierce actions, was truly chilling. Sweat poured down the eldest's forehead. After finishing his grim task, Su Bai, slightly out of breath, addressed the last remaining follower. From your expression, I can read your fear. Now that you are the only one left, will you not flee? Su Bai's words were soft and even, yet they resonated in the eldest brother's ears like thunder. No. This boy would undoubtedly prove formidable in the future. Having already crossed him, he could not afford to let him live. In his mind, Su Bai had merely ambushed two individuals. In a fair fight, he was certain he would prevail. However, what the eldest brother did not anticipate was that just as he readied himself to confront Su Bai, a dark, spherical object suddenly shot forth from the shadows, colliding directly with his toes. The eldest brother felt as if a heavy hammer had crushed his toes, sending him staggering. Had he too been ambushed? What was this? This thought lingered in his mind as his last consciousness faded. Su Bai had been waiting for this opportunity. He dashed forward with incredible speed, raising the iron rod to strike. The heavy sound of impact echoed again as the eldest brother's eyes rolled back in his head, and he too fell unconscious. Thus, the three thugs lay defeated at Su Bai's feet, some dead, others in a stupor. To ensure there were no lingering threats, Su Bai continued to strike the eldest brother's head with all his might until blood flowed freely. Panting heavily, having completely neutralized the danger, Su Bai tossed the iron rod aside and sat down heavily on the ground. He felt the adrenaline coursing through him, a sensation difficult to articulate. Trembling slightly, he murmured, "Is this the feeling of taking a life?" In Chapter 7, without windfall, one cannot flourish. A surge in power, reflecting on his 2 lifetimes. This was Su Bai's first experience with murder. Recalling the events of the afternoon, he recognized that the reason he had attracted the attention of 3 novice martial artists stemmed from his earlier sale of exotic beast blood at the apothecary. Despite his caution, he could not escape the greed inherent in human nature. Fortunately, the individuals who targeted him were not high-level martial artists. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. From this incident, Su Bai grasped a vital lesson. This world was perilous, with dangers not solely from foreign races. The urgency to enhance his own strength was paramount. After resting on the ground for a while, he slowly rose, surveying the 3 corpses sprawled before him. Though this encounter had been fraught with danger, the opponents were martial artists, and they must possess valuable items. He began to search their bodies. 3 gold necklaces, weighing approximately a pound, caught his eye. Given that gold was valued at over 200 per gram, this amounted to a significant sum. He also found some cash, totaling around 3,000. Furthermore, he discovered a white jade vial nestled against the eldest brother's chest. Initially unsure of its contents, he uncapped it and brought it to his nose, instantly feeling a surge of vitality course through him. Could it be a blood energy powder? Although Su Bai had never seen blood energy powder and had no first-hand experience as a martial artist, he was well aware of its function and value. Blood energy powder was essential for novice martial artists in their training, with a single vial sufficient for a month's use and greatly enhancing physical attributes. For those aspiring to ascend to the bronze level, it was indispensable. A vial could fetch over 300,000 in the black market. With the gold necklaces valued at over 100,000, Su Bai now held the equivalent of 400,000 in his hands. Just as he was about to stow away the blood energy powder, the little turtle gazed at it longingly, emitting a sound reminiscent of a plea. Understanding the connection they shared, Su Bai realized the little turtle desired the vial. He rolled his eyes, thinking, "Are you not aware of how much food 30,000 could buy? To give it to you, a mere glutton, would be a loss." Ignoring the little turtle's entreaties, he capped the vial and tucked it into his pocket. Yet the little turtle remained undeterred, gazing at Su Bai with pleading eyes. "You say it would greatly enhance your abilities?" The little turtle nodded enthusiastically. Su Bai pondered cautiously by how much. The little turtle gestured animatedly, its excitement palpable. After a prolonged exchange between man and turtle, Su Bai ultimately chose to trust the little creature. After all, he earned his wealth to support the little turtle and enhance its strength. If the blood energy powder could significantly aid the little turtle, he was not one to forsake the greater good for the lesser. Being a beast tamer, his primary source of strength lay with the beasts he nurtured. Su Bai extracted the Xueqi's sand and, upon removing the lid, placed it before the small turtle. The turtle immediately clamped its jaws around the bottle's mouth, tilting its head back and consuming the entire contents in one swift motion. Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the quantity a novice martial artist required to absorb over an entire month. How gluttonous! He had underestimated the turtle's appetite. A treasure worth 300,000 had been devoured in an instant. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he thought it might be best to stew it. For this was sheer extravagance. After consuming the entire bottle of Xueqi's sand, the turtle lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut and limbs limp. Strangely, its originally dark skin began to shimmer with a faint red glow. Its size gradually expanded from that of a plate to the proportions of a basketball. 10 minutes later, the turtle's form stabilized at that of a basin. A notification chimed, indicating that the turtle had leveled up to an ordinary mid-tier exotic beast, enhancing the host's level and granting the opportunity to acquire the turtle's innate abilities. Remarkable, it has leveled up. Su Bai marveled at the turtle, experiencing a delightful surprise. Acquire. He silently responded to the system, feeling a warm surge coursing through his body, which settled upon his skin and lingered. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring the turtle's ability, Turtle Shell Defense. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Bai quickly opened his status panel to assess his attributes. Host Su Bai. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Level, Ordinary Mid-Tier. The host's level will increase with the tamed beast's growth. Age, 18. Physique, 16. Base attribute 10 points. Inherited 6 points from beast taming. Agility, 12. Spirit, 22. Tamed beast, small turtle, detailed attributes available. Talent 1. Evolution, infinite evolution of contracted tamed beasts, with no upper limit on levels. Capable of transcending divine levels, the attributes and innate abilities of the tamed beast will proportionally benefit the host, with higher levels yielding greater returns. Talent 2. Turtle Shell Defense, triggered by consuming a certain amount of stamina, allows the host's skin to be enveloped in a layer of turtle shell, offering exceptional defense. The turtle's upgrade also propelled Su Bai's growth, leading to a remarkable increase in his attributes. While the average attributes for an ordinary person hover around 5, Su Bai's physique and spirit surged to a staggering 34 times that of an adult, perhaps due to the nature of his tamed beast. The increase in agility was not as pronounced. Moreover, Su Bai was thrilled to discover he had acquired a new active talent. If he were to confront the 3 novice martial artists from earlier, he could likely eliminate them without employing any tactics, defeating them with bare hands. Even though Su Bai was not particularly adept in physical prowess, the opponent's physique would merely hover around 10 points at the novice level, an easy target. How fortunate he was to be a beast tamer with a Xuanwu at his side. This disparity was merely a glimpse of the ordinary martial artist's early stages. It was unfathomable to consider the terrifying enhancements that awaited at the bronze and silver tiers. Having assessed his attributes, Su Bai turned once more to the turtle, which had just consumed his 300,000 worth of Xueqi sand, and found it rather endearing. Indeed, one must invest to reap rewards. It appeared that while feeding the turtle would promote its growth, providing higher quality sustenance would yield even swifter development. Observing that the turtle had regained its composure, Su Bai grew curious about its current attributes and checked them directly. Tamed beast, small turtle. Level, ordinary mid-tier, Xuanwu bloodline not yet activated. Partial activation at bronze level will result in a substantial increase in attributes. Physique, 32. Defense, 38. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Talent 1. Turtle Shell Defense, retracting into the shell to assume a defensive posture, enhancing defense by 300%, immobile and unable to attack while in this state. Talent 2. Turtle Skin Defense, consumes stamina, enhancing defense by 50 to 100%. Just moments ago, Su Bai had been satisfied with his attribute growth. But upon seeing Xiao Ba's attributes, he felt utterly disheartened. A physique of 32? A defense of 38? This was absurd. In comparison, even among ordinary high-tier beasts, attributes would typically be around 30. Yet this creature had surpassed 30 at the mid-tier. What would its high-tier attributes be? And this was before fully activating the Xuanwu bloodline. What would happen once it was activated? The only downside was that the turtle's current low level meant the feedback on his attributes was minimal. Nevertheless, it was sufficient, and as the turtle's level increased, so too would the proportion of benefits. Su Bai closed the panel and glanced at the turtle sprawled on the ground, resembling a simpleton. He felt a mixture of emotions. But he was relieved that the turtle now possessed combat capabilities. The final concern was how to deal with the 3 corpses. He couldn't simply leave them there. Over time, they would decay and emit an odor, attracting unwanted attention and potentially leading back to him. After much deliberation, Su Bai decided to dispose of the 3 corpses directly into his beast taming space, converting them into nourishment. Approximately 10 minutes later, he erased any traces he had left in the dilapidated building and cautiously slipped out. As he navigated through the night, Su Bai wandered for a considerable time, discarding his coat and cap into the river before finally heading home. The rifts in the sky emitted a silvery glow, while not clearly visible during the day. They possessed an extraordinary beauty at night. Behind those shimmering beams, countless alien races were poised to seize the Earth's resources. This beauty was equally lethal. Beneath the neon lights, amidst the throngs of people, the greed of humanity drove individuals to extend their claws toward their own kind. On the battlefield of myriad races, armies stood guard. But who could restrain the insatiable greed of human nature? As Su Bai walked home, the turmoil sparked by the sale of exotic beast blood flooded his mind with reflections. Perhaps he would face not only the invasion of myriad races, but also those seeking to exploit him for their gain. Only strength would serve as the eternal truth. Today's experiences deepened Su Bai's understanding of this principle, solidifying his resolve to study at Wu University. Tomorrow, he could apply for admission. Chapter 8, Goddess's Wish. I want to apply to Wu University too. I want to follow him always. Upon returning home, Su Bai quickly washed up, noting that his parents had not yet returned from work. Presumably, they were working overtime to gather funds for him, as at this hour, they would typically be home. A bittersweet warmth filled Su Bai as he noticed his sister's room was dark, indicating she had already gone to sleep after a long day. Unable to resist his own fatigue, he tossed his clothes into the washing machine and collapsed into bed, falling into a deep slumber without dreams. When he awoke, the weariness of the previous night dissipated, leaving him feeling revitalized. After tidying himself up, he headed straight to school. Su Bai had arrived after the cultural subjects of the college entrance examination had concluded. Times had changed, and students were no longer afforded the luxury of ease. They were required to remain in school, studying various knowledge about the myriad races. Once the results of the cultural subjects were released, those who met the requirements would choose between Wu University or the liberal arts college. If the physical fitness and scores of a martial artist do not meet the standards set by Wuda, they will face elimination, either stepping into society to seek employment or returning to their senior year to retake the examinations the following year. As for those with special abilities, following the new policy exempting cultural scores, as long as they pass the political review, their admission to Wuda is almost guaranteed, regardless of the level of their abilities. After all, the number of ability users is relatively scarce, making them highly sought after at Wuda. The liberal arts college primarily handles logistics, requiring higher score thresholds. The advantage is that students do not need to participate in the 10,000 races battlefield, allowing for a more stable development without the threat of life. The downside is the lack of real power and social status. As Su Bai settled into his seat, the class bell rang with impeccable timing. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom, holding a stack of documents. Students, after 3 years of arduous effort, this time the college entrance examination results are quite satisfactory. Except for a few students who did not pass, the rest of you have achieved scores that meet the first-round assessment thresholds for Wuda and the liberal arts college. As the teacher announced the examination results, Lin Yinran subtly nudged Su Bai with her elbow. Su Bai, are you planning to apply to Wuda or the liberal arts college? I think going to Wuda and facing the battlefield is far too dangerous. The liberal arts college is much safer. Studying there for 3 years and acquiring a skill can also contribute to humanity from the rear. If you want to apply to the liberal arts college, you need not worry about scores. I will help you sort it out. Once we are at the liberal arts college, I will look out for you. However, Su Bai did not pay attention to Lin Yinran's words, as his mind was occupied with thoughts of how to continuously grow stronger after entering Wuda. After Lin Yinran finished speaking, he casually replied, I want to apply to Wuda. Hearing Su Bai's answer, Lin Yinran froze in place. Her plan was to apply to the liberal arts college and then use her family's connections to directly send Su Bai there, allowing them to continue being desk mates. But why did Su Bai, with his obliviousness, still wish to apply to Wuda? Wuda is so perilous, students are dispatched to the 10,000 races battlefield. In the chaos of war, how can I protect you, Su Bai? Lin Yinran opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Staring blankly at Su Bai's resolute profile, her heart filled with conflict and sorrow. After the teacher finished announcing the first-round college entrance examination results, he continued, the class monitor will now survey the application intentions of the students. Tomorrow, the admissions staff from Wuda will come to our school to conduct physical examinations or check for abilities. For those wishing to apply to the liberal arts college, the second round of cultural examinations will take place in 3 days. After class, The class monitor took a notebook and began to tally each student's application intentions. Most students chose to apply to the liberal arts college, even knowing that the second round of cultural exams would be quite challenging, with many likely to fail. To apply to Wuda, one must be a martial artist or possess special abilities, and as Yushan County is merely a small county, it is generally difficult for ordinary families to afford the resources for martial artist training. Out of more than 60 students in the class, only 10 chose to apply to Wuda. When the class monitor approached Lin Yanran and Su Bai, he directly ignored Su Bai and looked at Lin Yanran's stunning face, feeling a flutter in his heart. Lin Yanran, are you applying to Wuda or the liberal arts college? I will think about it, Lin Yanran replied absent-mindedly. Su Bai's choice was in stark contrast to hers, causing her spirits to plummet as she felt uncertain about her own decision. In a daze, the day passed swiftly. On her way home, Lin Yanran tightly gripped her phone, picking it up and putting it down, her face filled with conflict. The setting sun cast a gentle glow on her, seemingly bestowing a flicker of courage upon her. Ultimately, Lin Yanran picked up the phone and dialed a long uncontacted number. Dad, it's me. I want to apply to Wuda. Can you help me? On the other end of the line, a resolute middle-aged man was elated upon hearing his daughter's words. Ha ha, that's wonderful. Yanran, you finally came to your senses. Don't worry, Dad will arrange everything for you. I will have someone deliver the resources for martial artist training to our home. By the way, please also arrange for Su Bai from our class. After finishing, Lin Yanran blushed as she hung up, effectively revealing to her father that there was a story between her and Su Bai. Su Bai's academic performance was poor. If he did not meet the requirements, he would not even have the opportunity to participate in the second round of assessments at Wuda. At this moment, Lin Yanran was unaware that Su Bai had already become an ability user. On the other end of the line, Lin's father, dressed in military attire, paused. Disregarding the astonished gaze of his aide, his mind consumed by a single question. Who is Su Bai? Why is my daughter so concerned about him? Investigate. I must thoroughly look into this Su Bai. After dealing with these matters, Lin Yanran felt as though she had shed a heavy burden, sighing with relief as the clouds of uncertainty vanished from her heart. Gazing at the countless battlefields of the 10,000 races in the sky, she had once thought she would never have to confront them in her lifetime, yet now found herself compelled to make decisions she had never considered, all because of him. Even if it is Wuda, I will accompany you. Even in the chaos of the 10,000 races battlefield, I will stand by your side. Lin Yanran clenched her delicate little fist against her chest, silently encouraging herself. Lin Yanran, you can do it. Chapter 9. Guaranteed admission to Wuda. Su Bai has a strong backing, and this backing might be rather powerful. Unbeknownst to Lin Yanran, Su Bai was entirely oblivious to her actions. As he was currently watching television at home, the evening news reported, at the abandoned building on Luziji in Yushan County, 3 bloodstains were discovered, yet no bodies were found. It is suspected to be an attack by a mutated beast. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant and avoid approaching the vicinity of the abandoned building. The police have dispatched personnel to seal off the area and intensify the search efforts to resolve the threat as quickly as possible. Upon hearing the news, Su Bai felt a sense of relief, grateful that it had been discovered. Luckily, the police mistakenly believed it to be an attack by a mutated beast, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. From now on, caution should be exercised in all actions. Just as he was lost in thought, Su Bai felt his phone vibrate with a new message. He opened it casually and saw, Su Bai, I am also applying to Wuda. The message was from Lin Yanran. Su Bai shook his head with a smile, thinking, this girl was just saying she wanted to go to the liberal arts college. It seemed that Lin Yanran had not yet awakened her abilities. If she were to apply to Wuda, it would be as a martial artist. However, considering that Lin Yanran had never trained her body, would she meet the standards set by Wuda? Su Bai could not help but worry about her and replied, okay. Good luck. At that moment, Lin Yanran was soaking in a bathtub filled with fragrant water, cradling her phone against her chest, her face adorned with a sweet smile. The next day, banners adorned the entrance of the school. We warmly welcome instructor Zhang Kai from Jiangzhou Wuda, who will hold a pledge ceremony for our students applying to Wuda. Amidst the throng of school leaders, the instructors arrived at the school's auditorium. The old principal stood at the podium, microphone in hand, addressing the gathered students. Students, first, let us warmly welcome the Wuda instructor Zhang Kai, who is your senior and also a martial artist who graduated from our school. He currently serves as a training officer at Jiangzhou Wuda, having trained numerous martial artists and ability users, making outstanding contributions to national defense. Upon hearing this, the students cheered enthusiastically. The old principal, observing the excited young faces, raised his hand to interrupt and continued. In addition, he holds another title, the Guardian of Yushan County. Do you know how he earned this title? 12 years ago, a rift in the sky suddenly appeared above Yushan County. At that time, The garrison was engaged in combat against ferocious beasts emerging from another spatial rift, leaving them unable to divide their forces. As countless beasts threatened to pour forth from the rift, the lives of hundreds of thousands of Yushan citizens hung in the balance. In this dire moment, Instructor Zhang, disregarding his own safety and without any reinforcements, single-handedly charged into the battlefield, staunchly sealing the rift for a grueling 12 hours. By the time help arrived, Instructor Zhang bore wounds numbering 135, 12 of which were fatal, his body drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, even in such a state, he stood resolute, instilling fear in the hearts of the alien foes who dared not advance. It was precisely due to Instructor Zhang's fearless valor that Yushan County remained unscathed from the invasion of countless races, avoiding a descent into ruins. Students, I understand that many of you aspire to enroll in Wuda, desiring to become formidable warriors. But do you comprehend what truly constitutes a strong individual? It is someone like Instructor Zhang, who stands as a bulwark for our homeland, willing to shed the last drop of blood to protect it. This is the essence of true strength. Can you achieve this? The headmaster's poignant words instantly ignited the atmosphere, and this year, over 200 students from the entire school sought to enter Wuda. In that moment, voices rang out in unison from the hall. We can do it. Observing the spirited youth, the headmaster nodded with satisfaction, feeling a surge of warmth within. These children are the hope of the future. As long as their fighting spirit endures, humanity will grow stronger with each generation. The headmaster firmly believed that the myriad races would eventually be expelled. Unlike the headmaster, who had never set foot on the battlefield against the myriad races, Instructor Zhang was acutely aware of the brutal realities of war and the formidable strength of the enemy. He needed to be far more rational. Watching the flushed faces of the youths in the hall, Instructor Zhang sighed inwardly, recognizing their innocence, pondering how many would remain a year hence. While ambition and conviction are indeed vital, they must not be pursued blindly. Upon stepping onto the podium, he surveyed the audience. The headmaster may have overstated my worth. I am not so grand, merely fulfilling my duties. Students, you may fantasize about the glory of becoming a warrior, perhaps only perceiving the rift in the sky, but for years, not a single beast has emerged. Do you believe that humanity is destined to triumph? Do you think the myriad races are insignificant? If anyone thinks this way, I may very well find myself placing a bouquet of white chrysanthemums on your grave next year. A year prior, 126 from our school entered Wuda, and now only 65 remain, a survival rate of 51%. 2 years ago, 98 entered, with only 32 still alive, a survival rate of 32%. 3 years ago, 86 entered, with merely 11 remaining, a survival rate nearing 10%. This data from our school over the past 3 years serves to remind you of the challenges you will face after enrolling in Wuda. It is not a path of arrogance and ostentation. It is a relentless struggle against countless ferocious beasts, as boundless as the sea, until your body is consumed by them. And only then will you find true release. This is the battlefield against the myriad races. Do you know what the first lesson at Wuda entails? It is the teaching of how to write a will. The enemy is overwhelmingly powerful. Only by embracing the resolve of certain death can humanity carve out a semblance of respite on the battlefield. If any of you wish to withdraw at this moment, I commend your courage to confront your fears. Instructor Zhang paused, allowing time for reflection. After a long silence, no one chose to withdraw, and he felt satisfied with this batch of students. Excellent. You are all commendable. Once you enter Wuda, you will be warriors. Should anyone falter on the battlefield, I will personally end their life. Now, please join me in reciting the oath. I vow. Everyone raised their right fists and shouted in unison. I vow. I vow. As a warrior, I shall inherit the will of my ancestors, using my flesh and blood to forge an unyielding wall against the myriad races for the homeland under the sky. This wall, no matter how many times it crumbles, we will rebuild it every time. When the blood of our ancestors has been shed, I, as their descendant, will rise to take their place until my own blood runs dry, and my descendants will continue the fight. With my chest, I shall forge the indestructible great wall of the Dragon Kingdom. This fervent and impassioned oath ignited the souls of all present. Countless youthful students, whether aspiring to join Wuda or the Arts College, stood tall, heads held high, and roared in unison. Their voices pierced the heavens and shook the very earth. The resonating shouts continued for a full 5 minutes before they finally ceased, their faces flushed and throats hoarse. Zhang Kai too was swept up in the momentum. Students, you are remarkably brave. I hope that a year from now, I will still hear you call me Instructor Zhang. Aside from Lin Yanran and Su Bai, who qualified for direct admission to Wuda, I will conduct physical or ability tests for the rest of you this afternoon. Those who pass will accompany me back to Wuda tomorrow. As Instructor Zhang finished speaking, all eyes in the hall turned towards Su Bai. Did those two really get direct admission? What a surprise. Do they have some powerful backing? Others were bewildered, while Su Bai himself was equally perplexed. Am I really accepted? I was planning to inform the school about my awakening abilities, but it seems unnecessary now. Su Bai then turned to Lin Yanran beside him. He was no fool. He knew that his acceptance was likely connected to her. Yet, he never anticipated that her background might be quite extraordinary. Lin Yanran, feeling the intensity of Su Bai's gaze, lowered her head, blushing as if she were a girl caught in a misdeed. Su Bai, you won't blame me for making this decision without consulting you, will you? Chapter 10. Who did the goddess come to visit in the boys' dormitory? Although Su Bai was taken aback by the direct admission, he refrained from feigning modesty. There was no need. This was a gesture of goodwill from Lin Yanran, and he accepted it with gratitude, without excessive pleasantries. He looked earnestly at Lin Yanran and softly said, "Thank you." Though it was but a brief expression of gratitude, it inexplicably quickened Lin Yanran's heartbeat, especially under the direct gaze of Su Bai, which stirred a warm current within her. The following day, the selected students from our school gathered early at the school gate, awaiting the special transportation to Wuda. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus arrived at the entrance of Jiangzhou Wuda. Upon disembarking, the students were awestruck by the grandeur of the imposing entrance. The stone gate measured over 20 meters in length and 9 meters in width, its surface a stark white, devoid of any embellishments. Beside it stood a towering stone tablet, inscribed with the words, "With my chest, I shall forge the indestructible Great Wall of the Dragon Kingdom," Jiangzhou Wuda's motto. The grand characters carved in seal script elicited a solemn atmosphere among the previously jovial students, silencing them instantly. Over 100 new students, their expressions serious, gazed at the entrance and the stone tablet. The scene of them solemnly pledging their oath alongside instructor Zhang during the graduation ceremony flashed vividly in their minds. "I vow, as a warrior, I shall inherit the will of my ancestors, using my flesh and blood to forge an unyielding wall against the myriad races for the homeland under the sky. With the strength of my heart, I forge an indomitable great wall for the Longhua." The senior welcoming the new students did not intrude upon their moment, instead sharing in the profound atmosphere. As the sunlight illuminated the faces of the eager students, the scene mirrored his own first day at school many years ago. After a considerable time, when the newcomers emerged from their reverie, they took notice of the seniors awaiting them. "Welcome, new students, to Jiangzhou Wuda." Entering the gates of Wuda, under the guidance of the senior, Su Bai and his companions took a brief stroll around the campus, which sprawls over an impressive 3,000 acres. Given their limited time, they merely explored the teaching buildings, training grounds, and dining halls. Ultimately, the senior led them to the dormitory building, completing their welcoming duties. Each student's accommodation had already been assigned. They only needed to register with the dormitory manager to collect their keys. Su Bai's room was on the 3rd floor, 303. Due to his special admission, his identity as an ability user remained undisclosed, allowing him to share a room with other martial artists. The dormitory housed 4 students per room, and upon entering, Su Bai found that his 3 roommates had already arrived. One of them, clad in Armani and sporting a luxurious mechanical watch, greeted Su Bai with a familiarity that suggested he was quite comfortable. "Bro, I see your bed is labeled Su Bai, right? We're going to be brothers in this dorm. I'm Han Jiagong, the dorm leader. I arrived 2 days ago, so if you need anything at school, feel free to ask me." The distance from Yushan County to the provincial capital is relatively remote compared to other regions, making Su Bai and his companions the last batch of students to arrive at Wuda. "I'm Tao Jiejun, from Chongling District. I look forward to your support. I'm your upper bunkmate, Fan Zhaoan. Welcome to 303. The remaining 2 roommates also introduced themselves. Tao Jiejun stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular physique resembling that of a born warrior. In contrast, Fan Zhaoan was around 1.70 meters, lacking any visible muscle, making it hard to imagine how he had passed the physical fitness assessments. Su Bai exchanged brief greetings with his roommates before unpacking his belongings. It seemed that the 3 had been chatting before his arrival, and now the dorm leader continued the previous topic. "Brothers, I'm about to advance to the intermediate level soon, and I'll handle any matters you can't manage." Tao Jiejun had reached the initial level a year prior, and the prospect of advancing to the intermediate level seemed far-fetched to him. "Come on, you must be joking. Advancing from the initial to the intermediate level isn't that easy." Fan Zhaoan found it absurd, adding, "It took me nearly 3 years just to reach the initial level. Don't tell me you're some sort of prodigy." Seeing the skepticism on their faces, the dorm leader lowered his voice conspiratorially. "In martial arts cultivation, resources are paramount in the early stages. I'll let you in on a secret, but you mustn't share it with anyone. Not long ago, my father, while conducting business in Yushan County, accidentally acquired 3 drops of extremely rare beast blood. He entrusted Master Chao Idan to concoct 3 bottles of top-tier body-enhancing potions using this precious blood as the main ingredient, along with dozens of rare herbs. These are truly rare commodities. With these 3 bottles, my power will surge, and advancing to the intermediate level will be a breeze. Upon hearing this, his 2 roommates became increasingly intrigued. My family once bought me blood chi powder, but what on earth is rare beast blood? Is its efficacy really that potent? Given that rare beast blood circulates very little in the ordinary market and is typically crafted into potions by pharmacists for affluent youths, the 2 roommates clearly had little knowledge of it, let alone the rare varieties. Even Su Bai had only learned a bit about it after the shopkeeper explained it to him. Now, hearing Han Jiagong mention it piqued his interest. Observing that everyone was intently listening to him, the dorm leader savored the moment, relishing the attention he was receiving. He had spoken so much just for this very instant. He then produced a white jade vial from his pocket. From now on, we are all brothers in this dorm, so I'll share this with you. These are the secrets of martial artists that most people are unaware of. High-grade beast blood is too volatile for ordinary martial artists like us. It can actually be toxic. The potions made from ordinary beast blood are acceptable, but unfortunately, it takes a week to digest 1 potion, and their effects are mediocre, providing little enhancement to physical fitness. However, this rare beast blood is different. It is the essence of offspring from high-grade beasts or specially evolved creatures. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance. It possesses far superior medicinal properties compared to regular beast blood, and its effects are relatively mild, making it suitable for us initial-level martial artists. The enhancement from just 1 bottle rivals that of 3 doses of ordinary blood chi powder. The remaining 2 bottles are sufficient for me to ascend to the intermediate level within half a month. I dare say I will be among the strongest in this year's freshman class. If you stick with me, your futures will be promising. As Su Bai listened, his movements slowed, and he cast a peculiar glance at Han Jiagong's white jade vial. Intermediate level? It seemed he had already attained that status. 3 drops of rare beast blood? Acquired in Yushan County? Could they possibly be the ones I sold? What a coincidence. At that moment, Su Bai's mind began to entertain alternative plans. Unbeknownst to Han Jiagong, who was still reveling in his moment of bravado, he had become an object of interest to Su Bai, who was leaning towards becoming a mobile ATM. Such rare beast blood must be worth a considerable sum, right? Su Bai finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. Listening to Su Bai's inquiry, Han Jiagong's gaze softened considerably, thinking to himself, this new roommate is quite perceptive. What a perfect opportunity to showcase my superiority. Oh, it's not expensive. Each drop of rare beast blood is only around 30,000, totaling less than 100,000 for 3 drops. A mere trifle. As Han Jiagong spoke with enthusiasm, the expressions of the other 2 roommates gradually dimmed. Such a price was beyond what their families could afford. For Tao Jejun's family to purchase a single dose of ordinary blood chi powder, his parents had to toil for years. A twinge of envy welled up in his heart for Han Jiagong. If only he had a family like his. He too could ascend to the intermediate level and stand out among the freshmen at Wuda. Fan Zhaoan's situation was similar to Tao Jejun's. The hardships of raising a martial artist from an ordinary family were known only to those who had experienced it. The early stages of martial cultivation place a heavy emphasis on resources, which embodies the adage of wealth in martial arts, knowledge and literature. Meanwhile, Su Bai absorbed none of this, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Anger, fury, unbridled rage. He realized that he had sold those 3 drops for merely 30,000, only for the pharmacy to sell them for nearly 100,000, and he had naively thought he had made a fortune. This was a tremendous loss, and that detestable middleman. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and his gaze towards Han Jiagong grew increasingly amiable and filled with goodwill. Since the benefactor was right before him, he must avoid the middleman profiting from the price difference in the future. Just as Su Bai contemplated how to ingratiate himself with Han Jiagong and exploit the situation, a commotion arose outside the window. Look, there's a super gorgeous girl downstairs in our dormitory. This figure, those long legs, I am utterly enamored. This year, I am determined to cast my vote in the selection of Wuda's campus beauty. A group of boys leaned out of the dormitory window, gazing eagerly at the stunning beauty below, their eyes gleaming and saliva involuntarily pooling. Even Su Bai's 3 roommates were drawn to the window, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the goddess's visage. A thunderous voice echoed from below. 303 Su Bai, someone is looking for you. Chapter 11. I am not well read, do not deceive me. That shout. It was akin to a lioness roar. The resonance of the voice was so powerful that it dislodged quite a bit of dust from the ceiling of the dormitory. Su Bai, having recently registered with the dormitory manager, immediately recognized the voice as that of the dorm supervisor. Such as Wuda, even a mere dorm supervisor possesses such formidable vocal prowess. As for who was seeking him, Su Bai needed no guesswork, it was Lin Yanran. His only friend besides his newly acquainted roommates since entering Wu to setting down his tasks, Su Bai descended the stairs. Fan Zhaoan, watching Su Bai's departing figure, leaned over the window and murmured, "Do you think the goddess downstairs is here for Su Bai?" Han Jiagong, adjusting the luxury watch on his wrist, clearly did not believe it, shaking his head with a smile. "Impossible. A goddess of her caliber would be beyond even my reach, let alone Su Bai. I also find it unlikely. Although Su Bai is quite handsome, beside a goddess, he would merely appear as a toad desiring to feast upon swan meat." As they spoke, silence suddenly fell over room 303. They stared in disbelief as Su Bai casually stood before the goddess downstairs. Other boys in different dormitories also took notice, resulting in a chorus of lamentations. "Oh no, someone has gotten ahead. Who is that?" Ignoring the cacophony of shouts, cheers, and whistles from the boys above, Lin Yinran remained unfazed. In her eyes, the other boys were nothing more than shallow and tedious male gorillas, utterly tiresome. Only being with Su Bai brought her genuine joy. Her crescent-like eyes sparkled as she watched him draw nearer. Seeing this scene, the three boys in room 303 erupted in astonishment. Tao Jiejun pointed a trembling finger at Su Bai's figure, exclaiming, "No way, she really is here for Su Bai? I can't believe it." Han Jiagong looked utterly bewildered. "Is this a joke?" Under the dormitory lights, Lin Yinran's crescent-shaped eyes scrutinized Su Bai, now clad in a Wu-De training uniform. "Su Bai, you look quite impressive in this training outfit." As she spoke, Lin Yinran approached Su Bai and gently smoothed out some minor wrinkles on his clothing, resembling a doting wife. "You look even more handsome now. By the way, new recruit training starts the day after tomorrow. I've prepared some cultivation resources for you. You mustn't tea refuse. As this is not the time to be stubborn. That would make me unhappy." Since Lin Yinran's father had facilitated Su Bai's admission to Wu-De, none were aware that Su Bai had awakened his supernatural abilities, not even Lin Yinran. She believed his current level to be modest, given her understanding of his family's circumstances, which were not affluent enough to supply abundant resources for cultivation. As it turned out, Lin Yinran was overthinking. Su Bai showed no hesitation in accepting the jade bottle she offered, placing it in his pocket without a second glance. "Very well, I shall not be polite. Should any matters arise at school, remember to seek me out." Lin Yinran, warmed by Su Bai's unreserved acceptance and concern, responded with a charming, innocent tone, "All right." Observing her, Su Bai instinctively ruffled Lin Yinran's hair. She did not shy away, appearing as docile as a kitten, allowing him to touzle her proud little head. The two shared laughter and camaraderie, their closeness igniting envy among the multitude of boys in the dormitory. "How dare he touch my goddess's head? Get your filthy hands off. Who is that guy? Where did he come from? I better not see him again, or I'll make sure to confront him." Unfortunately, they could only watch helplessly as their idealized goddess grew intimate with Su Bai. Besides their impotent rage, they could do nothing, for Wu-De's regulations forbade internal conflicts. A lingering stench of jealousy wafted through the entire boys' dormitory. Su Bai and Lin Yinran chose to ignore the throng of envious onlookers. Accustomed to such jealousy from their high school days, they found themselves merely facing a new audience at Wu-De. After a lengthy conversation, Lin Yinran reluctantly waved goodbye. "See you tomorrow." The boys in the dormitory leaned out of the window, watching her retreating figure. Upon returning to his dorm, Su Bai found his three roommates staring at him with the intensity of starving wolves. The dorm leader lunged towards him, exclaiming, Su Gu, about that goddess." The once imposing dorm leader now called him Su Gu, revealing the effect that Lin Yinran's beauty had on them. "Goddess? Which goddess?" Su Bai paused for 3 seconds, finally realizing they referred to Lin Yinran. Perhaps due to his familiarity with her, he did not perceive her as a goddess. "She is a high school classmate." "What is up?" "Ahem. Well, Su Gu, now that all 4 of us are here, it feels like fate. Tonight, I'll treat you all. Let us reserve a small private room on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria for a lavish meal. If possible, could we invite the goddess to grace us with her presence?" His 2 roommates chimed in, eager to avoid rejection, for Lin Yinran's beauty was simply too striking. Su Bai, still contemplating how to procure some turtle blood to sell to the dorm leader, sought to foster a good relationship with him. As for introducing Lin Yinran to them, that was entirely out of the question. "She has already eaten. I have some matters to attend to shortly. How about this? I'll swing by after 8. Seeing Su Bai agree to come but not to bring the goddess, Han Jiagong reluctantly nodded. "All right, Su Gu. You must be punctual." Su Bai nodded and exited the dormitory, glancing at the time. It was around 7, leaving him an hour before the dorm gathering. Wandering around Wu-De, he finally discovered an unoccupied spot. Su Bai summoned a small turtle from his nurturing space. Drawing the prepared dagger, he proceeded to stab at the turtle's front claw without hesitation. After advancing to mid-tier, the turtle's defense had skyrocketed to 38 points, resulting in no injury whatsoever. In pain, the small turtle emitted a plaintive cry, initially thinking its master had released it for feeding, only to realize that it was being bled again. The previous bloody lesson was still fresh in its memory, prompting the turtle to retract its head and limbs into its shell. Su Bai rolled his eyes at the turtle's reaction. Ah, this little one has grown wise. Attempting to extract turtle blood through force would only provoke its resistance. Moreover, he could not pierce its skin. If he could persuade it to willingly bleed, it would save him much trouble. It seemed a gentle approach was necessary. Thus, Su Bai displayed a tender smile, softly coaxing, "Little Ba, do you remember that blood essence you consumed last time? Wasn't it delectable?" Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the turtle, still tucked within its shell, lit up with excitement, nearly drooling at the thought. However, fearing that its master might inflict harm upon it, the little turtle refrained from poking its head out. Observing the almost unresponsive creature, Su Bai revealed a fatherly smile and continued to gently coax. "Would you like another bottle?" The little turtle, unable to resist the allure of the blood chi powder, cautiously extended half of its head to scrutinize Su Bai. If Su Bai made any sudden movements, it would promptly retract its head, leaving no opportunity for its master. "Do you have any idea how valuable your turtle blood is? You can exchange your blood at the pharmacy for blood chi powder. If you are willing to extract some essence, I can help you procure the blood chi powder in return. I am assisting you, not harming you, understand?" The little turtle still regarded Su Bai with skepticism, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "I may not be well read, but don't try to deceive me." Observing the turtle's gaze, Su Bai felt a vain throb on his forehead. After much earnest persuasion, during which he nearly envisioned a distant future with the little turtle, he finally managed to convince Xiao Ba. Su Bai sighed deeply, took out the prepared white jade vial, and signaled the little turtle that it was time to begin. In order to obtain the blood chi powder, the little turtle steeled its resolve, opened its mouth, and placed its forepaw inside, then bit down fiercely. In an instant, a wound opened on its forepaw, and blood began to flow from the injury. Su Bai hurriedly presented the white jade vial to collect the turtle's blood. 30,000, 60,000, 210,000. With each drop of turtle blood that fell, Su Bai conservatively estimated it to be worth 30,000. Until the seventh drop landed in the vial, at which point the little turtle's wound had already begun to heal on its own. 7 drops would suffice for now. Any more, and the little turtle might not endure it. After all, one must not shear the sheep too harshly. Glancing at the aggrieved Xiao Ba, Su Bai affectionately patted its head. "Rest assured, I promised you blood chi powder, and I will keep my word." Chapter 12. Rejecting middlemen, directly reaping the benefits. After collecting the turtle blood, Su Bai recalled the item Lin Yanran had given him earlier, still uncertain of its nature. He reached into his pocket and retrieved the white jade vial she had presented. Upon opening the lid, he was astonished to find a plump pill nestled inside. Resources for martial practitioners are categorized into 3 types. The first being powdery substances, such as blood chi powder, which is the most inferior form of cultivation resource. Due to its crude preparation, practitioners often require a month to fully absorb its medicinal properties, during which much of the potency is wasted, rendering its effectiveness the least among all cultivation resources, if not for the little turtle's exceptional ability to absorb the medicinal properties of blood chi powder. It would not have been able to ascend to the intermediate level with just a single packet. The next tier of resources consists of potions made primarily from the blood of extraordinary beasts, such as the body-refining potion held by dormitory leader Han Jiagong. These potions generally have a 7-day absorption period and yield significantly better results than blood chi powder. However, such potions are considerably more challenging to obtain, requiring both substantial financial resources and a skilled pharmacist for preparation. The highest grade of resources is the elixir, which can be absorbed every 3 days. Just 1 elixir is sufficient to elevate an initial stage practitioner to the intermediate level. The process of refining elixirs is exceedingly complex, and the materials involved are far more expensive than those for potions, leading to a lower success rate. While a pharmacist may achieve an 80% success rate with potions, the success rate for elixirs is often around 10%. If the refinement fails, all invested materials are wasted. This scarcity renders the body-refining elixir in Su Bai's possession exceedingly rare, even within the military, where it is typically reserved for nurturing the offspring of high-ranking officials. It cannot be purchased by mere wealth. No wonder when Lin Yanran delivered the elixir that evening, she insisted repeatedly that he must not let anyone else know and should consume it in private. Su Bai examined the plump elixir, sighing helplessly. "Now I owe this girl yet another favor, and her background is likely more complicated than I imagined." After a brief musing, Su Bai redirected his attention to Xiao Ba. As a beast tamer, Su Bai's primary strength lies in taming beasts, and he can enhance his own attributes through the reinforcement of his tamed creatures. Therefore, the greatest value of this elixir lies in feeding it to Xiao Ba. The faster Xiao Ba levels up, the stronger Su Bai becomes. With this in mind, Su Bai tossed the elixir into the still morose Xiao Ba's mouth. The body-refining elixir was exquisitely round, with a subtle potency and aura. Su Bai initially failed to realize what its master was feeding him, assuming it was merely a common candy. As the elixir entered, a warm current surged throughout Su Bai's body, instantaneously restoring the vitality it had momentarily lost after expelling its essence. Staring with astonishment in its little green eyes, Su Bai gazed at Su Bai. Roar, roar, roar. This candy contains such immense energy. As more potent energies flooded in, Su Bai, not pausing to marvel, promptly closed its eyes to silently absorb the overwhelming power. Consequently, its body underwent a tremendous transformation. Starting from a basin-sized form, it gradually expanded to the size of a suitcase. Ultimately, it settled at the size of a dining table. Measuring even 1.5 meters in length and width, its weight immeasurable. Even with Su Bai's eyes shut, lying on the ground, it exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. Throughout Su Bai's growth, Su Bai felt his own bones being tempered by the warm current until, after 10 minutes, he finally opened his eyes. With hands held in a loose grip, an even greater power surged forth from within, prompting Su Bai to swiftly check his system. Although his attributes had improved in various aspects, both he and Su Bai remained at the intermediate level, not having ascended to the advanced tier. The ordinary advanced level is the closest stage to the bronze level. Once one crosses into the bronze rank, they can truly be considered formidable, a feat significantly more challenging than ascending to the intermediate level. However, Su Bai surmised that he was likely not far from the advanced stage. With just 7 drops of essence to exchange for additional potions, he was confident that both he and Su Bai could enter the advanced level. Having only recently entered the martial academy, and with just a few days passing since awakening his system, he was on the cusp of breaking into the advanced tier. Fortunately, no one was aware. If they found out, it would be utterly astonishing. Such a rate of cultivation is virtually unprecedented, likely unmatched in history. What heavenly prodigies or noble descendants would pale in comparison before Su Bai? Nevertheless, Su Bai understood the wisdom of remaining low-key. It was best not to expose himself and to strengthen quietly. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Su Bai placed Su Bai into the beast taming space. He then felt the test tube containing the 7 drops of extraordinary beast blood in his pocket and strode towards the direction of the cafeteria. Approaching 8 o'clock, Su Bai entered the private room mentioned by Han Jiagong, where the 3 had already ordered dishes and awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Su Bai arrive punctually, the trio greeted him with wide smiles. This was the connection to the goddess. Whether they could converse with her in the future depended entirely on Su Bai. Su Gu, sit down quickly. Feel free to order anything else you desire. There's no need to be polite. Observing the table laden with food, Su Bai chose not to order more, and the 4 began to eat and chat together. After reaching a satisfying point, Han Jiagong inched his chair closer to Su Bai. Su Gu, since we are all brothers in the same dormitory, and the goddess is also your friend, it seems reasonable for us to get to know each other and hang out together in the future, right? The other 2 roommates perked up their ears, realizing they were finally getting to the point. Goodness, these fellows truly intended to make advances on Lin Yanran. Su Bai rolled his eyes and directly dismissed him, steering clear of the topic. Forget about getting Yanran's contact information. Even if I gave it to you, it would be of no use. Su Bai spoke truthfully. Lin Yanran's identity had always been shrouded in mystery, and no one truly knew what her family was involved in. In high school, nearly all classmates had Lin Yanran's phone number, but only Su Bai could reach her, while others, including their homeroom teacher, could not. However, Jia Gang, I have a matter that might require your assistance. It's not a significant task. In fact, it could benefit you as well. I have a friend who possesses 7 drops of rare beast blood. Upon learning that I was headed to Wuda, he entrusted me to help him sell it. Selling it on the black market would lead to significant depreciation, making it unwise. I noticed your interest in this, so I thought I would inquire. Upon hearing Su Bai bring this up, Han Jiagang was initially taken aback, but then filled with immense joy. Such good fortune? Rare beast blood is a priceless commodity. Han Jiagang's father had only managed to acquire 3 drops during a business trip to Yushan County. For ordinary martial artists, this substance is exceedingly valuable. Although he felt regret for not obtaining Lin Yanran's contact information, the prospect of purchasing rare beast blood to enhance his own strength was an unexpected delight. The purpose of enrolling in Wuda was to augment one's abilities and become more formidable. Han Jiagang promptly agreed. All right, since you, Su Gu, are vouching for it, I'll take however much your friend has. However, do you have a sample? It's not that I distrust you, Su Gu. Han Jiagang spoke somewhat awkwardly. Su Bai understood his meaning. After all, one cannot take things at face value. He promptly produced a white jade vial from his pocket and handed it to him. Han Jiagang accepted the vial, uncapped it, and brought it to his nose for a whiff. An exquisite fragrance emanating from the rare beast blood enveloped him, instantly making him feel rejuvenated, and he closed his eyes, reveling in the sensation. After a moment, he regained his composure. The aroma of this rare beast blood was far richer than the 3 drops his father had acquired a few days prior. At that moment, Han Jiagang felt deeply moved. Such exquisite rare beast blood would surely sell easily. And the fact that Su Bai thought to offer it to him first must be due to their shared camaraderie as classmates and roommates. How loyal. It seems his father was right. The bonds formed at Wuda are genuine. Han Jiagang became lost in thought, emotionally overwhelmed, and gazed earnestly at Su Bai. Sugu, since you consider me a brother, I'll be honest with you. This vial of rare beast blood surpasses the 3 drops my father previously acquired. I can't estimate the price at this moment. How about this? Wait a moment while I call my father to discuss the situation. Rest assured, since you trust me, I won't let you suffer any losses. To be frank, Han Jiagang's sudden display of sincere emotion and fervent gaze left Su Bai feeling somewhat bewildered and a bit apprehensive. However, he quickly shifted his focus to the potential price of the blood. Previously, when he sold 3 drops of blood in Yushan County, Xiaoba was still at the initial stage. Now that Xuanwu Gui had reached the intermediate stage, the quality was naturally much higher. Su Bai had some anticipation regarding the value of these 7 drops of blood. Chapter 13. Han Laoye's Astonishment. Seeing Su Bai nod in agreement, Han Jiagang hurriedly exited the private room to find a quiet corner and dialed his father's number. Xiaogang, have you spent all your pocket money already? Let me remind you, sending you to Wuda is for you to strive to become stronger, not to squander your days in indulgence. Hearing his father's somewhat impatient tone, Han Jiagang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly clarified, No, Dad, I'm not calling to ask for money this time. There is something important. Humph. What important matter could you possibly have? My classmate has 7 drops of rare beast blood he wishes to sell, and the quality is even better than the 3 drops you acquired last time. I can't estimate the price, so I wanted to report this to you. Are you certain it's rare beast blood? Such things are not commonly found. Don't make a mistake. Upon hearing about the beast blood, his father's tone grew serious. Han Jiagang confidently replied, Dad, you can rest assured. I'm not inexperienced. I have seen enough of the world to know for sure. This classmate is also my roommate at Wuda, and I've examined the 7 drops of blood. The unique fragrance of rare beast blood is intoxicating. There is no doubt. After Han Jiagang finished speaking, there was silence on the other end as Han Laoye contemplated. Although his son often spent lavishly, he was dependable when it came to business. If this truly was rare beast blood, they must acquire it. Such blood is a rare find, sought after by many families, and discussing it over the phone would not suffice. All right, I'll come to the provincial capital tomorrow with Master Chow to discuss this with your classmate. Make arrangements for us to meet at 12 noon. We should show some sincerity. Let us meet at the Shangri-La Hotel in Jiangzhou, the highest-rated hotel in Jiangzhou, which will be sufficient for entertaining your friend. If it is as you say, our Han family will offer your classmate a satisfactory price. Furthermore, cultivate a good relationship with this friend. Do not be concerned about the cost. If money is insufficient, I will transfer it to you. Rest assured, Dad, I understand. After hanging up, Han Jiagang felt a bit perplexed. His father actually intended to travel to Jiangzhou for this rare beast blood? While he understood the value of rare beast blood, his father was the head of the Han family and a prominent figure in the Jiangzhou business community. This seemed rather unusual. In Linchuan City, at the Han family villa, an elderly man dressed in white, with a snowy beard, chuckled as he stroked his beard. I never expected Xiaogang to encounter a classmate selling rare beast blood. Those unaware might think that rare beast blood is commonplace. I must say, Xiaogang is quite fortunate. However, should these 7 drops of rare beast blood warrant the family head making a trip to the provincial capital? The family head referred to by the elder is Han Jiagang's father, the supreme authority of the Jiangzhou Han family. Han Laoye shook his head with a smile. Although Xiaogang is commendable among his peers, he is still somewhat naive. His focus is solely on the 7 drops of rare beast blood, which, while precious, holds limited value. What truly piques my interest is the students selling the blood. Those who gain admission to Wuda are the CRME de la CRME, and to fortuitously possess 7 drops of rare beast blood is remarkable. Such individuals either have extraordinary luck or possess hidden talents. Should he lack family ties, we should bring him into the Han family. If he already has a background, it would still be worthwhile to befriend him, as he might assist Xiaogang in the future at Wuda. Talent is scarce these days. This is the true reason for my journey to Jiangzhou, to meet this young man. The elder listened to Han Laoye's analysis and nodded in understanding, stroking his long beard with a smile. With a family head like you, how can the Han family not soar to great heights? In the second-floor cafeteria of the school, Han Jiagang slightly calmed his emotions before returning to his seat to convey his father's intentions to Su Bai. Su Bai readily agreed, and throughout their meal, Han Jiagang exhibited much greater enthusiasm towards him. The following noon, Han Jiagang drove Su Bai to the Jiangzhou Shangri-La Hotel. As the most upscale hotel in Jiangzhou, its opulent decor is favored by the elite of Jiangzhou, and the property covers several acres. The distance from the Shangri-La entrance to the hotel building spans dozens of meters. In this corridor, tall models stood on either side. When Han Jiagang entered with Su Bai, dozens of beautiful models simultaneously bowed, welcoming them to Xiangalila. This grand spectacle was a source of great enjoyment for Han Jiagang, while Su Bai gazed around with a curious expression, regardless of his previous life or this one. He had never encountered such an opulent setting, which naturally piqued his interest, especially with the sight of those long, fair legs, which were indeed quite dazzling. Han Jiagang led Su Bai into the reserved private room, where Han's father and Master Chow, who had been engaged in conversation, turned their attention towards the two. Han Jiagang briefly introduced them to each other. Han Jiagang's father, Han Jingqing, appeared to be in his 40s, his simple light blue formal attire radiating a sense of comfort. Beside him, Master Chow Idan, who was older, sported a long, snow-white beard, exuding an aura of transcendent wisdom. After the introductions, Han's father warmly invited Su Bai to take a seat and remarked, "Young friend Su Bai, you are indeed accomplished at such a young age. It is truly remarkable that you managed to procure such a rare beast's blood." Han Jiagang had already informed his father about Su Bai's dealings, and the elder's overly flattering words were intended to gauge Su Bai's character and temperament. Furthermore, Han Jingqing was certain that the notion of a friend selling on his behalf was merely a ruse to placate his student and could not possibly deceive him. In response to Han Jingqing's praise, Su Bai maintained a measured demeanor, replying with a gentle smile, "Uncle Han, you jest. This rare beast's blood was entrusted to me by a friend." His humble attitude, even in the presence of someone as experienced as Han Jingqing, drew a quiet admiration from the elder. While Han Jingqing conversed with Su Bai, Master Chow, preoccupied with thoughts of the rare beast's blood, interjected, "Su Bai, may I take a look at the rare beast's blood you possess? I can help you assess it and provide a fair valuation." Su Bai nodded and retrieved the precious blood, presenting it to him. Upon opening the jade bottle, an enchanting fragrance wafted into Chow Idan's nostrils. Han Jingqing held his breath, watching Chow Idan intently, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. Han Jiagang also bore an expression of anticipation, knowing that this rare beast's blood was a significant report he had shared with his father. The higher the value, the more favorable his standing in his father's eyes would be. Chow Idan, being a master alchemist, pondered for a moment before declaring, "The quality of this rare beast's blood is exceptionally high. The energy contained within is among the purest I have ever encountered in ordinary-grade rare beast's blood. Typically, the energy in ordinary-grade rare beast's blood is suitable only for liquid medicinal resources, yet this essence is sufficient to create pill-type cultivation resources. It could even enhance the success rate. With these 7 drops of essence, I could produce at least 1 body-refining pill." Chow Idan's appraisal left even Han Jingqing, a prominent figure in the Jiangzhou business community, astonished. He had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. Taking a deep breath, Han Jingqing forced himself to remain calm, though his voice trembled slightly as he queried, "Master Chow, could this evaluation be too optimistic? Currently, no family or enterprise can produce pill-type cultivation resources. Can our Han family truly pioneer this endeavor?" Chow Idan's response did not disappoint Han Jingqing. He nodded affirmatively. "Although I have not conducted precise instrument assessments, my evaluation is already quite conservative. Even with top-tier instruments, the value of this essence would only exceed my appraisal." As soon as Chow Idan finished speaking, the typically composed Han Jingqing could not help but slap his thigh. This visit had proven immensely worthwhile. The quality of the rare beast's blood provided by Su Bai had far surpassed Han Jingqing's expectations. The scarcity of pill-type cultivation resources stemmed from the fact that their primary materials could only be obtained from the military-controlled, high-level myriad races battlefield. Families and enterprises in society had no access to such materials, relegating them to creating inferior liquid medicinal resources. Should the Han family manage to produce pills and implement marketing strategies, they would undoubtedly gain immense renown throughout Jiangzhou. The benefits derived from this would far exceed mere monetary gain. Alas, the quantity of this rare beast's blood seemed limited. If there were a continuous supply, the overall strength of the Han family could certainly be elevated. Witnessing Chow Idan's appraisal and his father's excitement, Han Jiagang's jaw dropped in astonishment, and after a moment, he exclaimed, "Wow, Su, I had no idea your rare beast's blood was this impressive." While Master Chow assessed the rare beast's blood, Su Bai contemplated a matter of his own. His goal in earning money was to purchase blood chi powder for his little turtle. For martial artists, the absorption of blood chi powder required a month for just 1 portion, often wasting much of its potency. However, such drawbacks did not apply to the little turtle. The turtle could consume it all at once, eliminating concerns about prolonged cycles or wasted efficacy, making blood chi powder the most cost-effective option for it. However, the black market's exorbitant prices for blood chi powder made purchasing it there unwise. With Master Chow's expertise in pharmacology, the Han family certainly possessed ample supplies of this fundamental cultivation resource. Su Bai's mind raced with possibilities. Uncle Han, Master Chow, my friend mentioned that if possible, he does not intend to sell this rare beast's blood, but rather exchange it for an equivalent amount of blood chi powder. Master Chow and Han Jingqing exchanged glances, stroking their beards thoughtfully before Chow Yidan spoke. Although blood chi powder commands a price of 300,000 on the black market, it is something our Su family can produce independently at a reasonable cost. Since you and Jiagong are roommates, here's the deal. For these 7 drops of essence, I will offer a price equivalent to 1 drop for 1 portion of blood chi powder, essentially selling it to you at cost. I will arrange to have the blood chi powder delivered to you in a few days, and once you receive it, you can hand over the essence to Jiagong. After Master Chow made his offer, Han Zhengqing regarded Su Bai with a peculiar expression and added, should your friend manage to acquire more of this quality rare beast blood in the future, whether for sale or exchange for blood chi powder, our Han family will ensure you do not suffer any losses. Understanding the implication in Han Zhengqing's gaze, Su Bai realized that the elder likely suspected there was no friend at all, and that these 7 drops of blood were indeed his own. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He was now a student at Jiangzhou Martial University, under military protection, and anyone attempting to harm him would need to weigh the consequences. Every student at the Martial University was a pillar of the nation. Who would dare to act against them? In summary, exchanging 7 drops of essence for 7 portions of blood chi powder was a lucrative deal. Su Bai nodded. The offer from the Han family was indeed quite generous. Rising to his feet, he expressed, thank you, Uncle Han and Master Chow. The little turtle was already nearing high-tier strength, and with these 7 portions of blood chi powder, it would surely ascend to that level. After concluding the transaction, Su Bai stood to take his leave and walked toward the private room's entrance. Observing Su Bai's swift departure, Han Jingqing, eager to foster a deeper relationship, hurriedly called out, young friend Su Bai, please wait. Would you consider joining our Han family? In the future, we can provide you with your cultivation resources free of charge. After you graduate from the Martial University, although you will be associated with the military, you may also take on a managerial position at our Han company, all of which is recognized by the military. What do you think? Surprised by this proposal, Su Bai paused, admitting to himself that he had not previously contemplated such a possibility. However, the military tacitly acknowledges that martial artists can concurrently serve as high-ranking executives in companies, a notion Su Bai comprehends. The resources required by martial artists escalate significantly as they advance, and the military cannot support everyone. Gradually, they have turned a blind eye to such matters, as it ultimately contributes to enhancing the strength of the soldiers of Longhua. If it were an ordinary newcomer to Wu to being invited by the Han family, it would be a foregone conclusion that they would comply, given the myriad benefits. Yet, Su Bai is different. He harbors too many secrets. Joining the Han family would only hinder his growth. Thus, he candidly declined, expressing gratitude for Uncle Han's invitation while asserting that he currently has no intention of joining any family. Uncle Han, I belong to the Han family. Han Jingqing was about to persuade further, but was interrupted. A voice, as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, echoed from the staircase. Su Bai stated he did not wish to join the Han family, and thus no one could compel him to join any family. Did you not hear clearly? Upon hearing these words, everyone in the hall, including Su Bai's group, turned to the staircase. A stunningly beautiful young girl, exuding an ethereal elegance, descended the opulent stone staircase like a resplendent white peony. Everyone was instantly captivated by her grace. Although the head of the Han family was also taken aback, his predominant feeling was one of anger. Who was this audacious girl? Despite his displeasure, he had mastered the art of concealing his emotions after years of leadership and refrained from uttering any excessive remarks. At that moment, another figure emerged behind the girl. Upon seeing this individual, Han Jingqing nearly collapsed. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he silently thanked his stars for not having spoken out earlier, muttering Mr. Wen Yuan. This Mr. Wen Yuan was a true golden-level powerhouse, a figure of great repute throughout Jiangzhou province. Recently, it was Mr. Wen Yuan who, alongside the 1st Division of the Jiangzhou garrison, had defended against a sudden emergence of fissures, with Mr. Wen Yuan being a key force. To his astonishment, such a prominent figure would appear here, and notably, he positioned himself a step behind the girl, seemingly deferring to her. Han Jingqing's cold sweat intensified. The 2 newcomers were Lin Yanran and Mr. Wen Yuan. Su Bai did not know who Mr. Wen Yuan was, but he recognized Lin Yanran and was increasingly curious about her background. However, since Lin Yanran had not chosen to divulge this information, it was evident she had her reasons for withholding it. and Su Bai would not pry. He was simply reassured that Lin Yinran bore him no malice. As he observed Lin Yinran approaching, he greeted her naturally. Yinran, what brings you here? Just moments ago, Lin Yinran, who had appeared stern and had rebuked the head of the Han family, transformed upon hearing Su Bai's words, her demeanor shifting to one of warmth. She flashed a sweet smile, her large eyes sparkling like crescent moons. I came to handle some matters. I didn't expect to run into you here. The Han family hasn't threatened you, has it? No one can compel you to do anything you dislike. Upon hearing Lin Yinran's words, Han Zhengqing, disregarding the cold sweat on his brow, hurriedly waved his hands, smiling nervously as he explained, Miss, it's a misunderstanding. I truly had no intention of threatening young Su. He is actually the roommate of my son, Han Jiagong. I merely wished to foster a good relationship with young Su so they could look out for each other at school. Although Han Zhengqing was unfamiliar with Lin Yinran, he was acutely aware of the stature of Mr. Wen Yuan standing silently behind her. This girl's connections must be extraordinary. Such a person was not someone the Han family could afford to offend. Moreover, Su Bai, who was intertwined with this influential girl, was likely more formidable than he had imagined. The youth of today are indeed increasingly formidable. Seeing Han Zhengqing's anxious expression, Su Bai offered clarification, Yinran. Uncle Han means no harm. You needn't worry. Upon hearing Su Bai's reassurance, Lin Yinran nodded obediently. Su Bai, are you planning to return to school? Shall we go together? Sure, I was just about to head back. As Su Bai conversed with Lin Yinran, Mr. Wen Yuan, standing behind her, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Bai. This youth is the one the adults spoke of as deserving special attention? Given his close relationship with Yinran, there must be no mistake. I need to find an opportunity to investigate this young man thoroughly. Mr. Wen Yuan had watched Lin Yinran grow up and was well aware of her character. When had he ever seen her treat a boy this way? He pondered what might have transpired between them. While his mind was racing with thoughts, he did not disturb the conversation between Lin Yinran and Su Bai, remaining steadfastly at his post like a guardian. Lin Yinran seemed accustomed to Mr. Wen Yuan's presence and paid it no mind. As Su Bai was also bound for school, the two decided to accompany each other. Are you heading back to school? Han Jiagong was about to suggest they include him on their return when he was abruptly restrained by Old Master Han, who covered his mouth with one hand. At that moment, Old Master Han's face flushed as he whispered, just loud enough for Han Jiagong to hear. You little rascal, although you have some connection with Su Bai, if you say anything to anger that girl or Mr. Wen Yuan, the Han family cannot bear the consequences. From now on, maintain a very safe and respectful distance from this girl named Lin Yinran. Do you understand? Han Jiagong was momentarily stunned. His mouth agape as he watched Lin Yinran and Su Bai depart. Is Su Gu and Goddess Yinran really that impressive? How did I not notice? Chapter 15. The first lesson for new students, writing a will. After a lively return to school, Su Bai and Lin Yinran parted ways to their respective dormitories. The following day marked the commencement of a 3-month training program for new recruits. While students in the liberal arts might enjoy a leisurely break after their exams, Wu Da's students, destined for the battlefield, needed to seize every moment to strengthen their skills. There was no time for idleness. The next day, at the Wu Da training ground, thousands of new students from various regions began to form classes and teams under the guidance of their instructors. The initial 3 days were relatively light, focusing on instilling obedience and teamwork through basic drill exercises. For these students, such training was easily grasped and executed well. Starting from the 4th day, the training shifted to practical combat, teaching military fighting techniques and fundamental striking skills. This training was primarily combat-focused, ensuring that students quickly established a solid martial arts foundation. The real survival skills training against fierce beasts began after the practical combat segment. On the 11th day, each student received a specially crafted blade and shield made from unique materials. The blade measured over 1 meter in length and weighed around 20-some pounds, forged from high-grade alloys. With an exceptionally sharp edge, such a blade was capable of slicing through the skin of any ordinary fierce beast, and even against bronze-level beasts. It would allow for a formidable confrontation. The shield is entirely forged from fine iron, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, with a total weight exceeding 40 pounds. Each rectangular face of the shield is inscribed with the motto of Jiangzhou Wu Da. With my chest, I forge an unyielding great wall for the Dragon Nation. While low-level ferocious beasts can inflict significant harm even with thermal weapons, the efficacy of such weapons diminishes rapidly once the beasts reach the bronze tier. Ordinary soldiers find it exceedingly challenging to aim at bronze-level beasts. Even if fortune favors them and they manage a hit, apart from specially crafted sniper bullets and heavy artillery, standard firearms are nearly incapable of penetrating the hide of bronze-tier ferocious beasts. If bronze-level creatures are thus formidable, the more advanced silver and gold tiers render thermal weapons utterly ineffective, barely grazing their fur. It is only the might of human champions that serves as the primary counterbalance to these higher-tier beasts. However, even these champions must commence their journey wielding blades and shields, gradually evolving through combat and resource acquisition to slay even more powerful alien beasts or face their own demise at their hands. Blade and shield training not only enhances the physical prowess of the students, but also imparts the skills necessary for combat, a training method that Jiangzhou Wuda has meticulously refined over decades to maximize student development. Daily, students witness their marked progress, with some newcomers who were on the brink of mid-tier prowess breaking through to that level within 3 months. During this period, Su Bai received 7 doses of Sueki sent by the Han family, yet he refrained from using them hastily. He understood that a sudden breakthrough to a higher tier could lead to an uncontrollable surge of blood energy, drawing unwanted attention during the training phase. When the time comes to act, Su Bai would exhibit no hesitation. However, he would maintain a low profile whenever possible. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. At the new training completion ceremony, Chief Instructor Zhang Kai observed the once youthful faces now adorned with a sense of resolve, their overall strength having undergone a dramatic transformation, and he nodded in satisfaction. As he patrolled the grounds, he ascended the platform of the training field. Although he held no microphone, each of his words resonated clearly in the ears of every student. Classmates, after 3 months of training, are you weary? Over 3,000 students in the training field erupted in unison, not weary. Not weary. Who else but us will defend our homeland? Witnessing the fervor of the students, the chief instructor nodded approvingly. Well done, students. After 3 months of training, you have transformed from local youths into warriors. However, to become exemplary warriors, you must complete one final training, entering the Xuanwu battlefield. In 3 days, the school will arrange for your gradual entry into the Xuanwu battlefield for practical experience. Upon hearing this, the previously orderly ranks stirred with commotion. We only just completed 3 months of training, and now we're heading straight to the battlefield? Is Wuda truly this audacious? Throughout these 3 months, most had gained a clearer understanding of the Xuanwu battlefield, and to claim they were unafraid would be sheer deception. Zhang Kai noted the expressions of the crowd and continued, do not fear. The area you will be entering has been previously cleared by the military, making it relatively secure. Your primary task will be to clean up the battlefield. Nonetheless, there is no absolute safety in the Xuanwu battlefield. Unforeseen events can transpire at any moment. Perhaps some of you may remain on the Xuanwu battlefield forever. Of course, I do not wish for you to make unnecessary sacrifices. Once on the battlefield, you must obey the directives of your instructors, avoid acting independently, stay with your main force, and never underestimate your opponents. Though the chief instructor refrained from overly dramatic rhetoric, his 3 admonitions conveyed everything. He hoped that these young individuals would return safely from the Xuanwu battlefield. As if sensing the chief instructor's sentiment, the students shook off their fear and responded with fervent roars, "We can do it." As the speech concluded, the chief instructor nodded approvingly. I hereby wish each of you a triumphant return. After Zhang Kai's address, it was time for class assignments. Approximately 50 students were assigned to each class, with bronze-tier instructors serving as class heads. These instructors would accompany the newcomers into the Xuanwu battlefield in 3 days. Su Bai, along with 3 roommates and Lin Yanran, found themselves in the same class. The likes of Han Jiagong and others were immediately eager to engage with their future classmate, Lin Yanran. Yet, Lin Yanran paid them no heed and instead approached Su Bai directly. The male students in the class stood frozen in disbelief, failing to engage the goddess. They took advantage of the instructor's absence to form small groups and chat. I wonder which Xuanwu battlefield we will be assigned to. I've heard that the first-time entrants usually go to areas already under military control, so it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Not too dangerous? Is there any place in the Xuanwu battlefield that isn't perilous? I tell you, if you let your guard down even for a moment, you might lose your head. The chief instructor just warned against underestimating the threat. Indeed, in previous years, many students sent to the Xuanwu battlefield after training suffered significant injuries. I heard that 3 years ago, an area deemed secure by the military encountered an unexpected incident, resulting in over 500 casualties. Just as the square buzzed with conversation, a group of instructors arrived. A fragrant breeze swept through as a fiery red figure appeared before Su Bai and his classmates. She was an extraordinarily attractive woman, her beauty rivaling that of Lin Yanran, yet exuding a more mature and alluring presence. Approximately in her late 20s, she donned the specially tailored training uniform of Wuda, her voluptuous figure strikingly eye-catching. Most importantly, her aura was akin to raging flames, igniting fervor in those around her. Instantly, the male student's attention was captivated. Class 8. I am your instructor, Liao Yusin, during your time at Wuda. Feel free to approach me with any questions regarding the Xuanwu battlefield. Upon realizing that the stunning instructor named Liao Yusin belonged to their class, the male students of Class 8 erupted in excitement. Class 8 is truly fortunate. First Lin Yanran and now Liao Yusin. What kind of benevolent deeds did we perform in our past lives? In stark contrast to the jubilation of Class 8's male students. Those in other classes were far less pleased, facing instructors who were either burly men or elderly gentlemen, their expressions filled with despair. With the arrival of the instructors concluded, the next phase involved task assignments. The first task at Wuda was none other than writing a will. Before entering Wuda, students were already aware of this requirement during their graduation ceremonies, so they had some mental preparation. 50 students accompanied their instructor to the classroom. However, when faced with blank sheets of paper before them, the youthful students found themselves at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, they gradually took up their pens and began to write. Dear Mom and Dad, I truly hope you never have to read this letter because if you do, it means I will not return. Thank you for raising me, yet I cannot fulfill my duty to care for you in your old age. In the next life, I will still be your son, and I will not apply to Wuda. Instead, I will remain by your side to look after you. Dear Mom, I used to love candied hawthorns, but you always hesitated to spend money on them, insisting on saving for Sweki-san to help me get into Wuda. You got your wish, but now I cannot return. I wonder if you regret it now? I do not regret my time at Wuda. I have met many fascinating roommates who do not think me foolish. They have taken great care of me. Standing side by side with them, I fear not even death. Lin Yanran. Mother, I am truly sorry. I have been so willful this time, not following your wishes to enroll in the College of Literature and stay by your side. By the time you read this letter, I shall likely never return. This path is my own choice. Please do not blame Father. Many students, as they penned their letters, found tears cascading down their cheeks, staining the paper. They are warriors, yet they too have families and emotions, as well as parents far away who worry for them. In contrast, Su Bai's farewell note contained but a single line, a stark departure from traditional farewells. Su Bai, Mom and Dad, I am doing well here at Wuda. I have even arranged for the school to send some money back home. Please take good care of my little sister. There is no need to worry about me. Why did Su Bai not express any concerns about his affairs after his passing? It is simply because Su Bai is resilient. He does not wish to die. With 7 doses of blood essence coursing through him, he intends to break through to a higher level in 3 days. No matter what happens, he cannot die. Absolutely not. Chapter 16. Preparations before entering the battlefield, striving for advancement. After all the students completed their farewell letters, their mentor, Liao Yusin, granted them 3 days of leave. On the streets of the school, Han Jiagong threw an arm around Su Bai's shoulder, grinning as he looked at him. Brother Su, do you have any plans for these 3 days? If not, let's go out for drinks tonight. It would be even better if the goddess Yanran could join us. Su Bai gazed up at the sky, as if envisioning countless soldiers engaged in fierce combat amidst rifts in space. In 3 days, he too would step onto the battlefield of myriad races, fighting alongside those warriors, a sense of pressure washing over him. I wish to enhance my strength during these 3 days. Upon hearing Su Bai's response, Han Jiagong's expression fell. Come on, brother. We Haven T had a single day off in 3 months of training. We should take the opportunity to relax a little. Once we enter the battlefield, we won't have the chance again. Besides, how much strength can one truly gain in 3 days? Regardless of Han Jiagong's entreaties, Su Bai remained resolute. Leaving Han Jiagong with a resigned sigh, you really don't know how to enjoy life. Han Jiagong then turned his attention to the other 2 roommates, only to find their thoughts aligned with Su Bai's. Fan Jiaoan, go ahead, Han Jiagong, I cannot join you. I am so close to reaching the intermediate level and want to make an effort to break through before stepping onto the battlefield. It would ensure my safety. Tao Jiejun, I won't go either. I still have a little blood essence to absorb. These 3 days are perfect for refining. The vast majority of Wuda's freshmen shared similar sentiments, eager to make the most of the last 3 days, utilizing any potions or blood essence they had on hand to enhance their abilities. In the battlefield of myriad races, strength is the currency of survival. After parting ways, Su Bai did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he booked a luxurious suite at a nearby hotel. While others could practice in the dormitory, Su Bai had Xiaoba. Releasing him in the dormitory would surely startle his roommates. After entering the room and securing the door, he cleared a substantial space in the 50-square-meter suite and meticulously inspected every corner. Having found no hidden cameras or similar devices, he released Xiaoba from the beast taming space. At that moment, Xiaoba was no longer a small turtle, but a formidable creature approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, exuding the aura of a fierce beast. His sudden appearance commanded significant pressure. Over the past 3 months, amidst the rigorous training, Xiaoba had remained in the beast taming space. Now released, he gazed at Su Bai with a profoundly resentful expression. Roar, roar, roar. I thought you had forgotten about me. Su Bai chuckled, looking directly at Su Bai while producing a vial of blood essence. Having spent ample time with Su Bai, Su Bai understood his temperament quite well. As long as there was food, Su Bai's complaints would vanish. Indeed, the moment Su Bai caught the scent of the blood essence, his expression shifted from resentment to joy. Nudging Su Bai's hand with his head. Roar, roar, roar. Master, I apologize, I misjudged you. The simple joy of a glutton is truly unpretentious. Su Bai placed the blood essence before him, and Su Bai, unable to contain his eagerness, clamped his mouth around the bottle, tilting his head to gulp down the entire contents in one go. A surge of blood essence energy coursed through Su Bai's body. He closed his eyes, gradually digesting this newfound power as his size steadily increased. Simultaneously, a warm current flowed through Su Bai, causing a tingling sensation throughout his body. The enhancement of Su Bai's physical prowess also reciprocated to some extent, benefiting Su Bai. 5 minutes later, the warmth subsided, and Su Bai opened his eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Master, I want more. Su Bai, sensing the transformation within him, realized that he had indeed grown stronger, though he had not yet broken through to a higher level. Thus, he took out the remaining 6 vials of blood essence, placing them before Su Bai. No problem. Today's blood essence would suffice. This was the best situation Su Bai had experienced since adopting Su Bai. The sight of 6 vials of blood essence before him was more enticing than a grand feast laid out before him. Drool was pooling on the floor, shaking his head. He voraciously grabbed one vial after another, tilting his head to finish them all. In less than a minute, 6 empty vials lay scattered on the floor. The speed was as if he feared someone would snatch them away. Once Su Bai finished the 6 vials of blood essence, he closed his eyes tightly. His energy surged, and his size continued to grow. Meanwhile, Su Bai felt a violent energy enveloping him, an unparalleled pain overwhelming his consciousness. What on earth? The blood within him turned scalding under this chaotic energy. Gradually, fine cracks appeared on his skin, only to be mended by this energy. Tear and heal. Tear again. At this moment, beads of sweat dripped down Su Bai's face as his veins bulged. A powerful pressure and aura gradually emanated from him. Within the room, decorative vases and books on the desk trembled and fell to the ground. Clatter, clatter. Books and shards of glass scattered everywhere. In the neighboring room, a couple that had been flirting was startled by the commotion. The man turned to the frightened girl in his arms, anger surging within him. With a scowl, he approached Su Bai's door and slammed it with all his might. What the hell are you doing? Instantly, curious guests throughout the hotel emerged from their rooms, eager to discover the source of the disturbance. Yet, at that moment, Su Bai was oblivious to the outside world, fully absorbed in absorbing the tumultuous energy within him. After a prolonged period of knocking, receiving no response, the man returned to his room, cursing under his breath. Eventually, the violent energy began to recede. Su Bai slowly opened his eyes. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his cheek. Su Bai was licking his face with his tongue. Roar, roar, roar. Master, you are finally awake. I feel so powerful now. You foolish creature. Su Bai rolled his eyes, realizing that the near-tearing pain he had experienced was all due to Su Bai's gluttony. Was it not better to absorb 1 vial at a time instead of gulping down 6 at once? At this moment, a system notification resonated within Su Bai's mind. Ding. The little turtle has upgraded to a high-tier ordinary exotic beast. Host level has increased, and the little turtle has acquired a new talent, Heavy Strike. Su Bai promptly opened the system to examine the attributes of himself and Su Bai. Host, Su Bai. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Level, High-tier ordinary. Age, 18. Physique, 28. Base physique 15, inherited beast taming attribute 13. Agility, 19, base attribute 15. Inherited beast taming attribute 4. Mentality, 34, base attribute 30. Inherited beast taming attribute 4. Tamed beast, Xuanwu Gui, ordinary level, can inherit 20 attributes. With an increase in inheritance ratio as levels rise, the next level, bronze level, can inherit 30. Talent 1. Infinite evolution. The contracted tamed beast's attributes and talent abilities will, to a certain extent, benefit the host. Talent 2. Turtle Shell Defense. Consumes a certain amount of energy, enhancing defense by 50 to 100. Talent 3. Heavy Strike. Triggers upon consuming a certain amount of energy, enhancing attack power by 100 to 200. The surge in attribute values was indeed formidable. Through his 3-month stay at Wuda, Su Bai had also observed the attributes of many classmates and seniors via the system. Generally speaking, the physical attributes of ordinary beginner warriors range between 10 to 20 points, intermediate between 20 to 30 points, and high tier between 30 to 40 points. These values were achieved through the cultivation of vital energy. A high-tier supernatural being typically had physique and speed in the low teens with mental strength around 30 points, which was considered standard. Su Bai had never practiced vital energy. Yet, through Xiao Ba's benefits, he surprisingly matched the physique of a high-tier warrior. However, apart from physique, other attributes didn't see much growth. As Xuanwu was primarily a power type, excelling in physique and defense. After its promotion, Xiao Ba's defense and physique surged remarkably, nearly surpassing its original level cap. The typical limit for an ordinary high-tier physique was 40. Exceeding this threshold placed one in the realm of bronze-level strength. This meant that the little turtle's defense and physique were already comparable to that of a bronze-level fierce beast. Furthermore, with Xiao Ba's attack skill, Heavy Strike, it could amplify its attack by up to 200. Even the attack power of a high-tier bronze-level warrior paled in comparison. Perhaps this was the terrifying nature of the sacred beast Xuanwu's bloodline. As it grew, the awakening of its lineage allowed one to perceive this vast disparity, which would only widen over time. This was the powerful foundation Su Bai possessed to establish himself in a world teeming with myriad races and to secure survival on the battlefield. Having clarified his current strength, Su Bai felt satisfied. The vital energy within him still surged vigorously. If he returned to his dormitory now, he would likely frighten his 3 roommates. Thus, he decided to stay in the hotel for 3 days, allowing his vital energy to settle before returning. Stepping out of his room, Su Bai prepared to extend his stay at the front desk when a rough, angry voice echoed. "Kid, you finally came out. What were you doing in there? Clattering around. You nearly scared me to death." Su Bai turned back, bewildered, regarding the raucous man with a look that suggested he might be unwell. As the vital energy within him surged uncontrollably, a powerful force erupted from his body at that moment. Instantly, the corridor was filled with an imposing aura, as if the very air had ceased to flow. Everyone stared in astonishment at the young lad, their hearts whispering, "A warrior? So young, a student of Wuda." The once boisterous middle-aged man realized this truth, his face pale and cold sweat beading on his brow. Warriors were not individuals to be trifled with, especially considering the likelihood that the young man was a student of Wuda, a formal warrior of the military, destined to become a figure of great renown. He was indeed having a stroke of bad luck. In a panic, the burly man took several steps back, nervously apologizing to Su Bai. "I am sorry, brother. I mistook you for someone else." After uttering these words, the middle-aged man turned and fled. Chapter 17. The traitor, executed on the spot. Su Bai watched the man disappear, recognizing him as merely an ordinary individual, and he chose not to pursue the matter, dismissing it as a minor incident. After paying for an additional 2 days of rent, he returned to his room to contemplate his assets. The resources he had accumulated were now nearly depleted. Once again, Su Bai found himself back at square one, facing financial destitution. Moreover, selling blood had become a greater risk. At the intermediate stage, Xiao Ba's essence could be used to create high-level cultivation resources. Now, at the high tier, the quality of his bloodline had significantly improved. If he sold it and aroused suspicion, it would be tantamount to courting death. His relationship with the Han family was not strong enough for him to expose himself for mere cultivation resources. With the route of selling blood no longer viable, Su Bai pondered for a solution, ultimately deciding to explore the Wanzhou battlefield for potential opportunities. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of September 18th, at the Wuda campus teleportation square, over 3,000 new students and 70 to 80 instructors stood before 3 teleportation arrays, awaiting their transfer. Each student donned training uniforms, shields in their left hands and battle blades in their right, their expressions solemn. The teleportation arrays at Wuda were arranged by high-ranking spatial-type supernatural beings dispatched by the military. Once activated, they could transport individuals to corresponding military bases on the Wanzhou battlefield. The 3 teleportation arrays corresponded to different races, yet all led to previously cleared battlefields, generally deemed safe. The students were divided into 3 batches, entering the arrays in turn. At the front of Class 8, Liao Yusin, clad in autumn camouflage uniforms and bearing a blood-red spear, walked among her classmates, checking their gear while advising them on precautions for the Wanzhou battlefield. "During our time on the battlefield, we will be assigned to the rear military base for cleanup tasks, which is relatively safe and an opportunity provided by the school for experience. However, do not let your guard down. Many fierce beasts, although downed, may not be entirely dead and could lie in wait to strike a fatal blow against humans." After inspecting all the weapons of Class 8, Liao Yusin returned to the front of the line. "Report to the chief instructor. All members of Class 8 are fully equipped, with 50 expected and 50 present, ready to head to the battlefield, awaiting your orders." Zhang Kai scanned Class 8, nodding. "Enter the teleportation array and prepare for transfer." "Understood." After Liao Yusin saluted the chief instructor, She hurried back to her classmates and led them into the teleportation array, forming a line. One by one, students from various classes entered the teleportation array under the guidance of their mentors. Once all 25 classes, comprising over 1,200 students, had assembled, the chief instructor declared in a booming voice, "The first teleportation array is now activated." Beneath their feet, the previously barren stone floor gradually revealed intricate silver patterns, which transitioned from blurred to distinct. In the next moment, the students found themselves transported to an unfamiliar locale. The stone floor they had stood upon was now replaced with lush grass. The school buildings had vanished, leaving behind a sprawling military camp surrounded by towering walls. Guard posts every 5 steps and watchtowers every 10 steps filled the length of the camp's walls. Here, they stood within one of the military bases on the Xuanwu battlefield. Realization dawned upon the students that they had indeed been teleported to the Xuanwu battlefield. As they murmured among themselves, a military officer adorned with the insignia of a major strode into the teleportation square. Growing impatient with the noisy students, the major, unlike a schoolteacher, had less tolerance and no time to wait for silence. He bellowed, "Silence!" Instantly, the crowd fell silent, eyes wide with awe as they regarded the officer. "I am the Deputy Commander of Base 269. You may refer to me as Deputy Commander or simply Commander. Upon your arrival at the Xuanwu battlefield, you are no longer students or mentors of Wuda. You are now soldiers. I do not care whether you are students or leading mentors. Once you are on my territory, your sole task is to obey my orders. Let me make this clear. Any who dare disobey will face the consequences as per the 7th Military Prohibition. Article 54 of the Xuanwu Battlefield's regulations. I have the authority to strip you of your identities as students or mentors of Wuda. In severe cases, I reserve the right to execute you on the spot." Observing the solemn expressions of the students and mentors, the deputy commander nodded in satisfaction. Having established his authority, his stern countenance softened slightly. "You are fortunate. Just yesterday, we concluded a battle at this military base. For the time being, your task will be to clean the battlefield and eliminate any remaining YMO. The resources you gather during this process can be exchanged for military merit points within the military. While the merit points earned from cleaning the battlefield are less than those gained from slaying YMO, it is safer and quite suitable for newcomers like yourselves who are just beginning to gain battlefield experience. In the logistics department, 1 merit point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in cash. 10 merit points can be exchanged for a vial of blood chi elixir, 15 points for a vial of ordinary body refining potion, and 30 points for a rare body refining potion." The deputy commander paused, allowing the students time to absorb this information. Every cohort of Wuda students is invigorated upon learning about the exchange of military merit for resources. Tao Jiejun nudged Fan Zhaoan with his elbow, remarking, "No wonder there are so many martial artists in the military. These merit points are incredibly valuable." Fan Zhaoan quietly replied, "The key is that blood chi elixirs sell for 300,000 on the black market, yet here they require only 10 merit points for exchange. If I had the chance, I would be willing to risk my life for merit points." The other students buzzed with excitement over the prospect of exchanging merit points for cultivation resources. Even Su Bai's eyes sparkled at the thought. He had been struggling to find ways to earn resources for cultivation and had initially considered coming to the Xuanwu battlefield in hopes of luck. Now hearing that only 10 merit points were needed to obtain a blood chi elixir, his anticipation grew even stronger. Noticing the students' enthusiasm, the deputy commander continued, "Seeing as you all seem eager to head to the Xuanwu battlefield, I shall not delay your time. Follow me as we familiarize ourselves with the camp, and then I will lead you to clean the battlefield." The military's decisiveness was on full display, and after the deputy commander finished speaking, he promptly led the Wuda students and mentors out of the teleportation square. This scene astonished many of the mentors, as it was unusual for a deputy commander to personally guide them through the camp and battlefield. It was a novelty to encounter such a scenario after many years. While the mentors were curious, they held no objections, especially since the deputy commander was willing to lead the way. However, they failed to notice a detail. The deputy commander had been scanning the students during his speech, seemingly searching for someone. As the group followed the deputy commander out of the teleportation square, they curiously observed everything within their view. Under the deputy commander's guidance, they passed through numerous locations. Among them, the tallest and most impressive building stood at over 20 stories. Many students speculated such an imposing structure must be the command center of the base. However, upon entering, they discovered it was actually a military hospital. Through the glass doors of the military hospital, the students witnessed countless soldiers, some bandaged and seated, awaiting treatment from military doctors, while others had lost limbs, with empty sleeves hanging limply. Some were brought in on stretchers, having suffered severe injuries from YMO. Observing the faces of these soldiers, all around the age of 20, the students realized the gravity of their situation. Unlike an ordinary hospital filled with whales, here the soldiers were acutely aware of their conditions. If they could be saved, there was no need for tears. If not, dying on the Xuanwu battlefield was considered an honor. Many of the injured soldiers encouraged their comrades being carried in on stretchers, shouting words of support. Wang Tsong, hang in there. It's just a hole in your chest. I've been through worse and am still alive. You can't leave us now. Countless nurses and doctors worked tirelessly, drenched in sweat, attending to patients by stitching wounds, administering injections, and wrapping bandages. The wounds in the second emergency room have been stitched. There are no available beds, so send him to tent number 88 for rest. Lieutenant Wang Haitao in the 19th emergency room did not survive. He has been sent to the Martyr S Hall for cremation. In the 25th emergency room. These were merely the scenes visible to the students in the hospital lobby. How many more such scenarios were unfolding within the 20-plus floors of the hospital? Following a fierce battle just the day before, the hospital wards of this military base were already filled to capacity. Nearby, hundreds of tents stood, each staffed with white-coated military doctors and nurses caring for the incoming soldiers. Those with minor injuries or soldiers who had been treated at the military hospital and stabilized were arranged to rest in temporary tents located at the base of the hospital. As the group of students stepped within a dozen meters of the tent area, a pungent smell of blood assaulted their senses. Even many of the boys turned pale at the sight and scent, while several girls began to gag, with some even retching up their breakfast. Outside the tents, some lightly injured soldiers greeted the students with smiles and waves, saying, "You must be the students from Wuda this year. As you prepare to leave the barracks, do exercise caution. The YMNGMO are notoriously cunning. Be wary not to fall victim to their attacks, lest we find ourselves playing cards here together. Oh, ladies, be especially vigilant. There are no separate wards for women here. Should you sustain injuries, you will have to share quarters with us men." Laoma, how shameless of you to frighten even the young ladies. The deputy camp leader, observing the group of lightly wounded, yet still lively soldiers, sternly commanded, "Return to your tents and rest. If you feel your injuries are minor, you may return to training." His authority was formidable, earning him the moniker Wang Laohu within the barracks. The soldiers, once filled with playful spirits, now retreated to their tents like quails, heads bowed. While he was strict with the soldiers, the deputy camp leader showed understanding towards the students' reactions of nausea. It was a common occurrence each year as new recruits entered the base for training. Even the mentors from Wuda would frown upon the overwhelming scent of blood. Su Bai, however, felt no discomfort, unaffected by the pungent odor of blood. Just over 3 months ago, he had personally shattered the skulls of 3 beginner-level martial artists who sought to harm him with a brick and an iron rod. The gruesome scene of pale brain matter and crimson blood mingling on the ground, though not as grand as the current spectacle, was nonetheless bloody. Moreover, as a high-level ability user with a mental attribute of 34, he naturally exhibited a robust psychological resilience. Seeing that the students had finished expelling their stomach contents, the deputy camp leader remarked, "And this is merely the hospital within the military district? You are already retching like this? Soon, you will face countless YMNGMO corpses, and will you still be able to wield your shields and blades?" In response to his inquiry, the students lowered their heads, their understanding of the myriad battlefields deepening, their earlier impulsive excitement over military merits that could be exchanged for training resources now diminished. Perhaps the deputy camp leader had chosen to bring them to observe the military hospital to help them adjust their mindsets. As he delivered his admonishment, his piercing gaze swept over the expressions of the students. Normally, it would be improbable for the deputy camp leader to personally accompany students on such training. But this situation was exceptional. Among this batch of recruits was an individual of significance, directly designated for protection by higher authorities. As he scanned the crowd for the focus of this special attention, his gaze fell upon Su Bai, who remained remarkably composed amidst the chaos. While others were either retching, pale-faced, or too frightened to meet his eyes, Su Bai exhibited no visible emotional fluctuations, his gaze profoundly deep. This remarkable temperament suggested either an extraordinary inner strength, marking him as a natural warrior, or a desensitization born from countless encounters with death. As a mere freshman, the notion of having taken many lives was implausible. Thus, the deputy camp leader inclined towards the belief that Su Bai was indeed a born warrior. Should this young man be allowed to flourish, his future achievements would likely be significant. Indeed, he appeared to be a promising talent. The deputy camp leader mused to himself. Never expecting to encounter such potential on this occasion, he resolved to advocate for Su Bai's inclusion in his unit upon his graduation from Wuda. With his mind set, the deputy camp leader decided against lingering in the hospital, leading the new recruits toward the entrance. Unbeknownst to him, Su Bai remained oblivious to the deputy camp leader's attention. Observing Lin Yinran's pale complexion, he offered her his canteen. "Yinran, are you all right? After taking a few sips, Lin Yinran's expression softened, and in a voice only Su Bai could hear, she implored, "Su Bai, when we enter the battlefield, you must stay close to me. I do not want anything to happen to you." The plight of the wounded soldiers had deeply affected Lin Yinran. She wished to spare Su Bai from the fate of being carried into the hospital on a stretcher, uncertain of life or death. Clearly, Lin Yinran was unaware that Su Bai had already ascended to a high level, if one considered the combat prowess of his small turtle companion. He could even rival the mentors from Wuda. Chapter 19. The Grim Battlefield, Crisis Approaches. Hearing Lin Yinran's somewhat petulant words, a warmth blossomed in Su Bai's heart. "All right, you should be cautious as well. When we are on the battlefield, let us not stray too far from one another." Lin Yinran, with her crescent-shaped eyes, playfully smiled at Su Bai, bending her right arm at a 90-degree angle, as if showcasing her newfound strength. "Look, I am much stronger now." Su Bai chuckled lightly, reaching out to pat Lin Yinran's head, only to remember he was still grasping a shield. As their conversation unfolded, the deputy camp leader led the students through the hospital, passing the Martyrs' Hall, the cremation area, the command building, the soldiers' dormitory, and the military supply office, until they arrived at the barracks entrance. At the entrance stood an entire company of soldiers on guard. Upon the deputy camp leader's arrival, the company commander promptly approached with a communications officer. After verifying their commands, the commander saluted, reporting to the deputy camp leader. Company Commander Tan Xiaofei of the 3rd Company at Military Base 269 is currently executing the task of guarding the northern gate. We have slain 35 ferocious beasts that attacked the camp today. Please provide further instructions. The deputy camp leader nodded and stated, "Open the barracks gate and dispatch another squad of soldiers to accompany me and these young ones to witness the myriad battlefields." After a moment of hesitation, the commander replied, "Understood, deputy camp leader." He promptly sent forth his strongest squad to accompany the deputy camp leader, while he, along with the communications officer, proceeded to push open the barracks gate. The gate, forged of solid metal, measured approximately 25 meters in length, 12 meters in height, and half a meter in thickness. Such a barrier would withstand even the simultaneous assault of several bronze-level beasts. Although humanity's numbers were vastly outmatched by the myriad ferocious beasts, the defenses constructed by humanity were not easily breached by these invaders. As the gate creaked open, a scene starkly contrasting with the barracks interior unfolded before the young recruits. The blood-soaked earth, stained a deep reddish brown, was littered with severed limbs and carcasses of countless ferocious beasts, some riddled with bullets, others blown apart by artillery, and many cleaved open by sharp blades, their entrails strewn about. The speed of certain beasts was astonishing, without the overwhelming numbers. The lethality of firearms paled in comparison to that of cold weapons. Outside the gate lay over 20,000 beast corpses, more than half of which had fallen to cold steel. A glance around revealed hardly a single human body amongst the carnage. Had it not been for the sight of the military hospital overflowing with thousands of beds, still unable to accommodate the wounded, and the billowing smoke rising from the crematorium, one might have thought that humanity had achieved a decisive victory. The previous day's battle, though victorious, had been a costly triumph, one paid for with the blood and lives of countless soldiers. The earlier gruesome scenes from the hospital had dulled the students' discomfort as they now faced the battlefield outside the barracks, replaced by solemnity and righteous anger. Why must these accursed otherworldly beings invade Earth? Why must they encroach upon our home? A seed of vengeful resolve began to germinate within the hearts of the students. The deputy camp leader observed their expressions in silence, saying nothing. The primary objective of bringing newcomers to undergo practical training is indeed this. Humanity must cultivate a profound and visceral hatred towards alien races. Only such animosity can ultimately transform into an indomitable and spirited will to battle. Subsequently, he led a battalion of warriors, accompanying the students of Wuda as they departed from the military camp. Observing the departing figures, the commander sighed deeply, reflecting on the fact that this time it was the deputy battalion commander personally leading the team, hoping that there would be no casualties among the trainees. In the imperial capital, the highest military command center of Longhua, an elderly man adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant general scrutinized an operational map detailing the defensive arrangements on the battlefield against the myriad races. The chief of staff reported that recent intelligence from various military bases on the battlefield indicated an increase in incursions by several alien races into our defense lines, with the Yammo tribe exhibiting the most frequent activity. Currently, 12 formidable combatants from the Yammo tribe had engaged in assaults on 12 military bases along the southwestern border, including bases 128 and 140. Although the formidable warriors from the Yammo had been repelled by frontline military installations, several units had nonetheless infiltrated deep into our rear, with their whereabouts currently unknown. However, Those who manage to evade our monitoring must possess limited strength, unlikely to exceed the silver rank. The chief of staff pondered for a moment, rubbing his temples, and declared, "We must ascertain the movements of this alien force. Even if it is a mere bronze-ranked incursion into our rear, it poses a grave threat. Now is the time for first-year students from various military academies to enter the battlefield for training. They are the future of Longhua, and we cannot afford any losses. Send orders to the rear military bases to bolster their defenses. Upon detection of any alien forces, they must be annihilated at all costs. The protection of our students is our primary operational objective." The military base located in a dense forest had been cleared of trees within a 10-kilometer radius, rendering it similar to a plain. However, beyond this perimeter, the forest remained thick and towering, providing an ideal battleground for the YMO. The main task of this battlefield cleanup operation was to extract the beast cores from the YMO corpses, as these cores are highly versatile, usable for crafting enchanted weapons or ground into powder for various cultivation materials. Should any YMO still be alive during the cleanup, they must be dispatched swiftly. Otherwise, their dying retaliation could potentially claim the lives of 1 or 2 students. Overall, the mission to cleanse the battlefield posed little danger. It primarily aimed to immerse the students in the battlefield environment and familiarize them with the myriad races. To thrust these freshmen, who had only undergone 3 months of training, into combat would be akin to sending lambs to the slaughter, which the military could not bear to do. Given the vastness of the battlefield and the presence of over 20,000 YMO corpses, the students dispersed, each assigned to scour their designated areas. The deputy battalion commander and his squad served as the final line of assurance. Initially, they roamed the battlefield, confirming the absence of threats before the deputy commander focused on the task at hand, maintaining a distance of several meters behind Lin YNRN and SBI. The other students diligently engaged in the cleanup, oblivious to this detail. However, the keen-eyed instructors of Wu Da exchanged glances, recognizing that the deputy commander's positioning indicated a protective stance over Class 8, specifically Lin YNRN. Upon noticing this, a wave of astonishment swept over everyone, leaving them to ponder the identity of Lin YNRN, who warranted such personal protection from the deputy commander. After sweeping a distance of 6 or 7 kilometers, the instructors observed that there were no unexpected developments, noting the high overall caliber of this batch of students. Unable to contain their curiosity, they gathered in small clusters to discuss. "Liao Diosh, the individual being protected by the deputy commander is from your class, isn't she?" "Indeed, but what is her background?" "It is unprecedented for the military to actively protect a student. In my 8 years as a Wudo instructor, I have never witnessed such a scenario." Liao Yx shook her head in resignation. "I have reviewed her file, and it merely states she comes from an ordinary family, with no significant background. That is peculiar. I refuse to believe this girl lacks connections." At that moment, the deputy commander unexpectedly appeared behind the instructors, his aura pulsating ominously as he sternly admonished, "There are certain truths that are best left undiscovered for everyone's sake." The instructors were startled by the sudden voice behind them, having been completely unaware of his approach. They immediately adopted a defensive stance, acutely aware that while they were all bronze-ranked, there existed a distinct disparity in strength between them and the deputy commander. SBI and Lin YNRN remained blissfully ignorant of the unfolding events behind them, joyfully collecting their spoils. SBI, in particular, was beaming with delight. "Wow, this battlefield is like a treasure trove. Rare materials, nearly unseen on Earth, were abundant here. The remnants of pelts, flesh, and claws could all be utilized for crafting weapons, armor, and potions. Occasionally, one could retrieve a beast core from an intact cat's head. I'm rich. I'm rich." SBI, who had been impoverished by the antics of his companion, was practically bursting with joy. Suddenly, the small turtle in the beast taming space, which had been napping, opened its eyes wide, filled with alertness and grave concern, emitting a series of growls. "Warning! Warning! Extremely dangerous. 864 YMO are rapidly advancing, displaying clear hostility. The threat is 3 kilometers away, approaching from the southwestern forest. Please remain vigilant. High threat level. 4 stars. Extremely dangerous. 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 Lethal threat. 5 stars. Extremely dangerous." Chapter 20. The Onslaught of Beasts. The Realm of Absolute Kill. SBI's pupils constricted sharply upon reading the system's warning. The last time he received a system alert was before arriving at Wuda, when it indicated that 3 novice martial artists harbored strong animosity towards him, with no danger level assigned. This time, however, the alert was of the utmost severity. even denoting a 5-star lethal threat. An impending attack by 864 YMO. Instinctively, SBI turned to gaze towards the southwestern forest. Although the woods appeared tranquil, devoid of any signs of imminent peril, his intuition painted a vivid picture of the YMO charging towards them from 3 kilometers away. This formidable YMO battalion was approaching with great ferocity. It was a realm of absolute kill. At this moment, SBI could not afford to hesitate. He bellowed a warning to everyone. Grabbing Lin Yn's arm, he rushed towards the instructors, urgently declaring, "Instructors, to the southwest, I sense a massive horde of ferocious beasts charging towards us." Liao Yxn followed the direction indicated by SBI, but the forest remained eerily still, resembling a stagnant pool. What danger? She thought, believing SBI was jesting. Annoyed, she rebuked, "SBI, this is the battlefield for myriad races, not a place for your nonsense. Are you aware of the repercussions your recent actions might have caused among your classmates, potentially inciting panic?" The vice captain, who had been shadowing Lin Yinran, also noticed the situation surrounding Su Bai and quickly approached, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Su Bai. "You are Su Bai, correct? I trust you can provide me with a reasonable explanation." As a military man and battlefield commander, his aptitude for detecting danger far surpassed that of the instructors present. Moments ago, when Su Bai had raised the alarm, he had already conducted a reconnaissance. With years of experience as a seasoned soldier, he possessed numerous methods of sensing enemy attacks and instantly deduced that there could be no threat within a 2-kilometer radius of the woods. As for areas beyond that, even with his bronze-tier prowess and over a decade of military service, he could not detect any danger. What grounds did a mere student like Su Bai have to claim otherwise? Liao Yusin, witnessing the vice-captain's confrontation with Su Bai, hurried to defend him. "Vice Captain, Su Bai is merely a student experiencing the battlefield for the first time. Although he may have acted rashly, it was not intentional. Perhaps he was simply overwhelmed with anxiety and imagined the threat. Such occurrences are not uncommon." Liao Yusin's explanation was indeed reasonable, as most first-time battlefield novices often succumb to heightened visual and mental pressures. This phenomenon was familiar to everyone, yet military discipline could not be compromised, regardless of the circumstances. Su Bai was likely to face reprimand. Lin Yinran, who had remained by Su Bai's side, sensed the delicate nature of the situation. However, she understood Su Bai better than anyone else. In her heart, he was never one to act without reason. If Su Bai sensed a crisis, then there must be one. Her unwavering faith in him required no justification. While others might fear the vice-captain's authority, Lin Yinran was undeterred and boldly protested, "Until the facts are clarified, I hope no one jumps to conclusions. I believe in what Su Bai has said." The vice-captain, initially brimming with authority, found himself momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Lin Yinran's defiance. While others might be unaware of her background, he had his suspicions. His presence in this operation was largely due to Lin Yinran, and now that she had spoken, he found himself in a difficult position. The atmosphere grew awkward, and the vice-captain turned his gaze towards Su Bai. Observing the disbelief etched across the faces of those around him, Su Bai's mind raced as he analyzed the unfolding situation. He had no desire to be a hero. At his core, he was an ordinary individual who had unwittingly traversed into a perilous world. Frankly speaking, apart from his family and Lin Yinran, he felt little sense of belonging. His sole aspiration was to survive and protect those he cherished. Should his strength ever reach a sufficient level, he would not hesitate to aid more people in their struggle for survival, but that was not the present reality. For now, the priority was simply to ensure the safety of himself and Lin Yinran on the battlefield. To abandon the others and leave the battlefield recklessly would mark him as a coward. There was no escaping. The military stance on deserters was uncompromising. Execution without question. Even if Su Bai suspected Lin Yinran had some influence, the law of the military was immutable. Furthermore, remaining with the main force would increase their chances of survival. Thus, Su Bai realized that his best course of action was to swiftly convince the vice-captain of his credibility, prompting appropriate measures to enhance their chances of survival. The most effective means of earning their trust lay in demonstrating his abilities. Having clarified his thoughts, Su Bai spoke, "I am a beast tamer, an ability user. As you all know, beastly creatures possess an exceptional capacity for sensing danger that far exceeds that of humans. I have inherited a portion of that ability. Upon my entry to Wu University, my status as an ability user was not recorded since I was admitted through special recommendation." Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of astonishment. Liao Yusin was particularly taken aback, staring at Su Bai in disbelief. He was actually an ability user. After 3 months of training, they had failed to recognize this, mistakenly treating Su Bai as a mere martial artist for so long. Moreover, his sensing ability surpassed even that of the bronze-tier vice-captain. Was this truly possible? What was most alarming was Su Bai's composed demeanor. Typically, when a young individual awakens their powers, they cannot help but boast about them. Just as the vice captain grappled with discerning the truth of Su Bai's statement, an unsettling sensation began to spread within him. A dire signal of impending danger erupted in his mind. The vice captain abruptly gazed southwest, but all that could be heard in the woods was the rustling of leaves, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the foliage. There was nothing else. Yet, cold sweat beaded on the vice captain's forehead as he stared at Su Bai in shock. What Su Bai had said was indeed true. A horde of ferocious beasts was rapidly approaching. At this point, further discussion was futile. Immediate preparations were necessary. He inhaled sharply and bellowed to everyone. All personnel, form groups, and quickly gather around me, establishing a defensive formation. The threat originates from the southwest. As a large number of ferocious beasts are advancing, move quickly. Those who wish to survive must act as I direct. Instantly, the atmosphere in the area became charged with tension. Liao Yusin regarded the vice captain with confusion. Why had he suddenly come to trust Su Bai's words? Nevertheless, she did not defy the military order and swiftly complied. The students, faced with this unprecedented scenario, fell into mild disarray, some unable to react immediately. The vice captain's urgent commands continued to flow. All personnel, form groups, and swiftly gather around me, establishing a defensive formation. Move. Get moving now. The soldiers accompanying him and the instructors from Wu University were the quickest to respond. Although they were still unaware of the unfolding situation, military orders were to be followed without question. Under the instructor's guidance, order was soon restored. The students, though still anxious, followed the vice captain's and instructor's directives, forming a circular defensive formation and moving towards the direction of the vice captain's 8th squad. Su Bai and Lin Yanran intended to return to their classmates to join the formation, but the vice captain firmly held them back. You two need not join the formation, remain by my side. I will assign 2 soldiers to take your previous positions. The vice captain then turned his gaze towards the squad leader who had accompanied him from the camp, Zhang Chongrong. Have you established contact with the camp? When can we expect reinforcements? Vice captain, I contacted the camp the moment you issued the command. I have just received news from the camp that they have detected signs of a large number of ferocious beasts approaching from all directions, and we cannot expect support at this time. Hearing their exchange, Liao Yusin's eyes widened with alarm. Vice captain, are there truly ferocious beasts on the way? If so, without reinforcements. These students possess little combat capability. The vice captain pondered briefly. Indeed, Su Bai's perception is accurate. I have sensed a large number of ferocious beasts rapidly approaching within a 2-kilometer radius. They are moving at an alarming speed. Our 269 military base is located near the Jiangzhou military fortress, which houses a rapid response unit. The commotion from our attack will undoubtedly alert the fortress's quick response forces. Trust me, reinforcements will arrive within the hour at most. The critical question now is whether we can endure for that hour. Upon hearing those words, Liao Yusin cast a look of incredulity at her companion, Su Bai. In that fleeting moment, this youthful student became shrouded in an air of mystery within her heart. At that instant, the trees in the southwestern distance trembled violently, startling a flock of birds that took flight in a panicked escape. A sight of overwhelming darkened feathers filled the air, an awe-inspiring spectacle. However, no one had the presence of mind to admire this magnificent scene. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that danger was imminent. A sense of foreboding burgeoned within each student, the pressure mounting by the second. Chapter 21. The Galloping Horde, the Great Battle on the Brink. Witnessing this scene, Liao Yusin realized that the students had little time to react. Just as she prepared to return to the ranks to organize their formation, the deputy commander called out to her. Liao Yusin, I have instructed Zhang Chongrong to assist your class. From this moment forth, I, as a military major and the deputy commander of the 269 military base, summon you. You must ensure the safety of Lin Yinjin. Do you understand? As the deputy commander's words fell, Lin Yinjin furrowed her brow and interjected, I can fight. I am a warrior. I do not need protection. At this moment, Su Bai gently tugged at her small hand. Why was this girl trying to prove herself at such a time? Did she not have a clear understanding of her own capabilities? If she wished to be a hero, she ought to first ensure her own survival and strengthen herself before considering anything further. This was not selfishness on Su Bai's part. It was sheer reality. Dying needlessly on this lowly battlefield held no value for humanity, contributing nothing whatsoever. Having lived 2 lives, Su Bai had a more profound insight into the harsh truths than these naive youths. Only the strong could truly contribute significantly to humanity. When one is weak, one must focus on a singular task, survive and persist. Sensing Su Bai's gesture, Lin Yinjin's fair face flushed, and she instinctively added, I will protect Su Bai as well. Perhaps guilt over her earlier disregard for Su Bai's words prompted this sentiment, or perhaps she recognized Su Bai's ability to foresee danger, deeming him worthy of protection. The deputy commander nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Su Bai too was included in the list of individuals to be safeguarded. However, Lin Yinjin's declaration of her intent to fight was met with utter dismissal from the deputy commander, despite his fervent words directed at others. His true thoughts aligned with Su Bai's perspective. In this era of invasion by myriad races, only high-end combat power could deliver substantial contributions to humanity. The lower tiers were merely cannon fodder. Even he, as a relatively high-ranking major on this vast battlefield, was but a pawn. Yet, such words could not be uttered aloud. Liao Yusin gazed at Lin Yinjin in astonishment, her mind racing with questions about the extraordinary background of this young woman who had garnered the deputy commander's protection. Liao Yusin was a principled individual and felt some resistance to the major's orders. Lin Yinjin and Su Bai are also my students. I will do everything in my power to protect them. However, I cannot selfishly choose to safeguard only them. There are others who are my students as well. The deputy commander regarded her with a serious expression. In times of war, you are no longer merely a mentor from Wuda. You are now a soldier bound to obey military orders. This is a command. As he spoke, the deputy commander glanced at Liao Yusin, whose expression was grave, and softly added, "There are things you need not concern yourself with. This knowledge may prove beneficial to you in the future." The deputy commander, while not fully aware of Lin Yinjin's precise identity, could deduce from subtle clues that she was undoubtedly descended from a line of high-end combatants. Her bloodline distinct from that of ordinary individuals. The likelihood of her rising to prominence was significant, and her value surpassed that of anyone present. She must not be allowed to perish prematurely. It was inconceivable that someone of her caliber would enter the battlefield without protection. Under normal circumstances, it would suffice for a mid-tier major like himself to provide protection, but no one anticipated such a calamity during a simple Wuda trial. As she observed the major's solemn demeanor, Liao Yusin felt influenced by his commanding presence, particularly by his final remark, which prompted her to reflect deeply. Ultimately, she said nothing further, merely nodding in acquiescence. She dared not defy the orders given in the heat of battle. However, a lingering question persisted in her mind, compelling her to voice her confusion. "Deputy Commander, I am perplexed. Since we sensed the impending attack of the beasts and had ample time to react, why did we not choose to retreat to the camp?" Upon hearing her question, the deputy commander did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Su Bai, whose expression was peculiar. "Su Bai, you were the first to detect the crisis, and when I made my decision, you exhibited no sign of doubt. I presume you are aware of the situation." Initially awkwardly protected by Lin Yinjin, Su Bai, now called upon by the deputy commander, could only nod in reply. "While I cannot be entirely certain, based on the various materials from our textbooks, the swift, ambush-loving beasts attacking us should be the Yuming Cat clan." At this, Liao Yusin's eyes narrowed sharply as she turned to the deputy commander. He nodded in agreement. "My assessment aligns with Su Bai's. Although the Yuming Cat clan had previously launched an attack and were repelled, it is not uncommon in battle for the unexpected to occur. The current assault may indeed be from the Yuming Cats. The distance from here to the camp is roughly 10 kilometers, at our speed. We stand no chance of escaping the pursuit of these agile beasts. To illustrate, we are akin to infantry, while the Yuming Cats are cavalry. Without any formation to impede their advance, an encounter would result in a one-sided massacre, leading to our complete annihilation. Facing them head-on offers a slight chance of survival." Upon hearing the deputy commander's explanation, Liao Yusin furrowed her brow tightly, extinguishing any last flicker of hope in her heart. Under Zhang Changrong's guidance, the students of Class 8 gradually formed their ranks, each youthful face reflecting a mixture of tension and apprehension as they gazed toward the southwestern woods. Although the beasts remained unseen, the rustling sounds emanating from the thicket weighed heavily upon their hearts. Thanks to Su Bai's timely warning, the students had been afforded the opportunity to organize themselves. Other classes also formed their formations and hastened toward Class 8. Only by uniting their strengths could they unleash their most formidable power. Class 16 reported completion of formation. Class 17 reported completion of formation. Continuous reports from instructors indicated that nearly a dozen classes had gathered around Class 8. Yet, at that moment, everyone distinctly felt the trembling of the earth, as though 1,000 troops were charging forth, the air thick with a pungent, metallic scent. This confirmed both the deputy commanders and Su Bai's assessments. The Yuming Cats were indeed on the move, and this odor was uniquely theirs. All eyes widened in shock and terror as they turned toward the dense forest in the southwest. They were drawing nearer, closer by the second. Some clenched their fists. Others broke into a cold sweat, and some opened their mouths, as if to scream. Suddenly, a dark shadow burst forth from the trees, an entity the size of a fully grown Tibetan mastiff, its black fur reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Its claws, as long as a dozen centimeters and glistening ominously in the sunlight, instilled dread in all who beheld them. No one doubted that those claws could easily rend flesh from bone. The crimson amber eyes of the cat radiated a chilling malice, sending shivers down their spines. With one beast appeared another. 10, 20, 100, 200. Each new arrival deepened the students' terror, overwhelming the instructors and deputy commanders with a sense of dread. Deep within the jungle, countless shadowy figures surged amidst the tree shadows, resembling a torrent emerging from the darkness in an instant. Howls echoed through the air, resembling not the cries of mere cats, but rather the fierce roars of a pack of tigers. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of the spectral cats, Wyoming MO, was less than 100 meters away from the students. The speed of the Wyoming MO was astonishingly dizzying. Hundreds of these spectral felines rushed forth, heralding an imminent clash. Chapter 22. Stand firm, do not panic. The initial wave emerging from the woods consisted of ordinary Wyoming MO. Their forms rapidly loomed larger in the students' eyes. To mitigate casualties, a squad of seasoned veterans and instructors from WD stood at the forefront. These battle-hardened warriors, especially the squad leader, possessed extraordinary prowess, capable of facing 3 Wyoming MO alone when confronting lower-tier foes. The other veterans were also of intermediate rank, their combat experience vastly surpassing that of the students. However, several of the vanguard Wyoming MO had reached the intermediate level, their physiques more robust than the average. With their overwhelming numbers, the instructors and veterans could scarcely maintain a defensive formation. Crouching low, they raised their shields before them. Do not panic. At the forefront of the formation, Zhang Chngrng's furious roars guided the students on how to respond. In an instant, the first Wyoming MO collided with a veteran's shield. The thundering crash reverberated through the air. Such immense force sent even the veteran flying. One after another, the second and third Wyoming MO struck. The cries of the overwhelmed echoed, "Save me." In a mere charge, several veterans and around 20 students were airborne, losing control of their bodies. In the next moment, dozens of Wyoming MO leapt into the air, their claws slashing through the veterans and students before them. Scarlet blood rained down like droplets upon the faces of the students behind the formation, and shattered bodies littered the ground. The sight sent the female students into a state of panic, rendering them incapable of even wielding their weapons. Some sank to the ground, clutching their heads, emitting cries of helplessness and terror. As the formation threatened to disintegrate, the deputy commander understood the paramount importance of maintaining morale. With a resounding shout, he commanded, "Do not panic. Solidify your defenses. If we can withstand the first wave of Wyoming MO, we shall prevail. You are the hope of humanity's future. If you cannot even fend off these mere Wyoming MO, how can you face the parents who support your martial training? Do you remember the oath you took upon entering WD? With my breast, I shall build an unyielding great wall for the Dragon Kingdom. Now, let us use our spirits to erect this wall. Let these Wyoming MO know that we, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, are indomitable." The deputy commander's fervent exhortations resonated within the hearts of the WD students, igniting a collective spirit. The girls halted their cries, their eyes aflame with determination as they retrieved their weapons from the ground. The boys, once fearful, now bore faces of resolve and courage. Zhang Chngrng joined the deputy commander in a thunderous rallying cry. "Brothers, the more we fear, the bolder the Wyoming MO become. Only by wielding our weapons and vanquishing them can we survive." One student echoed the sentiment with fervor. "Damn those Wyoming MO, I fear you not." Among the girls, one shouted fiercely, "Let these beasts witness the might of the Jiang students. We are warriors." The spirited roars from their hearts soon infected all students, including SBI and LNYNRN. SBI even felt an urge to charge forth and unleash his wrath upon the Wyoming MO. Yet he restrained himself, knowing the moment was not yet ripe. The system's warnings of extreme danger made it clear that this challenge would not be easily overcome. He needed to conserve his strength for the critical moment. Their survival hinged on what lay ahead. The formation, which had begun to crumble, gradually reformed. Each student was at least a novice martial artist, with some possessing intermediate capabilities. As long as they stood resolute, they had a fighting chance against the ordinary Wyoming MO. The first wave of intermediate Wyoming MO was primarily held at bay by the instructors. Kill, kill, kill. The skirmish officially commenced. SBI positioned himself at the center of the formation, his eyes scanning the battlefield like bolts of lightning. His gaze fell first upon his 3 roommates. Togjn, with his robust physique, had reached an intermediate level, and with his strength, the Wyoming MO struggled to approach him as he wielded his shield, and blade with finesse. By his side stood Hng Ying, a wealthy heir who, despite his seemingly lackadaisical training, showed no fear in this dire moment. He drew a vial from his pocket and downed it, feeling a surge of power course through him. The hefty shield in his hands transformed from a mere defense to a bludgeon against the encroaching Mo. With his newfound strength, he roared, "Die! All of you perish." Among the 8th class, he was the fiercest combatant, bolstered by the support of his family and the resources provided by SBI. As for FNZHON, still at the novice level, he could only linger behind his 2 more powerful roommates, fending off some of the lower-tier Mo. Seeing his friends relatively unscathed, SBI's gaze drifted further into the depths of the jungle. There, 800 ordinary Mo had emerged. This force, while formidable, did not pose an extreme or lethal threat to their Jiangwu training team. SBI understood that there lay hidden, unspoken threats lurking in the shadows. These would be the true harbingers of danger. Their stillness belied a potential to instill terror in humanity. When they moved, the fate of this battle would be determined. To be frank, relying solely on himself and Su Bai, SBI felt uncertain about confronting this crisis. Yet he had no desire to perish. He was determined to fight. Su Bai's defensive capabilities were unmatched, and perhaps they would yield unexpected results. He would wait. As the battle raged on for about 10 minutes, several students distinguished themselves amidst the chaos. For instance, in the 2nd class, a graceful girl wielding a bow and arrows struck with precision, her arrows finding their mark in the eyes of Mo, regardless of their rank. From her vitality, it was evident that she had attained an intermediate level of strength. She was one of the renowned 3 goddesses of Jiangzhou WD, known as Xiao Huaring, the sharpshooter from Shu Hun, Zhang, Mn. In the 6th class, a stoic-faced youth wielded a deep blue spear, standing alone amidst the encirclement of Mo, unperturbed. The spear crackled with thunderous roars as it struck down the spectral cats. He was a high-level lightning element awakener, and his mastery of the Leg spear technique was unparalleled. He was Ligia Linexi O from Jiangzhou. In the 12th class, a towering figure wielded an enormous iron blade, effortlessly dispatching more than 20 Mo beneath his might. He was the strongest newcomer of Jiangzhou WD, endowed with divine strength. Lu Yngho. Chapter 23, We Can Fight. The 3 most brilliant prodigies naturally drew Su Bai's attention. Upon examining them with the system, he discovered that each possessed distinct advantages. Luo Yonghao's physical prowess, Zhang Mani's speed, and Lei Yunxiao's mental acuity had all surpassed the ordinary high-level threshold of 40 points, even rivaling that of the bronze tier. Aside from these 3, Su Bai observed over 20 high-level martial artists among his classmates, yet they paled in comparison to the trio. Overall, the battle situation had stabilized, and casualties were under control. Perhaps due to the relentless assault by the ordinary level of the Yuming cat, the depths of the jungle echoed with their roars. Dozens of towering and robust Yuming cats emerged slowly from the forest. Though only a handful, the sense of oppression they brought was incomparable to that of the Yuming cats on the field. They were all of the bronze level. The crimson-amber eyes of the cats reflected a chilling gleam under the sunlight. Their gaze bore no semblance of the slaughterous intent typical of ordinary Yuming cats. Instead, it was more akin to a mocking appreciation of their prey's struggles. Indeed, in the eyes of these bronze-level Yuming cats, the humans were nothing more than mere quarry. Like a cat playing with a mouse, they would not devour their prey immediately, but rather toy with it before the final strike, perhaps a trait inherent to felines. The emergence of the bronze-level Yuming cats instantly captured the attention of all instructors on the battlefield. This was dire. How could there be so many bronze-level Yuming cats? Quickly, we must stop them at all costs. They cannot be allowed to breach the students' formation. Instructors, assemble. The vice captain narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the gathering bronze-level Yuming cats, quietly estimating the disparity in strength between the 2 sides. On the side of Wu Da, there were 25 instructors, and with himself included, that made 26 of bronze-level strength. Currently, 21 bronze-level Yuming cats had appeared, while humans held a slight numerical advantage. The overall strength of the beasts at the same tier inherently surpassed that of human martial artists. Typically, it required 2 martial artists to defeat a single beast of the same tier. With only 26 warriors, it was impossible to contain these 24 bronze-level Yuming cats. The situation was desperate. Under such circumstances, as the primary combatant, he had to take the front line against the bronze-level Yuming cats, leaving no time to remain by Lin Yanran's side for her protection. Otherwise, it would spell doom for the entire battalion, and none would survive. The vice captain turned to Liao Yusen. They are in your hands. Ensure their safety at all costs. With that, he drew the long blade from his back, gazing at the charging bronze-level Yuming cats with a hearty laugh. Wu Da's instructors, follow me into battle. With a roar, he led the charge against the group of bronze-level Yuming cats. The instructors, witnessing the vice-captain's action, felt their fighting spirit reignite, shouting and closely following in his footsteps towards the bronze-level Yuming cats. The three prodigies, upon seeing the bronze-level Yuming cats, gripped their weapons tightly. Yet their eyes reflected no fear, only an indomitable fighting spirit. They understood that relying solely on the instructors and the vice-captain would not suffice against these bronze-level beasts. With a longbow slung at her waist, the indomitable Zhang Mani clasped her fists and declared to the vice-captain, Zhang Mani requests to engage the bronze Yuming cats. With a swift motion of his spear, accompanied by a thunderous crack, Lei Yunxiao, the scion of the Lei family from Jiangnan, saluted. Lei Yunxiao requests to engage the bronze Yuming cats. Wielding a forged iron blade that cut through the air, Luo Yonghao, the foremost freshman of Jiangzhou Wuda, bowed and stated, Luo Yonghao requests to engage the bronze Yuming cats. Their proactive requests took the vice-captain by surprise as he turned to regard the spirited trio. Having witnessed their capabilities in previous battles, he recognized that confronting the initial tier of bronze-level beasts was not beyond their reach. Given the acute shortage of high-end combat power on the human side, their participation in the bronze-level battlefield could indeed alleviate some pressure. At this juncture, he had no choice but to allow them to take the risk. If they survived this encounter, it could pave the way for their future endeavors. The vice-captain solemnly nodded at the three of them. Prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the bronze-level Yuming cats had already charged into the battlefield, weaving through the formation of ordinary-level Yuming cats, intent on slaughtering the humans. They appeared to scatter without a target, chaotic and disorganized, yet their objective was singular: massacre. Observing this scene, the vice-captain chuckled. Indeed, he had underestimated these beasts. At that moment, he twirled his large blade in the air, and his vital energy surged forth like a tempest. The blade, stained crimson with his blood energy, unleashed a wave of bronze-level pressure that enveloped the battlefield. A fierce wind swept through, causing countless ordinary Yuming cats to retreat in fear from the vice-captain's imposing aura, significantly boosting the morale of the human side. This was the terrifying bloodlust of a seasoned warrior, far surpassing that of the Wuda instructors. In an instant, the bronze-level Yuming cats emitted terrifying roars, sensing the threat. Several lunged towards the vice-captain in a frenzied attack. Unfazed, he danced with his blade, single-handedly fending off multiple bronze-level Yuming cats. Simultaneously, others were inspired by the vice-captain's indomitable spirit, refusing to remain idle. Those who considered themselves stronger faced off against a bronze-level Yuming cat alone, while some of the weaker Wu Dao instructors teamed up to confront the bronze-level beasts. Yet, even with the full might of the human elite, 3 bronze-level Yuming cats broke through, charging towards the students. The air was filled with howls and shrieks. The cries of the students echoed across the land. Most students possessed only ordinary-level strength and were utterly incapable of withstanding the brutal onslaught of the bronze-level beasts. In a mere moment, a significant number of students fell victim to the bronze-level Yuming cats. Crimson blood flowed abundantly across the battlefield, painting a scene of tragic and fierce despair. Surrounding students, witnessing the unopposed advance of the bronze-level Yuming cats, were instantly engulfed in fear, turning to flee. Help! Run! In an instant, a small segment of the battlefield saw students panicking and retreating. This exemplified the terrifying intimidation power that high-end combatants wielded over ordinary fighters. The 3 bronze-level Yuming cats, exhilarated, howled as one after another. They pounced upon the students, sinking their fangs into their throats. Perhaps claws were swifter in killing. Yet the act of tearing open a throat brought them a more profound sense of satisfaction, a more frenzied thrill. The scene was gruesomely bloody. Chapter 24. There are also dazzling individuals among the students. The scene was gruesomely bloody. The 3 prodigies, rushing to the battlefield, were incensed upon witnessing this horror. The swiftest among them, Zhang Mani, leaped onto the back of an ordinary high-level Yuming cat and soared into the air, bellowing, "Beasts! Halt!" Whoosh! 3 arrows were unleashed simultaneously, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, aimed directly at the 3 bronze-level Yuming cats that had slipped through. The 3 bronze-level Yuming cats, which had been reveling in their slaughter, immediately bristled with alarm. Their instinctive reactions allowed them to dodge the fatal shots, but evading the rapid arrows entirely proved challenging. The arrows struck their backs. In pain, the 3 bronze-level Yuming cats fixed their blood-red eyes upon the airborne Zhang Mani. Howl! 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 Whether out of rage or agony, the 3 bronze-level Yuming cats ceased their massacre of ordinary students and charged towards Zhang Mani. Simultaneously, the other 2 prodigies arrived on the battlefield, brandished a large blade before him, laughing heartily. What a thrill! My first expedition and I encounter a bronze-level foe. Haha, I am even more remarkable than my grandfather. Beasts, taste the edge of my blade. Lei Yunxiao, possessing a naturally aloof demeanor, refrained from unnecessary chatter. With a single-handed grip on his firearm, he thrust it directly downward at a bronze-level YMMO. The force of his strike was awe-inspiring. Had it not been for the YMMO's remarkable speed, it would have been pierced through by Lei Yunxiao's shot. Three prodigies confronted three bronze-level YMMO, astonishingly maintaining the upper hand, even exhibiting a suppressive momentum. This scene captured the attention of the onlooking students. Those who had been fleeing abruptly halted in their tracks. Look, the three bronze-level YMMO are being held back. A mere ordinary-level warrior facing a bronze-level opponent? How impressive! Xiao Huaring is truly formidable. An arrow struck one of the bronze-level YMMO. Quick! Stop running. Form a formation. We still have the strength to fight. Though the mentors were situated far from the battlefield, the students could not afford to be distracted. However, the battle between the three prodigies and the bronze-level YMMO unfolded right before their eyes. In an instant, under the leadership of the three prodigies, the students' spirits surged, gradually stabilizing the previously crumbling situation. Lei Yunxiao, wielding his firearm with both hands, executed a grand maneuver that caused the initial bronze-level YMMO to vomit blood incessantly. The electric powers imbued within the long gun conferred a paralyzing attribute, rendering the otherwise nimble YMMO somewhat sluggish. The gaze of the bronze-level YMMO turned fearful as it looked upon Lei Yunxiao. Usually sporting a stoic expression, Lei Yunxiao displayed an unexpectedly fierce demeanor in battle. Zhang Mani's performance was not as spectacular as Lei Yunxiao's, more often than not. She flitted about the battlefield, evading attacks while occasionally loosing a few arrows. Nevertheless, the YMMO she battled was an utter dismay. With her agile movements and the battlefield's complexity, Zhang Mani had fought to the point where the bronze-level YMMO could not even approach within 10 meters, and it bore 8 arrows embedded in its body. The sister leader might as well turn that bronze-level YMMO into a porcupine. If only the YMMO were not so swift, aiming for vital spots would not require so many arrows. On the other hand, the scene with Luo Yonghao was even more exaggerated. With one hand wielding the large blade, he relentlessly pursued the bronze-level YMMO, which exhibited no capacity for resistance. Had it not been for the YMMO's extraordinary agility, constantly dodging, it would likely have been severed in two within 30 exchanges. Wow, I knew Brother Hao was impressive, but I never imagined him to be this powerful. Goodness gracious, this is a bronze-level YMMO. Brother Hao's strength is indeed somewhat monstrous. Don't just stand there gawking. My arm holding the shield is going numb. Hurry and lend a hand. Not only did the students notice the unfolding battle, but the attentive vice captain also periodically directed his focus toward the three prodigies. After all, their battleground was situated at the rear, and if they were to falter, the students would find themselves in peril. However, the performance of these three prodigies did not disappoint the vice captain. They not only managed to withstand the onslaught of the bronze-level YMMO, but also maintained the upper hand. Given a little more time, they could easily eradicate the three bronze-level YMMO. Such students are indeed a blessing for Wuda. If these three grow in the future, they will undoubtedly become the pillars of humanity. The battlefield rang with the sounds of combat. Luo Yonghao, brandishing his large blade, relentlessly pursued the bronze-level YMMO, bellowing, "Beasts, where do you think you're going?" In a moment of panic, the YMMO darted toward Liao Yusin, who suddenly erupted with a surge of blood energy. The creature was startled into a jolt. This sudden shock caused a momentary lapse in the YMMO's footing, allowing Luo Yonghao to catch up and deliver a decisive blow across its back, cleaving it in two. The blood of the bronze-level YMMO splattered several meters away, landing at Su Bai's feet. Following Luo Yonghao's triumph, the ordinary-level YMMO within a radius of several hundred meters fled in terror. Many female students from Class 8, witnessing Luo Yonghao's fierce strike against the bronze-level YMMO, erupted into shrill cheers. "Look, Brother Hao has actually slain a bronze-level YMMO. How magnificent!" Having successfully dispatched the bronze-level YMMO, Luo Yonghao took a moment to catch his breath. It was not the act of killing that exhausted him, but the effort of catching up. He relished the adulation and praise from his classmates. As a man, is there any greater honor or moment of glory? He turned to his classmates with a warm smile. "Do not fear. Wherever I, Luo Yonghao, stand, even a bronze-level YMMO cannot harm you." Instantly, the students of Class 8 erupted into cheers. For a moment, Luo Yonghao basked in the limelight. Chapter 25. He called Su Bai worthless. Observing this scene, Han Jiagong muttered with disbelief. An ordinary high tier defeating a bronze-level initial tier? This guy is indeed remarkable. But why do I feel he is a bit arrogant? Fan Xiaoan replied quietly. I think you're just envious because the girls in our class look at him with admiration. Not everyone idolizes Luo Yonghao. Just look at our goddess and the mentors. They hardly spare him a glance. Hearing this, Han Jiagong instinctively glanced at Su Bai. At this moment, after the vice-captain departed, several ordinary YMMO approached Su Bai and his companions. They all engaged in battle. Surprisingly, Su Bai and Lin Yanran, who had remained inconspicuous, fought with remarkable ease. Their combat techniques were standard, not particularly flashy, yet their defense and offense were impeccable. They did not even cast a glance toward Luo Yonghao. Liao Yusin's combat was much more captivating than that of Su Bai and Lin Yanran. Yet she was completely immersed in the fight, having no time to concern herself with Luo Yonghao's ostentation. Lin Yanran and Liao Yusin were the most beautiful girls in Class 8, and indeed in the entire school. Lin Yanran was even known as the crown jewel of Jiangzhou Wuda. As goddesses, men naturally paid attention to them, and Luo Yonghao was no exception. Under normal circumstances, he could understand if they did not pay attention to him, not taking it too much to heart. However, after accomplishing the remarkable feat of defeating a bronze-level foe while others gazed at him in admiration, the stark contrast of their indifference made Luo Yonghao rather displeased. Very displeased. Especially upon seeing Su Bai standing between the two goddesses, this feeling of annoyance nearly erupted within him. What is he doing? Why does he have the right to stand beside the goddesses? Damn it. What does he possess aside from being better looking than me? What else does he have? Is he stronger than me? The more Luo Yonghao thought, the more unbalanced he felt, and he snapped at Su Bai. Worthless. Sissy, aside from your face, you have nothing. Pretty boy. Under Luo Yonghao's tirade, many students turned their gazes towards Su Bai, who suddenly became the center of attention. As he felt the weight of their stares, a black line formed across Su Bai's forehead as he looked at Luo Yonghao in exasperation. Has this guy lost his mind? You flaunt your prowess. But what have I done to provoke you? Is being slightly better looking than you a crime? Before Su Bai could respond, Lin Yanran nearly exploded with indignation. She would not even dare to scold Su Bai. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through, raising a storm of dust. A colossal shadow, accompanied by an overwhelming stench, rushed toward them. After a fierce reprimand directed at Su Bai, Luo Yonghao suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. As a wave of crisis swept over him, with little time to react, he instinctively tensed his muscles in defense. A loud crash echoed through the air, and Luo Yonghao was unceremoniously sent flying, far away, leaving a long trench in his wake. The onlookers were rendered speechless, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. As the swirling wind subsided, the shadow that had struck Luo Yonghao became visible. Its form was larger than that of any other YMMO present, exuding an even greater aura of ferocity. Liao Yusin gasped in disbelief. Bronze high tier? How can this be? Indeed, the newcomer was a bronze high tier YMMO. The emergence of such formidable power left everyone in the vicinity stunned, including the deputy battalion commander, the instructors, and the soldiers. While the difference between bronze high tier and mid-tier YMMO was merely one rank, the disparity in power was colossal, and this was far from good news. The only individual unfazed by the spectacle was Su Bai, who narrowed his eyes and accessed the system to examine the attributes of this bronze high tier YMMO. Species, YMMO. Level, bronze high tier. Physique, 45. Agility, 88. Mental strength, 43. Combat analysis. The combat capabilities of this bronze high tier YMMO cannot breach the defense of the little turtle. The threat level is low. The host may choose to engage in battle. The YMMO excelled in speed, but was otherwise rather average. However, its impressive 45 points in physique, when combined with its rapid agility, afforded it a formidable striking power. Luo Yonghao, with a physique comparable to that of the bronze high tier YMMO, found himself utterly defenseless against its sudden assault. Yet, under the more terrifying protection of Xiao Ba, such an attack was effectively countered, rendering the YMMO no threat to Xiao Ba whatsoever. After dismissing the system panel, Su Bai assessed the YMMO before him. This creature was as robust as a horse, its blood-red amber eyes gleaming with mockery. As it had struck Luo Yonghao, its claws were stained with fresh blood. The nearby students, witnessing this scene, were taken aback. However, having endured prolonged warfare, they remained composed rather than fleeing in panic. Brother Hao was actually sent flying with a single slap? This bronze high-tier YMMO is terrifying. Stay calm. Form a defensive formation. Only by maintaining our composure can we hope to escape. Fan Xiaoan's words resonated with the others. We must retreat in an orderly fashion. If they panicked, The Mo speed would allow it to decimate the nearby humans in no time. A cohesive defensive formation would significantly reduce the Mo's lethality. It must be said that the brutal realities of war had claimed countless lives. Yet those who survived were undergoing a gradual transformation. Liao Yusin instinctively raised her spear in front of her chest, her pupils dilating as she fixed her gaze upon the bronze high-tier Mo, commanding, Su Bai, Lin Yanran, retreat with the students. I will hold off this bronze high-tier Mo for a moment. At that moment, the menacing Mo was almost upon them. Liao Yusin, possessing mid-tier bronze strength, felt confident against ordinary mid-tier ferocious beasts, but high-tier foes were a different story, leaving her uncertain. As if Liao Yusin's words had captured the Mo's attention, its amber eyes turned towards Su Bai and the others. With a fierce howl, it lunged towards them. Su Bai, though apprehensive, felt more a sense of resignation. He sighed deeply. It appears I can no longer conceal my secret. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Xiaoba, it's time to act. No sooner had he spoken than a massive, dark green turtle, the size of a small car, descended from the sky with a thunderous crash, blocking the path of the bronze high-tier Mo. The sudden appearance of the giant turtle astonished all present. Where did this turtle come from? Goodness, what a colossal creature. Amidst the murmurs, Su Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, training a turtle as a beast seemed rather shameful. The Mo, momentarily dazed by Xiaoba's entrance, quickly regained its ferocity, especially upon realizing that this turtle was merely a high-tier variant. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it charged towards Su Bai and Lin Yanran, raising its right paw to swat away the hindrance posed by Xiaoba. With a sound reminiscent of steel slicing through the air, the Mo's claws descended, seemingly imbued with the strength of 100-fold. The blow struck the turtle's shell with tremendous force. Yet, despite its size comparable to a vehicle, Xiaoba remained unmoved, even yawning nonchalantly, as if simply stretching. As the saying goes, one good turn deserves another. If you strike me, I shall return the favor. At least that is how Xiaoba perceived it. With a resounding smack, Xiaoba unleashed its innate skill, Heavy Strike, enhancing its attack by 200. Being a creature of strength, this powerful blow was not to be underestimated. The overwhelming force surged forth from Xiaoba's claws. And in that instant, the bronze high-tier Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished by the unfolding events. With no room for doubt, the Mo, already lacking in physique, was sent flying, much like Luo Yonghao had been moments before. Chapter 26, The Arrival of Xiaoba, sending foes flying with a single blow. Xiaoba, uninterested in the fate of the bronze high-tier Mo, deemed its task complete. Having exerted effort, it wondered if it might receive a reward. The mind of a glutton is often simple and unadorned. After dispatching the Mo, Xiaoba moved its massive form, trotting towards Su Bai, nuzzling its head against his clothing in a display of affection. This scene left the onlookers utterly speechless. Once again, Su Bai and Xiaoba became the center of attention. Lin Yanran, standing closest to Xiaoba, regarded the creature with curiosity, exclaiming, Su Bai, you mentioned you were an ability user and beast tamer. Is this your tame beast? With a resigned nod, Su Bai affirmed, wishing he could deny the embarrassing truth of his companion. How shameful. Nearby, the students were abuzz with chatter. What just happened? The bronze high-tier Mo was knocked away by a turtle? And it's Su Bai's tamed beast? This is astonishing. Is this truly Su Bai's real strength? Wow, can a turtle be this formidable? I want one too, even from afar. The deputy battalion commander and instructors took note of the extraordinary event. While they were astonished by Xiaoba's power, they felt a renewed sense of vigor. The deputy commander laughed heartily. Ha! This young man, Su Bai, has been hiding his talents well. Who would have guessed he possessed a tamed beast on par with bronze high-tier strength? The instructors, relieved of their burdens, echoed the sentiment. Indeed, Su Bai's capabilities are quite unexpected. Well done. With Su Bai and the deputy battalion commander present, the Mo were hardly a concern. This cohort of Jiangzhou WD truly boasts an abundance of talent. Ha ha ha. Just as everyone was exhilarated by the arrival of the Little Eight, the Mo that had been struck aside by it crawled up from the pit, shaking its bewildered head. It then fixed its fierce gaze on the Little Eight, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. How could a high-tier bronze beast be knocked down by an ordinary high-tier creature? This was intolerable. It let out a howl of rage. In response, two massive figures emerged from the forest, slowly approaching the high beast. Remarkably, these two new Mo were also of high-tier strength. With the appearance of the three high-tier bronze Mo, the air became charged with ferocity, plunging the ordinary Mo into a frenzied state. as they recklessly attacked the human warriors with relentless fury. The pressure on the human side surged dramatically. A mentor of mid-tier bronze strength was momentarily distracted by the emergence of the 3 high-tier bronze YMO, causing chaos in his ranks. The frenzied YMO seized the opportunity and tore him to shreds, sending bloody chunks flying through the air. The cacophony of countless YMO echoed with frenzied howls, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of hell. The deputy battalion commander swept away and obstructing mid-tier bronze YMO with a single stroke. Directing his gaze towards the 3 high-tier bronze YMO, beads of cold sweat, resembling pearls, trickled down his forehead. Although he had anticipated the appearance of high-tier creatures, he did not expect 3 to emerge simultaneously at this critical moment. This posed a significant dilemma. The disparity between high-tier and mid-tier was far more formidable than one could imagine. He could fend off 3 mid-tier creatures alone, but against high-tier foes, he could manage only one at a time, and slaying it would require a desperate struggle. What about the other 2? He needed to devise a plan to stabilize the situation. If he could not withstand the onslaught of these 3 high-tier bronze YMO, humanity would undoubtedly face defeat. At this juncture, the deputy battalion commander cast his gaze upon the battlefield of the WD mentors. The mentors were still engaged in brutal combat, occasionally slaying bronze-tier YMO or witnessing their own fall in battle. By this time, of the original 24 WD mentors, only 13 remained. Nearly half of them had perished in this conflict. However, due to the support of the deputy battalion commander and 3 prodigies, the number of remaining mid-tier and initial-tier bronze YMO had dwindled to 7. Relatively speaking, the battlefield for the bronze tier had been seized by humanity. If they could eliminate these 3 high-tier YMO, humanity could turn the tide. After analyzing the situation, the deputy battalion commander shouted to the WD mentors beside him, "Can you hold your ground?" The WD mentors, having witnessed the emergence of the 3 high-tier bronze YMO, understood that they were the key to this battle. Even if they could not hold out, they had to try. Thus, they gritted their teeth and resolutely shouted, "We can hold." Observing the determined expressions of the mentors, the deputy battalion commander nodded. "Well done. We shall prevail. If we fall, you shall all be honored as martyrs, posthumously recognized as valiant warriors. Your families will be cared for by the nation." With that, the deputy battalion commander sprinted towards the rear, his sights set on the 3 high-tier YMO. As he raced forward, the mere few hundred meters from the front lines to the rear bore witness to numerous tragedies. The formation was on the verge of collapse. "Brothers, even if we must die, we will fight the YMO to the end. Kill." Along the way, the formation of students was breached by ordinary YMO, with dozens of students desperately resisting. A girl screamed as her arm was bitten off by a YMO, and in her final moments, she summoned all her strength to strike the beast with her shield. Madness. Pure madness. Kill them. Kill. Fight these beasts to the death. A high-tier ordinary student led the remaining 16 classmates in a desperate charge against the horde of YMO. The deputy battalion commander's face was grim, yet his steps did not falter. As the supreme commander of this battle, he could not show mercy. He could only watch helplessly as these students struggled alone on the battlefield. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He aimed to lead humanity to victory. If he could eliminate those 3 high-tier bronze YMO, humanity would triumph. He would not hesitate to sacrifice his own life if necessary. Upon reaching Su Bai, the deputy battalion commander spoke solemnly. "Su Bai, Lin Ran, Liao Yusin. Can you 3 join forces to hold off 1 high-tier bronze YMO?" In this moment of extreme urgency, Su Bai exhibited astonishing combat prowess. The deputy battalion commander had no choice but to allow the 3 of them to confront a high-tier bronze creature. If the front line collapsed, they would not survive either. Liao Yusin, ever fiery in temperament, reacted most intensely. Gripping her spear tightly, she declared, "Liao Yusin, I vow to complete this mission." Though Su Bai typically exuded a carefree demeanor, he too felt the surge of spirit at this moment. With no room left for restraint, he turned to the fiercely determined Liao Yusin and proclaimed, "Su Bai, I vow to complete this mission." The usually delicate Lin Ran also revealed a resolute side. Responding with equal fervor, Lin Ran, "I vow to complete this mission." Seeing the 3 of them affirm their commitment, the deputy battalion commander nodded and turned his gaze towards the 3 high-tier bronze YMO, which had now crossed the front lines and were charging swiftly towards them. The battlefield was enveloped in swirling dust. The deputy battalion commander dashed forward, intent on holding off 2 of them by himself. As they drew closer, the 3 high-tier bronze YMO transformed into merciless killing machines. Their crimson eyes filled with madness. The air reverberated with their howls, while the humans echoed with cries of battle, their shields forming a wall of flesh and blood. Just as the deputy battalion commander prepared to confront the enemy, Luo Yonghao, who had risen from the pit, suddenly appeared at his side. Deputy battalion commander, I want to join the fray. Today we must slay that beast. Luo Yonghao, with fury ablaze in his eyes, brandished a heavy sword, ready to charge at the high-tier bronze YMNGMO at a moment's notice. The other two prodigies also dispatched their adversaries and joined him just in time to witness Luo Yonghao's fervent request. Zhang Mani said, Deputy Battalion Commander, Luo Yonghao cannot face the high-tier bronze YMNGMO alone. I volunteer to assist him. Lei Yunxiao added, count me in. The Deputy Battalion Commander's gaze flickered. Facing a high-tier YMNGMO posed significant risks for the three of them. Yet, there were no other options available. And allowing him to face two alone was overwhelmingly burdensome. Their strengths were not to be underestimated. They might provide him with vital support. Thus, he nodded. Stay close behind me, and be cautious. With that, the Deputy Battalion Commander surged forward like an arrow, launching a fierce strike at one of the high-tier bronze YMNGMO die. In an instant, his energy surged into the blade, transforming the originally metallic silver sword into a blazing crimson hue, as if engulfed in flames. Battle technique, blood flame slash. With a single stroke, the very air became searing hot. The advanced bronze level YMNGMO displayed no fear, its icy gaze fixed upon the deputy camp leader. In a swift motion, it evaded the strike aimed at it, and then, with its razor-sharp claws, it silently lunged towards the deputy camp leader's side. The deputy was not taken aback by the YMNGMO's agility. Instead, he deftly shifted his grip from two-handed to one-handed on his blade. Ignoring the approaching claws, he channeled the momentum from his previous strike to deliver an even more ferocious blow towards the YMNGMO, completely abandoning defense and embracing a reckless, life-for-a-life combat style. The other three combatants encountered another advanced bronze-level YMNGMO, Luo Yonghao, without waiting for his companions, charged alone towards the very YMNGMO that had just knocked him aside. You vile creature, how dare you ambush me, Luo Yi? His blood surged, veins bulging like azure dragons coiling along his arms, as a yellowish glow enveloped the heavy blade he wielded, bringing it down upon the YMNGMO with a devastating strike. Combat technique, dominant blade technique. His two teammates, witnessing this scene, cursed him under their breath for being a fool, but hastened to follow closely behind, unleashing their most potent assault. A flash of purple lightning streaked through the air as a spear aimed directly for the YMNGMO's abdomen. Combat technique, thunderous strike. A silver arrow soared through the air, targeting the YMNGMO's eyes. Combat technique, piercing the clouds and breaking the moon. Though the three were merely of ordinary high-tier cultivation, they managed to momentarily hold back an advanced YMNGMO through their ancestral combat techniques. However, given their current combat prowess, inflicting harm upon the bronze-level YMNGMO was still a daunting challenge. Meanwhile, Su Bai found himself shielded by Su Bai, compelling the bronze-level YMNGMO to merely gaze longingly from a distance. Despite this, Su Bai furrowed his brow tightly, for Su Bai lacked the capability for a decisive strike. The battle needed to be resolved swiftly. Prolonged engagement was not a viable strategy. Upon observing the astonishing power exhibited by the deputy camp leader and the trio of prodigies, with their vitality surging and their weapons aglow, Su Bai's eyes brightened with hope. Fortunately, Liao Yusin stood beside him, prompting Su Bai to inquire, Instructor, why are the deputy camp leader and Luo Yonghao able to unleash such formidable power all of a sudden? Liao Yusin glanced at the other two battlefields and explained, when a warrior's vitality reaches a certain level, they can learn combat techniques. However, due to the insufficient strength of ordinary-level warriors, attempting to learn such techniques can harm their bodies. This is why the Academy has refrained from teaching you. What they use should be their family's martial arts, which can harmonize with their bloodlines, allowing them to utilize them even at the ordinary level. Su Bai's eyes sparkled with realization as he asked, if possible, we need to slay this YMNGMO as quickly as possible. Does the instructor have the means for a guaranteed lethal strike? Liao Yusin, noting Su Bai's serious demeanor, assumed he wished to swiftly conclude the battle to assist others. Nodding, she replied, my family possesses a technique known as the void-piercing spear, capable of delivering a lethal blow to a bronze-level foe, though it requires 2 seconds of preparation. When she mentioned the technique, Lin Yinran's beautiful eyes flickered, but she remained silent. Su Bai nodded decisively. Very well, we shall use this technique. Su Bai, keep it occupied. Su Bai, engaged in a tussle with the YMNGMO, glanced at its short limbs and rolled its eyes. Are you trying to put me in a bind? What am I to use to entangle it? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Su Bai, and it feigned a strike from the YMNMO, collapsing to the ground as if lifeless. No matter how the YMNMO attacked, Su Bai remained unresponsive. After a brief moment of confusion, the YMNMO cautiously approached to investigate. At that moment, Su Bai sprang up, biting down on the YMNMO's claw and swiftly flipping it over, pinning it down. Liao Yusin recognized the opportunity and unleashed her vitality, her spear shimmering with silver light as an aura of terrifying power coalesced around it. The YMNMO suddenly felt a prickling sensation, its pupils dilating in terror as it gazed at Liao Yusin, fur bristling. Yet, despite its struggles, it was held fast by Su Bai. With her preparation complete, Liao Yusin thrust her spear towards the YMNMO's head, the air seeming to tear apart from the force of her strike. In a desperate surge fueled by the instinct of imminent death, the YMNMO managed to veer its head aside, narrowly evading a fatal blow. The explosive sound resonated as the YMNMO's shoulder was obliterated, leaving its heart in ruins. Yet, as the saying goes, cats have 9 lives. And in that moment, it appeared to ring true. The YMNMO did not perish. Instead, it forcefully pushed Su Bai aside, charging towards Su Bai. "This is bad, danger," Liao Yusin exclaimed, but it was too late for her to intervene. Observing the impending threat, Su Bai activated his innate skill, turtle shell defense. His body enveloped in a radiant blue glow as he braced for the impact. Just as the moment hung in the balance, Lin Yanran appeared before Su Bai with dazzling speed. Clenching her fists tightly, though unarmed, a golden sheen enveloped her delicate hands, signifying her preparedness for a formidable strike. Earth-level combat technique, Tiger-S roar and Dragon-S chant. With a resounding impact, her fist collided with the YMNMO, sending the creature, which weighed hundreds of pounds, flying several meters away. The force of that blow was far from trivial. The spot where her fist struck left a gaping wound, half a meter in diameter, with its insides thoroughly crushed and hollowed out. Blood and flesh cascaded through the air like a macabre rain. Such a seemingly delicate punch wielded an astonishing lethality. The first advanced bronze-level YMNMO fell lifeless to the ground. Nearby, the deputy camp leader, engaged in combat with another advanced YMNMO, caught sight of a golden flash. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he glanced towards Lin Yanran. Tiger-S roar and Dragon-S chant? Could it be she is the daughter of Lin Lahu? My heavens. Chapter 28 in the future. They are destined to become the new backbone of humanity. The power of that punch was indeed terrifying, yet it drained Lin Yanran of all her strength. After all, she was merely an ordinary high-tier warrior, and though her vitality surpassed her peers, that strike left her pale, devoid of color, and teetering on the brink of collapse. Clearly, such a high-level combat technique was beyond her current capacity for casual use. Su Bai rushed to Lin Yanran's side, embracing her tightly. "Are you out of your mind? You dared to block a dying bronze-level creature's counterattack. Have you no regard for your life?" Lin Yanran, her complexion ghostly pale, gazed tenderly at Su Bai, managing a faint smile. "I cannot allow you to come to harm, not under any circumstances." Memories of their shared experiences flooded her mind. During their first year, they had met at school. She had been alone, and he had come to play with her, making her laugh and helping her navigate the school. Since she could remember, her father had never returned home, and her mother visited only once or twice a year. They had left her alone to study in her hometown, with no one to care for her. Others regarded her as silent and unamusing, labeling her as strange or ill. Yet, only he, seeing her somber expression, had gone to great lengths to elicit her laughter, and when she was withdrawn, had silently stayed by her side. "In this world, you are my only friend." At this moment, Lin Yanran felt as if her entire being were being torn apart by excruciating pain. The side effects of her overexertion in using advanced combat techniques manifesting in full force. The immense agony and tumultuous emotions erupted within her. Her eyes reddened, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, her shoulders trembling as she struggled to speak. "Su Bai, promise me you won't get hurt. Please don't leave me. I'm scared. I'm frightened for your safety." While she could face death without fear, the thought of something happening to Su Bai filled her with dread. How could this world be bearable without him? In truth, Lin Yanran possessed a timid heart. Just moments ago, upon seeing the YMNMO lunging at Su Bai, her heart raced with panic. Instinctively, she moved to shield him, unleashing her strongest combat technique. Su Bai held Lin Yanran tightly, his eyes reflecting deep concern and complexity. Don't speak. At that moment, Su Bai, noticing Su Bai's distraction, stealthily approached the corpse of the bronze-level YMNMO, prying open its skull and voraciously consuming its beast core. After swallowing the bronze beast core, Xiao Ba felt a surge of energy, collapsing to the ground as it gradually absorbed the core's power. Simultaneously, it began to grow in size. Within minutes, it had transformed from the size of a compact car to that of a van. Meanwhile, Su Bai experienced a warm sensation enveloping him, his physical strength steadily increasing. However, when this warmth dwindled to a third, it became impossible to fully assimilate, remaining dormant within his veins. Xiao Ba excitedly ran before Su Bai, eager to showcase its newfound strength. Roar! Master, I've become stronger. Su Bai, still holding Lin Yanran, wore a serious expression. Roar! It's truly formidable. As Su Bai continued to embrace Lin Yanran, he calmly analyzed the battlefield. Finding it rather dull, Xiao Ba dashed towards the nearby combat zone, consuming beast cores as it went, reasoning that they were free and that its master would not be angered. I am now a mature tamed beast. I should learn to forage for food myself. Although the beast cores of ordinary YMO contained minimal energy, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. Xiao Ba, unperturbed by the quality of its meals, simply relished the act of eating. On the battlefield, the vice captain bore a gruesome gash running from his left chest to his lower abdomen, a sight most horrifying. Yet the YMO it faced was no better off, bearing 13 deep knife wounds, each striking bone. Gasping for breath, the vice captain glared fiercely at the YMO before him, his blood energy dwindling to less than a tenth of its original strength. Yet he relentlessly summoned the last vestiges of his power for one final attack. The YMO, now half crouched on the ground, fixed its crimson eyes on the vice captain's every move. With a grim smile, the vice captain declared, "Beast, today is your day of reckoning." As his blood energy surged and his combat technique ignited, the YMO could not withstand the onslaught, and its massive head tumbled to the ground. The second bronze-level YMO had perished. On the battlefield of the three talented individuals, Luo Yonghao bore 28 wounds, 3 of which were particularly grievous, leaving him incapacitated on the ground, unable to rise, save for his eyes. Lei Yunxiao, with his spear shattered, now leaned on the remaining half as a crutch, half kneeling. His upper garments shredded by the YMO, bloodied and gasping for air. Zhang Mani, her quiver emptied, wielded a twin-bladed knife, her body marred with injuries. Her legs trembling as she stood vigilantly, eyes alert to the YMO, Lei Yunxiao shouted at Zhang Mani, who stood before him, and Luo Yonghao. Zhang Mani, flee. Don't worry about us. Just then, a voice interjected beside him. Su Bai jested, flee? The one that should flee is this YMO. As Su Bai finished speaking, the imposing Xiao Ba appeared between Zhang Mani and the YMO. Mechanically, it raised its front paw and brought it down with a resounding clap, shattering the skull of the bronze-level YMO. After pocketing the beast core, Su Bai turned his attention back to the battlefield of the instructors and students. At this moment, 3 bronze intermediate YMO remained, overwhelmed by the assault of 8 instructors, unable to mount a significant resistance. Dozens of ordinary YMO were also present, but the students had encircled them in several groups, and it was merely a matter of time before they were annihilated. The vice captain, observing the tide of battle turning, exhaled slowly, relieved. How many had perished in this conflict? He did not yet know, but he was certain it was a considerable number. Without a doubt, more than half of those present had fallen in this battle. As the last ordinary YMO was slain, a chorus of cheers erupted. We won. We triumphed. Ha ha, we won. Laughter and elation filled the air. In an instant, jubilant shouts echoed everywhere. Countless students crouched on the ground, weeping in each other's arms. The living, having suppressed their emotions, unleashed their feelings in that moment. The vice captain gazed at the students with a face of satisfaction, having undergone this baptism of blood and fire. Their once innocent faces now bore a fiercer and more resolute demeanor, shedding the confusion and naivety of their initial entrance into battle. Overall, they had matured, resembling warriors more than ever. The vice captain understood that this group had truly transformed. In the future, they would undoubtedly become the new backbone of humanity. After 15 years of service, he had never felt such joy, such exhilaration. Surveying the chaotic battlefield, littered with the corpses of YMO and humans alike. Blood flowed across the earth, staining the once black soil a deep crimson. Chapter 29. The command center of Jiangzhou province trembles. As the celebrations erupted on Su Bai's side, the command center of Jiangzhou fort received alarming news. Report. Deputy Commander, a large-scale YMO assault has occurred at Base 269. According to energy fluctuation analyses from the front lines, it is highly likely that silver-level forces are present. The nearby rapid response units deployed for support 40 minutes ago. Furthermore, Mr. Wenyuan received news of the attack on Base 269 and rushed to the rear for assistance 30 minutes ago, likely arriving before the temporary response units. Currently, not only was Base 269 in our province affected, but similar incidents had also been reported at military bases across the nation. The command center assessed this as a premeditated and organized large-scale military operation aimed at eradicating humanity's foundation. Upon hearing the communication officer's report, the deputy commander erupted in fury, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. His eyes widened as he slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "Is the frontline detection system utterly useless? How could silver-level forces be allowed to breach the rear? The rear is humanity's foundation, the backbone of our future. It cannot falter." He ordered, "Notify the rapid response units to spare no expense and rush to support at full speed. They must arrive within 20 minutes, with no excuses. If they are even a second late, they will be executed." After issuing the command, the communication officer hurriedly departed to relay the orders. Beside him, an aide with the rank of major asked in confusion, "Why would Mr. Wenyuan mobilize for silver-level threats?" The deputy commander did not respond immediately. Instead, he moved to the door, ensuring no one was watching, closed it, and whispered, loudly, "This matter is confidential. Please do not speak of it to anyone." The group of intern students from Jiangzhou University is located at Base 269. Lin Laohu's daughter is among these interns. Mr. Wenyuan must have mobilized for her. Upon hearing this, Lao Li sprang from his seat, his face a mask of terror. Lin Laohu's daughter. My heavens, no wonder Mr. Wenyuan would take action personally. If anything were to happen to her, it would send shockwaves throughout Jiangzhou province and even the entire nation. I hope the rapid response team and Mr. Wenyuan can arrive in time. In the dense forest, a figure moved as swiftly as thunder towards the southwest, creating fierce winds that threatened to uproot nearby trees. This figure, filled with concern, was none other than Mr. Wenyuan, rushing to the rear after receiving the alarming news. Meanwhile, in another direction, a 5-person squad dashed towards the southwest with remarkable speed. Leading the charge was a silver-tier expert, while the others were at least of bronze-high rank. Both groups of reinforcements were fervently crying out in their hearts, "Little ancestor, please be safe." On the battlefield, both students and instructors sighed in relief. Some cheered exuberantly. Others were moved to tears, while some lay on the dirty ground, staring blankly at the sky. "Lao Zhang, when we return, you must treat me to a grand feast. For I have saved your life in a moment of peril." "Absolutely, brother. What do you think, now that we have won? How will the troops and the school reward us?" Upon witnessing all the Yuming cats slain, Su Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of unease lingered within him. This feeling was elusive, and for a moment, he could not comprehend its origin. Ultimately, he attributed it to the anxiety of facing such brutal warfare for the first time. As he pondered, a young man approached Su Bai, casually throwing an arm around his shoulder and exclaiming, "Su Bai, your tamed beast is truly impressive. I've decided that when I return, I too shall raise a Wangba." Turning to look at the youth, Su Bai recognized him vaguely, likely a classmate. Besides Lin Yanran and 3 roommates, he had made no other friends, and he could not recall this classmate's name. Since his arrival in this unfamiliar world, Su Bai had felt little connection to it. He longed for the peaceful and stable life he once knew. His desire to grow stronger stemmed from a wish to better protect those he cared for and to attain the stability he desired. Thus, in this world, Su Bai had always acted with caution, reluctant to forge new friendships. However, fighting alongside his peers and mentors had indeed shifted his perspective, and the classmate's friendly gesture stirred something within him. In this world, amidst the cold cruelty of invading races, there also existed the iron-blooded valor of humanity to offer warmth. He began to gradually embrace this reality. But just as Su Bai smiled and prepared to engage in conversation, a shadow suddenly darted past him, moving with such speed that he barely had time to react. With a sharp sound, a silver-white cat paw shot out, sending the classmate who had just patted Su Bai's shoulder flying through the air, leaving only a spray of blood in its wake. Warm crimson liquid fell upon Su Bai's face. Stunned, he stood frozen. After swatting the classmate away, the figure hesitated briefly before swiftly darting in another direction. It was a Yuming cat, pristine white as snow and the size of a rhinoceros. Unlike ordinary or bronze-tier Yuming cats, its eyes were not blood red, but rather silver gray, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. The aura it emanated was chilling and menacing, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Brutal, cold, and bloodthirsty. At that moment of shock, the system automatically displayed the attributes of this Yuming cat. Race, Yuming cat. Level, Silver initial stage. Physique, 72. Agility, 145. Spirit, 75. Talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Upon sustaining severe injury, enters a bloodthirsty frenzy state, with agility and attack power doubling, while defense decreases by 50%. Combat analysis. Extremely dangerous. Exercise caution. Su Bai paid no heed to the system's warning. He slowly raised his hand, wiping the still warm blood from his face, examining it closely. Just moments ago, this was a classmate who had greeted him warmly, one he had felt a fondness for. Now, all that remained was the lingering warmth and the vast expanse of blood red. A surge of fury ignited within Su Bai, growing stronger and more intense, nearly consuming him entirely. Silver tier. There was indeed a silver tier beast. The unease he felt was not merely the jitters of a battlefield novice. The danger had not yet been fully neutralized. It made sense. A 5-star lethal threat could not be so easily dismissed. How could he have let down his guard so easily? How foolish of him. At that moment, Su Bai was engulfed in rage. He was furious at his own negligence, at his mistake, and at the loss of a vibrant life. If he had anticipated the presence of a silver tier beast, if he had not let his guard down, perhaps it truly was not entirely his fault. He was merely a newcomer to the battlefield. In such an unprecedented situation without experience, he had done remarkably well. At a critical moment when a bronze high-tier beast was about to unleash havoc, he had managed to hold down a bronze high-tier, aiding Luo Yonghao and others in slaying one, contributing significantly to the overall battle. Had it not been for him, the 2 additional bronze high-tier beasts would have easily swept through the entire battlefield. On the other side, the deputy battalion commander turned pale, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at the last Yuming cat to emerge. Silver? How could a silver tier beast appear here? What does a silver tier signify? It could single-handedly annihilate everyone present, achieving absolute domination. This was a cross-stage power disparity. Yet, true to his experience as a soldier accustomed to the battlefield, the deputy battalion commander quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. Shaking off the blood-soaked long sword, a ferocious gleam ignited in his eyes. A silver tier beast may be formidable, but so what? Should we simply lie down and allow it to slaughter us at will? Even if death awaits, I will take a piece of its flesh with me. Wu University mentors, are you afraid of a silver tier beast? If we can slay this beast today, how legendary would that be? How many can claim to have achieved a cross-stage kill? What do you say? Shall we give it a try together? Initially disheartened by the emergence of the silver tier, Wu University mentors, upon hearing the deputy battalion commander's words, drew their weapons anew, roaring in unison. Damn it. What of a silver tier? Even if we die, we will take a piece of its flesh. Kill. It's just a beast. What does it matter if it's silver tier? Let us go for it. With that, the group of mentors, led by the deputy battalion commander, charged collectively towards the silver tier beast. Su Bai said not a word. He merely fixed his gaze on the silver tier Yuming cat rampaging across the battlefield, silently following suit. However, against overwhelming power, their audacious bravery was but a jest. Clearly, they still did not comprehend the true horror of a silver tier combatant. Just a single silver tier beast, if given time, could easily slaughter an entire city as populace. The spectral feline, having effortlessly dispatched a pursuing agile mentor, mockingly grinned at the throng that chased it before plunging directly into the ranks of the trainees. Its speed was astonishing. It was a taunt. It was a game. This was a one-sided massacre. In an instant, a deluge of bloodshed erupted as hundreds of trainees found themselves utterly powerless against this spectral beast. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the fallen, severed limbs soaring amidst a haze of flesh and blood. A wave of despair surged within the hearts of the onlookers. They were simply no match. At that moment, a flicker of disappointment crossed the visage of the silver tier's spectral feline as it spoke with human-like articulation. Foolish humans, you have merely provided some cannon fodder for your warm-up. Did you truly believe that annihilating the expendables would ensure your survival? The spectacle of your foolishness is quite delightful. Humans are indeed a wretched breed. Chapter 30. Activation of the Xuanwu bloodline. A direct confrontation with the silver tier beast. Expendables? The spectral feline, formidable even among bronze-tier creatures, regarded them as mere fodder? Such is the merciless brutality of these beasts, showing no compassion even toward their kin. The vice-captain had never truly faced a silver-tier beast, but from the display of power just witnessed, he knew he would not withstand even 10 blows. No, 10 blows might be an overestimation. The spectral feline, in its bloody rampage, did not distinguish between bronze-tier humans and those of mere ordinary rank. Wherever it passed, anything in its path was shredded without hesitation. In its eyes, they were all targets, indistinguishable from one another. In an instant, the crowd scattered in terror, none daring to suggest regrouping. Yet, one individual, accompanied by a turtle, bravely defied the tide, charging toward the spectral feline. Despite the beast's remarkable speed, Su Bai steadily approached. He understood that only the defense of Xiaoba might hold off this silver-tier feline. Only by restraining it could they hope to slay it. The spectral feline, having engaged in its slaughter, noticed Su Bai and observed with keen interest. It recognized the turtle, which had previously dispatched a bronze-tier feline with a single blow. This turtle seemed intriguing and deserved a bit of playtime. With its speed, none in the crowd could hope to escape. Thus, the spectral feline ceased its indiscriminate slaughter of ordinary humans and charged directly at Su Bai. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance. Appearing right before Su Bai with terrifying swiftness, silver claws, accompanied by a howling wind, struck down upon Su Bai's shell. The sound of metal clashing erupted as Su Bai, caught off guard, was forced back several steps, despite its considerable size and weight. What a splendid punching bag! Recognizing that he had caught the attention of the spectral feline, Su Bai felt no fear. In fact, this was precisely what he desired. If the beast continued its rampant assault, he would be unable to catch up. Having pondered the system's earlier notification, Su Bai formed a rough hypothesis. He was willing to gamble. If he won, they would survive. If he lost, they would perish together. After all, with the speed of the silver-tier spectral feline, no one could escape, so rather than await their doom, it was better to fight valiantly. Seeing that Su Bai could withstand its attack, the spectral feline became intrigued. It leaped onto Su Bai's back, its claws moving rapidly, summoning a tempest. Observing this scene, Su Bai remained unfazed and silently uttered, "Turtle shell defense." In that instant, Su Bai's vitality surged, amplifying its defensive capabilities threefold. The spectral feline, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh as golden light enveloped its claws, and its attacks descended like a torrential storm upon Su Bai's shell. In less than a minute, the spectral feline struck over 100 times. Each blow was imbued with terrifying might, causing cracks to appear on Su Bai's shell, as if the golden light had a tearing effect on it. The force of these attacks also transmitted through Su Bai's shell, inflicting internal damage, causing the turtle to spit forth its own blood for the first time. The assault continued relentlessly. Su Bai, regardless of its efforts, could not dislodge the spectral feline from its back, and could only endure the onslaught. As time passed, Su Bai grew weaker and weaker. At this moment, its shell was marred with shocking fissures. Although the spectral feline lacked armor-piercing capabilities, Su Bai's innate abilities were meant to counter the spectral feline. However, under the overwhelming attribute suppression, even the resilient Su Bai could not withstand such ferocity. Warning! Warning! The domesticated beast, Xuanwu, has entered a severely injured state, awakening the talent. Source convergence. The host can share energy and jointly bear damage with the domesticated beast. As Su Bai had surmised, although the system had previously indicated extreme danger, its advice was to respond cautiously rather than flee. This meant the system had determined that there was a certain probability of victory, without necessitating a retreat. Even in the face of crisis, the system provided some assistance. Seeing Su Bai being battered into submission, Su Bai unhesitatingly activated the source convergence talent. In an instant, blood gushed from his orifices. Yet Su Bai's injuries began to mend significantly. "Su Bai?" Lin Yanran cried out, desperately trying to rush to his aid, only to be halted by Liao Yusin. Having just employed the Tiger Roar Dragon chant, Lin Yanran was still in a weakened state and could not break free from Liao Yusin's grasp. Meanwhile, Liao Yusin stared in shock at Su Bai. Heaven and earth unite. The soul remains undying. Divine weapons gather, sacred beasts armed, roots of grass and trees, source convergence. Could this be one of the three supreme exclusive battle techniques of a beast tamer? Source convergence. Su Bai has actually comprehended source convergence. Such talent is unheard of. The arriving vice captain and Minter Wuda were equally astonished by this revelation. This is the source convergence of beast tamers. Su Bai has actually grasped this legendary battle technique. This is dire. Su Bai is jointly bearing the attacks of the silver-tier spectral feline for his domesticated beast. We must rush to support him. Attack. Just then, Su Bai felt a warm current surge within him, rapidly mending his injuries and continually enhancing his physical prowess. Su Bai experienced a similar phenomenon. No longer able to retaliate against the spectral feline on its back, it retracted its limbs into its shell, swiftly absorbing the energy from the beast core it had consumed earlier. The stagnation caused by reaching the peak of ordinary rank began to dissipate in the face of life-threatening peril. Had the spectral feline not grievously injured Su Bai, this latent energy would have required a lengthy period for absorption. However, now, Su Bai's meridians, internal organs, and bones had all been ravaged by the spectral feline. This hidden energy found an outlet, continually integrating into Su Bai's being. Notification: Xuanwu has leveled up to bronze initial stage. Earth Shin Turtle, Xuanwu bloodline activated. Gaining the talent, Earth Gravity. Host level has risen to bronze initial stage. Domesticated beast, Earth Shin Turtle. Level, bronze beginner, Xuanwu bloodline activated at 30%. Significant enhancement in all attributes. Talent amplified. Physique, 138. Defense, 162. Agility, 40. Spirit, 40. Talent 1. Earth Barrier. Able to harness the power of the earth to form a defensive stance, increasing defense by 500%. Talent 2. Earth Spirit Possession. Consuming a certain amount of stamina to envelop the body in earth element energy. Enhancing attack power by 100 to 200% and defense by 200 to 300%. Talent 3. Gravitational Pull. Launching a skill towards a designated target. The target will be drawn towards the Xuanwu, otherwise its speed will be significantly hindered. Upon ascending to bronze level, Su Bai's form instantaneously expanded to the size of a 30 square meter room, its weight immeasurable. Most importantly, the Xuanwu bloodline was fully activated. Su Bai slowly opened its eyes. And at that moment, the sacred beast's Xuanwu bloodline erupted with terrifying power. A wild aura emanated from Su Bai, causing the very ground beneath it to crack. With terrifying fissures appearing out of thin air. With a roar, a fierce wind arose, and the heavens and earth dimmed. The previously engaged Yuming cat felt a sudden chill run down its spine, an overwhelming sense of trepidation rising within. In the next moment, it leaped from Su Bai's back, darting away a considerable distance, narrowing its eyes in vigilance as it scrutinized Su Bai. At this time, Su Bai was a bronze beginner, a significant level below the Yuming cat, yet the latter sensed an oppressive force emanating from Su Bai, suffocating it. This was the pressure of a top-tier predator upon one at the bottom of the food chain. Chapter 31. Slaying the silver level, Su Bai shocks the crowd. The deputy camp leader and the mentors arrived at the battlefield and were momentarily stunned at Su Bai's promotion. The soul-wrenching pressure emanating from it instilled fear in the deputy camp leader and mentors, causing them to retreat several steps. How could Su Bai's tamed beast, merely a bronze beginner, exude such a terrifying aura? The bloodline level must be exceptionally high. Its size surpassed that of the majority of silver-level beasts. After ascending, Su Bai's momentum transformed dramatically. With bloodlight glinting in its eyes, it fixated on the Yuming cat, having been suppressed for so long. It was filled with rage and yearned for vengeance. With boundless fury, it took a step forward. The earth trembled. The Yuming cat glared fiercely at Su Bai, and after a roar, it lunged again. However, Su Bai's size was now 3 to 4 times larger than the Yuming cat, resembling a child charging at an adult with little strength. Though merely a bronze beginner, Su Bai stood undaunted before the silver-level Yuming cat. A paw the size of a round table swung towards the Yuming cat. Though this strike appeared slow, it was merely a visual misperception caused by its massive size. In reality, the speed of Su Bai's claw was remarkably swift, even producing a faint sound of air being split. The Yuming cat, caught off guard by Su Bai's speed, could only hastily respond. Boom! The clash of claws sent the Yuming cat, resembling a rhinoceros, flying several dozen meters away, carving a long trench in the ground. Su Bai remained steadfast. The deputy camp leader halted, astonished at this scene. The silver-level Yuming cat had been sent flying? Just how terrifying was Su Bai's tamed beast? What level of ferocious creature possessed such a formidable bloodline, capable of confronting a silver-level beast at the bronze level? Could it be that Su Bai's tamed beast was a descendant of a platinum-level entity? Regardless, with Su Bai capable of withstanding the silver-level Yuming cat, there was hope for survival. Ha ha ha, splendid. Su Bai, well done. The fleeing students halted. Some even began to cheer for Su Bai. Su Bai, go for it. Su Bai, defeat it. Avenge your brothers. Lin Yanran sighed in relief upon witnessing Su Bai and Su Bai's ability to send the silver-level beast flying. The despair that had gripped the hearts of many upon the Yuming cat's appearance was rekindled with a spark of hope. The Yuming cat, having been knocked back, climbed out of the dirt pit, shaking off the mud, its eyes bloodshot. After a furious roar, it charged towards Su Bai with even greater speed. How? At this moment, it was enraged. A silver-level beast humiliated by one barely entering the bronze level? A disgrace of monumental proportions. Thud, thud, thud. Su Bai, like an angry little mountain, pursued the Yuming cat with heavy steps. Talent, Earth Spirit Possession. Su Bai's defense and attack power surged. The Yuming cat's attacks, whether landing on Su Bai's shell or its skin, were utterly ineffective. No breach in defense whatsoever. After several rounds of combat, Su Bai seized an opportunity and struck the Yuming cat once more, sending it flying again. How? The pained Yuming cat slowly emerged from the dirt pit, this time taking greater caution, yet still unable to completely evade Su Bai's strike. The silver-level Yuming cat was bewildered, embarrassed, and increasingly frustrated. Unable to comprehend how this tortoise had gained such immense power after its promotion. Its full-force attacks could not even breach the defenses of this tortoise. Hearing the distant cheers for Su Bai, the Yuming cat's fury flared. It charged toward the students. Danger! The Yuming cat is coming. Quickly retreat. Scatter and run. Talent. Gravitational pull. Seeing the Yuming cat attempt to flee, Su Bai activated its newly acquired skill. With a powerful strike to the ground, a layer of light enveloped the Yuming cat, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape this earthy glow. The Yuming cat was startled, but, feeling no immediate lethality from the glow, relaxed slightly. However, as it prepared to move, it found its legs burdened as if shackled by a 1,000-pound weight, each step requiring immense effort. The Yuming cat quickly turned to face the approaching Su Bai, its pupils constricting in alarm. This was the work of that tortoise. What kind of talent skill was this? After numerous attempts, the Yuming cat realized that it could only move towards Su Bai without restriction, while any other action was an arduous task. Panic surged within the Yuming cat, the realization that its greatest speed advantage had been nullified. How? The Yuming cat roared furiously. And if that were the case, it could only fight with this tortoise. But now, Su Bai's defenses were outrageously high, rendering the Yuming cat's attacks almost futile, akin to mere tickles. As Su Bai ensnared the Yuming cat with gravitational pull, the deputy camp leader and 6 mentors arrived, surrounding the Yuming cat. Combat technique, Blood Flame Slash. Combat technique, Demon Slayer Spear. Combat technique, Blade Storm. In an instant, a multitude of colorful auras filled the sky. Various attacks raining down upon the Yuming cat, inflicting severe wounds. Without the gravitational pull to bind it, the Yuming cat could have easily evaded these attacks or retaliated against the humans. However, with the gravitational pull in effect, any attempt to turn resulted in its limbs being restrained, severely hampering its movements. The binding force of gravitational pull might not be significant against a physique-oriented silver-level beast, but for a speed-oriented silver level like the Yuming cat, it was a nightmare. It was thoroughly suppressed. How? Not long after, the Mo, covered in wounds and with bloodshot eyes, fixed its fierce gaze on Su Bai. The imposing aura of a silver-level creature surged skyward, its silver irises instantly transforming into a vivid crimson, while its originally silver fur turned a deep blood red. Driven to desperation, the silver-level Mo began to fight with all its might. Talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. In the jungle, Mr. Wnun could already see the outline of the 269 military base from a distance. Soon, very soon, within 5 minutes, he would reach the battlefield. Little ancestor, you must hold on. At that moment, a violent silver aura emanated from afar, causing Mr. Wnun to furrow his brow. The bloodthirsty frenzy of the silver-level Mo? This is bad. LNYNRN is in danger. On the battlefield, the Mo, now in a state of bloodthirsty frenzy, experienced a significant surge in its attributes, finally gaining a semblance of mobility. In a mere few moments, it tore a Marshall University mentor in half. Yet, this mentor seemed utterly unconcerned about his injuries, the remnants of his upper body still clinging desperately to the right paw of the Mo. His face twisted in rage as he shouted, "Do not mind me. Kill it." The vice captain, witnessing the mentor's willingness to sacrifice himself to hold the Mo, felt tears well up in his eyes. All his strength concentrated upon his long blade. He launched one final attack against the silver-level Mo. Combat technique, Blood Flame Slash. Other mentors unleashed their most formidable attacks, striking down upon the Mo. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the Mo's speed and power doubling under the bloodthirsty frenzy, its defense had halved. Numerous combat techniques struck, leaving the Mo battered and nearly at death's door, writhing on the ground in agony. Seeing that the Mo was still alive, Su Bai suddenly raised his right palm and struck down with force. Crack! Blood gushed forth as the Mo lost all fighting spirit. Su Bai's right palm was raised once more. Thud, 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 again and again. Su Bai relentlessly struck down. Until the Mo's body was distorted, he did not cease. The ground beneath them had collapsed, forming a vast pit. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing in sync with Su Bai's strikes. It was not until the Mo ceased to move, its head crushed by Su Bai's bite, that they felt the ordeal was finally over. This time, it was truly over. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the ground. Some even lying flat, too weary to utter a word. They all gasped for breath, savoring the feeling of having survived a calamity. Chapter 32. The Former Glory of the Beast Tamer. Can SBI reclaim it? At that moment, a fierce wind swept across the outskirts of the battlefield, drawing the attention of everyone once more. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads as they instinctively grasped their weapons, their nerves taut. Could it be another Mo? What on earth was happening at the front lines to allow so many Mo to reach the rear? When I return, I will certainly report those incompetent fools at the front lines to military court. As the wind subsided, everyone exhaled in relief upon realizing it was not a Wyoming MO. It was Mr. WNUN. Upon seeing the chaotic battlefield, his heart grew heavy. Just one glance at the scattered limbs and severed bodies told him how brutal the recent battle had been. Countless students and mentors, clad in WD training uniforms, lay lifeless across every corner of the battlefield. Trembling internally, he murmured, "Little ancestor, please be safe." When WNUN spotted LNYNRN unscathed, he hurried over to inspect her. "Child, it is truly a relief that you are unharmed. You nearly frightened me to death. By the way, what of the silver-level Wyoming MO?" I sensed it had activated its bloodthirsty frenzy. As he spoke, WNUN noticed the lifeless body of the silver-level beast nearby. Sitting cross-legged beside it was a young man and a massive tortoise. A tamed beast? Having seen much in his life, WNUN immediately recognized that this giant tortoise was a human-tamed creature rather than a beast of the myriad races. His arrival drew the attention of many. Most students and mentors did not recognize him. However, the vice captain knew that although Mr. WNUN was not a direct military officer, his contributions to the military were well known throughout the entire GNGZHU province. The military had conferred upon WNUN an honorary rank of colonel. Though lacking in actual power, he enjoyed the social benefits and treatment of a colonel. In times of war, this honorary title could convert to an official military rank, granting him command over local forces. Per regulations, upon Mr. WNUN's arrival, the vice captain was required to report the current situation. The vice captain quickly jogged to Mr. WNUN, saluted, and reported, "Mr. WNUN, I am Major W. Ing JNY Ing from the 269 military base. In this battle, our unit, in coordination with Marshall University mentors and students, faced a large-scale Wyoming MO attack, slaying over 800 Wyoming MO, including 24 bronze level and 1 silver level. We are currently assessing casualties and providing initial treatment for the severely injured. Please give your directives." Upon hearing this, WNUN was taken aback. So many bronze-level beasts, and a silver-level one at that. They had managed to annihilate them all. Yet, he did not reveal his surprise, merely nodding as he inquired, "Was this silver-level Wyoming MO slain by your forces?" The vice captain replied, "The silver-level Wyoming MO was killed by SBI and his tamed beast." At the vice captain's response, WNUN was once again astonished. His gaze shifted back to the young man sitting cross-legged. The beast tamer with abilities is actually SBI? That tortoise is his tamed beast? This detail was absent from his records. What are those intelligence agents doing, missing such crucial information? Upon seeing SBI for the first time, he discerned that the young man had indeed broken through to the initial stage of bronze. At 18 years old, such talent was truly rare. He had not anticipated that he was also a beast tamer. In such a vast province as GNGZHU, WNUN had encountered numerous 18-year-olds at the initial stage of bronze. Yet, this was the first time he had seen one capable of defeating a silver-level Wyoming MO. This youth's future was limitless. At that moment, WNUN entertained a bold thought. Perhaps, SBI could reach the same level as LNLOH. With such talent, regardless of his background, he might just be deemed worthy of the LN family's daughter. Originally resting with his eyes closed, SBI stood up upon hearing the vice captain mention him in front of Mr. WNUN. "Greeting, Mr. WNUN. The silver-level Wyoming MO was slain through the combined efforts of myself, the vice captain, and the mentors. It was not solely my achievement." Though SBI spoke modestly, Mr. WNUN's keen eyes could discern that SBI's tamed beast was undoubtedly the primary contributor. In fact, without SBI and his tamed beast, it was uncertain if anyone would have survived. The vice captain and several mentors were merely bronze level. What storm could they stir in front of a silver-level Wyoming MO? Yet, despite this, SBI did not claim sole glory, instead acknowledging the contributions of the vice captain and the Marshall University mentors. It seemed this young man possessed a commendable character. A rare smile graced WNUN's face as he nodded at SBI, saying, "SBI, you have done exceptionally well. After graduating from WD, would you be interested in joining the Jiangzhou Fortress Command as a soldier? Although the role of beast tamer has waned, with your current talent, it would not be impossible to balance martial training as well. If you are willing to come, I will personally guide you in your cultivation. What do you say?" As WNUN's words fell, everyone turned to SBI with envious gazes. Graduates from WUDA are mandated to serve in the military, a steadfast rule. Typically, they are assigned to modest military outposts, where advancement is contingent upon either demonstrated valor or accumulated experience. However, Su Bai has unexpectedly been granted the opportunity to serve directly at the Jiangzhou Fortress Command Headquarters upon graduation with the esteemed Mr. Wen Yuan personally guiding him in martial arts training. This is akin to leaping to the pinnacle of success in one bound. Nevertheless, Su Bai shook his head and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Wen Yuan, for your kindness, but I am currently only a freshman. Joining the military at this stage feels premature." He then inquired, "You mentioned that the beast tamer ability is waned. What does that entail?" Mr. Wen Yuan, unfazed by Su Bai's refusal, acknowledged that it is indeed too early for him, being just a freshman. In response to Su Bai's question, he elaborated, "The growth of beast tamers is indeed swift in the early stages, yet it harbors a significant flaw. A beast tamer's rank and strength increase in tandem with the beasts they tame. However, there lies an issue. High-ranking ferocious beasts cannot be tamed, and once lower-ranking beasts are subdued, the tamer's potential is capped by the limits of those creatures. Only juvenile ferocious beasts with high-quality bloodlines possess the potential for growth alongside the tamer. However, such beasts are rare and elusive. Hence, the beast tamer ability is often regarded as the most redundant of powers, which is why I advise you to pursue martial arts instead. Throughout the century-long history of our race, many have emerged as beast tamers, yet only one has truly ascended to greatness. Tragically, since that individual's fall, no tamer has achieved remarkable success, with the highest attainment merely reaching the silver level." Upon hearing Mr. Wen Yuan's explanation, Su Bai nodded silently, harboring a secret. His companion, Xiao Ba, possesses the sacred bloodline of the Xuanwu. Presently, only Su Bai is privy to this fact. Chapter 33, Warriors, I shall lead you home as Mr. Wen Yuan and Su Bai delved into the intricacies of the beast tamer's path. The deputy commander rushed over after assessing personnel casualties to report, "Mr. Wen Yuan, the casualty statistics from this battle are complete. We have suffered 682 fatalities, 218 serious injuries, and the remainder sustained minor wounds. Report concluded. Please provide further instructions." Mr. Wen Yuan nodded at the wounded deputy commander, patting his shoulder and saying, "You have all worked hard. You are commendable. Now, let us return home." Upon hearing the word home, the students, who had been momentarily dazed by the battle, suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. The relentless waves of YMO had torn apart their comrades, classmates, and even instructors, leaving them forever enshrined in the battlefield's grim embrace. This cold expanse of war had forged the survivors into embodiments of iron will and resilience, yet the mere mention of home loosened their taut nerves. The boys, with reddened eyes, fought back tears, while the girls clustered together, weeping openly. At that moment, they were reminded that they were merely 18 years old, still freshmen. Even the 15-year veteran deputy commander was moved by the scene. His fierce gaze reddened as he saluted Mr. Wen Yuan once more. Yes, the injured students were each lifted onto backs, while the rest utilized their weapons as makeshift crutches, slowly making their way toward the camp. When they arrived, they were youthful and full of vigor, still the new faces of Wuda. The more than 1,200-strong formation had faces marked with the anxiety and naivety typical of those about to enter battle. However, on their return, only around 500 remained, each bearing wounds, yet the tension and innocence had faded. The 10-kilometer journey back was slow, taking over 2 hours to complete, with Mr. Wen Yuan leading silently at the front. 5 members of the Rapid Response Unit flanked the students, swiftly dispatching any wandering YMO. Outside the 269 military base, the commander, having slain the last YMO, wiped his bloodied blade clean on his clothing before sheathing it. "Brothers, we have vanquished all YMO. Quickly, let's clear the battlefield. The deputy commander awaits our support." Zhang Dabio, rallying his troops, responded affirmatively and set to work organizing them. At that moment, a communications officer rushed to the commander, breathlessly reporting, "Report. We've just received orders from above. Deputy Commander Wang Jinyang and the Wudao instructors have concluded their battle, having slain over 800 YMO, including 1 silver level and 24 bronze level. They are currently returning under Mr. Wen Yuan's lead. Let us prepare to assist." After the communication officer's report, the commander sighed in relief, nodding, "The battle is over? That's good." Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and he stared incredulously at the officer, repeating in disbelief, "What? Say that again. Silver level? How is that possible?" The officer, startled by the commander's reaction, had initially reacted similarly upon receiving the order but confirmed the details multiple times to ensure the commander would accept this reality. Stunned, the commander mumbled, "My goodness, these youngsters are remarkable. They even managed to take down a silver-level beast. Deputy Commander Lao Wang will surely be promoted soon." Then, as if struck by a thought, the commander bellowed, "Zhang Dabio, get back here. We will not be assisting the deputy commander. Everyone, Clear the battlefield with utmost speed. Within the hour, not a single YMO corpse should remain outside the base. Move. Get to it. The communication officer's words reached the ears of several soldiers, who began discussing the deputy commander and the Wuda students' triumph over the silver-level YMO. As the sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, the group finally caught sight of the 269 military base. The battlefield had been thoroughly cleared by the soldiers, and the commander personally led 500 troops, standing in 2 long lines at the gate to welcome the return of the Wuda instructors and students. The formation of soldiers stretched for hundreds of meters, each eagerly anticipating the hero's return. Upon seeing Mr. Wen Yuan leading the group, the commander's lips curled into a smile as he shouted, "Attention! Salute!" Hundreds of soldiers raised their right arms in unison. Raise the flags. Dozens of human race battle flags were hoisted high by the soldiers. The blood-red banners, adorned with the image of the Great Wall, fluttered in the breeze. Where the flags waved, the spirit of humanity stood resolute upon the battlefield. The commander continued to exhort, "Beat the drums." The rhythmic sounds of the war drums resonated through the air, invigorating the students, who felt their fatigue dissipate in an instant. The drumming persisted, and the commander, filled with fervor, called out again, "Dragon Kingdom Great Wall." 500 soldiers shouted in unison, "We shall not fall. In the face of myriad races, I shall be the vanguard. Unyielding in 100 battles, humanity shall prevail." The rallying cries soared to the heavens, echoing across the land. Each soldier clenched their fists, placing their right hands over their hearts, their expressions resolute and unafraid, as if seeking to dispel the shadows of the recent battle from the students' minds. Inspired by this indomitable spirit, regardless of their injuries, the students raised their weapons high, joining the soldiers in their cries. "Humanity shall prevail. Humanity shall prevail." After the outcry, under the direct leadership of the battalion commander, the group made their way to the military hospital to receive preliminary treatment for their injuries. As they were all martial artists, their recovery was relatively swift, provided that the injuries were not life-threatening. With the aid of medical treatment and their innate ability to self-repair through qi and blood, most lightly injured students were nearly healed. Those with severe injuries would be arranged for further treatment upon their return to Wuda. During this period, the battalion commander dispatched soldiers to retrieve the bodies of the fallen from the battlefield. After a brief rest, the students gradually recovered from the harsh battlefield environment. Chapter 34. Return to Wuda, a national shock. The battle commenced in the morning and continued until dusk, leaving the students, who had not eaten for nearly a day, to rush to the camp's cafeteria to devour their meals ravenously. It was not until after 8 o'clock in the evening that all the students, under the guidance of their mentors, arrived at the military district's teleportation square, preparing to return to Wuda. Originally, their training on the myriad races battlefield was scheduled for a month. However, due to the surprise attack by the Yuming cat, the students had far surpassed the expected outcomes of their training due to the combat experience they had gained. The battalion commander led the soldiers in a formation to bid farewell, and after spending a night together, the students had formed a bond with the base soldiers. At this moment, as the students prepared to depart, the soldiers offered their heartfelt blessings. "Brothers, remember to train diligently upon your return to Wuda. Perhaps we will have the chance to fight side by side next time. Don't hold me back. You kids are the most impressive group I've ever seen. Don't slack off during training at Wuda, or I'll hear news of your demise on the battlefield next time." The students waved goodbye as they stepped into the teleportation array. The vice commander, seeing that the students were ready, shouted, "Activate teleportation array number 1." The teleportation array beneath their feet gradually shimmered with silver light, and in a flash, they all returned to the other end of Wuda's teleportation array. Observing the now considerably emptier teleportation array, the vice commander let out a long sigh of relief. The battalion commander approached the vice commander with a smile and inquired, "What's the matter? You've only spent a day with these kids, and you're already reluctant to part with them?" The vice commander nodded and replied, "Indeed, these children are exceptional, particularly the one named Su Bai. I hope to have the opportunity to meet him again in the future." Pausing for a moment, the vice commander continued, "I owe that young man a tremendous favor." At the Jiangzhou Province Fortress Command Center, despite it being past 9 o'clock in the evening, the command center remained brightly lit. Countless officers wore solemn expressions as they busied themselves with their tasks. Report. Vice Commander, Mr. Wen Yuan and the Rapid Response Unit have returned from the 269th Military District. The frontline battle was victorious, and all the Yuming cats that ambushed the rear have been eradicated. There were 682 fatalities and 218 serious injuries. Furthermore, Mr. Wen Yuan conveyed that you need not worry. The member of the Lin family is safe and sound. Upon hearing this news, the Vice Commander, who had been frowning in concern, slowly exhaled in relief. Finally, some good news. This time, Most provinces across the nation suffered attacks from ferocious beasts, and other military academies suffered severe losses, even facing total annihilation. We must remember this grievance. It was Mr. Wenyuan who arrived just in time to slay the silver-grade ferocious beast, correct? The communicator hesitated, a complicated expression crossing their face, and replied, when Mr. Wenyuan arrived at the battlefield, the fight had already concluded. The silver-grade beast was slain by a student named Su Bai, in collaboration with the base's vice commander and Wuda's mentor. What? Such a thing occurred? Well done. What commendable young men. The vice commander fell into contemplation, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. Su Bai? I feel as though I have heard that name before. We must pay close attention to this group of surviving students. Perhaps they will bring us surprises in the future, especially that one named Su Bai. The large-scale assault by the myriad races, while resulting in grievous losses for this cohort of Wuda freshmen, also revealed their fear and insecurity regarding the rapid growth and potential of our human race. What do the myriad races fear? We shall do what they dread. They are apprehensive about the rapid growth of our new martial forces, are they not? Then let us instill fear in them. With that, the vice commander abruptly stood from his seat, proclaiming emphatically, issue the order. Starting this year in Jiangzhou province, training for martial artists and those with special abilities will commence at the high school level, focusing on nurturing gifted students. Moreover, the highest command of the military district has decided to host the Wuda 100 School Tournament in 1 month. The specific competition rules will be provided by the general staff within 3 days. This tournament will offer substantial rewards and aims to provide more resources for gifted students to foster their growth. Additionally, the incident at Jiangzhou Wuda serves as a commendable example for all soldiers and Wuda students. It must be widely publicized. Transmit the battle report of the 269th Military Base's assault to all television stations and media in Jiangzhou province, and have them prepare articles overnight. I want to see the headlines on major television stations and media tomorrow morning. I want the entire nation and all humanity to witness the bravery and fearlessness of our Dragon Kingdom's martial artists, cutting through the ranks, unafraid. The vice commander's final statement resonated powerfully, prompting all personnel in the command center to stand in unison. With heads held high, they roared, Dragon Kingdom martial artists, unafraid. When the students and mentors returned to Wuda's teleportation square, the old principal and chief instructor Zhang Kai were already present, accompanied by the entire faculty and student body. News of the battlefield skirmish had reached Wuda, and the accounts of the new students cutting down foes beyond their ranks left everyone astounded. A massive banner stretched across the area, and a sea of people gathered. All were solemn, awaiting the return of the triumphant heroes. As Su Bai and the other new students stepped out of the teleportation array, an ear-splitting cheer erupted from the expansive playground. Welcome back, Jiangzhou Wuda heroes. The returning students were momentarily stunned by the scene. Ha, we're back at school. Hee heroes. Who would have thought we'd be deemed heroes? The true hero is Su Bai. We're nothing but cannon fodder. Ha. Indeed, just cannon fodder. The thought still sends shivers down my spine. Finally, I want to have to see the Yuming cats again. Otherwise, even the sound of rustling leaves would trigger my reflex to prepare for battle. Finally back. I'm going to enjoy a hot bath tonight. If it weren't for the absence of so many classmates, I'd suspect today's experiences were merely a dream. Observing this group of students transformed by blood and fire into figures radiating a hint of iron-blooded spirit, the white-haired old principal approached slowly, followed by Chief Instructor Zhang Kai. Children, welcome back to campus. I am aware of your circumstances on the battlefield. You all performed admirably. You are all heroes of Jiangzhou Wuda. As the hour grows late and everyone is fatigued, those with serious injuries should accompany me to the school hospital for treatment, while the rest should return to the dormitories for an early rest. Tonight, ensure you get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow evening, the school has prepared a bonfire party for you all to relax. Upon the principal's conclusion, hundreds of students bearing stretchers escorted the injured to the hospital for treatment, while Su Bai and their companions returned to their dormitory amidst the gazes of the crowd. After a comfortable bath, as he lay in bed, Han Jiagong yawned and said, Brothers, don't you feel tonight's bed is exceptionally soft? Tao Jiejun chuckled in response, You know, I feel like I could sleep until tomorrow night. FNZHON was deep in thought, calculating in his mind, utterly unable to succumb to slumber. Do you think our contributions can be considered monumental this time? Surely, the military merits must be accounted for us. Coming from a modest background, FNZHON had long coveted the cultivation resources that military achievements could redeem. HNGG rolled his eyes and retorted, What can your meager military merit exchange for? As for military accomplishments, our Su Gu has slain high-ranking bronze beasts and silver ones. I reckon he could redeem a veritable bounty of cultivation resources. By the way, Su Gu, what kind of turtle is your Xiaoba? I'd like to get one for myself too, not for any other reason, but just to find peace in gazing at it. Su Bai, who had initially intended to engage in conversation with his roommates, chose silence instead. Indeed, raising a Xiao Ba diminished one's prestige. Su Bai silently vowed to himself that his next tame beast must be more dashing. Before long, the dormitory was filled with the sounds of snoring. As everyone succumbed to the embrace of dreams, the suddenness of the battle had left them all exhausted. Despite their cheerful facades, they were merely children, weary in both body and spirit. The following day, around noon, Ng and the others finally awakened. However, a lingering sense of fatigue clung to them, a remnant of the excessive strain they had endured during the previous day's battle. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. Ng, whose bed was closest to the door, opened it with ease. To everyone's astonishment, a group of female students entered, each carrying a bento box. Hello, junior brothers. We are from the Xuanwu Student Union. The principal has informed us that you are heroes just returned from the battlefield, and he wants you to take some time to rest. Please remember to arrive at the training ground at 6 o'clock this evening for the bonfire party. We have also brought you lunch, prepared by the senior sisters themselves. Please do not turn your noses up at it. Originally feeling lethargic, Ng perked up instantly at the sight of lunch delivered by the senior sisters. He leapt from his bed in his pajamas, exclaiming, "Haha, who would have thought our treatment would be so splendid upon returning from the battlefield? Senior sisters, you are too kind. We shall not squander your goodwill." The senior sisters smiled politely at Ng, their eyes carefully surveying the dormitory, before inquiring, "We heard that Su Bai is also in your dormitory. Which one of you is Su Bai?" Ng responded with confusion. "Aren't you here to deliver lunch? Why do you care about Su Bai?" Owen interjected. "Do you know Su Bai?" One of the senior sisters replied with admiration, "Surely, by now. Su Bai's name is known throughout the nation. He is the hero of Jiangzhou Wudao. The news has reported that the educational ministers from various provinces and the principal of Wudao are all astonished by his feats. It just so happened that they were assigned to deliver lunch to their dormitory, hence their desire to meet this remarkable junior." Tianjin scratched his head and said, "Well, you came too late. Su Bai has gone out to eat." Upon hearing that Su Bai was not in the dormitory, the senior sisters displayed disappointment, and after delivering the lunch, they left immediately. The three roommates exchanged glances. Realizing that without Su Bai, the senior sisters had turned and walked away. Did they leave just because Su Bai wasn't here? How pragmatic. They began discussing the senior sisters' remarks while enjoying their lunch. Did I hear correctly? Did the senior sister say Su Bai appeared on television? When did that happen? How come we, his roommates, are completely unaware of this? Enough chatter. Let us quickly check the computer. The three gathered around the computer, and as soon as they opened the browser, they were drawn in by the headlines, hastily clicking to read more. Dragon Country Military Channel. Yesterday, a large-scale assault by myriad beasts on human military bases occurred across several provinces. Among the attacking myriad beasts, many exhibited silver-tier combat capabilities. Countless students from various provinces' martial universities were slaughtered, leaving not a single one unharmed. In FH province, a total of 8,300 martial students fell in battle, prompting the provincial education minister to declare in fury that he would allocate 300 billion in cultivation resources to the province's martial universities this year. Determined to forge an elite force, with vengeance clearly in mind. At El Enshu in Wudao, over 1,000 students were annihilated on the battlefield against the myriad beasts. Principal Ho-Chi-In, in a fit of rage, smashed a cup and proclaimed, "If this vengeance is not avenged, I, Ho-Chi-In, will not be considered a man." Currently, Principal Ho has personally led hundreds of instructors from Wudao to the battlefield against the myriad beasts. The last descendant of the Zhao family, a prominent martial family in Wuling province, sacrificed himself. All 84 members of the Zhao family donned mourning attire and brandished long spears to enlist. According to feedback from military headquarters, the large-scale attack on military bases by the myriad beasts aims to sever the future of humankind. The chief of staff declared, "This vengeance must be avenged." Yet, even in despair, the indomitable spirit of humanity shines like a beacon in the night. During this large-scale surprise attack, the instructors and students of Jiangzhou Wudao fought fiercely, slaying 1 silver-tier beast, 24 bronze-tier beasts, and 850 ordinary beasts. Among them, the first-year student Su Bai single-handedly engaged a silver-tier beast, achieving a remarkable cross-tier kill amidst the onslaught from instructors and a bronze-tier military expert. While all others faced defeat, Jiangzhou Wudao alone emerged victorious. The military has resolved to award collective second-class honors to the participating students and instructors of Jiangzhou Wudao for their indomitable spirit in the face of foes far stronger than themselves. They will receive the Chongqing Silver Medal. Student Su Bai, for his outstanding military achievements, is awarded first-class honors and the Chongqing Gold Medal. It is hoped that all will learn from the students of Jiangzhou Wuda, embodying the indomitable spirit of fighting to the end against the invasion of myriad beasts. To instill this spirit in the students, the military has decided to hold a grand inter-university competition in 1 month, where everyone can purchase tickets to watch live, with the proceeds going towards the rewards of this competition. One after another, the roommates opened various media reports, finding that the content was largely similar. TAGJ gasped, "Wow, is it really that dire elsewhere? So many schools have been completely wiped out." HNGG trembling with fear, remarked, "If it weren't for Su Gu, we might have met a similar fate. Su Gu truly deserves that Chongqing Gold Medal." TAGJ concurred, "Indeed. Su Gu is probably the first freshman in our school to earn the Chongqing Gold Medal. After graduation, with this medal alone, he could directly join the ranks as a squad leader or higher." FNZHON furrowed his brow in contemplation. The military, the Ministry of Education, all martial universities, and various martial families are furious. It seems we must gather strength to prepare for a counterattack. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, who was walking along the streets outside the campus, events in the dormitory were unfolding without his knowledge. As he gazed around, he noticed that almost every building was adorned with banners proclaiming, "Eradicate the myriad beasts, humanity shall prevail." However, Su Bai was taken aback to find that the once bustling back street of the school was now nearly deserted. In fact, most shops along the street had their doors tightly shut. After wandering for half an hour, he had yet to find a single establishment to satisfy his hunger for lunch. "Isn't today Saturday? Why is everyone closed for business?" Su Bai sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to return to the school's convenience store for a cup of instant noodles, he faintly heard shouts in the distance. The shouts were at times organized and at other times chaotic, but it was clear that no fewer than several hundred voices were raised in unison, possibly even surpassing 1,000. "Eradicate the myriad beasts. Kill, kill, kill. Restore our clear skies. Humanity shall prevail." This collective roar seemed to carry the fury of countless souls, soaring into the heavens. Su Bai curiously surveyed the direction from which the sounds emanated. In the distance, the streets were teeming with people, banners held high above their heads. "Annihilate the myriad races, the human race shall prevail." Su Bai discerned that these were ordinary residents from near Wuda, and even among the throng, he recognized several familiar shop owners. Each person wore an expression of deep anger, their eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, their fists clenched tightly above their heads. Each shout echoing with a fervor that was almost frantic. The crowd was ablaze with passion. This was the first time Su Bai had witnessed such a display of public demonstration, the sounds growing louder as they approached him, each cry resonating in his ears. This scene stirred something within him, evoking memories of battlefields filled with similar frenzied roars. These were the voices of humanity, seething with contempt for the invasion of the myriad races. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, this spectacle was not confined to outside Wuda, it was occurring nationwide. Countless groups expressing their inner fury through this collective march. Hundreds of martial arts academies across the country had returned in disarray, many Wuda students perishing in the conflict. Even though Jiangzhou Wuda returned victorious, of the more than 1,200 who set out, only 500 made it back. Countless young warriors had fallen in battle. How many parents had lost their beloved children? How many families had been shattered by the atrocities of these myriad races? The invasion was a calamity for all humanity, and even ordinary citizens contributed their share of strength through such means. Witnessing this, Su Bai could not help but feel moved. In Yushan County, the Su family was at home. Su Xiaomei, having just finished an episode of her favorite drama, was about to change the channel when she inadvertently caught a news segment mentioning Su Bai. For a moment, she thought she was mistaken and rubbed her eyes to see clearer. Student Su Bai, renowned for his valor, awarded first-class merit and a golden medal. In a flash, Su Xiaomei rushed to knock on her father's door. "Father, father, come quick, Su Bai is on television." However, when Su Bai's father saw the news, though he felt proud of his child's high honor, a deeper concern shadowed his face. "I never imagined so many had perished in this war." "Xiaomei, earlier today, Jiangzhou Wuda called to say tomorrow is the day of the funeral at their school. Should we go together to see your brother?" Su Xiaomei, who had grown up with Su Bai and shared a close bond, felt a surge of joy at the prospect of visiting him after more than 3 months apart. "Yes, I want Su Bai to treat me to a grand feast." Clearly, Su Xiaomei had yet to grasp the solemnity and gravity of the funeral that Wuda was hosting. It was far from a playful occasion. Su Bai's father looked at his lively daughter with a helpless shake of his head and affectionately ruffled her hair. After following the parade for a while, Su Bai returned to his dormitory. Upon seeing the military channel's news, he fell into a long silence, reflecting on the earlier march. It dawned on him why those ordinary people, despite never having set foot on the battlefield, could scream with such heart-wrenching intensity. If he were to fall in battle, his father, mother, and sister would surely feel as grieved and heartbroken as those marchers. By 6 in the evening, with a heavy heart, Su Bai arrived at the training ground. Dozens of bonfires blazed brightly at Wu Da's training field, surrounded by over 8,000 students and instructors. An array of food, barbecues, beers, drinks, and fruits were plentiful. The old principal, dressed in the academy's formal attire, held a microphone and spoke each word with conviction. Students, I believe you have all seen today's news and the headlines across various media. You have proven your bravery and fearlessness with your blood. You are the pride of Jiangzhou Wuda. You have accomplished great feats. You are heroes. Let us now express our gratitude with the warmest applause for our heroes returning in triumph. Tonight's bonfire gathering is dedicated to our heroes. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. The crowd erupted in cheers, the shadows of battle dissipating at that moment. Those who had fought alongside Su Bai understood that without him, they might have fared just like other schools across the provinces. To have survived was a stroke of luck, let alone partake in this celebratory bonfire gathering. Cheers. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Normally, Wudo enforced a ban on alcohol, but today, with the principal's words, it was a free-for-all. At that moment, Su Bai and Lin Yanran stood at the edge of the crowd, observing the jubilant students. Both preferred tranquility, finding satisfaction in simply watching the revelry. By the bonfire, Han Jiagong and several other roommates were already flushed from drink. Come on, brothers. To be back from the battlefield is a blessing. Let us drink freely today. Han Jiagong called out. Yes, we must thank Su Gu. Without him, we might not have returned. Where's Su Gu? Han Jiagong, his face red, searched the crowd until he finally spotted Su Bai at the edge. Su Gu, why are you two in the corner? Come, let us drink together. Just as Su Bai was about to decline, Tao Jejun chimed in. No way, Su Gu. You are the star of the day. Everyone, shout with me. Su Bai? Su Bai? Su Bai? The students who had fought alongside Su Bai raised their hands, joining in the uproar. Su Bai? Su Bai? Su Bai? Suddenly, all the students and instructors lifted their right hands, fists clenched, waving them toward the sky. Su Bai? Su Bai? Su Bai? Thousands chanted his name. The cheers, applause, and shouts resounded endlessly. Su Bai, who usually preferred solitude, was overwhelmed by the scene and found himself at a loss. The exuberant students, disregarding his bewilderment, lifted him and tossed him into the air. As he descended, hands caught him, only to launch him skyward once more. Lin Yanran watched Su Bai's flustered state with a subtle smile, and the sight ignited another cheer from the crowd. The old principal, chief instructor Zhang Kai, and the Wudao instructors raised their glasses, joining the students in their revelry. Their cheers echoing as they lamented the merciless YMO that had taken their brothers from them. Many, amidst their drinking, found themselves in tears, while others laughed heartily, yet tears glimmered in their eyes. Those iron-willed warriors, who had bravely faced the relentless tide of YMO on the battlefield, shed their strength in this moment. They were but a group of 18-year-old children. Under the night sky, the bonfire blazed, as if these young scholars were fiercely resisting fate in the darkness of the myriad races. After the bonfire gathering concluded, the students were oblivious to how they returned to their dormitories. Chapter 37. The Martyrs' Cemetery. We who have returned shall fight for those who cannot. They all awoke the next afternoon, one by one. Today marks the solemn occasion at Wudao where the collective faculty and students gather to pay tribute to the brave souls who perished on the battlefield. Su Bai and his roommates, clad in the university's uniform and draped in simple white linen garments, stroll solemnly along the campus pathways. A gentle rain descends from the heavens, yet not a single student opens an umbrella, each one walking with a grave demeanor, heads bowed in reflection. Their destination is the Martyrs' Cemetery of Jiangzhou Wuda. Before reaching the cemetery, rows of coffins await, each adorned with the heroic deeds of the fallen students, recited with heartfelt sorrow by the old principal. Chen Guorong, who began his martial training at the tender age of 10, advanced to the initial stage of a warrior by 15, and at 18 was admitted to Wuda. On the battlefield, he had reached the intermediate warrior level, sacrificing himself valiantly to hold back 3 ethereal feline beasts, ultimately perishing in a bloody struggle. Zhang Shanin, the top scholar from Baiyang County, entered Wuda as an intermediate warrior, swiftly rising to the advanced level within 3 months of training. He faced the bronze-level ethereal felines without hesitation, heroically subduing one for 3 full minutes before being torn apart. Beside the coffins, students in the same white linen garments stand in solemn ranks. Each time the principal concludes the recounting of a martyr's story, 12 students, with grave expressions, lift a coffin from the ground, marching with dignified steps into the cemetery. Each coffin is draped with a vivid red banner of the human race's Great Wall. The motto of Jiangzhou Wuda stitched in golden thread. With my heart, I forge an unyielding Great Wall for the Dragon Kingdom. The ground is strewn with white paper money, a tribute from the living to their fallen comrades. The rain intensifies. Perhaps the heavens themselves wish to shield these valiant men from further sorrow by masking their tears. Once all the coffins have been interred, the principal delivers a poignant eulogy. You survivors must fight for those who did not return. They are your brothers and sisters. Inherit their will, grow stronger, slay the enemy, and protect. The chief instructor then bellows, attention, bow. Thousands of students bow deeply before the gravestones, a gesture embodying their wish for a warless paradise in heaven, a plea for peace and tranquility. A second bow signifies their hope for future brotherhood in the next life, to share laughter and wine. The third bow represents their vow that from this day forth, the parents of the fallen shall be regarded as their own, and they shall care for them to the best of their abilities. Brothers, may your journey be smooth. The sound of gunfire echoes as 100 seniors, armed, fire into the sky, bullets soaring as if guiding the spirits of their departed brothers towards the celestial realm. Outside the campus, countless citizens dressed in white weep uncontrollably. These are the parents who have come, 1,250 departed, with over 500 returning. For the nation, it is the loss of a soldier. Yet for a family, it is the heart-wrenching farewell of a loved one. It is the sorrow of a parent bidding farewell to their child. An elderly woman clutches a piece of clothing once worn by her child, collapsing in despair, her hands pounding against the nearby railing, tears streaming as she cries out, "Why? Why must those beasts invade us? Why did they kill my son? What wrong did he commit? Oh heavens! Tell me what sin my son committed that you would take his life at just 18. We were once a happy family. Why must you be so cruel? Return my son to me." Among the thousands of grieving parents present, the majority share her sentiment, bewildered by the invasion that has cost them their children. The lamentations reverberate throughout Wuda. Even the typically vivacious Su Bai, in such a somber atmosphere, clutches her parents' hands tightly. Father, are they all families of children lost in battle? Su's father, Chiu Ziheo, solemnly nods. Su Xiaomei's voice quivers. They look so pitiful. The entire funeral lasts nearly 3 hours, concluding with the weary principal announcing, "Students, I trust your families await you outside. Starting tomorrow, the school will be closed for 7 days. Take this time to cherish your loved ones." Had it not been for the sacrifices made by so many students on the battlefield, the news of a week off would have elicited joyous reactions. Yet now, all that remains is sorrow as students slowly make their way towards the school gates. Due to the military management of Wuda, parents are not permitted inside. The surviving students can embrace their parents, while the fallen's remains are carried by seniors, searching for the corresponding families in the crowd. Upon seeing Su Bai emerge, Su Xiaomei calls out, Su Bai, we are here." Spotting his family, Su Bai's somber mood lifts as he smiles and walks towards them. Regardless of the circumstances, the presence of family always brings warmth. Su's mother, with dark circles under her eyes, scrutinizes Su Bai closely, and upon confirming his safety, embraces him tightly, tears flowing freely. Su Ziheo remarks, "Your mother couldn't sleep a wink after hearing about the funeral and seeing the news of the beast attacks. Even after I reassured her of your safety, she remained anxious. But now you are unharmed, right? Let us discuss this at home. It's a rainy day, and even with an umbrella, we still get wet." However, Su's mother clings to him, fearing that if she lets go, she may never see him again. Su Bai has always shielded his family from his troubles. He had not mentioned his experiences on the battlefield, returning home only to make a brief call. Thus, when they received the school's notification and saw the news, Su Bai's parents were shocked to learn of their son's involvement in the conflict. After a long while, Su's mother finally calms down. The family enjoys a meal at a nearby restaurant before boarding the bus to Yushan County. Chapter 38. Is this homecoming? Throughout the journey, Su's mother harbors mixed feelings. Glancing at Su Bai with words unspoken, to withdraw him from school? He had gained admission to Wuda, embarking on the path of martial arts. Could she truly hinder his journey out of fear for his safety? This path was chosen by Su Bai himself, and as a mother, she ultimately sighs, transforming her worries into silent prayers. Su Bai's father, while not as anxious as his wife, understands that it is natural for a son to face the perils of battle. From the moment he entered Wuda, such preparations were expected. Yet, it is impossible to say that Su Ziheo is entirely at ease regarding his son's safety. Noticing the heavy expressions on his parents' faces, Su Bai reassures them with a smile. "Father, mother, you need not worry about me. With my current strength, I can handle the dangers of the intermediate-level battlefield. The higher-level battlegrounds remain beyond my reach, so please rest assured." Su Xiaomei, surprisingly not engaging in banter with her elder brother, chimed in, "Indeed. Many people return from the battlefield bearing wounds. yet our Su Bai seems entirely unscathed. Furthermore, I recall the television mentioning something about Su Bai possessing a golden medal. With both children voicing their sentiments, Su Bai's parents could only suppress their concerns deep within. After disembarking from the bus, it was already past 9 in the evening. To Su Bai's astonishment, Yushan County was adorned with banners, much like Jiangzhou. Down with the monstrous races, humanity shall prevail. As long as the Dragon Kingdom stands, the Great Wall shall remain tall. As Su Bai and his family returned to their community, they noticed the elderly security guard dozing off while listening to the radio. After searching for a while, Su Zihua realized he had forgotten his access card and knocked on the heavily locked iron gate. "Old Zhang, could you open the door?" Upon hearing the commotion, the old man glanced over, initially displaying a hint of impatience, pondering how many times old Su must have forgotten his access card in a month. However, upon spotting Su Bai, his eyes lit up, and he sprang from his chair, stepping out of the guard room to greet him warmly. "Oh, it's Su Bai back home. Old Su, you have done remarkably well, raising such an outstanding child like Su Bai. Ha ha ha. I was discussing Su Bai's television appearance with the neighbors this afternoon. The golden medal, TSK, TSK, TSK. You wouldn't believe it, old Wang, upon learning of Su Bai's exploits, has taken to coercing Wang Jinza to study each day." Without waiting for Su Zihua to respond, the old man continued to boast about Su Bai, as if he were his own child. At this moment, Su Zihua's eyes sparkled with joy, and he waved his hands, saying, "Oh, not at all. This is all Su Bai's own hard work. I, as his father, have contributed little." Su Bai nodded at the old man. A gesture of greeting. The old man, increasingly fond of Su Bai, suggested, "Old Su, when you have some free time, do come to my home for a visit. Let Su Bai offer some guidance to my grandson." After exchanging pleasantries with the old man, who had praised Su Bai extensively, the family returned home in high spirits. As soon as they opened the door, a voice from the system suddenly resonated in Su Bai's mind. "Ding, detected a contractable creature, a kitten. Would you like to tame the little kitten?" Taken aback, Su Bai hesitated before turning to Su Zihua. "Dad, have we gotten a cat?" Su Zihua looked at Su Bai in surprise. "How did you know?" "A few days ago, Xiaomei found a stray cat on the road and, feeling sorry for it, brought it home. I thought since Xiao Bai had been taken by you, we should have some kind of pet, so we decided to adopt it." Su Bai pouted. "I am a beast tamer, so I have a keen sensitivity to creatures that can be tamed. This cat perfectly fits my taming criteria." He muttered under his breath. "Why do we keep adopting these creatures? Can't we get something a bit more handsome?" Entering the house, Su Zihua brought out the small cat they had adopted. "If you can tame it, then this kitten is yours." The kitten was no larger than a shoe, with fur as white as snow, appearing delicate and trembling in Su Zihua's hands. Su Xiaomei, reluctant to part with it, pouted, "No, I found the kitten. It is the most attached to me. It gets scared whenever anyone else approaches." Su Zihua nodded in agreement. "Indeed, even when I and your mother fed it, it refused to eat. You see, it is currently frightened in my hands. It only interacts with Xiaomei. If you were to tame this kitten, it would likely be quite a challenge." Su Bai chuckled. Looking at his sister, "How about we make a bet? We each stand on opposite sides, and whichever way the kitten goes, that person keeps it. What do you say?" Su Xiaomei, with an air of pride, replied, "Humph. I'll take that bet. My kitten won't pay you any mind." Su Zihua glanced at his sister, thinking if Su Bai truly could tame the kitten, he would persuade Xiaomei to let Su Bai have it, as it was a matter of Su Bai's prowess. However, seeing Su Bai eager to play with his sister, Su Zihua was also curious to witness the extent of Su Bai's extraordinary abilities. Once Xiaomei agreed, Su Bai grinned, silently reciting, "Tame the little kitten." Unsurprisingly, when the kitten was placed on the ground by Su Zihua, it did not even glance at Xiaomei. Instead, joyfully bounding to Su Bai's feet and leaping onto his instep, its paws resting on Su Bai's pant leg. Meow, meow, meow. This scene left everyone in the Su family astounded. The kitten had never shown such affection even towards Su Xiaomei. Ignoring the onlookers, Su Bai opened the system to examine the kitten's attributes. Tameable beast, little kitten. Level, ordinary initial stage, possessing a certain bloodline of the Baihu sacred beast. Capable of infinite growth, ultimately capable of slaying gods. Constitution, 1. Defense, 1. Agility, 3. Spirit, 1. Talent, sharp claws, increases attack speed and attack power by 100%. Evolution method, consumption. The attributes were similar to when Xiao Ba was first contracted, and Su Bai had anticipated the kitten's Baihu bloodline after Xiao Ba's transformation. However, what made Su Bai's right eyelid twitch was the final entry, evolution method, consumption. He was acutely aware of the hardships and tears involved in raising Xiao Ba. The resources invested in Xiao Ba could amount to several million. This was more expensive than raising a child, just as the eldest son had begun to show some promise. Now a gluttonous little son had arrived. Being a father was indeed not an easy task. Chapter 39, Is this the Baihu? While Su Bai was mentally calculating, Su Xiaomei, witnessing the kitten's betrayal, pouted in displeasure. To make matters worse, the kitten was so attached to Su Bai, yet Su Bai wore a bitter smile, appearing quite disdainful. Noticing his sister's discontent, Su Zihua quickly shifted the subject. By the way, Su Bai, how is Xiao Ba doing? Can you let him out for us to see? Snapped back to reality, Su Bai glanced around the small living room and shrugged. No, he can't come out. The living room is too small. I'll take you all to the mountains tomorrow to see him. Su Zihua, looking skeptical, replied, What? Are you joking? While our house may not be large, how could we not accommodate a turtle? Su Bai sighed, explaining, Xiao Ba is now roughly the size of a large truck. The entire family was taken aback, jaws agape, as if they could fit an egg in their mouths. A large truck? Are you serious about Xiao Ba? The following morning, Su Bai took his family to a vacant area on the mountain outside the city. When he released Xiao Ba from the system space, a thunderous thud echoed as it landed. Thud. Seeing a turtle indeed the size of a large truck, Su Zihua instinctively took several steps back, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Is this truly the Xiao Ba I once raised? Su Bai nodded, confirming the situation. Su Xiaomei murmured, This Xiao Ba is just too big, isn't it? It's larger than a large truck. Finally gathering his courage, Su Zihua cautiously approached Xiao Ba, who turned its enormous head, its eyes as large as lanterns, to glance at him. Although Xiao Ba did not exhibit its bronze-level pressure in front of Su Bai's family, just that one glance made Su Zihua's legs go weak, and he dared not venture any closer. However, Su Zihua thought to himself, given Xiao Ba's intimidating size, it would likely be safer for Su Bai to take it into battle. Upon witnessing the fear instilled in his family by Xiao Ba, Su Bai promptly transported Xiao Ba into the confines of the system space. Humanity, driven by avarice, attempts to mold a tower of dreams from mere sand, sparing no effort in their ambition. At that moment, Su Bai's phone rang. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Lin Yanran. Su Bai, I just arrived in Yushan County this morning. Shall we have lunch together? Su Bai agreed, and after confirming the location, he informed his family that a high school classmate was meeting him, and he left. Su Mu regarded Su Ziheo with a knowing smile. I believe I just heard a female classmate invite Su Bai over the phone. Su Ziheo nodded. I heard it too. It's only natural for our exceptional Su Bai to be sought after by girls. It's time for him to start dating in college. At a hot pot restaurant near Yushan County No. 1 High School, after placing their orders, Lin Yanran rummaged through her bag and handed Su Bai a small pouch. Here are 10 beast cores from bronze-level ferocious beasts. Xiao Ba should enjoy these. Uncle Wen Yuan said that thanks to your defeat of the silver-level cat, the students from Jiangzhou Martial University could achieve victory in this battle. He wanted to express his gratitude, so he asked me to bring you these 10 beast cores. Recognizing that these cores were a gift from Mr. Wen Yuan, Su Bai graciously accepted them and smiled. Thank you, Yanran. And please extend my gratitude to Uncle Wen Yuan as well. Su Bai understood that Mr. Wen Yuan had never witnessed Xiao Ba consuming beast cores. Only Lin Yanran, who had always been by his side, was aware of that. Although the gift came from Mr. Wen Yuan, it was Lin Yanran who had actively brought it up. And under such circumstances, Mr. Wen Yuan had naturally agreed. Therefore, it was Lin Yanran whom Su Bai felt most grateful towards. This girl always thought of him first, never bragging about her contributions, but rather offering her silent support and help. Having such a girl by his side warmed Su Bai's heart. The following 6 days were spent in the company of family and Lin Yanran. After much consideration, Su Bai ultimately decided to give Xiao Ba the 10 bronze-level beast cores, as the prestigious 100 Schools League was about to commence, reputed for its generous rewards. Now that he had 2 sons to support, Su Bai would not let any opportunity for profit slip away. Currently, with Xiao Ba having awakened the Xuanwu bloodline, the potential for attribute enhancement with the right resources was greater than that of an ordinary cat. Moreover, after Xiao Ba consumed a silver-level beast core previously, although it had not broken through to the mid-bronze stage, it was not far off. Initially, Su Bai had hoped that these 10 beast cores would elevate Xiao Ba to the mid-stage, but to his dismay, Xiao Ba's attributes only saw slight improvement, remaining at the initial bronze stage. This left Su Bai somewhat speechless. This was hardly the manifestation of the Xuanwu bloodline, but rather a lackluster manifestation. Were it not for the absence of a larger pot, Su Bai might have considered stewing this creature. On the 7th day, Su Bai and Lin Yanran set off together back to Wuda. Upon entering the dormitory, Su Bai observed that all 3 of his roommates had already returned to school. Han Jiagong, upon seeing Su Bai, put down his game. Su Gu, you finally returned. Are you free tonight? My dad said that I could only come back alive thanks to you, and he insists on treating you. He happens to be in Jiangzhou for some business today. So since you're back, let us go out for a meal. Su Bai nodded in agreement, though he was quite surprised that Han Zhengqing wanted to meet him. After all, while Su Bai had a good relationship with the Han family, It stemmed mainly from their previous transaction involving rare beast blood. Mr. Wen Yuan, after all, worked for the military, and Su Bai's victory over the silver-level beast had indirectly saved over 500 students from Jiangzhou Martial University. Wu De served as a talent reserve for the military, meaning Su Bai had indirectly saved many future officers. Thus, he could understand Mr. Wen Yuan's gratitude. But Han Zhengqing had no direct ties to the military. Nevertheless, since Han Jiagong had extended the invitation, Su Bai, as a roommate, could not refuse. Just as Su Bai finished organizing his belongings, he received a call from his mentor, Liao Yusen. "Hello, Su Bai, I heard you've returned to school. The principal has requested that you come to his office now." Chapter 40. Why is the principal so stingy? I have bled for the school. Su Bai glanced at the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon, still early for dinner, so he headed straight to the principal's office. Standing at the door, he knocked and announced, reporting. The old principal, clad in military attire adorned with the insignia of a senior colonel, evidently held a significant position prior to becoming the principal of Jiangzhou Martial University. "Su Bai," he began. "I have discussed matters with the mentors at Wuda over the past few days and learned of your deeds at Base 269. The school has compiled your military merits from the battlefield, and you are the top contributor in this battle, totaling an impressive 300 military points. Under normal circumstances, the resources redeemable at Base 269 are typically suited for human warriors, and as a beast tamer, those resources would not be of use to you. Thus, I wish to inquire if there is anything you desire. The school will strive to accommodate your wishes." Upon hearing that his military merits had finally been recorded, Su Bai's spirits soared. Just when he was worried about funds to sustain his 2 tamed beasts, the principal seemed to be offering him a lifeline. Although Su Bai was unsure what could be redeemed for 300 military points, he was certain the value would be substantial. It was known that 10 military points could exchange for a vial of blood chi elixir, or alternatively, 1 military point could be converted into 10,000 yuan in cash. By that calculation, 300 military points could equate to a staggering 13 million yuan. Perhaps considering that Su Bai would have no means to purchase the necessary cultivation resources with this money, the school had decided to let Su Bai make his own requests. Since the principal had opened the door for him, Su Bai felt no hesitation. "Principal, I believe we shouldn't burden the school too heavily. How about this? Grant me 1,000 or 800 golden-level beast cores, or if that is not feasible, I would also accept silver-level beast cores." Initially, the principal regarded Su Bai with admiration, recognizing that this young man had saved over 500 of their students and brought great renown to Jiangzhou Martial University. However, he was taken aback by Su Bai's audacity. Suddenly, the principal's expression darkened as he declared sternly, "Do you understand what golden-level ferocious beasts represent? Do you dare to demand 1,000 or 800 of them? It's uncertain if even 1,000 golden-level beasts are slain nationwide each year. You can forget about silver-level beast cores. With your military points, you can't even redeem a fraction." Seeing the principal's anger, Su Bai stood his ground, adhering to the principle of asking for a high price to negotiate down. This opportunity was singular. Whether he could fatten his 2 tamed beasts depended on this. Thus, Su Bai was willing to set aside some dignity and nearly rolled up his sleeves to bargain with the principal. "Principal, you cannot evaluate the lives of us students with mere beast cores. The survival of over 500 students means humanity will gain more than 500 pillars of strength. If each of them can slay 2 silver-level ferocious beasts in the future, the school and military would break even. This is clearly a lucrative deal for the military. While asking for golden level is indeed excessive, I must insist on 1,000 silver-level beast cores, not 1 less. Principal, I have bled for the school." Su Bai met the gaze of the old principal with unwavering determination, his voice resonating with an authority that suggested he was demanding 1,000 silver-grade beast cores as if they were a trivial matter. In an instant, the old principal found himself momentarily at a loss for words, exasperated by Su Bai's audacity. It was utterly unreasonable. This little scoundrel, with his handsome features and seemingly aloof demeanor, was unexpectedly despicable when it came to matters of profit. With a stern expression, the old principal remarked, "Your slaying of the silver-grade beast and indirectly saving the students indeed merits recognition. However, the military has also bestowed upon you the Great Wall Golden Medal. It is important to note that only 2 individuals among the students of Jiangzhou Martial University have received this honor, and you are the sole freshman to have attained such glory." As he spoke, the old principal opened his drawer and solemnly produced a wooden box adorned with gold edges, slowly revealing its contents before Su Bai. The exquisite packaging, combined with the gleaming golden metal, exuded an undeniable allure, evoking an overwhelming sense of pride. The old principal was certain that no young man could resist the temptation of this golden honor. Even he, after many years of ascending to the golden rank. had only earned such a medal by chance after slaying a golden grade beast. He vividly recalled the trembling excitement of holding the medal, fearful of dropping it or having it stolen. This was the highest honor that could be awarded to junior military officers. Typically, only those who reached the golden rank could qualify for it, although some exceptionally gifted individuals might earn it while still at the silver level. Had Su Bai not encountered a national defeat, single-handedly vanquishing a silver-grade Yuming cat, he would have likely received only a silver honor medal. This medal represented a dual symbol of glory and power. The old principal was confident that once this medal was presented, Su Bai would relent. However, upon glancing at the entirely golden Great Wall golden medal, Su Bai swiftly assessed its worth, realizing it weighed no more than 200 grams, fetching a maximum of around 50,000 if sold. Did they think he could be bamboozled by such a trinket? Without hesitation, Su Bai pushed the medal back towards the old principal. I have no interest in this so-called Great Wall golden medal. Spare me the hollow gestures. Whoever desires it may take it. I demand 1,000 silver-grade beast cores. Any less is unacceptable. Observing Su Bai's reaction, the old principal coughed vehemently, as if an old wound had reopened, and tremblingly pointed towards the door. You get out. With a look of grievance, Su Bai protested, Old principal. I have shed blood for the school. He relented slightly, considering the principal's advanced age. Fine, let's settle for 800 silver-grade beast cores. That is my bottom line. The old principal took a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions. With his vast experience, he recognized that Su Bai was the type who would not act unless there was a personal benefit to gain. Since Su Bai was demanding an exorbitant price, the principal decided to negotiate firmly. Su Bai, the essence of humanity, lies in our responsibility to protect the weak, unlike those savage beasts, where the hierarchy renders the lower tiers mere cannon fodder. Your rescue of these students is an obligation befitting a strong individual. Do you understand? Naturally, the military and the school will not overlook a talent like you, and thus, I will grant you 10 bronze-grade beast cores. Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he slammed his palm on the table. 10 bronze-grade beast cores. Old principal, does your conscience not ache? The old principal felt a twinge of regret for having summoned Su Bai to his office to ask what he desired. Had he known, he could have simply announced the reward and concluded the matter. But now, it was too late, and he had to reason with Su Bai. Su Bai, a bronze-grade beast core is valued at 150 military merits. Do not be misled by the blood-chi potion requiring only 10 merits. That is because it is made from ordinary-grade beast cores. The price of bronze-grade cores is far greater. Your 1,300 military merits cannot even exchange for 10 bronze-grade cores, as the school will have to cover the difference. As for silver-grade cores, you need at least 500 military merits to exchange for one. I cannot even manage 800 myself. Previously unaware of the value of bronze-grade beast cores, Su Bai now felt reassured by the principal's revelations. He had not genuinely expected to receive 1,000 silver-grade cores. That was merely a tactic to negotiate. Although his military merits only amounted to 1,300, the school could not deny him rewards, and the principal's offer of 10 bronze-grade cores did not meet his expectations. Ultimately, after nearly an hour of bargaining, they settled on a final reward of 15 bronze-grade beast cores. The old principal sat back in his chair, a mix of resignation, sorrow, anger, and anxiety crossing his features. Was Su Bai truly only 18? His bargaining skills rivaled those of seasoned market vendors. Next time, the principal would have to bring the school's negotiation team to handle discussions with Su Bai. Otherwise, he would exhaust himself. Muttering to himself, the old principal lamented the additional beast cores as they came from his personal funds. Meanwhile, Su Bai reveled in his acquisition of 15 beast cores and the golden medal. Casting a glance at the grumbling principal, Old principal, do you have any other matters? If not, I shall take my leave. The old principal was infuriated. Now Su Bai was calling him you after having benefited. However, there was no time to dwell on such trivialities. The main reason for summoning you was twofold. The second matter pertains to the interschool tournament, which offers generous rewards. I believe you would be interested in participating. Having conversed with Su Bai for so long, the old principal understood that he was motivated solely by self-interest. Presenting him with tangible benefits could save much effort. As expected, Su Bai's demeanor instantly shifted upon hearing this, and he declared earnestly, as a member of Jiangzhou Martial University, it is my duty to bring glory to our school, so rest assured, old principal. I, Su Bai, shall dedicate every last drop of blood for Xuanwu. The old principal rolled his eyes, knowing that without rewards, Su Bai would likely display an entirely different demeanor. Nevertheless, since Su Bai had agreed, the principal nodded, stating, very well, let me witness your current strength. I am curious how you managed to slay a silver-grade Yuming cat. Su Bai surveyed the office, which spanned approximately 30 to 40 square meters, yet was still too small for Xiao Ba. Old principal, I am a beast tamer. This room is too cramped for my tamed beasts. The old principal, surprised, replied, "This room is too small? Very well, let us proceed to the training ground." With that, the old principal rose from his chair and led Su Bai to the exclusive indoor training facility for instructors. This space was indeed ample, spanning several hundred square meters, allowing Su Bai to release Xiaoba. With a resounding crash, Xiaoba landed and opened its enormous, lantern-like eyes, surveying the old principal. The venerable headmaster, a figure of golden stature, naturally would not cower before Xiaoba, as Suzaho did. He approached Xiaoba directly, raising his right hand with the palm facing upwards, extending 2 fingers which he gently tapped 3 times on the turtle shell. These seemingly nonchalant taps resonated with an immense force. The sound echoed, and the previously languid Xiaoba was startled into alertness, his eyes flashing with a terrifying ferocity as he glared at the headmaster. Should the headmaster make another move, Xiaoba might very well resort to biting. The headmaster cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoba's fierce gaze and let out a faint smile, unleashing an overwhelming aura of golden energy. A golden radiance enveloped the entire training ground, and a strong wind arose seemingly out of nowhere, toppling the training equipment in the corners. Even Xiaoba, who could suppress a silver-level Yuming cat, took several steps back, struggling to catch his breath. The terror of golden-level power was palpable. The headmaster stood immovable as his imposing presence surged. Hundreds of meters away, closed windows shattered under the pressure, fissures spreading across the glass. With a resounding crash, shards scattered everywhere. Ultimately, under the mounting pressure, Xiaoba had no choice but to activate his 3 innate talents to bolster his strength. Talent, Earth Barrier. Talent, Spirit of the Earth. Talent, Gravitational Pull of the Earth. 3 beams of earthy light flickered uncertainly beneath the terrifying pressure of the golden-level might. Witnessing this scene, the headmaster regarded Xiaoba with incredulity, exclaiming, "What? 3 talents? And this is merely a bronze-level beast. What grade of bloodline is this?" Typically, beasts of the myriad tribes awaken 1 talent at the silver level, while 2 talents at the golden level are only found in platinum-level beasts, said to require at least a province's worth of strength to withstand. Yet here was Su Bai's tamed beast, already possessing 3 talents at the bronze level. How could the headmaster not be astonished? Unbeknownst to the headmaster, Xiaoba had actually possessed 3 talents, even in his ordinary high-tier state. Following the awakening of the Xuanwu bloodline, these 3 talents had been further amplified. The headmaster gradually tempered his imposing aura, refraining from inquiring where Su Bai had found such a formidable tamed beast, for everyone harbors their own secrets. As long as such secrets do not jeopardize humanity's interests, they are permissible. After regaining his composure, the headmaster nodded in satisfaction. "Su Bai, summon your tamed beast. With your involvement, perhaps our Jiangwu can secure a place among the top 3 in this inter-school competition." In that moment, the headmaster's resentment over Su Bai's audacious request for 15 bronze-level beast cores dissipated considerably. Should Jiangzhou University rise to the top 3 due to Su Bai's contributions, the military's investment in Jiangzhou University would increase exponentially. Such benefits would far outweigh the paltry 15 bronze-level beast cores. Chapter 42. Why is Su Bai a freshman? The captain? The headmaster, increasingly pleased with Xiaoba, nodded and remarked, "No wonder he could slay a silver-level Yuming cat with bronze-level strength. Impressive indeed." With that, the headmaster pulled out his phone and made several calls, summoning all students with bronze-level strength and above to gather at the training ground. While waiting for the others to arrive, the headmaster spoke to Su Bai. "Su Bai, the regulations for the inter-school competition have been released. Allow me to provide you with a brief overview. I have already discussed matters individually with those who arrived early. This inter-school competition, spearheaded by the military, has garnered responses from various local martial universities and the Ministry of Education, aiming to select the most exceptional talents for focused training, enhancing both the foundation and strength of humanity's elite, instilling in martial students the spirit of daring to fight, to be able to fight, and to win. Furthermore, the rankings of martial universities will fluctuate based on this competition. Our Jiangzhou University, established in 1968, has always ranked lower due to its relatively recent founding compared to those century-old institutions. Consequently, the military has allocated fewer resources to our university, leading to a scarcity of resources for students, resulting in a vicious cycle of slow advancement in strength. In contrast, prestigious schools such as the Imperial Capital Martial University, the Magic City Martial School, or the Great Wall Guard Martial School see their students reach silver level before graduation each year, while our Jiangwu can muster only bronze level strength at best. Given that your strength rivals that of a silver level, perhaps we can hold our own against these established martial artists. We must seize this opportunity to elevate Jiangwu's ranking." As he spoke, the headmaster's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, embodying the spirit of an old steed yearning to gallop. Su Bai nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Rest assured, Headmaster. I, Su Bai, shall exert every effort to contribute to Jingwu, whether motivated by personal gain or genuine pride for the school." The headmaster was quite satisfied with Su Bai's response. At that moment, 9 students entered the indoor training ground, greeting the headmaster. Among them were 3 whom Su Bai recognized: Luo Yonghao, Lei Yunxiao, and Zhang Mani, all exceptional freshmen. The others were likely upperclassmen. Once everyone had gathered, the headmaster introduced them to one another. Third-year bronze mid-tier wood element ability user, Gu Yuqingshu. Third-year bronze mid-tier martial artist, Xiong Tianxiang. Third-year bronze mid-tier martial artist, Feng Jioge. Second-year bronze mid-tier martial artist, Qin Shi. Second-year bronze mid-tier martial artist, Bai Ningbing. Second-year bronze mid-tier martial artist, Wang Qingqing. First-year bronze initial tier martial artist, Luo Yonghao. First-year bronze initial tier lightning element ability user, Lei Yunxiao. First-year bronze initial tier martial artist, Zhang Mani. First-year bronze initial tier beast tamer ability user, Su Bai. Su Bai was somewhat surprised to learn that Luo Yonghao and his companions had all advanced to the bronze initial tier within just a week, even capable of competing with some of the second-year elites. Indeed, the battlefield is the finest crucible for honing one's abilities. Through this life and death struggle, the potential of Luo Yonghao and the other 3 exceptional talents had been significantly unleashed, propelling them to the bronze initial tier. After the introductions, the headmaster continued. The inter-school competition comprises 138 martial universities, each sending 10 participants, 5 formal competitors, and 5 reserve members. The formal competitors must include 3 third-year students, 3 second-year students, and 4 first-year students, with the official team composition consisting of 1 third-year, 2 second-years, and 2 first-years. You are currently the strongest candidates available from our academy. For this inter-school competition, our Jiangzhou University will be represented by Su Bai, Gu Yuqingshu, Wang Qingqing, Bai Ningbing, and Luo Yonghao as the formal team members, while the others will serve as reserves, with Su Bai designated as the team captain. Does anyone have any questions? Upon hearing this, a second-year student, Bai Ningbing, immediately spoke up. Headmaster, Senior Qingshu is undoubtedly the strongest among us in terms of strength and qualifications. Why should a freshman like Su Bai be appointed as captain? Yes, Su Bai is merely a bronze initial tier ability user, a whole tier below Senior Qingshu. Why should he lead the team? 6 second-year and third-year students present were clearly unwilling to accept a freshman as their captain. However, the nominated Gu Yuqingshu smiled and came to Su Bai's defense. Su Bai's ability to withstand a silver-level beast demonstrates that his strength far exceeds that of his tier. We cannot view him solely through the lens of a bronze initial tier individual. The paramount objective of our participation in this competition is to bring honor to our school, rather than to engage in disputes regarding the captaincy. Since the principal has explicitly appointed Su Bai as the captain, we should dutifully comply with the principal's directive. Upon hearing these words, Su Bai regarded this senior with newfound respect, scrutinizing Gu Yuqingshu closely. Clad in azure robes, with a composed demeanor and eyes that sparkled like stars, he gracefully held a folding fan behind his back, exuding an air of cultured elegance. It is no wonder that many are inclined to support Gu Yuqingshu. He is indeed a paragon among his peers, possessing both vision and magnanimity. The old principal furrowed his brow and remarked, "I trust you have all seen the news over the past few days. Su Bai has demonstrated the ability to slay a silver-tier beast. If any of you aspire to the captaincy, prove your worth by bringing back a silver-tier creature, and I shall promptly consider a change." The crowd merely scoffed. Their highest level was merely bronze intermediate, and they had no means to contend with a silver-tier beast. Nonetheless, their expressions betrayed their reluctance, as they believed Su Bai's feat was achieved merely through the assistance of military experts and mentors, a stroke of opportunism. At that moment, Luo Yonghao cast his gaze downward, fists clenched tightly. He felt a twinge of discontent regarding Su Bai's captaincy. Once heralded as the strongest among the freshmen, he possessed a certain pride. During the week of rest, he had advanced to bronze beginner, and even now, he could barely hold his own against a bronze higher-tier creature like the nether cat. This was the confidence of a prodigy. Yet, he still admitted that Su Bai's prowess surpassed his own. Those unaware of Su Bai's performance on that day simply did not comprehend the reality. Luo Yonghao knew that the combat strength of a silver-tier beast was beyond his current capabilities, while Su Bai could face it without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, Su Bai had already become the benchmark he aspired to surpass. The old principal, observing the scene, understood the thoughts swirling in the students' minds. However, he refrained from further comment. These students were exceptional in their own right, enriched by prominent family backgrounds, and would naturally find it difficult to accept Su Bai, merely a freshman. Yet, once the competition commenced and Su Bai showcased his true capabilities, these issues would resolve themselves. Thus, the old principal did not overly concern himself with the matter. As for the discomfort Su Bai might endure in the lead-up to the competition, it was of little concern to the principal. This young man dared to challenge his authority, having appointed Su Bai as captain, both as a trial and a slight reprimand. Chapter 43. The announcement of the 100 Schools League, a national sensation. After exiting the training ground, Bai Ningbing confronted Su Bai with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Don't think that having the principal backing you grants you the right to be presumptuous. If you expect us to follow your arrangements, I assure you, that will not happen." Su Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation, too weary to waste breath on such individuals, and turned to leave. This infuriated Bai Ningbing, who yearned to teach the junior a lesson about respecting seniors. However, Gu Yueqing Shu intervened, advising, "This 100 Schools League is of great importance, affecting our Jiangzhou Wuda's ranking among the 100 schools as well as our own interests. It would be unwise to engage in infighting before the competition even begins." Hearing the senior's words, Bai Ningbing shot a glare at Su Bai's departing figure, silently vowing to grant him mercy for now. Once the competition began, should no one heed his orders during the matches, he would face the consequences. Shortly after Su Bai exited, a striking figure once again obstructed his path. Looking up, he recognized the sophomore senior, Wang Qingqing, whose beauty was indeed remarkable, as she was one of the 3 campus flowers of Jiangzhou Wuda. With a frosty expression and furrowed brows, she confronted Su Bai, stating, "You merely relied on the help of military experts and mentors to opportunistically slay a silver-tier beast. Even if you ascend to the captaincy, do not expect to command us seniors. I cannot fathom why my grandfather insists I interact with you. What qualifications do you possess? I advise you not to harbor any designs on me." At this moment, Su Bai's expression darkened. Had these prodigies all taken leave of their senses? The principal must have intentionally placed him in this captaincy position. That old man truly had a wicked mind. Su Bai cast a sidelong glance at the haughty young beauty, replying, "Rest assured, I have no intention of engaging with you. Our fates simply do not align. Why do you only think of pleasant matters at such a young age?" Su Bai was genuinely disinterested in this so-called aloof campus beauty. She paled in comparison to his beloved Yinjin, who was also a campus beauty. With that, he turned his back on Wang Qingqing and made his way toward the dormitories. Wang Qingqing, watching Su Bai's retreating form, felt her face flush with anger. Among her peers, which male was not eager to please her? How dare this Su Bai claim their destinies did not align? And to suggest that she only thought of pleasant matters? Who was truly seeking good fortune? Fuming, she resolved to ensure that Su Bai faced consequences when the 100 Schools League commenced. After Su Bai departed, Bai Ningbing, witnessing Wang Qingqing's evident frustration, approached her with a sardonic remark, "This generation of juniors truly lacks manners." Wang Qingqing shot her a glance, her irritation boiling over. "Oh, you possess manners?" she retorted, tossing her cascading hair over her shoulder before turning on her heel, leaving Bai Ningbing alone, flustered in the wind. "I did nothing to provoke you." Gu Yueqing Shu, observing this exchange, sighed helplessly. As the competition had yet to begin, 2 formal team members had already fallen out with Su Bai, and it was rumored that Luo Yonghao's relationship with Su Bai was also strained. It seemed that 3 of the formal team members were at odds with Su Bai. The captaincy was proving to be a challenging endeavor. At the imperial capital Wuda, within the principal's office, 10 spirited students stood in a line. The principal of the imperial capital nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Our imperial capital Wuda has always been the strongest martial university in the Dragon Kingdom, envied by many prestigious institutions for our abundant resources. We must demonstrate to the world why we are regarded as the strongest martial university in the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Yang will serve as the captain for this 100 Schools League, and we must secure first place." The 10 students respectfully saluted the principal, responding in unison, "Yes." Wang Yang's prowess was not only formidable within imperial capital Wuda, but ranked him among the finest of the younger generation nationwide. On the battlefield of the myriad races, within the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy, 10 talented individuals wielding weapons battled fiercely amidst a tide of ferocious beasts. Each displayed unwavering resolve, executing their movements with precision. Every strike ensured that a beast fell. The leading youth, resembling an iron tower, wielded a 1,000-pound wolf-tooth club with such force that it rendered a silver-tier giant bear utterly defenseless. The principal, adorned with the rank of Major General, observed the students' combat from the military base's lookout tower. Beside him stood the chief instructor, who, clad in a colonel's insignia, nodded approvingly while watching through binoculars. Impressive. This cohort of students possesses remarkable comprehensive strength, particularly in their combat experience and mastery of techniques. Even veteran warriors may not surpass them significantly. Would it be too unfair to send these battle-hardened warriors into the 100 Schools League? The principal, rarely revealing a smile, remarked, "The 100 Schools League? For these 10 children. It will be akin to a leisurely excursion." Within the practical training room of the magic capital Wuda, 10 young individuals were immersed in rigorous training, their bodies enveloped in a vibrant aura of energy as dazzling martial techniques illuminated the entire training room. Among them, the captain, Bai Xiaohao, exuded an exceptionally robust silver-tier vitality, effortlessly fending off 3 opponents. The chief instructor entered the combat training facility, carrying a silver-white box, and commanded, "Everyone pause. The school has just procured a batch of bronze-tier vitality elixirs for you. For the next 3 weeks, you have but one mission: to enhance your strength at any cost. The resources for cultivation and martial arts will be provided for you. However, at the upcoming 100 School League, you must deliver commendable results. It has come to my attention that Su Bai from Jiangzhou Wuda has reportedly slain silver-tier opponents even at the bronze level, and recently, Jiangzhou Wuda has garnered significant attention, boasting about making a remarkable impact in this league to secure additional resources. They are merely an ordinary martial university, yet they dare covet the resources of our esteemed institution. Should you encounter them, show no mercy. Can you achieve this?" The 10 students radiated disdain, thinking, Jiangzhou Wuda? Had it not been for the recent beast attack incident, they would have never even heard of this institution. Since they dared to eye their resources, they should be prepared for a harsh response. In unison, the 10 students shouted, "Absolutely." Regardless of whether they were from ordinary martial universities or prestigious ones across Longhua, all were fervently preparing for the 100 School League. The formidable martial universities were brimming with confidence, while those with lesser strength were equally determined, even if they did not aim for the top spot. Securing a higher rank for their institution would allow them to obtain more resources in the future. Jiangzhou Wuda was not an isolated case among ordinary martial universities. Every principal aspired to strengthen their school's capabilities and resources. Meanwhile, Su Bai remained indifferent to the attitudes of his teammates, devoid of any tension or sense of preparation. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to support his 2 insatiable companions at home. These 2 battle pets were truly voracious. Chapter 44, Further Elevation, Mid-Bronze. After returning to the dormitory, the time was nearing 7 o'clock, and Han Jiagong and the other roommates had eagerly awaited Su Bai's return. "Su Gu, we are heading to the Shangri-La Hotel for dinner, just waiting for you." Su Bai nodded, unprepared, and simply followed Han Jiagong and the others to the Shangri-La Hotel. Outside the resplendent hotel, dozens of elegantly attired receptionists bowed in unison, "Welcome to Shangri-La." The 2 made their way to the reserved private room, where Han Jiagong's father and Master Chow Yidan were already seated. Upon seeing Su Bai, Han's father quickly stood and smiled. "Su Bai, my dear nephew. It's hard to believe that in just 3 months, you have made such a significant name for yourself on the battlefield. My son Jiagong owes his safe return to your care during the battle. We must express our gratitude." Su Bai replied with a smile, "Uncle Han, you flatter me. Jiagong's own strength is commendable. He would have been fine on the battlefield." After their initial interaction, Han Zhengqing understood Su Bai's character. The young man could be quite courteous, yet he was unwavering when it came to matters of interest. However, Han Zhengqing found this pragmatic nature to be refreshingly straightforward and easy to deal with. Without further ado, he presented a suitcase, opening it before Su Bai to reveal 10 bottles of vitality elixirs and a bank card. Han's father said, "My dear nephew, you overestimate Jiagong. As his father, I am well aware of his limitations. Moreover, with the emergence of silver-tier spectral cats, Jiagong would have had no chance of escape. Your ability to slay a silver-tier spectral cat has undoubtedly saved him, and thus, our Han family must reward you handsomely. Here is 10 bottles of vitality elixirs and a bank card with 1 million in savings. I implore you to accept it." Han Jiagong chimed in, "Yes, Su Gu. This is my father's heartfelt gesture. Please accept it." Currently, the vitality elixirs were of little use to Xiao Ba, but they could significantly enhance Su Bai's newly contracted kitten. As such, Su Bai graciously accepted Han Jingqing's gift, saying, "Since both Uncle Han and Jiagong insist, I shall not be polite. However, I cannot accept these without offering something in return. I will procure some rare beast blood for Jiagong, which may assist him in breaking through to the bronze level." Given that Su Bai's identity as a tamer was now public knowledge, he refrained from mentioning that the blood would be obtained through friends. Xiao Ba had awakened its Xuanwu bloodline, rendering its blood unsuitable for sharing with the Han family, but the kitten's blood was a different matter. Hearing this, Han's father became even more enthusiastic. The nature of the beast blood mattered little. What was paramount was gaining Su Bai's favor. Initially, Han Laoyes had sought to befriend Su Bai merely for his talents, but after learning of Su Bai's close relationship with Lin Yanran, his perception shifted. He then focused on fostering a good relationship with Su Bai, even if there were no immediate benefits. Little did he know that before he could act, Su Bai had already made a name for himself on a national scale, achieving the unprecedented feat of slaying a silver-tier opponent and becoming the youngest recipient of the Golden Medal of the Great Wall, earning countless accolades. Although Su Bai remained unaware of his rising status, he had already transcended ordinary recognition in the eyes of many. This young man held an immeasurable future. Thus, Han Laoyes was eager to meet Su Bai. The atmosphere was filled with joy among the guests. Eventually, a drunken Han Jiagong was supported back to the dormitory by Su Bai. When dawn broke the next day, Su Bai headed directly to the principal's office to request the use of the indoor training facility. Following a 7-day break for the students, classes at the school officially resumed. However, because Su Bai was a participant in the 100-school league, the principal granted special permission for him and his 9 companions to temporarily forego cultural courses, allowing them to focus solely on enhancing their strength. Naturally, the principal had no objections to Su Bai borrowing the indoor training facility. While other martial artists might not require much space, Su Bai Xiaoba certainly needed a larger area. Upon entering the indoor training facility, Su Bai closed the doors and windows, releasing Xiaoba and the kitten from the beast taming space. Little ones, it's time to eat. After many days, Su Bai decided to indulge, placing 15 bronze-tier beast cores before Xiaoba. The sight of the 15 bronze-tier beast cores made Xiaoba's eyes sparkle, drool pooling on the ground. Roar. Master, where did you strike it rich? So much delicious food. Su Bai was taken aback by Xiaoba's seemingly human-like expression. However, the tone sounded oddly familiar. As his gaze shifted, he noticed the timid little kitten hiding by Xiaoba's feet, an ominous premonition washing over him. As Su Bai fixed his gaze on the kitten, it let out a pitiful meow. Meow, master, I am so hungry. Given the kitten's situation, it was unlikely that it had influenced Xiaoba's behavior, and Su Bai let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a flourish, Su Bai produced 10 bottles of vitality elixirs, proudly declaring, "All right, today you two can eat to your heart's content." Upon seeing the vitality elixirs, the kitten's eyes lit up, mirroring Xiaoba's initial reaction, and it promptly uncorked a bottle and gulped it down. However, the kitten was still too weak, and after consuming a bottle, it collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. Observing this, Xiaoba gently nudged the kitten with its head. Roar. Brother, you should eat more slowly. Your physique cannot handle the energy from an entire bottle of blood chi powder. After observing for a while, and seeing that the little kitten was relatively unharmed, Xiaoba began to relish the 15 bronze-level beast cores before him. 1, 2, 10. Each beast core, valued at 1,500,000, seemed to Xiaoba like mere candy, as he swiftly crushed and swallowed them within moments. Su Bai's eyes twitched in disbelief. Xiaoba had consumed 10 beast cores and showed no signs of advancing to the intermediate stage. With a grim expression, Su Bai reflected on the 30 million he had already invested. Despite such a hefty sum, there was still no indication of a minor breakthrough. Was this truly an upgrade, or merely a burning of money? Irritated, he squinted at Xiaoba and declared, "These last 5 cores, if you do not advance, I will feed all future resources to the little cat." Startled, Xiaoba recoiled, but fortunately, after swallowing the 13th beast core, he finally began to glow with a verdant light, indicating he was absorbing immense energy. Congratulations, host. The Earth Xian turtle has leveled up to bronze intermediate. Host level increased. A melodious system notification echoed in Su Bai's mind, prompting him to smile proudly, akin to a father witnessing his child's academic achievements. He silently mused. Let us examine Xiaoba's attributes. Domesticated beast, Earth Xian turtle, level, bronze intermediate, Xuanwu bloodline activated at 30%, substantial enhancement of all attributes. Talent amplified. Constitution, 218. Defense, 292. Agility, 60. Mentality, 60. Talent 1. Earth barrier, can harness the power of the earth to form a defensive stance, increasing defense by 500%. Talent 2. Earth spirit embodiment, consumes a certain amount of stamina to envelop the body in earth elemental energy, enhancing attack power by 100 to 200% and defense by 200 to 300%. Talent 3. Earth gravity, launches a skill at a specified target. The target will be drawn towards the Earth Xian turtle, and if not, their speed will be significantly reduced. Upon reaching bronze intermediate, Xiaoba's talent count remained unchanged. However, the augmentation of attributes was formidable, surpassing the typical attribute increases even seen in silver-level beasts. Su Bai felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, Xiaoba was indeed a product of the Xuanwu bloodline, justifying the considerable resources he had painstakingly gathered to nurture it. All efforts bore fruit. Once Xiaoba had completed his advancement, Su Bai promptly stored the remaining 2 beast cores. Given Xiaoba's enormous appetite, those 2 cores would be akin to mere candy, yielding minimal reactions. Rather than waste them, he resolved to reserve them for the little cat. After all, every child deserves fair treatment. Roar. Master, I've just leveled up. Why are you putting away the 2 beast cores? Su Bai protested, feeling unjustly treated. However, once Su Bai made his decision, Su Bai had no power to alter it. With a swish, the enormous Su Bai was drawn into the beast taming space. As Su Bai turned his attention to the little cat, he noted its size had markedly increased, and its aura was steadily strengthening. Upon fully digesting a bottle of blood chi powder, Su Bai sensed it was nearing the intermediate stage, now resembling a fully grown wolf dog. It was beginning to exhibit a degree of lethality. Gently stroking the little cat's head, Su Bai said, "Here, all this blood chi powder is for you. Keep eating." If Su Bai were to witness this scene, it would likely bring tears to his eyes, for the favoritism was undeniable. In the past, Su Bai had gone through much hardship just to obtain a single bottle of blood chi powder, facing suspicion and having to sell blood for medicine. The disparity in treatment between the elder and younger was palpable. Meow, meow, meow. Thank you, master. The little cat eagerly consumed another bottle of blood chi powder. Congratulations. The little cat has leveled up to ordinary intermediate beast and awakened the talent, Phantom Ghost Step. With the system notification ringing in his ears, the little cat officially ascended to ordinary intermediate status, now attaining a size comparable to that of a Tibetan Mastiff. You still have 8 bottles left. Feel free to indulge. Once you finish, I have 2 more beast cores for you. Su Bai's gentle voice resonated in the little cat's ears. Having spent several days in the beast taming space with Su Bai, the little cat was aware of the trials Su Bai had faced for a mere morsel. Having just learned of these hardships, the little cat braced itself for the possibility of suspicion and blood extraction. Yet, with a master so gentle, understanding, and generous, was it possible that Su Bai had misjudged Su Bai? Warmth enveloped the little cat's heart as it blissfully devoured the remaining 8 bottles of blood chi powder. In an instant, a surge of ferocious power coursed through its body, nearly tearing it apart. Reminiscent of the agonizing experience Su Bai had endured during his own ascension to ordinary high rank. However, now at bronze intermediate, Su Bai's physique and attributes far surpassed those of the little cat, allowing him to remain calm amidst the tumult. Congratulations. The little cat has leveled up to ordinary high-rank beast and awakened the talent, Phantom Ghost Step. Domesticated beast, little cat, level, ordinary high rank, possesses a certain degree of white tiger's sacred beast bloodline, capable of unlimited growth, ultimately capable of slaying gods. Constitution, 39, Defense, 38, Agility, 79, Mentality, 25, Talent 1, Claw Strike, triggers upon consuming a certain amount of stamina, enhancing attack speed and power by 100%. Talent 2, Bloodthirst, triggers upon consuming a certain amount of stamina, enhancing attack power by 100 to 500%. The more severely injured, the greater the power boost. Talent 3, Phantom Ghost Step, triggers upon consuming a certain amount of stamina, enhancing movement speed by 100 to 200%. The more blood chi consumed, the greater the speed increase. As Su Bai evaluated the little cat's attributes, they were roughly on par with Su Bai's at the ordinary high rank. However, Su Bai had emphasized constitution and defense, while the little cat demonstrated a significant surge in agility. Though the white tiger bloodline had not yet fully awakened, the little cat's attributes already rivaled those of a bronze high-rank phantom cat. Coupled with its 3 formidable talents, defeating a bronze high-rank phantom cat was a trivial matter. Su Bai nodded in satisfaction, closing the little cat's attribute panel before turning to his own. Host, Su Bai. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Level, Bronze Intermediate, gaining attributes from Earth Shin Turtle, 30%, and Little Cat, 20%. Age, 18. Constitution, 115, Base Constitution 38. Inheriting 65 points from Earth Shin Turtle, 12 points from Little Cat. Agility, 74, Base Constitution 32. Inheriting 18 points from Earth Shin Turtle. 24 points from Little Cat. Mentality, 86, Base Constitution 60. Inheriting 18 points from Earth Shin Turtle. 8 points from Little Cat. Domesticated Beast. Earth Shin Turtle, detailed attributes can be viewed. Domesticated Beast. Little Cat, detailed attributes can be viewed. Talent 1, the contracted beast of infinite evolution, endowed by the system. Talent 2, the ability to utilize all skills of the tamed beasts, a talent shared among all beast tamers. Talent 3, shared essence. The host can share energy and jointly bear damage with the tamed beasts. Su Bai contemplated his attributes in silence for a long time. Initially, his basic attributes could only be deemed average for an ordinary ability user. However, with the enhancement from his 2 tamed beasts, his attributes could now rival those of a novice silver-tier warrior. Yet, warriors are not merely defined by their high attributes. Their mastery over blood energy far exceeds what Su Bai can compare to. and martial skills represent the pinnacle of utilizing blood energy. Su Bai, however, possessed no martial skills. Yet he had 3 talents, one of which allowed him to access 6 talent skills from his 2 tamed beasts. This meant Su Bai currently possessed a total of 8 talent skills, encompassing the 5 crucial aspects of offense, defense, mobility, control, and support. These skills, bestowed upon him by the Xuanwu and Baihu, significantly augmented Su Bai's combat prowess, far surpassing any ordinary martial skill. When the principal first witnessed Su Bai with 3 talent skills, he was utterly astonished. Had he known that Su Bai boasted a total of 8 talent skills, he would have likely disregarded the 100 School League and seized Su Bai for research purposes. If Su Bai were to engage in a direct confrontation with a silver-tier warrior now, he could potentially leave them questioning their very existence. After a silent calculation, the little cat finished the remaining 2 beast cores, yet it still had a considerable distance to advance to the bronze tier. After extracting 5 drops of blood from the little cat, under its resentful gaze, Su Bai promptly placed the little cat into the beast taming space. Chapter 46. The Mysterious Black Book, the strongest beast tamer in history. After dealing with the 2 gluttons, Su Bai pondered. With only 20 days left until the 100 School League, it was impossible to enhance the combat power of his 2 tamed beasts further after exhausting all resources. However, the enhancement of strength is one aspect. Understanding information about opponents is equally vital. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Unfortunately, as a newcomer to this world, Su Bai remained unaware of the secrets of warriors and ability users or the common knowledge that could not be found online. Fortunately, with 20 days remaining, Su Bai planned to fill the gaps in his knowledge. At the very least, he should not suffer from a lack of understanding. After clarifying his thoughts, Su Bai returned the training ground's usage rights and proceeded directly to the Academy's library. The library of Jiangzhou Wuda consists of 18 floors. The first 6 floors house various social books, such as professional knowledge and literary classics accessible to the general public. The middle 6 floors contain insights into martial arts from powerful figures, histories of the 10,000 Races Wars, and introductions to various races, all of which are closely related to warriors and ability users, albeit merely academic knowledge. These 12 floors are freely accessible to all students. The top 6 floors, however, contain martial skills for warriors and detailed applications of abilities for ability users. These are the essence that can directly enhance one's inner strength and represent the foundation of Jiangzhou Wuda. Accessing the upper 6 floors requires academic credits. Each student can earn 10 credits per year by contributing to the school, achieving victories on the battlefield, or making significant advancements in strength. This is part of Jiangzhou Wuda's training system for students. Su Bai had accomplished all this, and his current total of credits was 180, which was quite sufficient. Upon reaching the 13th floor, Su Bai presented his student ID to the supervising instructor. When the instructor checked Su Bai's credit balance, he was taken aback, nearly doubting his own vision, as Su Bai's credits surpassed even those of the teachers. Upon closer inspection of Su Bai's student ID, he was astonished and remarked, "I never expected a freshman to possess 180 credits. Many third-year students do not accumulate this much before graduation. This is your first time here. Let me explain. Books on the 13th floor and above cannot be borrowed. They can only be read within the library. The 13th, 14th, and 15th floors deduct 1 credit each day, while the upper 3 floors deduct 10 credits daily. Do you understand?" Su Bai had no issues with this, and, after putting away his student ID, stepped into the 13th floor of the library. His 180 credits were ample enough for half a year's stay in the library's first 3 floors, so he saw no problem. The 13th floor contained only a few hundred books, all focused on martial skills, with several second and third-year students quietly sitting nearby, engrossed in their reading. Next to the bookshelves were sealed training rooms, where students could practice martial skills after gaining insights. However, using the training rooms required additional credit payments. Students could also spend credits to hire professional instructors to guide them in learning martial skills. Thus, with sufficient credits and resources, advancing one's realm in the environment of Jiangzhou Wuda is significantly faster than in the outside world. Su Bai noticed some teammates participating in the 100 School League on the 13th floor, but refrained from greeting them. After all, due to the principal's wise decision, these individuals generally viewed him unfavorably. After browsing around the 13th floor, Su Bai made his way up the stairs to the 14th floor. Previously, Instructor Liao Yusin had mentioned the 3 supreme exclusive talent formulas of Beast Tamer ability users: Heaven and Earth Return, Spirit Unfading, Divine Weapons Gather, Sacred Beast's Arm, Roots of Flora and Fauna, Shared Essence. Having already obtained Shared Essence, Su Bai had never heard of the other 2, so he hoped to find related materials in the library. As he walked, Su Bai followed the signs and stumbled upon a shelf dedicated to ability users. There, he inadvertently discovered a black book, and upon opening it, he realized it was an autobiography concerning beast tamer ability users. Su Bai decided to take a seat with the book titled Luo Fan, the strongest beast tamer in history. As Su Bai opened the first page, he immediately encountered the formula recited by Liao Yusin. Heaven and earth return, spirit unfading. Divine weapons gather, sacred beasts arm, roots of flora and fauna, shared essence. Instantly captivated by the book, he began to read intently. Beast tamers, like other ability users, primarily enhance their spirit. However, the spiritual growth of beast tamers seemingly does not contribute to combat power. But is this truly the case? Incorrect. It is because those beast tamers are simply inadequate. They do not comprehend what a genuine beast tamer is. Why does everyone claim that our beast tamer abilities are the most useless? I refuse to accept this. I shall make the world aware of the might of beast tamers, a power that other ability users can never rival. There are no useless abilities, only useless individuals. I, Luo Fan, born of heaven and earth, as a beast tamer ability user, shall carve a path for beast tamers to ascend to the level of kings. Though named Luo Fan, I possess a heart that yearns for greatness. Thus, my life has been dedicated to seeking a path for beast tamers. I succeeded. Haha. I have finally established a method for beast tamers to apply their spiritual power. It turns out there exists an unseen link between beast tamers and their tamed beasts. A connection that is invisible, intangible, and inaudible, yet undeniably real. Even if the newly contracted tamed beast cannot articulate human speech, the beast tamer can communicate with it effortlessly through this link channel. The beast tamer possesses the ability to amplify this link channel using their mental strength, thereby facilitating the mutual transfer of energy between the tamer and the tamed beast, allowing them to share the burden of damage and even life force. Thus, the bond between the beast tamer and the tamed beast resembles that of roots and leaves of a tree. I have named this extraordinary ability, Binyuan Tong Lu. As grass and trees share the same roots, so too do we share the essence. How infuriating. Why, oh why, is the corporeal form of the beast tamer so feeble? Had it not been for my tamed beast risking its life to save me, I would have faced execution. I must grow stronger. I must find a way. Surely there exists a method to prevent the corporeal form of the beast tamer from being vulnerable to decapitation tactics. After a decade of contemplation, I finally conceived a solution. Weak grains of sand, when gathered, can transform into towering mountains. Similarly, if the tamed beasts and the beast tamer unite, they too can become a formidable mountain, instilling dread in their enemies. Inspired by this revelation, I sat atop Taishan with my tamed beast for 3 whole years and achieved enlightenment. With sufficient mental strength, anything can be shaped into your desired form. Chapter 47, The Librarian's Shock. What is this technique? Luo Fan's autobiography. We humans lack the formidable mental strength required to alter reality, but the link channel between beast tamers and their tamed beasts serves as a fulcrum. With this channel and our mental strength, we can indeed manipulate the laws of the world. Shao Qing, will you become my spear, accompanying me in a battle? When Shao Qing transformed into a spear, I felt an overwhelming surge of power. All attributes of Shao Qing were bestowed upon me, and I felt as though I had become a humanoid beast. Haha, this technique is aptly named Sacred Beast Armament. As the myriad races mounted a grand invasion, 3 supreme king-level warriors emerged, while only I and another had reached king level among humans, placing humanity in dire straits. Reluctantly, I confronted 2 king-level foes with Shao Qing, Xiao Hong, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Bai, my 4 tamed beasts. Xiao Hong, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Bai were too inexperienced and could not withstand the attacks of king-level warriors. Falling one after another, it was left to Shao Qing and me to fight against the odds. That battle saw the heavens crumble and the earth shatter, lasting 3 entire months. Ha ha ha, victory is mine. I triumphed over the 2 king-level beings of the myriad races. With 1 against 2, who can stand against me now? The myriad races were severely weakened, and for a century, they would lack the strength to engage humanity in battle. Alas, I too was gravely injured. 3 months later, I lay on a sickbed, my life hanging by a thread. Shao Qing, do not weep. Do not transfer your life force to me any longer. It is futile. If this continues, you too will perish. Shao Qing, promise me you will survive. If I die, guard humanity in my stead, will you? In my final moments, I seem to grasp a profound truth. Within the philosophy of Binyuan Tong Lu lies the potential to share life force. Why then can we not share life itself? My time is short. If only I had another decade, I might comprehend the ultimate essence of the beast tamer's gift, immortal soul. As heaven and earth converge, the soul remains unextinguished. As long as either the tamed beast or the beast tamer survives, the deceased may be reborn through the living, akin to the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, undergoing resurrection. In my lifetime, I, Luo Fan, ultimately failed to complete the final step of the beast tamer's journey. Such a pity. To those who come after, should you find this autobiography and happen to be a beast tamer, I, Luo Fan, beseech you, continue my legacy, allowing the world to witness the true glory of the beast tamer. Luo Fan's gratitude. This book is inscribed with vigorous and powerful characters, infused with the aura of a supreme being surveying all. Su Bai felt an exhilarating rush of blood. In the end, there is a note from the strongest living human who fought alongside Luo Fan, a king-level warrior. Luo Fan, honestly, I never regarded you with respect before. To me, you were like a stone in a cesspool, stinky and hard, a stubborn person who failed to adapt. Yet, I must admit that your tenacity and perseverance have salvaged all of humanity. I apologize. I will ensure your book is transcribed into countless copies, allowing those awakened to the essence of the beast tamer to witness your spirit and resolve. I hope to fulfill your wish and carve a new path for all beast tamers. Regrettably, a century after your passing, the world birthed countless beast tamers. Yet none achieved any notable success. Not a single individual has grasped even the most basic principle of Benyuan Tonglu. How absurd. Before your birth, the profession of beast tamer was deemed a mere trifle, yet after your time, it returned to being inconsequential. Your existence appears to have been but a fleeting moment, a brief flicker of hope for humanity. Truly, it is both laughable and lamentable. Perhaps it is a matter of fate. Su Bai spent an entire day reading this book, and as he slowly closed it, he sighed deeply. What a pity. Senior Luo Fan, I, Su Bai, will carry your legacy forward. However, upon finishing the book, a question arose in Su Bai's mind. When he explored the 13th floor and ascended to the 14th, he noticed that every book on martial techniques and supernatural abilities bore detailed levels on their covers. Martial techniques and supernatural abilities are collectively referred to as techniques, categorized into 4 distinct grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The distinctions are exceedingly clear. As for the earth and heaven grades, Su Bai had yet to encounter them in the library. However, the cover of this technique was pitch black, displaying only the title, unlike other technique books which clearly mark their levels. Thus, Su Bai approached the supervising mentor on the 13th floor, inquiring, "Mentor, has this technique's level been overlooked?" The mentor, surprised, replied that he had been guarding the 13th floor for a decade and could recall nearly every technique within. How could there be one without a level designation? Upon taking the book from Su Bai, the mentor noticed the title, Luo Fan, the strongest beast tamer's autobiography, and murmured, "Is this technique present in the 13th floor?" The mentor furrowed his brow, racking his memory for any connection to this technique, and asked, "Su Bai, where did you find this technique?" "In the uppermost layer of the leftmost bookshelf on the 14th floor. However, that level contained only this book." Su Bai had been curious since the book occupied an entire layer, prompting him to take a look. The mentor exclaimed, "Impossible. That uppermost layer does not house any techniques. Are you certain you are not mistaken?" However, upon reflection, he realized that that shelf was the only one containing techniques related to beast tamers. Su Bai could have only obtained it from that particular shelf. With this understanding, the mentor ceased to question Su Bai. Just as he prepared to open the technique, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, the book remained immovable, refusing to open. What could be the reason for this? Suddenly, a silvery aura radiated from the mentor, revealing that he was indeed a silver-level warrior. Yet even with this revelation, he could not unlock the book. The enigmatic black tome lay there, steadfast like the towering Mount Tai. The mentor squinted as he scrutinized Su Bai, exclaiming, "Why can't this book be opened?" The techniques beyond the 13th level were the very essence of a prestigious martial arts university. Any single technique must be preserved without fail. If this young man were to tamper with it, the wrath of the institution would be far too great for any student to endure, regardless of prior glories or accolades. Chapter 48. The celestial level technique recognizes Su Bai as its master. Su Bai, equally intrigued by the mentor's inability to unlock the tome, recalled that he had perused its contents for an entire day without issue. He then picked up the book and casually flipped it open. Astonishingly, it yielded effortlessly to his touch. How could this be possible? The mentor's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the pages open before Su Bai. At that moment, he realized the book was extraordinary. With a furrowed brow, the mentor declared, "Su Bai, this matter is of great significance. The evaluation of this technique is beyond my authority. I must report to the principal." The nearby students, engrossed in their reading, were drawn to the commotion, curious about the unfolding events. Bai Ningbing sneered at Su Bai's retreating figure, remarking, "Our junior seems to have stirred up yet another trouble." Wang Qingqing cast a fleeting glance at Su Bai, but quickly returned her focus to the martial arts texts, dismissing him as merely someone overlooked by her grandfather. hardly more significant than the flies that buzzed around her. Shortly after the Minter's report, a figure materialized in the library's 13th floor, radiating a golden-level aura that left all students in shock. Goodness, the principal has resorted to using Earth-level combat techniques? What could have provoked such urgency from the esteemed principal? The principal paid no mind to the onlookers, swiftly approaching Su Bai and the supervising Minter. His eyes fell upon the tome that had eluded all attempts at opening. Seizing it, he exclaimed, "This book is indeed the autobiography of the great Luo Fan. 18 years ago, it vanished mysteriously, sending the entire institution into a frenzy." Upon receiving the Minter's report, the principal had sensed something significant and, overwhelmed with joy, hastened to confirm his suspicions. We have reclaimed the celestial-level technique of Jiangzhou Martial University. This book was a celestial-level technique, entwined with the very essence of the laws of nature, making it unfit for the unworthy to practice. Only individuals of king level could conceive such a technique. Those below the diamond rank risked their lives merely to transcribe it, while those of diamond rank were typically commanders in one of the nation's 5 military districts. The peril associated with even attempting to copy such a technique was immense. Originally, this technique had been entrusted to Jiangzhou Martial University by a powerful human, who, in memory of his dear friend Luo Fan, sought to fulfill Luo Fan's last wish. Subsequently, this mighty figure, defying the backlash of the laws of nature, painstakingly transcribed the technique for distribution across key locations, in hopes of nurturing more elite beast tamers. After all, Luo Fan had demonstrated the overwhelming prowess of beast tamers, single-handedly defeating 2 king-level opponents with sheer dominance and charisma. When the original manuscript penned by Luo Fan was delivered to Jiangzhou Martial University, the military's intelligence division had repeatedly emphasized the need for its careful preservation, allowing only those with beast-taming abilities to peruse it. If anyone could grasp even a fraction of its profound teachings, the resurgence of the beast tamer would be inevitable, possibly heralding a new era for humanity. As the principal reflected on the moment he first received this celestial-level technique, his demeanor transformed with palpable excitement. His trembling hand caressed each letter on the cover, fearing the tome might vanish again. Yet, just as he was about to delve into its pages, he encountered the same obstacle faced by the supervising Minter. Even the esteemed principal cannot open this book. The Minter, resigned, explained, "Principal, it seems only Su Bai possesses the ability to unlock it." At that moment, the principal's attention shifted to Su Bai. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "Su Bai, can you open this book?" Although Su Bai had gleaned from the principal's words that the book was indeed a celestial-level technique, he remained unaware of its rarity and significance. With an air of calm, he accepted the tome from the principal and began to flip through it casually. "I don't understand why it eludes you, but it feels rather ordinary to me." The sound of pages turning resonated smoothly, each leaf flipping with an ease that suggested the book was no more than a common textbook. This spectacle widened the principal's eyes, his facial muscles quivering as he stammered. Could this be the legendary recognition of the celestial-level technique? The supervising Minter, puzzled by the unfolding events, asked, "Principal, what does it mean for a celestial-level technique to recognize its master? Why can we not access it once it has done so?" The principal exhaled slowly, though his excitement remained unabated. The recognition of a celestial-level technique is akin to a divine weapon choosing its master. It possesses a uniqueness. Simply put, before it recognizes its master, anyone may view or transcribe it, but the depth of understanding depends on their innate talent. Many who possess celestial-level techniques have barely scratched the surface of its teachings, let alone achieved recognition. Once a person truly comprehends a portion of the technique's essence, it will automatically recognize them as its master. The power of the natural laws will be invoked, causing all copies to vanish, leaving others unable to access the technique as we currently cannot. I had thought the disappearance of the technique 18 years ago was due to someone grasping its essence. This year, as Su Bai turns 18, it seems likely that the technique sensed the birth of its master and concealed itself from us. Of course, these are merely my conjectures. As an individual of mere golden rank, I dare not presume to fully comprehend the celestial-level technique. After speaking, the principal regarded Su Bai with keen interest, realizing that this young man had brought forth unimaginable surprises. "Su Bai, which part of this celestial-level technique have you comprehended?" Su Bai, taken aback by the principal's explanation, pondered the profundity of the matter. Was it truly so mystical? However, having thoroughly read the tome and possessing the innate talent of source resonance, he knew more than the principal. This book being classified as celestial-level indeed indicated its potential to manipulate the natural laws. Yet, true mastery over those laws would only come upon cultivating the sacred beast armament talent. Source resonance merely served as a key to unlock its treasures. Chapter 49. The Supreme Strength of Humanity. the sole king of the realm, attention on Su Bai. Currently, Su Bai possesses this key. However, he lacks the strength to unlock the entire treasure chest and can only gaze at it with longing. After coming to this realization, Su Bai, who has been recognized by the Tianjie Gongfa, felt no excitement akin to that of the old principal, but rather expressed a hint of regret, saying, "I have grasped the essence of Tonglu, yet I am still in the most primitive stage. Only after finishing this book did I realize that there are many aspects of Tonglu that I have yet to thoroughly comprehend." The old principal could only stare in disbelief at Su Bai's lament. If others had the opportunity to be recognized by the Tianjie Gongfa, they would undoubtedly celebrate for 3 days and nights. Yet here was Su Bai, displaying a countenance of disappointment. Conversely, this very nonchalance towards such a monumental achievement as being acknowledged by the Tianjie Gongfa made the old principal regard him with newfound respect. On the side, Bai Ningbing was left speechless by the old principal's words. What? The Tianjie Gongfa? It actively acknowledged Su Bai as its master. Is this real? Wang Qingqing was equally astonished. Her eyes wide with disbelief. Su Bai could actually be recognized by the Tianjie Gongfa as members of distinguished families. They had been exposed to various martial arts since childhood and understood the gravity of Su Bai's accomplishment. Their emotions were a tumultuous blend, leaving them at a loss for words as they looked at Su Bai with newfound curiosity. Yet, mere acknowledgement by the Tianjie Gongfa would not suffice to sway their allegiance to Su Bai. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. So what if it acknowledges you? If one lacks ability? The Tianjie Gongfa is merely a dusty gem. With that, she walked away, not bothering to look back. Wang Qingqing cast a lingering glance at Su Bai before also huffing in disdain and departing. The stronger Su Bai became, the greater the pressure on these prodigies. They felt compelled to strive for greater strength. Only Gu Yuqingshu observed Su Bai with a gleam in her eyes, causing him an involuntary chill, as he suspected she might possess a peculiar fascination. The old principal noticed the expressions of the prodigies but remained silent, believing this to be a positive development. Su Bai's achievements served to stimulate this group of conceited individuals, propelling them to hasten their own growth. As for the potential troubles that may arise for Su Bai in the future, that was no concern of the old principal's. He regarded Su Bai with increasing fondness. Nodding at him with a smile, "It seems my speculation was correct." After comprehending the essence of Tonglu, Su Bai has naturally met the conditions for being recognized by the Tianjie Gongfa. Ignoring the attitudes of the prodigies, Su Bai shifted his gaze to the old principal and proposed, "Principal, since this Tianjie Gongfa has recognized me as its master and others cannot access it, keeping it in the library serves no purpose. Why not bestow it upon me? I could use the Tianjie Gongfa to enhance my strength and bring glory to Jiangzhou Wuda in the 100 schools competition. Wouldn't that be reasonable?" Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the old principal's expression fluctuated repeatedly. At this moment, his emotions were complex. Had Su Bai dared to make such a request before being acknowledged by the Tianjie Gongfa, the old principal might have been inclined to expel him. This was, after all, the Tianjie Gongfa. The idea of privately taking it away had never been entertained. How dare he utter such a demand? Moreover, considering that this Tianjie Gongfa had been lost and then regained, the old principal treasured it even more. It was likely that the copies at other schools had been obliterated by the laws of heaven and earth, making this particular Tianjie Gongfa a unique artifact. To call it a priceless treasure would not be an exaggeration. Nevertheless, Su Bai spoke nothing but the truth. While the ownership of the Tianjie Gongfa still resided with Jiangzhou Wuda, the fact that it had actively acknowledged Su Bai as its master rendered it inaccessible to anyone else. For Jiangzhou Wuda, possessing such a Tianjie Gongfa was no different from having a mere brick lying under the table. Yet, for the old principal to genuinely give this Tianjie Gongfa to Su Bai was a different matter entirely. He was reluctant. This was the only Tianjie Gongfa of Jiangwu, a singular treasure. The old principal was filled with hesitation and inner conflict. From the perspective of maximizing benefits and considering the future of humanity, handing the Tianjie Gongfa to Su Bai would indeed be the best choice. However, he still found it hard to part with it. Su Bai gazed intently at the old principal's ever-changing expression, refraining from further persuasion. Any words seemed feeble in the face of the Tianjie Gongfa. The decision lay solely in the hands of the old principal. Would he choose to potentially empower a formidable beast tamer for the future of humanity, enabling Jiangzhou Wuda to achieve greater glory in the upcoming 100 schools competition? Or would he retain the Tianjie Gongfa, hoping to resolve the issue of Su Bai's acknowledgement later? The watchful mentor guarding the library held his breath, his fists clenched until they turned purple, daring not to make a sound. All the students remaining on the 13th floor silently observed the old principal, aware that the immeasurable value of the Tianjie Gongfa could lead to this moment being recorded in history. Two choices, each with starkly different implications, either in 2021. Principal Zhou Zaiyan of Jiangzhou Wuda, with golden tier strength, for the greater good of humanity, selflessly gifted the Tianjie Gongfa to a prodigious beast tamer. A moment when Bo Lu encountered a 1,000-mile horse, a great fortune for humanity. Or in 2021, Principal Zhou Zian, for his own selfish desires, hoarded the Tianjie Gongfa that had acknowledged the genius beast tamer, leaving his deeds in a state of moral ambiguity. After what felt like an eternity, the old principal finally exhaled slowly, holding the Tianjie Gongfa in his left hand as he approached Su Bai, gently patting Su Bai's shoulder. Su Bai, perhaps one day you will become a towering figure like Luo Fan, or you may falter early, allowing this Tianjie Gongfa to gather dust. Regardless, this is your destiny, a path you must tread step by step. Judging by your calm demeanor upon realizing you were acknowledged by the Tianjie Gongfa, I am willing to take a gamble. Henceforth, this Tianjie Gongfa is yours. Remember, no matter the circumstance, you must survive. Only the living can aspire to become strong. Only then can you, like the mighty Luo Fan, ensure the longevity of humanity's fortunes. The old principal cradled the Tianjie Gongfa, extending it towards Su Bai, adding as a final note, Su Bai, do not let me down. Su Bai extended his hands, slowly accepting the Tianjie Gongfa, and deeply bowed 3 times to the old principal. Principal, rest assured, Su Bai will not disappoint your expectations. The watching mentor observed this scene with immense excitement, gradually relaxing his tightly clenched fists to applaud. Soon, dozens of students on the 13th floor joined in applause, a mix of envy and pride radiating from them. Amidst the applause, the old principal regarded Su Bai's figure, nodding slowly, and left with a final remark. However, all of your credits will be deducted. This statement left Su Bai, who had just been elated, utterly stunned. So it turns out, it was not a free gift after all. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically in response to this revelation, due to the former principal's mind being entirely captivated by the celestial techniques of this tome. He momentarily failed to notice that Su Bai had ascended to the intermediate level of the bronze stage. In the imperial capital, within a militarily restricted expanse of deep mountains, lay the residence of the Dragon Kingdom's singular king-level powerhouse. This man was the only king-level combatant among humanity, a taboo that had kept countless races from daring to engage recklessly. Dressed in a sable robe, the middle-aged man slowly withdrew his gaze from the southern horizon, chuckling lightly. It seems old Zhou is quite perceptive. Shortly thereafter, a flash of violet light swept through, causing the space to tremble, and he returned to his study. Gently caressing the empty bookshelf, he recalled that just yesterday, these shelves had been filled with volumes he had painstakingly transcribed by hand. Yet, this morning, those books seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. He had once promised Luo Fan that he would transcribe a myriad of volumes of the techniques created by Luo Fan. A promise of myriad volumes meant precisely that, and not a single volume less. What does it mean to have myriad volumes? Even if every martial university had received one copy, and every military base of a higher level had also been issued one, there would still be thousands of tomes gathering dust in the study of this king-level being. The man approached this matter with the same tenacity and resolve as Luo Fan, honoring the memory of his departed friend. After waiting a century, he had finally encountered someone worthy of recognizing the celestial techniques created by Luo Fan. At this moment, he smiled slowly. Luo Fan, the person you awaited has finally appeared after a century. If you are aware from beyond, you must be pleased, right? I never expected that in such a small place as Jiangzhou, another youth capable of understanding the essence alongside you would emerge. I hope he will not disappoint and complete the final steps you could not take. Regrettably, my time is also limited. I hope to witness this young lad's growth. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, he was under the scrutiny of a king-level being. For the ensuing 20 days, Su Bai immersed himself in the library, diligently studying the specialized talents of beast tamers. Merely grasping the first essence took considerable time. Although the system rewarded Su Bai directly, he understood from the tome that he had yet to fully harness the potential of the essence. Take the sharing of vitality, for instance. The essence he currently commanded did not possess this capability. According to the text, the conduit connecting him to the tamed beasts was not sufficiently broad to facilitate the transfer of vitality. As Su Bai practiced within the library, the fervor surrounding the 100 Schools League intensified with the passage of time. Moreover, following the recent ambush by the myriad races ferocious beasts on humanity's rear, which resulted in countless casualties among students, the public's outrage found an outlet in the upcoming league. According to military news, all proceeds from the tickets to this 100 Schools League would be allocated as cultivation resources for the victorious participants, making attendance a means of supporting the growth of the children. Let us go. Buy tickets for the 100 Schools League. My child was slain by those beasts on the battlefield, and while I cannot wield a weapon to avenge them, I can purchase tickets to support these martial university students in their training. The tickets for the 100 Schools League went on sale a week in advance. Yet in merely half a day, tens of thousands of tickets for each venue were sold out. Staff members were drenched in sweat, repeatedly announcing, "Good people, the tickets for the 100 Schools League have sold out. Please return home." Although they could not witness the event in person, the Dragon Kingdom's military channel offered free live broadcasts for viewing. Instantly, the populace became discontented. They were part of the Dragon Kingdom, and the children of their nation were ruthlessly slaughtered by ferocious beasts. They wished to contribute to their country and support these children. What good is a live broadcast? Even if I can't get a seat, I would settle for a standing ticket. I won't watch a free broadcast. If there aren't enough tickets, raise the prices. Are you fools? More cultivation resources for the children can only be beneficial. We ordinary folks can endure hardships, but we must support these brave children on the battlefield. Why should the live broadcast be free? Do you think we cannot afford it? Tell your superiors I will pay for the broadcast at the ticket price. As the staff observed the expressions of the ordinary citizens who toiled under the sun, they found the scene profoundly striking. Each individual claiming not to be short of money was, in truth, a rarity. The vast majority were ordinary folk earning less than 3,000 a month. A ticket costing 500 yuan was enough to buy a decent outfit, yet they were willing to sacrifice. Even though many wore clothes faded from countless washes, they remained steadfast in their support for the righteousness of humanity and the training of the students. The staff felt their hearts swell with this fervor, their eyes unwittingly reddening as they took the microphone and urged, "Good people, we will not charge for the broadcast. Please practice rational consumption." Suddenly, an elderly man erupted in anger, bellowing, "Rationality be damned. Our children have perished on the battlefield. What good is money for us old folks? Hurry, inform your superiors to print more tickets. If the printer smokes, I'll reimburse for it." The staff, caught in a bind, sighed helplessly, unsure of how to soothe the crowd, anxiously stating, "But the audience area is limited. It cannot accommodate so many people. Please, good folks, return home to watch the broadcast." The crowd paid no heed. They simply wished to purchase tickets and contribute to the youth. "If I cannot squeeze in after buying a ticket, that is my own inadequacy. Not your fault. I solemnly declare that I spent 500 yuan on a ticket purely because I found its design appealing. Whether I can see the competition is irrelevant to you. Quickly return to printing tickets. Do not dawdle here with your complaints. The invasion of the myriad races is a calamity for all of humanity, and during this catastrophe, none shall stand idly by." Time flew by, and soon the countdown to the 100 Schools League began, with just 3 days remaining. While Su Bai was still immersed in the library, he suddenly received a call from the old principal, summoning all participating students to gather in the office. This marked the first assembly of the 10 contenders in over half a month. Upon entering the principal's office, Su Bai found that the other participants had already arrived, all eyes turning to him. Just as the principal was about to address the gathering, he glanced at Su Bai and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Upon closer inspection, the principal's heart skipped a beat as he widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Su Bai as if he were a monster. "Su Bai, you have ascended to the intermediate level of the bronze stage?" The principal was 2 major realms above Su Bai, and thus could easily perceive the fluctuations of his aura. Yet, how long had it been since Su Bai had reached the initial level of the bronze stage? Not even a month had passed, and he had directly advanced to the intermediate level. This was why the principal looked at Su Bai with such shock, even knowing the answer. He still wanted to hear Su Bai confirm it. Upon hearing the principal's words, even the upperclassmen who had previously harbored some resentment towards Su Bai for being the last to arrive now regarded him with astonishment. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows and said, "Principal, are you mistaken? How could this be possible?" Wang Qingqing echoed, "Indeed, even if Su Bai possesses exceptional talent, he is still in his first year. How could he possibly advance so quickly? We, the seniors, are only at the bronze intermediate level. Principal, you must have made a mistake." Chapter 51. The principal now can insult people with such convoluted language. Luo Yonghao pursed his lips and remained silent, inwardly sighing. "It seems the gap between me and Su Bai is widening." He had witnessed Su Bai's extraordinary talent, and perhaps only Luo Yonghao, Lei Yunxiao, and Zhang Mani truly believed that Su Bai had genuinely advanced to the bronze intermediate level, while the other team members expressed shock and disbelief. Su Bai regarded his promotion as a matter of course, nodding calmly as he stated, "Yes, I advanced on the day I borrowed the training master." He then added silently, "Is that strange? If you are willing to invest 23 bronze-level beast cores or over 30 million funds, you too could easily advance. Albeit taking a bit longer than I did. I have spent a fortune." These people only saw the superficial glory of Su Bai's rapid advancement, oblivious to the hardships he had endured behind the scenes. After clearing his throat, the old principal continued, "Ahem, let us return to the main topic. I will introduce the competition process. First, the strongest 2 teams will emerge from our province. Then, the competition will take place among the 5 major military divisions: Northeast, Southeast, Northwest, Southwest, and Central, where each province will have its decisive battles, with 2 teams from each division advancing to the national top 10 competition. The old principal paused before continuing. Our Jiangzhou province has 8 martial universities, and the competition will be held at our Jiangzhou Martial University over the next 3 days. I expect the other 7 martial universities in the province to arrive at our school. We simply need to wait for the other martial university students to come to us. The military will also send officers to serve as judges for this competition. Upon hearing this, Bai Ningbing let out a disdainful laugh. They are nothing but a bunch of local chickens and dogs. Principal, I request to participate. I can surely defeat them all. The other seniors appeared relaxed. Having spent 2 to 3 years in school and having some acquaintance with the students from other martial universities in the province, Jiangzhou Martial University, being a provincial-level institution, undoubtedly surpassed others in strength. The old principal cast a casual glance at Bai Ningbing and replied, "The specific order of participation will be decided entirely by Captain Su Bai. You may discuss it with him." Bai Ningbing was immediately taken aback. Su Bai ignored her entirely and asked the principal, "Principal, will there be additional benefits for the participating students?" The principal nodded, stating, "According to military regulations, 80% of the resources gained from each match will be divided among the participating team members based on their performance and contributions, while the non-participating members will receive 20%. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, "Rest assured, Principal. As captain, I will lead by example." The old principal harbored serious doubts, suspecting that if it weren't for the greater benefits offered to the participating students, Su Bai would likely be the one lingering at the back. This lad's greed was shameless. However, there was little pressure for Jiangzhou Martial University in the provincial competition. Among the formal participants, only Luo Yonghao might struggle to defeat 5 opponents, while the others would likely manage to surpass 5 from other schools. The resources acquired from the provincial league amounted to merely 10% of the total rewards from the 100-school league, which would be further distributed to the first-place team from each province, making those resources exceptionally limited. Only the resources gained from the regional league and the national finals could be deemed formidable. It was anticipated that winning just 1 match in the finals would yield more resources than winning the entire provincial league. Additionally, with Su Bai possessing a celestial grade technique and being able to advance to the bronze intermediate level within a few days of acquiring resources, the old principal felt that Su Bai was indeed a prodigy who could rapidly rise with resources in hand, concentrating early resources on Su Bai alone to enhance his strength, thereby allowing Jiangzhou Martial University to excel in the 100-school league, seemed like a wise choice. While the old principal was deep in thought, Bai Ningbing felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that Su Bai intended to monopolize the competition? The more she pondered, the more likely that possibility seemed. If Su Bai took action, she would have little chance to participate in the provincial league. She voiced her dissatisfaction. "Principal, I protest. Su Bai is exploiting his authority for personal gain." Wang Qingqing had altered her perception of Su Bai after he acquired the celestial grade technique and no longer harassed him as she had previously. Observing Bai Ningbing's protest, the old principal's face turned cold as he said sternly, "Nonsense. My decision is final. You are to obey the orders. Those who have objections may voluntarily withdraw from the competition, as there are plenty of others eager to join." Bai Ningbing was left speechless. 3 days later, on the morning of the competition, at the entrance of Jiangzhou Martial University, the once pale stone gate was adorned with vibrant red banners. A welcoming banner was displayed for the 7 other martial universities arriving from distant prefectures, stating, "Welcome to the Martial University for the exchange competition." Hundreds of Martial University students stood in 2 lines at the entrance, flanking the principal, along with several school leaders and the 10 participating team members. Today marked the opening of the 100-school league and the first day of the provincial preliminary round. The first to arrive at Jiangzhou Martial University was the leadership and 10 representatives from Longying Martial University. As the bus slowly came to a stop, a middle-aged man led the group towards the old principal, smiling as he said, "Principal Zhou, it has been a while. You still look as vigorous as ever." Are these the participants for the 100-school league?" Wang Li, the principal of Longying Martial University, squinted as he assessed Su Bai and the others, secretly marveling at the caliber of participants from this provincial university, all of whom were at least bronze level. The old principal smiled warmly and approached Wang Li, humbly stating, They are merely a group of inexperienced youngsters. The primary purpose of this 100-school league is to broaden their horizons." When the old principal's gaze fell upon the 10 participants from Longying Martial University, he immediately discerned that the highest strength among them was merely 3 bronze initial-level contenders, with the others being ordinary high-level individuals. This perhaps exemplified the difference between prefectural and provincial martial universities. In an instant, the old principal had already assessed the low threat level posed by Longying Martial University. To the old principal, those from Longying Martial University seemed like easy targets. Hearing the old principal's words, Wang Li's lips twitched slightly. All bronze-level participants and yet deemed inexperienced? What does that make us? Worthless? How can this old man twist his words so artfully? Chapter 52. The 100 School League officially commences. After some pleasantries between the two principals, they were led into the competition arena by the student council. The second to arrive was Fuchuan Martial University, whose principal was also an elderly man clad in military attire, adorned with the insignia of a colonel, thus on par with the old principal. The students from Fuchuan Martial University were considerably stronger than those from Longying Martial University, boasting at least 7 bronze-level participants, including 2 at the bronze intermediate level. Su Bai and his companions followed closely behind the old principal, performing their welcoming duties. Occasionally, some principals expressed their astonishment at the overall strength of Su Bai and his team, showering them with compliments. Before long, the team leaders and participants from the 7 prefectural martial universities had all gathered. As the clock approached 9, a military vehicle slowly approached, and upon stopping, 2 colonels disembarked. Su Bai gleaned from the information provided by the former principal that the 2 of them were to serve as judges for the upcoming Jiangzhou Province Wu De League competition. One of them was named Zhao Qingfeng, a towering figure standing over 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence from afar, possessing golden intermediate strength. The other was Sun Yun, with a resolute expression and a physique resembling forged iron, endowed with golden beginner strength. The golden rank embodies a formidable force on the battlefield, and the military's decision to dispatch these 2 individuals for the inter-school competition underscores the significance they attribute to this event. The former principal promptly extended a warm welcome to the 2 military judges, ushering them into the arena of the martial arts competition. The Jiangzhou Wu De Martial Arts Arena consists of 6 sections. The largest area is the circular spectator stands, currently filled to capacity with 50,000 spectators, among whom 8,000 are students and faculty from the academy, while the remainder consists of ticket-holding citizens. At the forefront of the spectator area is the officiant's platform, where 2 mentors stand to oversee the proceedings and explain the competition's content to the audience. Liao Yusen, recognized as the most beautiful mentor at Xuanwu, naturally occupies one position, while the other is held by Chief Instructor Zhang Kai. Following this is the resting area for participating schools, with each lounge spanning over 100 square meters. There are 18 such lounges, though only 8 are currently in use. In the very center lies a square martial arts arena, expansive enough to accommodate a football field, constructed entirely from incredibly hard Qingtong stone, rendering it difficult for even bronze-level warriors to inflict significant damage upon it. Adjacent to the arena are the judging and VIP seating areas, with 5 designated spots for judges. The 2 military judges occupy the central positions, while the remaining 3 spots are filled by 3 administrative leaders from Jiangwu, whose role is merely to provide clarification to the military judges when necessary, without participating in the judgment of the competition. Behind the judges' seats are the VIP seating arrangements, comprising several hundred seats, each adorned with identity tags for distinguished guests, including government officials, members of Jiangzhou's prominent families, and military personnel. Notably present are Governor Huang of Jiangzhou, Director Zhang of the Ministry of Education, and the heads of the Jiangzhou Lei and Luo families. To Su Bai's astonishment, Mr. Wen Yuan and Lin Yanran were also seated in the VIP section, representing the military of Jiangzhou Province. On the opposite side of the judging panel is the preparation area for the competing students, where the teams from the 8 martial universities are already seated. Lastly, there are seats designated for reporters, a throng of journalists equipped with various cameras, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. With over 50,000 individuals present, Jiangwu has also deployed security personnel to maintain order. Silence. Please find your seats. Maintain tranquility. No loud noises allowed. Anyone disturbing the order of the competition will be expelled. Nevertheless, the cacophony of whispered conversations among tens of thousands was sufficient to resonate throughout every corner of the arena. In the preparation area, Gui Weqing approached Su Bai, gently patting him on the shoulder. Junior Su Bai, the significance of this inter-school competition is immense. Although you are merely a freshman, as the captain, you bear a heavy responsibility. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Su Bai regarded Gui Weqing favorably, appreciating that he was not like certain others who sought to burden him with problems. Very well, if I need your help, I shall not hold back. Gui Weqing smiled, saying, we are all contestants, and as your captain, there is no need to call me senior. Simply refer to me as Qing Shu. As they conversed, The military judges took their seats at the judging panel. Liao Yusin, elegantly attired in formal wear and holding a microphone, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain silence." The noise gradually subsided as all eyes turned to her. A month ago, the myriad beast tribes, in a bid to sever our human race's fortune, dispatched substantial forces to constrain our military's frontline capabilities. Several provinces were subjected to attacks from the beasts, who circumvented the front lines to assault our rear military bases. The Marshall University students of the attacked provinces suffered grievous losses, nearly decimated. Fellow countrymen, shall we take vengeance for this? Liao Yusin's voice resonated with fervor, culminating in impassioned shouts that disregarded her image as a beautiful mentor. Having personally participated in the battle against the beast's rear assault, the memories of its brutality still haunted her. Each cry was a manifestation of her innermost sentiments, a desire to avenge the fallen students and to take action on their behalf. The audience responded by raising banners and fists in solidarity. Vengeance. We demand vengeance. Annihilate those beasts. Humanity shall prevail. 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 The uproar of thousands surged skyward, a collective outpouring of rage and determination. Su Bai clenched his fists, memories flooding back from the battlefield against the myriad tribes. Observing the united fervor of the crowd, military judge Zhao Qingfeng nodded and remarked to Sun Yun beside him, "With such spirit among our people, how can we fear the annihilation of the myriad tribes? Indeed, this embodies the very purpose of hosting this inter-school competition." After a while, as the crowd's emotions settled, Zhang Kai continued, "In order to cultivate more exceptional students and to enhance their combat prowess and indomitable spirit, the military's general staff, in collaboration with various military district commands, has decided to grandly host this provincial inter-school competition. The rewards are immensely generous. I hereby declare the Jiangzhou Province League officially opened." Chapter 53. With Su Bai present, do we truly have a chance to participate? Zhang Kai paused, allowing the cheers to subside before continuing. There are a total of 8 Marshall Universities in Jiangzhou Province, each with 10 participating team members, 5 official competitors, and 5 reserves. The competition follows a team combat format, with a maximum of 5 participants from each team allowed to compete at any given time. 1 from the 3rd year, 2 from the 2nd year, and 2 from the 1st year, engaging in one-on-one elimination matches. The defeated are eliminated, while the victors may continue to face challenges. The team that remains intact until the end shall be declared the winner. The rules are straightforward. Furthermore, the order of participation will be reported 5 minutes before the competition begins, with the order for the first round determined by a draw conducted by the team captains. Now, I invite the 8 team captains to the judging panel for the draw. As Zhang Kai's words echoed, Su Bai and the other university captains moved toward the judging panel. During this time, Liao Yusin explained to the audience, "Leading the way is Su Bai, the captain of Jiangzhou Wuda. I trust you have seen his name in the news frequently over the past few days. He is the recipient of the Great Wall Golden Medal, a hero who vanquished a silver-level beast and led the Jiangzhou Wuda students back in triumph. Currently, he is a bronze intermediate beast tamer, and his tamed beasts are the primary force that enabled him to combat silver beasts." As Liao Yusin spoke, the audience erupted in applause. In the VIP section, Mr. Wen Yuan observed Su Bai's figure, surprised by his swift ascension to bronze intermediate within a matter of days, murmuring softly, "This young man has advanced too rapidly." Yanran, you were right. Provided he has sufficient resources, he can ascend swiftly through the lower ranks. Such a physique is exceedingly rare. This indicates his potential is exceptionally high, possibly reaching platinum or even diamond levels. This young man is quite intriguing. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, had he heard Mr. Wen Yuan's words, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Platinum? Diamond? Who does he look down upon? In our household, Su NW and BIH possess the potential for limitless growth, ultimately culminating in the ability to slay deities. Is there a ceiling to their capabilities? None whatsoever. Upon hearing Mr. WNYUN's commendation, LNYNRN felt an extraordinary sense of elation, smiling softly while her gaze remained fixated on SBI. In the audience, an elderly pancake vendor outside WD boasted to his companion, "Brother, let me tell you, SBI adores the pancakes we make. From now on, whenever he comes to eat, I shall offer them to him free of charge." Nonsense. A hero like SB, I would never deign to eat pancakes from a street vendor. In an instant, SBI's name became the focal point of discussion among the crowd. Leo YXN paused briefly, and as the murmurs subsided, she continued, "The second contestant is MOKI, the captain of F Chu NWD, a mid-tier bronze-level wielder of toxic abilities. 3 months ago, on the battlefield of myriad clans, he utilized his powers to poison dozens of ferocious beasts, causing even high-tier bronze beasts to retreat in fear. In the preparatory area, Bin Ngb Ing regarded F Chu Nwd's Moki with a furrowed brow, stating, his strength is formidable. Even I cannot guarantee victory against him. Guq Ing, however, appeared quite relaxed, responding with a smile, if it comes to that. Leave Moki to me. My wood-based abilities counteract his toxic powers. Upon hearing Guq Ing's words, he had intended to offer some courteous remarks. But for reasons unknown, an unwelcome image of SBI intruded upon his thoughts. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Would they truly have the opportunity to compete? In the principal's office, Bin Ngb Ing vividly recalled SBI's expression upon learning that victors would garner additional resources. As Lioyxn continued her introductions, SBI and his team approached the judging panel. Colonel Zhoqngf Ing nodded and succinctly announced, "Let us commence the drawing." Inside the opaque box are red, white, blue, and green balls, with 2 of each color. Teams drawing the same color will face each other in the first round. Except for SBI, the other captains were visibly anxious, some murmuring, "Pray we do not draw against GNGZHUWD. SBI, bewildered, inquired, "Do you harbor such disdain for us?" The captains of L Ing Ing WD and F Chu NWD exchanged glances, while the other captains shared similar sentiments. SBI was the first to plunge his hand into the box, retrieving a blue ball. After a moment of silent prayer, the remaining captains reached in as well, each extracting a colored ball. Soon, the results of the draw reached Lioyxn, who announced, "I will now reveal the order of matches. First match, L Ing Ing WD versus XNM NWD. Second match, F Chu NWD versus XCH Ing WD. Third match, GNGZHUWD versus Q Ing NWD. Fourth match, New York WD versus ZHNGSHWD. Let us welcome the contestants from L Ing Ing WD and XNM NWD to the stage." After completing the draw, SBI returned to the preparatory area, where the elderly principal nodded and said, "Now that the competition schedule is established, SBI, please arrange the order of appearances." SBI grinned, "I shall be the first to take the stage. The subsequent 4 slots are for you to decide amongst yourselves." Upon hearing this, while others remained oblivious to the implications, Bin Ngb Ing's expression paled. What a bold move. This fellow truly dares to take such a risk. The principal, exasperated with SBI's demeanor, leaned closer and whispered, "Do not overstep, my boy. At least leave some respect for your seniors. Otherwise, you may find yourself at odds with them, making your time at school quite difficult. Moreover, what if you cannot handle it alone?" SBI regarded the principal as if he were an alien. "What nonsense. Have I offended anyone yet? Aren't you the one orchestrating this?" He then shrugged, "Principal, rest assured, in such a pivotal match, I shall exert my utmost effort. It is my duty to bring glory to our school, and as captain, I am bound to fulfill this responsibility. I have vowed to shed my last drop of blood for the institution." The principal could only sigh. While other WD teams deliberated their strategies with palpable tension, the atmosphere at GNGZHUWD was peculiarly serene, devoid of any sense of anxiety. Following the submission of SBI's team lineup, the first match commenced, and SBI watched with keen interest as L Ing Ing WD faced off against XNM NWD. The first contestant from L Ing Ing WD was their bronze-level captain, who stood vigilant against his opponent. The opening contestant from XNM NWD was a mid-tier bronze warrior, with a cacophony of combat techniques within mere minutes. L Ing Ing WD's captain was defeated. The disparity in strength between the initial and mid-tier bronze levels was stark. Subsequently, 2 ordinary high-tier fighters took the stage. With only 3 bronze-level fighters in L Ing Ing WD, victory seemed unattainable. Their only objective was to avoid being defeated in a clean sweep, lest they suffer humiliation. The 2 high-tier fighters took to the arena, scampering around the platform to buy time and exhaust their opponents, hoping to ease the burden on those who would follow. However, their combined efforts barely extended the match beyond 5 minutes. The 4th contestant from L Ing Ing WD entered, managing to delay for a mere 10 minutes before succumbing to defeat. The ordinary spectators, oblivious to the disparities in levels, cared only about who emerged victorious and the elegance of their victory. XNM NWD's captain achieved a remarkable string of 4 victories, eliciting cheers from countless onlookers. Although many rallied in support of L Ing Ing WD, ultimately, only upon the entrance of the 5th bronze-level fighter did they manage to narrowly defeat a single participant from XNM NWD, thus averting the embarrassment of a clean sweep. In the preparatory area, the principal of L Ing Ing WD wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "That was close." For L Ing Ing WD, the weakest among them, this competition was primarily about participation and exposure. SBI observed with a yawn, finding the competitors exceedingly weak. Even the captain of XNMNWD, who had boasted of a string of 4 victories, failed to impress him. Bored, SBI opted not to watch the second match, instead directing his thoughts toward the upcoming league and finals. The relatively low strength of WD in certain cities of GNGZHU did not imply weakness elsewhere. According to the principal's earlier comments, GNGZHU WD ranked below even the median. They were merely dominant within their confined territory. The schools ranking among the top 10, especially the elite top 3, undoubtedly possessed exceptional prowess, and it was only these institutions that warranted SBI's serious consideration. Chapter 54. Can you not take this seriously? Can you show me some respect? What does drinking cola during a match even mean? As he pondered, SBI's mind became increasingly animated. During Li Oyxn's introduction, she had primarily highlighted her tamed beast, neglecting to elaborate on SBI's actual strength. This implied that the school was unaware of his formidable capabilities, leading others to harbor similar misconceptions. This presents a wealth of strategic opportunities. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, SBI's eyes glimmered with a practical and clever idea. Meanwhile, the second match between FCHU in WD and XCH in WD concluded, with both teams exhibiting comparable strength, but FCHU in WD ultimately triumphed, thanks to their captain, MOKI, who secured a narrow victory in the final moments. After the 2 Marshall University students exited the arena, Gu Yueqing, noticing Su Bai was still lost in thought, called out to him, "Su Bai, it's your turn." Coming back to reality. A mysterious smile graced Su Bai's lips as he slowly made his way to the stage amidst the peculiar gazes of the old principal and his teammates. Upon his appearance, several dignitaries in the VIP section, who had only heard of Su Bai's name but never met him, cast their eyes upon him. Lin Yanran clenched her fists, silently cheering him on. Meanwhile, the audience, having learned of Su Bai's remarkable achievements through the news, regarded him as a small hero and eagerly awaited his entrance, erupting in cheers. "Su Bai, go for it. Su Bai, you must win the championship. Su Bai, a string of 5, a string of 5. Hearing the shouts from the crowd, Su Bai muttered softly to himself, "How did they know my thoughts?" At that moment, Li Lingfeng, the captain of Qingyun Marshall University, happened to overhear Su Bai's remark and glared at him with a sullen expression, exclaiming, "Don't get too arrogant. Do you really think that slaying a silver beast with the help of mentors and military experts makes you impressive?" Su Bai glanced at him, noting that Li was a mid-level bronze martial artist, sharing the same realm. Ignoring Li's irritated demeanor, Su Bai turned to Liao Yusin and inquired, "Mentor, is it a foul to insult a student? Can I be declared the winner directly?" Liao Yusin replied, "Li Lingfeng, that has not counted," she added after a cough. "But do pay attention, Li." Glancing at her watch and seeing that it was almost time, Liao Yusin announced, "Time's up. The match begins." As her words fell, without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai unleashed Xiao Ba from his beast-taming space. The enormous Xiao Ba landed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground beneath. Many in the audience had never witnessed Su Bai's tamed beast before, and the appearance of Xiao Ba left the crowd in awe. Goodness, such a massive turtle. One of its eyes is as large as a basketball. Is that shell made of skin? It resembles armor, shiny like metal. My word, those claws and limbs. It's no wonder Su Bai could slay a silver beast. Who could withstand a single slap from this turtle? Li Lingfeng's expression turned ashen. Initially confident that his mid-level bronze strength could at least keep pace with Su Bai, he had eagerly anticipated a fierce competition. However, upon seeing Xiao Ba, he realized his naivety. Who would have guessed that Su Bai's tamed beast would be so formidable? The thick shell, akin to scaled armor, left him questioning whether he could even breach its defenses. Meanwhile, the principal of Qingyun Marshall University wore a dark expression. Their school's strength was not weak, boasting 3 mid-level bronze martial artists, confident in vying for the second place in the provincial league. But to face the most powerful competitor, Jiangzhou Marshall University, in the first round, especially with the renowned Su Bai leading, left them feeling utterly unfortunate. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Su Bai smiled. Is this shocking? Hold on. There's more. Seizing the moment while everyone was still recovering from the surprise, he pulled out a stool, a plate of peanuts, and a bottle of cola from his beast-taming space. With the gaze of thousands upon him, he leisurely set the stool down and plopped onto it. Placing the peanuts on his lap, he held the cola in one hand and began munching on the peanuts. Hang in there, buddy. Don't let me finish my cola before you're knocked off the stage, Su Bai mused, reveling in the perks of being a tamer. Laughter and murmurs erupted from the audience. I can't believe it. Su Bai is snacking on peanuts and drinking cola in the arena. How disrespectful to his opponent. I heard the announcer mention that his opponent is also a mid-level bronze martial artist, right? This is bad. Su Bai is getting too cocky. I really hoped for Su Bai But can he truly afford to underestimate his opponent? The old principal widened his eyes in disbelief, watching Su Bai's antics. He understood that with Su Bai's 3 exceptional tamed beasts, even without direct involvement, he could easily dominate his opponent. Yet, Su Bai was audaciously sitting there snacking. This was an affront. On the announcer's platform, Zhang Kai was taken aback by Su Bai's behavior. He never anticipated that someone could eat peanuts and drink cola in the arena. If it were anyone else from a different martial university, he would have dismissed it as mere folly. Such a person would surely be eliminated in the first round. But Su Bai was from Jiangzhou Martial University, and their captain at that. What would become of Jiangzhou's reputation? Su Bai might just become the most infamous figure in the history of all martial universities across the nation. Zhang Kai, unable to contain himself, shouted amidst the ongoing match, "Su Bai, you are disrupting the order of the competition. What kind of behavior is this? Hurry and put those things away." Su Bai scratched his head, appearing earnest and innocent as he replied, "Chief Instructor, I have read the competition rules several times and found no issues." Hearing Su Bai's stubbornness, Zhang Kai's anger flared. "Nonsense. You are violating them." As one of the announcers for the provincial league, Zhang Kai was well acquainted with all the procedures and rules. Yet no matter how he tried to apply them to Su Bai, nothing seemed to fit. Su Bai had not actually violated any rules. For a moment, Zhang Kai was left speechless. At that moment, a military judge, Colonel Zhao Qingfeng, spoke up from the judging panel. "Su Bai has not violated the League's rules. The match will continue." He observed Su Bai and Xiao Ba with great interest, amused by the young man's audacity. All is fair in war, indeed. This is quite an intriguing fellow. Li Lingfeng, feeling humiliated by Su Bai's seemingly dismissive demeanor, turned a deep shade of red and charged forward with his weapon, exclaiming, "This is too much. I know I am no match for that giant turtle, but if Su Bai is merely sitting there eating peanuts and drinking cola, I can just bypass the turtle and defeat him." However, reality proved him overly optimistic. What a silver beast with agility could not achieve, could Li Lingfeng. How naive. Moreover, even if Xiao Ba did not utilize its special skills and was not particularly swift, its defensive and physical attributes exceeded 200 points, while its agility was merely 60. Compared to other attributes, it certainly lacked speed. Yet, most mid-level bronze martial artists, unless they were agile attackers like the spectral cat, would not possess agility reaching 60 points. Li Lingfeng fell into the category of less agile fighters, and in terms of speed, he was no match for Xiao Ba. Truly, he was just unlucky, completely overwhelmed. Xiao Ba took a single step forward, swiftly closing the distance to Li Lingfeng, and struck with a powerful slap, without hesitation. Li Lingfeng, witnessing the massive black shadow lunging at him, stood frozen in shock. This turtle is so fast. Boom. After the thought flashed through Li Lingfeng's mind, he was caught off guard and was directly sent flying. Had it not been for Xiao Ba controlling the force, that slap could have easily reduced Li Lingfeng to a mere pile of bones. As he soared through the air, blood spewed from his mouth. Upon landing, he attempted to struggle to his feet, but his entire body felt as though it had been shattered, leaving him utterly powerless. A mentor from Wuda immediately approached, counting down 109. In the audience, spectators were left dumbfounded. Was the captain of Qingyun Wuda foolish? How could such a large slap be evaded? The speed did not seem particularly swift. "Brother, it is evident that your grasp of physics is lacking. While we perceive that the turtle's speed is not fast, it is merely because of its size, which makes it easier for your visual nerves to capture. However, when faced with that slap, you will realize that even if you can react, your body cannot keep up, rendering escape impossible. It is akin to a car barreling towards you. No matter which direction you flee, it relentlessly pursues you. Even if your eyes and mind can respond, can your legs? Can you evade it? This seems somewhat reasonable." Hiss. Even a mid-tier bronze warrior is no match for the turtle. It seems this turtle is invincible. It is no joke. To slay a silver-grade beast is no simple task. As the audience murmured, the mentor completed the 10-second countdown. Ultimately, Li Lingfeng lacked the strength to rise, and the medical staff carried him away. Subsequently, Qingyun Wudao dispatched their second contestant. Before stepping onto the stage, the principal repeatedly advised him, "Zhang Xian, once you enter, keep your distance from that turtle. Its speed is not slow, and if it gets too close, you will undoubtedly find escape impossible. However, once you maintain a certain distance, it becomes less agile. At that point, seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Su Bai. Su Bai, being a beast tamer, is weak in physical combat. If you can get close, perhaps you have a chance of victory." Zhang Xian nodded thoughtfully, his expression grave as he approached the arena, cautiously assessing Xiao Ba. Observing that his opponent dared not approach, Xiao Ba positioned itself protectively behind Su Bai, remaining still and waiting for Zhang Xian to make a move. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xian's forehead throbbed with tension. He had initially planned to maneuver the turtle around the arena, creating distance from Su Bai before launching a surprise attack. But it seemed the turtle had seen through his strategy and remained immobile, shielding Su Bai. How could he proceed? Yet, now on the stage, Zhang Xian had to grit his teeth and devise a plan. A direct confrontation was out of the question. The turtle was nearly invincible at its level, and he was no match for it. Thus, Zhang Xian began to test Xiao Ba's limits, hopping around like a grasshopper, inching closer to Su Bai along the edge of the arena. Su Bai, indifferent to his movements, continued munching on peanuts, having already consumed a third of his soda. When Zhang Xian finally maneuvered behind Xiao Ba, with Su Bai in between them, a glint appeared in his eyes as he suddenly surged forward, speed escalating, aiming directly at Su Bai with his blade. Su Bai glanced at the opponent still over 20 meters away, entirely unperturbed. Xiao Ba and Su Bai shared a tacit understanding. The massive turtle not budging an inch, merely shifting its rear slightly. Zhang Xian noticed Xiao Ba's motion and felt a surge of excitement, thinking that it was too late for the turtle to turn. Su Bai, you are defeated. With a cold snort. His blade was now less than 5 meters from Su Bai, poised to strike. Suddenly, a shadow the thickness of a tree trunk swept in with a rush of wind. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the blade struck as if against steel. Bang. A tremendous force surged through Zhang Xian's hand, causing him to spit blood as he was sent flying by the shadow. What a marvelous move, the divine turtle's tail swipe. Throughout the encounter, Su Bai's peanut munching never faltered, and after taking a swig of soda, he remarked, "Brother, hurry and tend to your injuries." Zhang Xian struggled on the ground, his face contorted with disbelief. He had never imagined the turtle had such a trick up its sleeve. In the end, he was no different from Li Lingfeng, being carried off the stage by medical staff. The principal of Qingyun Wudao watched this unfold, his expression grave as he pondered strategies. In his view, Su Bai's beast tamer was indeed formidable. Qingyun Wudao had now suffered 2 consecutive defeats, leaving only a mid-tier bronze sophomore and 2 average high-tier freshmen remaining. They might well end up being swept clean by Su Bai. Chapter 56. I have never encountered such an arrogant contestant in my life. Even the weakest Longying Wudao had not been swept away. If Qingyun Wudao were to be thoroughly defeated, it would be a monumental disgrace. Observing the previous battle, it was clear that the turtle was exerting its utmost to protect Su Bai. It appeared that Su Bai himself was the greatest vulnerability. If they could defeat Su Bai, victory would be theirs. Yet the principal of Qingyun Wudao found himself in a quandary. The remaining 3 contestants were all weaker than the previous 2. Even if they understood the situation, what good would it do? In the face of absolute strength, strategy was but a mere joke. With a long sigh, the principal dispatched the students one by one, watching as they were carried off to the infirmary. After defeating 5 contestants from Qingyun Wudao, Su Bai finished his last sip of soda, casually stowing Xiao Ba and the stool into his beast-taming space before swaggering back to his seat. Jiangzhou Wudao versus Qingshan Wudao. Su Bai achieved a 5-0 victory. Instantly, the arena erupted in cheers, akin to a tsunami. Wow, Su Bai spent the entire time munching on peanuts, relying on a turtle to win the match? How outrageous. I have never seen such an arrogant contestant in my life, but it was exhilarating. Su Bai is amazing. The turtle is amazing. Su Bai, 5 in a row, the turtle, 5 in a row. Originally thrilled at the prospect of earning a substantial sum from this match, Su Bai felt a headache coming on upon hearing the crowd's cheers. Why was I being praised alongside Xiao Ba? It felt strange, as if they were implying I was the turtle. Couldn't they just praise me alone? At the host's table, Zhang Kai's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Despite Su Bai's victory for Jiangzhou Wudao against Qingyun Wudao, he could not find joy in it. The old principal's keen gaze seemed to grasp Su Bai's strategy. The turtle's speed was not fast, and Su Bai had used himself as bait to lure the opponent close to him and his tame beast, thus maximizing their strengths while minimizing weaknesses. This tactic was indeed exquisite, albeit unseemly. In the VIP section, Lin Yanran seemed to grasp Su Bai's awkwardness, stifling a laugh. Mr. Wenyuan smiled slightly, shaking his head in amusement. This young man is truly resourceful. After Su Bai descended from the stage, the 4th match commenced shortly thereafter. Following the completion of Jiangzhou Wudao's 5 matches, the old principal led everyone to the resting room. This morning, Su Bai had performed unexpectedly well, single-handedly dismantling the formidable Qingshan Wudao. The old principal had intended to commend Su Bai for his excellent performance, but upon recalling that he had been munching peanuts and drinking soda on the stage, the words felt difficult to articulate, and he opted instead to say that he had performed unexpectedly well. However, the other contestants in the resting room regarded Su Bai with expressions of profound peculiarity, creating a notably awkward atmosphere. After a brief pause, the old principal continued, however, regarding the competition this afternoon, I believe other schools will devise strategies specifically targeting Su Bai. What are your thoughts on this, Su Bai? A smile graced Su Bai's lips as he shrugged, responding. Their tactical arrangements against me are likely aimed at circumventing my tame beast, viewing the defeat of my true form as their path to victory. Yet, what they fail to realize is that I possess the ability of Benyuan Tonglu. At the bronze level, their meager offensive capabilities are inconsequential. It must be said that Su Bai deliberately portrayed himself as lacking in combat prowess, requiring the protection of Su Bai. Whether other martial universities would discern this ruse was uncertain. However, at the very least, Xuanwu had crafted their entire tactical plan around Su Bai's true form, only to have it thwarted by Su Bai. Su Bai refrained from elaborating on his true form's combat capabilities to the old principle. Instead, he simply referenced the source of his celestial grade technique, thereby saving considerable discourse. When the time comes for the regional league or finals, his true strength will manifest, and the old principle and others will comprehend his intentions. Ultimately, I, Su Bai, am devoted to bringing honor to my school. Lost in thought, Su Bai almost convinced himself of this sentiment. The old principal, seeing Su Bai's confidence, nodded and said, "Good, we must not be complacent. Our Jiangzhou Wuda is a provincial martial university. Victory is expected, but defeat would be a tremendous embarrassment." Su Bai nodded and jokingly replied, "Rest assured, old principal. This is merely the provincial preliminaries. I can handle it on my own." While Jiangwu engaged in discussions, other participating teams were equally preoccupied, pondering strategies for facing Su Bai, particularly the two martial universities that had already won their first matches, as they faced a 1 in 3 chance of encountering him. In the exclusive lounge of Xuanwu, the principal regarded the 10 participating students with a serious expression, outlining their strategy. If our next match is against Jiangzhou Wuda, it is highly probable that they will send Su Bai into battle. Based on his performance in the previous match, his tamed beast is virtually invincible in close combat. However, we have an advantage over Qingshan Wuda. Our captain, Mao Kai, is a poison element esper who can engage from a distance. Nonetheless, given the formidable physical constitution of that creature, the effectiveness of poison may be limited. Therefore, Mao Kai, when you unleash your abilities, ensure they are directed at Su Bai. Do not waste them on that beast. Do you understand? Mao Kai nodded, committing the principal's words to memory. Understood, I will act accordingly. In the exclusive lounge of Ximin Wuda, the initial joy following their victory over Longying Wuda had waned upon seeing Su Bai's impressive record. Facing other martial universities, they could afford to lose. But against Jiangzhou Wuda's Su Bai, their primary concern was how to avoid a complete rout. The strength of Qingshan Wuda, which surpassed that of Ximin Wuda, had already been significantly diminished by him. The principal of Ximin Wuda stated solemnly, "Su Bai is indeed formidable, yet his weaknesses are evident." Qingshan Wuda's strategy was correct. Identifying an opportunity to breach that creature's defense and defeat Su Bai is the only path to victory. If we face Jiangwu's Su Bai Li Feng, you will take the first turn. As a swift attacker, you possess speed-enhancing techniques. Emulate Qingshan Wuda's Zhang Xian's approach. Gradually maneuver to the rear of that beast. With your speed, you can launch a surprise attack before it reacts to defeat Su Bai. Watch out for the creature's tail. Should Li Feng's ambush fail, Wang Dang, Zhang Han, and Zhou Tai, your primary responsibility is to exhaust that beast's stamina and patience, paving the way for Yilan's entry. Yilan wields a bow. If you can evade that creature and strike Su Bai, we stand a considerable chance of victory. The 5 participating students responded in unison, yes. The principals of the martial universities were predominantly of golden rank, and their advice was remarkably incisive for these bronze-level students. If Su Bai were to display only the combat capabilities he had thus far shown, perhaps he could indeed be defeated. However, they were unaware that Su Bai's true strength had yet to be revealed, and even Xiao Ba's 3 innate abilities remained unutilized. They were oblivious to the fact that they were facing the greatest challenge of this 100-school tournament. Soon, the 4th match concluded, and after a morning of competition, 4 teams emerged as victors while 4 others were relegated to the losers bracket. The afternoon matches would feature battles between the victors and between the defeated. As Su Bai finished his meal and returned to his dormitory for a rest, students and mentors from other martial universities were diligently discussing strategies to counter Su Bai's prowess. Meanwhile, the spectators outside were enjoying refreshments while animatedly debating Su Bai's impressive 5 consecutive victories. I believe that in this competition, the other members of Jiangzhou Wuda need not even compete. Su Bai alone could vanquish all the opposing schools. Oh, having such a teammate is indeed wonderful. Jiangzhou Wuda truly lives up to its reputation as a provincial capital martial university. One student can outmatch all others from various prefectural cities. Brother, do not be so hasty. I just caught a glimpse of the live stream, and some exceptional talents from other provinces can hold their own against provincial martial universities. After all, Su Bai has appeared on television. He cannot be compared to others. As the clock approached 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Bai made his way to the competition venue. With numerous spectators recognizing him along the way and greeting him, Su Bai smiled and nodded, savoring the feeling of being treated like a star. Upon arriving at the waiting area of the martial arts competition, he found the stands filled with eager spectators awaiting the continuation of the afternoon league matches. When 2 military judges took their seats at the judges' table, Liao Yusin took the microphone and announced, the morning matches were truly exhilarating. Showcasing the spirited determination of students from various martial universities, their dedication to bringing honor to their schools, and their indomitable spirit. We look forward to the upcoming matches, hoping that the students can achieve further glory while maintaining this fierce competitive spirit. Now, I invite the 8 team captains to come forward to draw lots. As Liao Yusin's voice faded, applause erupted from the audience. Su Bai and the other 7 participants were divided into winners and losers groups. Proceeding to the judges' table for the next round of drawing lots. When Su Bai retrieved a white ball from the box, the captains of the other 3 groups subtly cast glances in his direction. They had spent the entire afternoon devising strategies against him and were confident they could conquer this formidable opponent who had just achieved 5 consecutive victories. As the drawing results were announced, Liao Yusin read from the list, I hereby declare the commencement of the second round of the Provincial League. First match, Jiangzhou Wudao vs. Ximin Wudao. Second match, Fuchuan Wudao vs. Ani Wudao. Third match, Longying Wudao vs. Qingyun Wudao. Fourth match, Xichang Wudao vs. Zhangshu Wudao. Once again, Su Bai was the first to take the stage, walking slowly onto the arena amid the expectant gazes of the crowd. The principal of Ximin Wudao observed Su Bai on the stage with a grave expression, gently patting Li Feng's shoulder as he said, Jiangzhou Wudao indeed relies on Su Bai to take the lead, yet we are fortunate to have preemptively devised strategies against him. As long as we adhere to our tactical deployment from noon, Su Bai shall not dare to envision a consecutive victory. Li Feng solemnly nodded, embodying the hopes of the entire school as he approached the arena. Observing Li Feng's grave demeanor, Su Bai felt a twinge of sympathy and kindly encouraged him. Brother, do not be anxious, it will pass swiftly. Li Feng fixed his gaze on Su Bai with unwavering intensity, dismissing the words with a cold huff. Treating Su Bai as a formidable rival, with his blood surging even before the match officially commenced. At that moment, Liao Yusin announced, the match begins. As her words echoed, Su Bai summoned Xiao Ba from the beast taming space once more. Li Feng, adhering to their plan, adopted Zhang Xian's tactics, positioning himself at the periphery of the arena and beginning to maneuver. It must be noted that Li Feng's speed surpassed that of Zhang Xian's from the morning, as confirmed by the system attributes, even slightly eclipsing Xiao Ba's agility. Su Bai, however, remained unfazed, leisurely retrieving a stool from the beast taming space to sit, indulging in the peanuts and cola he had purchased earlier as he watched Li Feng's performance with ease. Once distance was established, Li Feng's tactical approach shifted dramatically. A radiant blue aura enveloped him, and he moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, accelerating with each stride. Skill, Qingfeng step. As Li Feng's speed surged, he occasionally charged at Xiao Ba, only to retreat nimbly out of reach as Xiao Ba prepared to counterattack, leaving no opportunity for contact. The audience erupted in applause, exclaiming, Hey, that turtle seems to have been lured away by Li Feng. Laughter followed. Look, it appears that the turtle is quite irked by Li Feng's taunts. Its anger is rather endearing, isn't it? Do you think if Li Feng suddenly turns his assault towards Su Bai, he might stand a chance of victory? Indeed. I believe he may have a genuine opportunity. After all, isn't it unfair to rely on that turtle's lack of intellect? Cheers for Li Feng filled the air, as many recognized the potential for a weaker opponent to triumph over a stronger one. The principal of Ximin Wudao smiled with satisfaction at the applause for Li Feng, acknowledging the difficulty of executing their plan flawlessly. Li Feng not only possessed remarkable talent, but also demonstrated exceptional composure, warranting focused cultivation upon his return. In the VIP section, Wen Yuan analyzed the situation, stating, if Su Bai possesses no trump card, he shall surely face defeat within 5 minutes. The vulnerabilities of beast tamers are all too evident. Lin Yanran, overhearing his comments, countered, Uncle Wen Yuan, I have faith that Su Bai will prevail. Curiosity piqued when Yuan inquired, oh, does Su Bai truly have a hidden ace? Achieving the rank of mid-tier bronze at such a young age already marked him as an extraordinary talent. If he possessed additional concealed abilities, his potential might rival that of the elite from prestigious academies. Having battled alongside Su Bai on the Wanzhou battlefield, Lin Yanran was privy to more of his hidden capabilities than Wen Yuan, yet she remained discreet about them. Just watch, Uncle Wen Yuan, Su Bai cannot possibly lose. Wen Yuan chuckled softly, attributing Lin Yanran's unwavering support to mere favoritism. At that moment, many spectators believed Li Feng could indeed triumph over Su Bai. Isn't Su Bai the one who looked down on others? Isn't he the one casually snacking on peanuts and sipping cola on the arena? Eyes widened in anticipation, eager to witness how Li Feng would turn the tables on Su Bai. In the waiting area, Gui Weiqing observed with concern as Xiao Ba drifted further away from Su Bai. Li Feng's speed outstripped that of Su Bai's beast, making it difficult for the latter to retaliate. This match could spell trouble for Su Bai. Bai Ningbing regarded Li Feng with growing admiration, remarking, "At last, a warrior has emerged from those lower-tier cities. Otherwise, Su Bai would be the only one claiming victory after victory. How embarrassing." Wang Qingqing seemed to concur, stretching her limbs. "It's time for us seniors to step in. Otherwise, if Su Bai continues to overshadow us, he will be the sole figure associated with Jiangzhou Wuda." The old principal glanced at the eager team members and shook his head slowly. "Do you think Su Bai possesses only this level of strength? How naive. Su Bai will not falter. That turtle is formidable." On the arena, Xiao Ba, provoked multiple times by Li Feng, roared in frustration. "Roar. Master, may I activate Earth gravity to send this grasshopper flying?" Su Bai casually tossed a peeled peanut into his mouth and took a swig of cola, telepathically responding. "If you wish to unleash it, go ahead. Just be careful not to overdo it." Xiao Ba, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "Roar. Did you not instruct me to hold back? I thought I could not use my innate skills." Su Bai rolled his eyes. Xiao Ba's simplicity was indeed endearing, a stark contrast to Su Bai himself. Having received permission from Su Bai, Xiao Ba ceased its pursuit, positioning itself firmly on the ground. Eyes narrowed as it scrutinized the still-moving Li Feng. Suddenly, a yellow glow of innate power emanated from Xiao Ba. Skill, Earth gravity. In an instant, Li Feng found himself encircled by a yellow aura, his feet feeling as though weighted down by an immense burden. A powerful gravitational force surged upward from beneath him. What in the world is this? Li Feng broke into a cold sweat, exerting every ounce of his energy to escape. Yet, even a silver-tier spectral cat could not withstand this force, let alone the mid-tier bronze Li Feng, who was nearly pressed to the ground. Witnessing the simultaneous yellow glow on both Xiao Ba and Li Feng, Wen Yuan glanced incredulously at Lin Yanran beside him. Surely, this girl must have known about Su Bai's hidden hand all along. Why did she not mention it before? Who is she truly closer to? "I am her uncle Wen Yuan." At that moment, 2/3 of the dignitaries in the VIP section stood in astonishment. Eyes wide in disbelief at Xiao Ba. What? A bronze-tier beast can possess innate abilities? What level of bloodline does this turtle possess? If this beast develops further, it could reach at least platinum level, or even diamond tier. Su Bai had truly surprised everyone, concealing such a powerful trump card for so long. In the waiting area, the principal of Xinmin Wuda, witnessing Xiao Ba's innate ability, which perfectly countered the agile Li Feng, sank heavily into his chair. A mid-tier bronze turtle possessing innate abilities? Is that reasonable? Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the waiting area, Bai Ningbing and Wang Qingqing exchanged incredulous glances, observing Li Feng being overwhelmed by Xiao Ba. Could Su Bai once again achieve a flawless victory? At this moment, Xiao Ba ambled over to Li Feng and gently patted him with an open palm. With a thud, Li Feng coughed up blood and was sent sprawling several dozen meters away, lying motionless on the ground. Upon witnessing Li Feng fall, the mentor hurriedly began a countdown. 1098. The audience below was filled with a sense of disbelief. They had initially harbored hopes that Li Feng might turn the tables on Su Bai, but to their astonishment, he was utterly incapacitated by this formidable creature. Alas, Su Bai remained the same Su Bai. It seemed no one in the provincial league could possibly defeat him. It became clear to me that it was not Li Feng's lack of prowess, but rather Su Bai's overwhelming strength that was the issue. If it were me, I would simply surrender upon encountering Su Bai. How could one even fight against him? Ha ha ha. The stronger Su Bai becomes, the better it is for us. He is a representative of Jiangzhou, and we will all gather to witness his triumph in the national finals, bringing honor to our region. 10 seconds later, Li Feng was carried off on a stretcher by medical personnel. Su Bai watched Li Feng's figure with a hint of sympathy and murmured softly, "I told you not to be nervous. It would be over quickly. Why did you have to jump around and provoke Xiao Ba?" Following this, the 4 competitors from Xinmin Wuda met the same fate as Xiao Ba unleashed his gravitational abilities, swiftly incapacitating them. Even the highly anticipated archer Yi Lan did not get the chance to release a single arrow. He was immediately slammed to the ground by the force of gravity. After the matches concluded, Su Bai stowed Xiao Ba in the bench and returned to his seat. Observing Su Bai's relaxed demeanor, the old principal could only shake his head in resignation. "Su Bai, for the next match, could you refrain from bringing a bench onto the arena? It tarnishes the image of our Jiangzhou Wuda. You must realize this is a nationwide broadcast for the 100 Schools League. Do you understand how many eyes are on you?" Su Bai scratched his head and replied, "Old principal, you know I had no opportunity to fight. If I don't sit on a bench, Standing for the duration of the match while fighting 5 opponents would be exhausting. Hearing Su Bai's response, the old principal's temples throbbed. You, with your mid-bronze strength, find standing for a while exhausting? However, Su Bai's behavior had been sanctioned by the military judges, leaving the old principal no choice but to let the matter rest. Frustrated, he turned away and waved his hand before departing. After a day filled with matches, Jiangzhou Wuda, unlike other martial arts universities, did not need to convene to devise strategies for their next opponents. Instead, they were preoccupied with speculating how long Su Bai could remain seated in the arena. How could the other martial arts universities be so inept, unable to handle even a freshman? Could they not muster some spirit? In the capital, at the residence of a formidable being of the royal level, a man clad in a mink coat gazed toward the south, stroking his chin and murmuring, "Ha! This little fellow is indeed entertaining. Interesting, interesting." The following morning at 8:30, the competition venue was already bustling with spectators. Su Bai and his team had also arrived. Today, Su Bai was spared the task of drawing lots, as only Jiangzhou Wuda and Fuchuan Wuda remained in the winner's bracket, both destined to represent Jiangzhou province in the regional league. However, to determine the rankings of the 8 martial arts universities, today's matches were essential. After Liao Yusin and Zhang Kai delivered their announcements, Su Bai stepped onto the arena. Fuchuan Wuda's representative was the poison-based ability user Mao Kai. As the time arrived, with both competitors ready, Liao Yusin declared, "The match begins." Just as Su Bai was about to release Xiao Ba, Mao Kai unexpectedly initiated a conversation. "Su Bai, I admit you are strong. I know I am no match for you. How about we make a deal?" Su Bai squinted, assessing Mao Kai. The abilities of these supernatural beings were varied and unpredictable. Recently, Su Bai had been immersed in research at the library, exploring the characteristics of various ability users. His mental acuity was exceptionally high, allowing him to retain everything he read. The literature described poison-based ability users as follows. Like other elemental ability users, poison users can manipulate the scattered poison elements in the environment using their mental power at the ordinary level. The strength of one's mental power determines the quantity of elements one can manipulate and the duration required to do so. Upon reaching the bronze level, they awaken their first innate skill, and subsequently, they gain 1 skill with each major advancement. The hallmark characteristics of poison users are twofold. First, they can inflict widespread devastation given sufficient time. Second, their actions are often undetectable until it is too late. To counter a poison ability user, one must either concoct an antidote or withstand the toxins through superior physical resilience. Throughout prior matches, Mao Kai had remained hidden as the last member of the team, only having struck twice, with opponents falling silently without understanding how it happened. This indicated that Mao Kai possessed considerable strength. The moment Mao Kai spoke, Su Bai discerned his intention, to buy time and gather poison elements? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Su Bai wasted no breath and immediately opened the beast taming space, releasing Xiao Ba. With a thud, Xiao Ba's massive form landed, causing Mao Kai to retreat in haste. Cold sweat trickling down his back. "Brother, we haven't even clarified the terms, and you're already attacking?" Su Bai snorted coldly. "Do you think I am uneducated? You think you can fool me?" "Xiao Ba, activate gravitational force." In an instant, a yellow light enveloped Xiao Ba, which soon extended to Mao Kai as well. Mao Kai's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated Su Bai's decisiveness, denying him even a moment to delay. Aware of the terrifying nature of this yellow light, Mao Kai realized that if he did not act swiftly, he would soon be launched away. The gravitational force intensified beneath him. Lacking the physical prowess of Li Feng, he could not endure for long. Unsure of whether the toxin he had amassed was sufficient, Mao Kai hesitated before detonating the poison elements he had gathered around Su Bai. A wave of green light erupted, swiftly transforming into a verdant mist that enveloped Su Bai. This was Mao Kai's first time unleashing this ability since the provincial league began. In the earlier matches, he had merely stirred a small amount of poison elements to incapacitate his opponents. Facing Su Bai, he had to exert his full strength. "I wonder whether you will succumb to my poison first, or if my creature will send you flying." The audience held their breath, anxious for either Su Bai or Mao Kai, both radiating light from the abilities cast upon them by their adversaries. Was this the nature of battles between ability users? Although it lacked the visceral impact of physical combat, it was undeniably far more perilous. Victory or defeat may hinge on a mere moment. Otherwise, why do you suppose that those endowed with extraordinary abilities are held in greater esteem by the military than mere martial artists? While it may be perilous for an extraordinary being to face a martial artist in close quarters, their offensive techniques are far more enigmatic and unpredictable than those of martial artists. How exhilarating! This contest is truly captivating. I wonder who will ultimately emerge victorious. It all depends on whether Su Bai can withstand the poison. I estimate that if he can endure for just 3 more seconds, that turtle will be able to send Mao Kai flying. At this moment, Su Bai felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he let out a yawn. Yet, that was the extent of it, not to mention the shared essence. Merely considering Su Bai's formidable silver tier physique, this trifling bronze tier elemental poison mist is scarcely different from ordinary hypnosis. Perhaps after Mao Kai ascends to silver tier, his innate ability might pose a threat to Su Bai. However, at present, that is absolutely impossible. Mao Kai, witnessing his once proud talent merely prompting Su Bai to yawn, gaped in disbelief and shouted, "How is this possible?" He never anticipated that Su Bai, a beast tamer regarded by the world as little more than a novelty, could withstand his poison simply through his own physique. With a resounding clap, Xiao Ba's paw swooped in, sending Mao Kai sprawling. The entire Fukuchuan Martial University sat helplessly on their seats. Although they could not comprehend how Su Bai managed to resist Mao Kai's poison, it no longer mattered. Mao Kai was their trump card, and if he had been defeated, then none other stood a chance against Su Bai. Fortunately, Fukuchuan Martial University faced Su Bai only in the final round, meaning that even if they lost this match, their second-place finish would still qualify them for the regional league. The subsequent 4 representatives from Fukuchuan Martial University were predictably dispatched by Su Bai alone. Once again, he achieved a perfect score of 5. In the 60th chapter, other team members pondered, do we have points? Su Bai has claimed them all. 3 appearances. 3 perfect scores of 5. Su Bai's prowess earned him universal recognition, and no one dared to question that he had slain the silver-tier ferocious beast solely due to the strength of his mentor and the military. In this final match, perhaps due to it being Su Bai's first encounter with an extraordinary being, he notably refrained from snacking on peanuts and sipping cola. It wasn't so much fear as curiosity. He had never seen anything like it, and simply wanted to observe a bit longer. Yet, it was nothing extraordinary. The old principal, witnessing Su Bai's rare seriousness, was nearly moved to tears. Su Bai had indeed spared him some dignity. As Su Bai leisurely approached his designated seat, the old principal smiled approvingly and nodded at him. Su Bai, you have finally spared our Jiangzhou Martial University from embarrassment. Well done. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. When had he ever brought shame upon Jiangzhou Martial University? 3 perfect scores of 5. Wasn't that an astonishing achievement? Was it not delightful? Should it not inspire pride? Then it dawned on Su Bai that the principal was referring to his decision not to sit on the bench in the final match. However, recalling how the principal had intentionally made him captain and set him up for failure, Su Bai replied, "Principal, the thing is, I found that bench too hard and uncomfortable. I just ordered a leather sofa yesterday, and it hasn't arrived yet. But rest assured, it will be here before the next regional competition. The product description claims it is incredibly comfortable. Shall we enjoy it together?" The old principal, who had initially believed Su Bai was coming around, was momentarily caught off guard by his response, clearing his throat to shift the topic. Ahem, this time, Jiangzhou Martial University has secured the championship in the provincial league, and the military will reward you with corresponding military merit points. The results will be announced this afternoon, and you can exchange your points for resources at the logistics department then. Additionally, the regional league will take place in 3 days in Luoqing. Everyone will have a day to rest, and we will depart for Luoqing the day after tomorrow. Upon mentioning the points, Bai Ningbing glanced at Wang Qingqing, who in turn looked at Luo Yonghao, who then exchanged looks with Gu Yueqing. Ultimately, everyone turned their gaze towards Su Bai. Points? How does this concern us? When 4 o'clock in the afternoon arrived, following Longying Martial University's victory over the already severely weakened Qingshan Martial University, the provincial league entered its closing ceremony phase. During the closing ceremony, the principals of Fukuchuan, Xinmin, and Qingshan Martial Universities all wore somber expressions as they gazed at Su Bai. He had ruthlessly delivered them a perfect score of 5. This was broadcast nationwide. It was utterly humiliating. Yet, the principal of Longying Martial University looked at Su Bai with deep gratitude. Not only the principal, but even all the competitors from Longying Martial University regarded Su Bai with profound appreciation. They had come merely to broaden their horizons, without any expectations of rankings or resources. Originally ranked at the bottom, Longying Martial University had miraculously advanced to claim 4th place due to Su Bai's overwhelming dominance over the other defeated teams. Their journey felt like a dream. This meant that upon returning, Longying Martial University could elevate its ranking among the hundreds of schools. In the future, they would also be able to secure more resources from the military. Though the increase may be modest, it would accumulate over the years and be quite substantial. After the closing ceremony, the principal of Longying Martial University shook Su Bai's hand with fervor and excitement, his grip strong enough to nearly overwhelm him. His expression was one of near reverence. "Su Bai, do not say a word. When you come to Longying City, you are always welcome at Longying Martial University. This is your home." Su Bai, Having a talent like you in Jiangzhou is indeed a stroke of luck. If Jiangzhou province rises on the back of Jiangzhou Martial University, we, the regional cities, will also bask in its glory. You must continue to excel. Su Bai, bewildered, responded, "What on earth are you all so excited about? I am from Jiangzhou Martial University." Nevertheless, he refrained from rebuffing the warm sentiments and politely reciprocated before hastily making his way to the temporary logistics department to check how many military merit points he had accrued in this provincial league. The logistics department within Jiangzhou Martial University was originally meant to handle minor affairs and did not facilitate resource exchanges. However, the military had dispatched a logistics team to provide a channel for participating students to redeem military merits for resources. They could not expect these students to travel to the myriad races battlefield for exchanges. When Su Bai arrived at the military merit window and presented his student ID to the officer, initially indifferent, suddenly perked up upon recognizing Su Bai. "Oh, it's Su Bai? Your military merits are quite impressive. A full 4,000 merit points. You are indeed the student with the highest military merits in the entire Southern Theater. Many students from the top 10 martial universities nationwide have earned less than you. What would you like to redeem?" Su Bai was taken aback by the sheer number of merit points. He had never anticipated accumulating so many. During his time in the myriad races battlefield, he had only garnered a little over 1,000 points. Yet this time, simply enjoying peanuts and cola had earned him 4,000. In monetary terms, that equated to 40 million. However, upon reflection, since he had single-handedly taken on 5 opponents, it was clear that he had claimed 80% of the funding allocated to Jiangzhou Martial University for the provincial league, thus accounting for such a remarkable total. Su Bai pondered for a moment before addressing the officer, saying, "Commander, I wish to exchange everything for silver-tier beast cores." To his surprise, the officer furrowed his brow and replied, "I understand that you are exchanging these beast cores to nurture your tamed beasts. But such a large amount of military merit spent on beast cores seems rather wasteful. Once you enter the battlefield of the myriad races, as long as you possess the strength, you can slay as many as you desire. You are an ability user, and neglecting your mental cultivation would be unwise. I advise you to exchange for some mental training resources instead. Only by enhancing your mental power can you better assist your tamed beasts in their advancement. In the later stages of cultivation, if your mental power is insufficient, leading both you and your tamed beasts to hit a bottleneck, it would be a regrettable loss." Su Bai rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he was no ordinary beast tamer. His 2 gluttonous beasts could ascend infinitely as long as there was food, and bottlenecks did not exist for them. Furthermore, his mental power only needed to be enhanced through normal progression, rendering the resources for specialized mental cultivation unnecessary. "Commander, please allow me to exchange for all silver-tier beast cores." Although Su Bai spoke calmly, the logistics officer felt that his well-intentioned advice had fallen on deaf ears, and he responded with some displeasure, "Since you have made your decision, I shall not persuade you further. Your cultivation is your own affair. The silver-tier low-grade beast core costs 600 military merits, the mid-grade costs 800, and the high-grade costs 1,000. How would you like to proceed with the exchange?" After some contemplation, Su Bai decided to exchange for 4 high-grade silver beast cores, valued at 40 million. As he departed with the 4 high-grade silver beast cores in hand, the logistics officer shook his head and sighed. "Ah, the youth of today?" Upon acquiring the 4 high-grade silver beast cores, Su Bai sought out the old principal to rent a training room. After securing the doors and windows, he released the small cat. Upon landing, the small cat looked at Su Bai with excitement. "Meow, master, you finally thought of me. Am I going to fight this time?" "Ha ha ha, splendid." Su Bai was perplexed, wondering how the usually timid small cat had become so combative. It was likely that Xiao Ba had boasted about its prowess in the beast taming space, inflating the small cat's confidence. It must have been led astray by that tortoise. With this thought in mind, Su Bai's expression darkened. This tortoise needed to be properly educated. How could it lead the little ones astray? The small cat, oblivious to Su Bai's expression, surveyed the surroundings. There was no grand spectacle of people, nor any opponents, leaving it somewhat disappointed. "Meow, so it's not a fight, huh? What a letdown." Su Bai, feeling exasperated, pulled out the 4 silver-tier beast cores. "I originally intended to treat you, but if you do not wish to eat, then so be it." Suddenly, the previously disinterested small cat's eyes sparkled, and it eagerly replied, "Meow, meow, meow. I'm sorry, master, I was wrong." Though Su Bai had not spent as much time with the small cat as Xiao Ba, he could discern that the small cat was notably more lively. However, their gluttonous nature was strikingly similar. As long as there was food, nothing else mattered. Su Bai did not press the small cat further and directly fed it 1 beast core. After consuming a high-grade silver beast core, the small cat was enveloped in a swirling aura of vitality, gradually growing from its original 2 meters to over 5 meters in length. A distinctive symbol emerged on its forehead, resembling a majestic white tiger. Simultaneously, Su Bai felt a warm current surging within him, continuously enhancing his attributes. A unique bronze glow began to emanate from the small cat, intermingled with a hint of sharp golden radiance. Having learned from Xiao Ba's previous ascension, Su Bai understood that this golden hue signified the small cat's innate talent, just as Xiao Ba had its earth attribute. All of the small cat's talent skills had transitioned to reflect its newfound qualities. Ding! The small cat has upgraded to bronze low tier, sharp golden white tiger. The sacred beast's white tiger bloodline is activated, granting the talent, sharp golden gale. Su Bai stroked his chin, assessing the newly ascended small cat. It seemed inappropriate to still call it small cat, so he decided to name it Xiao Bai instead. After Xiao Bai completed its ascension, Su Bai encouraged it to consume the remaining 3 beast cores, resulting in a substantial surge in its aura. Ding! Sharp golden white tiger has upgraded to bronze mid-tier. Tamed beast, sharp golden white tiger, fierce, master of slaughter. Level, bronze mid-tier, 30 activation of white tiger bloodline. Significant enhancement of all attributes, talent amplified. Physique, 158. Defense, 105. Agility, 295. Mental, 60. Talent 1, sharp golden 100 claws, consumes a certain amount of stamina, enabling a rapid series of 100 attacks on a single enemy within a short time. The first attack deals 150 of base attack power, and each subsequent attack increases by 2. Talent 2, sharp golden spirit, consumes a certain amount of stamina to envelop the body in sharp golden energy. Each attack inflicting 200 tearing effect, which can be stacked with sharp golden 100 claws, significantly increasing the damage dealt. Talent 3, sharp golden ghost shadow, greatly consumes stamina, enhancing movement and attack speed by 300, can be combined with sharp golden 100 claws to execute 100 attacks instantaneously. Su Bai was astounded. This offensive capability was beyond comprehension. Xiao Bai and Xiao Ba required similar resources for their ascensions, with their attribute increases also being relatively close, totaling around 600 points. If Xiao Ba's ascension awakened the defensive and physical traits of the Xuanwu bloodline, Xiao Bai's ascension granted it agility and explosive power, with its physique not being lacking either. Considering Xiao Bai's talent description, Su Bai could hardly fathom the devastation that could ensue when the second and third talents were stacked with the first talent. Sharp golden 100 claws. 100 attacks unleashed in an instant, each accompanied by tearing and penetration effects, culminating in a final attack amplifying by 350. If Xiao Ba represented the strongest shield among the sacred beasts, Xiao Bai was undoubtedly the most formidable spear. What was most hair-raising was that, under Xiao Bai's terrifying speed, one could neither withstand nor escape its onslaught. Even though Xiao Bai had yet to make a formal attack, Su Bai could already envision the fearsome aura it would exude when confronting enemies. Truly, it was deserving of its title as the fierce harbinger of slaughter among the 4 sacred beasts. It seemed prudent to refrain from deploying Xiao Bai against enemies unless absolutely necessary, for once it unleashed its power, a scene of bloodshed would inevitably ensue. After casting a deep glance at the rapidly ascending Xiao Bai, who was still adjusting, Su Bai returned it to the beast taming space and opened his attribute panel to review. Host, Su Bai. Profession, beast tamer. Level, bronze mid-tier, gaining attribute boost from 30 of the Xuanwu and sharp golden white tiger. Age, 18. Physique, 150. Base physique 38, inheriting 65 from Xuanwu. 47 from sharp golden white tiger. Agility, 138. Base physique 32, inheriting 18 from Xuanwu. 88 from sharp golden white tiger. Mental, 96. Base physique 60, inheriting 18 from Xuanwu. 18 from sharp golden white tiger. Beast tamer, Dadi Xiangui. Detailed attributes available for review. Beast tamer, Ruijin Baihu. Detailed attributes available for review. Talent 1, contracted beast of infinite evolution, granted by the system. Talent 2, ability to utilize all skills of the tamed beasts, a talent shared by all beast tamers. Talent 3, source confluence. The host can share energy with the tamed beasts and jointly bear damage. As Su Bai observed the final enhancement of his agility attribute, a blissful and contented smile involuntarily graced his face. With his current attributes, coupled with the explosive potential of 8 exceptional talents, he could effortlessly overpower even mid-tier silver martial artists, leaving them disoriented. With high attack power, formidable defense, and swift speed, he was indeed an enigma. Have you ever heard of a high-speed mobile tank and explosive fortress? Indeed, that is me, Su Bai. Although these talents consume a considerable amount of stamina, the existence of source confluence allows me to share the stamina of my tamed beasts, Xiao Ba and Xiao Mao, alleviating any concerns regarding endurance. Let alone being invincible among peers, Who could possibly rival me even across significant tiers? This is the thrill of having an advantage. Others may not comprehend it. What a delight. Chapter 62. The nation discusses Su Bai. After stepping out of the training room, Su Bai returned to his dormitory to rest. During this time, major television stations were extensively broadcasting the results of the recently concluded Provincial League. In the military section of Longhua News, to provide more advancement opportunities for ordinary martial universities, the top 10 ranked prestigious schools, due to their overwhelming strength, were directly granted admission to the Warzone League, bypassing the Provincial League. Furthermore, the top 3 institutions, Daidawuda, Moduwuda, and Changshanguard Military University, were directly advanced to the finals due to their significant disparity in strength compared to other martial universities. The Provincial League among ordinary martial universities had concluded, showcasing numerous outstanding talents. The brightest among them was Su Bai from Jiangzhou Wuda, who triumphed in all 3 battles against 5 opponents, securing the championship for Jiangzhou province. A strong youth signifies a strong nation, and it is hoped that students from martial schools will emulate Su Bai, striving for excellence and bringing glory to their institutions. Anticipation builds for 3 days hence, as Su Bai is expected to excel in the Warzone League, delivering remarkable results. Su Bai casually switched off his computer and shook his head, surprised to find himself on television once again, being hailed as a prodigy. He felt no particular thrill, merely a sense of oddity from continuously nurturing a giant tortoise. Unbeknownst to him, over 40,000 attendees from Jiangzhou Wuda returned home after the competition, boasting about Su Bai's achievements to their families. Son, let me tell you, that Su Bai is incredible. He simply placed his tamed tortoise there, sat on a stool, sipping cola and munching peanuts, and secured the top spot in the Provincial League. Dad, you're exaggerating. We have a tortoise at home too. It's not as formidable as you claim. Can it even compete with martial artists? Exaggerating? Tonight, I'll watch the replay with you. See if your father was boasting. If you can awaken the beast tamer ability, I'll gift you this tortoise I've raised for 10 years as your tamed beast. Numerous other martial university students who had awakened their beast tamer talents watched the broadcast with excitement. Each time they witnessed Xiao Ba showcasing its prowess and Su Bai's remarkable 5-kill performances, they erupted in cheers. Wow, wow, another 5 kills. Go for it. Su Bai is amazing. Truly brings honor to us beast tamers. Damn it. If anyone dares to say our beast tamer abilities are useless, I'll be furious. I must transfer to Jiangzhou Wuda. A transfer. I must transfer. Right now, Jiangzhou is the dreamland for beast tamers. At Daidawuda, the principal scrutinized Su Bai's competition footage, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. This Su Bai is quite intriguing. Could it be that beast tamers are poised for a resurgence under his guidance? At Changshanguard Military University, the principal and a group of advisors compiled a list of promising ordinary martial universities. Topping the list was Jiangzhou Wuda. Noted as, were it not for Captain Su Bai being merely of mid-tier bronze strength, he could certainly contend with the captains of prestigious schools. At Moduwuda, a group of experts debated Su Bai's competition video. An elderly expert remarked, I believe Su Bai was able to withstand the poison from that toxic ability user precisely because he quickly discerned the opponent's ploy to delay, leaving them no time to gather toxic elements, thus significantly diminishing the attack's potency, rendering even a peer-level martial artist incapable of poisoning him. Another expert queried, Old Zhou, do you think Su Bai has the potential to cultivate blood energy and become a martial artist? Old Zhou slowly shook his head. The chances are slim. Martial artists cannot simply cultivate on a whim. Both effort and talent are indispensable. Although Su Bai has not engaged in combat since entering the arena, I still believe he is merely a high-attribute ability user without blood energy cultivation. Observe his hands. As he spoke, Old Zhou paused the video, enlarging Su Bai's hands. Continuing, those who cultivate blood energy possess robust meridians and calloused hands, yet Su Bai's hands exhibit none of these characteristics. The other experts nodded in understanding, praising Old Zhou's keen insight. However, he sighed, what a pity, since the era of Luo Fan, even beast tamers, despite the attribute enhancements from their tamed beasts, are still susceptible to decapitation tactics, as their combat capability is, in fact, quite lacking. Su Bai's invincibility in Jiangzhou stems from the weakness of his opponents in this prefecture, who lack even the opportunity for decapitation. However, against top-tier institutions like ours, he would undoubtedly stand no chance. This notion is one of the key reasons for the belief that beast tamers possess a somewhat inferior talent. In Luhe Province, Luhe Wuda, affiliated with the Southern War Zone and ranked 10th among martial universities, enjoys special admission privileges, exempting them from the Provincial League. However, this does not imply that Luhe Wuda can entirely disregard the competition from other ordinary martial universities. The principal repeatedly watched competition footage from other provinces in the Southern War Zone, feeling particularly threatened by Su Bai from Jiangzhou Wuda. His overwhelming dominance over opponents far exceeds that of an ordinary provincial martial university, while Su Bai is merely of mid-tier bronze. The gap compared to the three top-tier prestigious schools is still substantial, yet he remains quite formidable. In the residence of a powerful individual in Daidu, a man draped in a fur robe bore a nostalgic smile as he observed Su Bai's combat through the projector. However, the more he watched, the more it felt amiss, causing him to furrow his brow. This young man harbors a secret. This tortoise could very well surpass the one Luo Fan had in his prime. Yet, in truth, anyone who rises to the pinnacle of human strength, including myself and Luo Fan, carries secrets and fortuity. As long as they contribute to humanity and prove beneficial to Longhua, that suffices. 2 days later, Su Bai and 9 other competing students accompanied the principal to Luha City's Luha Wuda. In the lounge, the principal addressed the students. This upcoming War Zone League is of paramount importance. Each victory will elevate our academy's standing among the 100 schools. Thus, the order of participation in this Battle Zone League has been arranged personally by me, with our objective being to secure a spot in the top 10 finals. At this point, the old principal discreetly cast a glance at Su Bai, recalling how, when he appointed Su Bai as captain to determine the order of play, the latter had hoarded every drop of soup for himself, leaving none for his teammates. Chapter 63. Su Bai lamented, "I've lost millions. Why are you all so jubilant?" The champion of Jiangzhou province offers a reward of 5,000 points, with Su Bai claiming 4,000 for himself, leaving the remaining 9 to share a meager 1,000 military merit. Such unfairness. Fortunately, this time the old principal has taken matters into his own hands to prevent Su Bai from continuing his mischief. Otherwise, the other team members would surely abandon their duties one by one. Even the great aristocratic families cannot treat resources worth millions as a trivial matter. This is merely 10% of the total resources for the Provincial League, already divided among over 100 martial universities. In the Battle Zone League, there are only about 30 universities contending for 40% of the resources, which amounts to billions. Even the illustrious families would covet such resources fiercely. Su Bai could naturally perceive the principal's intentions, yet he also understood that his antics during the Provincial League were sufficient. The principal would not allow him to act recklessly in the Battle Zone League. Hence, Su Bai held no objections to the principal's words, while Bai Ningbing and the others were all filled with exuberance. Finally, there is an opportunity to showcase their skills. Su Bai, your good days are over. The principal paused, relieved to see Su Bai raise no objections, and continued. In the upcoming Battle Zone League, 9 martial universities will participate, with 8 being the champions and runners-up from the 4 provincial leagues, and Luha Wuda, a prestigious university, directly promoted to the Battle Zone League. After extensive research with the school council over the past few days, we have identified 3 relatively strong teams. Aside from us, there are also Luha Wuda and Su Bai Wuda. We hope to avoid encountering them early on. Of course, with 9 teams competing, there will inevitably be a team that receives a bye. Encountering such a situation would be even better. Su Bai was indifferent to the prospect of receiving a bye. What he truly cared about was seizing the opportunity to acquire more resources. Thus, he inquired, "Principal, if we receive a bye, will we still have a chance to gain resources in the match?" The principal glanced at Su Bai, whose eyes glimmered with greed, and shook his head, saying, "How is that possible? The military provides resources based on performance. The more opponents you defeat, and the stronger they are, the more resources you will receive. Do you think the military's resources can be easily obtained? However, if we do receive a bye, it is still advantageous, even if it's only the first round. Our university would at least rank 5th in the region, giving us a significant advantage in the overall rankings." Upon hearing the principal's explanation, Su Bai's eyes widened. He silently thought, "Please, no buys. If we receive a bye, I'll lose tens of millions in resources. That would be so painful." The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Su Bai and his team arrived early at the martial arts competition arena of Luha Wuda. The structure of the arena was quite similar to that of Jiangzhou Wuda, divided into sections for the officiating platform, martial arts stage, audience seating, judges area, resting zone, and contestants preparation area. However, the venue of Luha Wuda was indeed twice as large as that of Jiangzhou Wuda. In the audience, 100,000 spectators shouted in unison, "Luha, Luha, seize the first place." The sound was thunderous and unending. The old principal squinted his eyes and addressed his students. "Luha Wuda aims to give us a warning." Wang Qingqing scoffed and said, "The martial arts stage will reveal the truth. All this ostentation is meaningless." Bai Ningbing, brimming with pride, showed no signs of intimidation even in the presence of the nationally ranked 10th prestigious university and boldly offered, "Principal, I must take the lead in the first match." The old principal glanced at Bai Ningbing and replied, "Let us see who Su Bai draws as an opponent." If the opponent is not strong, you can take the stage. If they are formidable, Gu Yueqing will lead, and Su Bai will be the closing act. Upon hearing the principal's arrangement, Su Bai felt a surge of frustration. Why should he be last? The principal was clearly retaliating against him for not leaving any soup for his teammates during the provincial league. Having spent considerable time with the old principal, Su Bai discerned his temperament. While he was resolute on significant matters, he could be quite petty in trivial ones. And his vengeance was particularly harsh. At that moment, Su Bai wished fervently to draw a powerful opponent. Ideally, one capable of a string of victories. Allowing him to finish with a flourish, a perfect entrance and exit. Ah, what a splendid scenario. While Su Bai and his team were deep in discussion, the opening ceremony of the Battle Zone League commenced. Let us extend a warm welcome with thunderous applause to the martial arts students who have traveled from all provinces to Luo City. The audience erupted in applause, and the principals of various martial universities briefly introduced and promoted their institutions. The officiant then picked up the microphone and announced, "The rules for this 100-school league Battle Zone competition are the same as those for the provincial league, with 9 martial universities participating. We now invite the captains of these 9 universities to the judges' table for the draw, where they will face each other, with one team receiving a bye." Su Bai took the stage, joining the other 8 captains at the judges' table. It was at this moment that Su Bai truly realized the relative weakness of Jiangzhou province's martial artists. Among the 9, 4 were at the middle bronze level, with 2 hailing from Jiangzhou province. The captain of the local Luo Wuda exuded an extremely subtle aura, while the other students might not perceive his strength. Su Bai, through his system, could assess the opponent's attributes. Astonishingly, he was a silver-level martial artist. In that instant, Su Bai gained a profound understanding of the elite status of the nationally ranked top 10 universities. Indeed, prestigious universities lived up to their name. Even the 10th-ranked institution boasted a silver-level student. Among those yet to graduate, possessing silver-level strength was a staggering disparity compared to other martial universities. While Jiangzhou Wuda still held the title of a provincial martial university, the majority of its instructors remained at the bronze level, and only a handful of prodigies among the students had reached the bronze level. Originally, Bai Ningbing and others, who were eager after winning the provincial league championship, were momentarily stunned upon witnessing the overall strength of the martial universities advancing to the Battle Zone League. Wow, there are bronze high-level experts everywhere. The weakest are all middle bronze. The old principal, too, noted their expressions. Aside from a resigned smile, he offered no explanations. Jiangzhou Wuda was inherently among the lower tier of the 100 schools. It could dominate in Jiangzhou, but hardly stood out on a national scale, let alone in the battle zone. Chapter 64. Fortuitous turn of events. 2 buys. The crowd erupted. Cheating, cheating. The old principal knew well that without Su Bai, who could compete against silver-level opponents, and Gu Yueqing, a mysterious special entity, Jiangzhou Wuda's participation in the Battle Zone League would be akin to a mere excursion, merely going through the motions. As for Fuchuan Wuda, which participated alongside Jiangzhou Wuda, they were genuinely there just to make up the numbers, focused on participation. No other team could be weaker than Fuchuan Wuda. As Su Bai reached into the draw box, he continuously chanted in his heart, "Please let me draw a strong opponent." Meanwhile, the old principal held his breath, silently wishing, "Please let it be a weaker opponent. A bye would be perfect." The other university captains were also mentally wishing for their desired opponents. Upon the announcement of the lottery results, the host proclaimed, "Now I will declare the matchups." The first match, Luo Wuda versus Fuchuan Wuda. Upon hearing this, the old principal cast a gleeful glance at the principal of Fuchuan Wuda not far away, as if to say, "Brother, you are truly unfortunate." The second match, the fourth match, Jiangzhou Wuda has a bye in this competition. Upon discovering that he had drawn the bye, Su Bai felt utterly despondent, wishing he could slap himself in disbelief. What kind of luck is this? With a 1 in 9 chance, how could he possibly draw this? Why didn't he buy a lottery ticket? This is a significant loss. This is a Battle Zone League. Roughly calculated, he has lost millions. What misdeed have I committed to deserve such a draw? However, the lottery results are final, and Su Bai could only return to his seat, face filled with regret and indignation, sitting in silence. Ha ha ha, Su Bai, well done. Just as Su Bai simmered in frustration over his multi-million loss, the old principal approached him with a smile, patting Su Bai's shoulder vigorously, saying, "I told you. You are a harbinger of fortune. Ha ha, your luck is indeed remarkable. Choosing you as captain was a wise decision." The bye drawn by Su Bai meant a loss of resources for the stronger academies, yet for the weaker ones, it was a risk-free opportunity to enhance their rankings. With an improved ranking, the school could secure more resources, greatly benefiting its development and overall strength. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. Some were elated while others were disheartened. Su Bai, dejected, glanced at the beaming old principal, devoid of the spirit to speak. If he were truly a harbinger of fortune, how could he have drawn a Bai? This is maddening. I feel disillusioned. The world is far too unkind, filled with malice. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became, so he began to observe the ongoing matches. Among Luo Wuda's 5 main competitors, 1 was at the initial silver rank, 3 at the high bronze rank, and 1 at the mid-bronze rank. Were it not for the restriction of allowing only 1 third-year student to compete, Su Bai would have suspected Luo Wuda could field even more silver-tier power. On the arena, Luo Wuda sent forth only 1 high bronze-ranked competitor, yet achieved a flawless victory, with Mao Kai not even getting the chance to unleash his abilities before being swiftly knocked out, witnessing his team's dismal defeat. The principal of Fuchuan Wuda wore a grim expression, and upon glancing at Jiangzhou Wuda's team, which had benefited from the Bai, he could not help but feel envious. A sourness crept into the heart of the principal of Fuchuan Wuda. If Jiangzhou Wuda had faced Luoqing Wuda while we had a Bai, after this round of re-ranking, Fuchuan Wuda would have surpassed Jiangzhou Wuda. Sigh, Jiangzhou Wuda is indeed fortunate. After the 4 matches concluded that morning, Su Bai eagerly anticipated the afternoon matches. With hopeful fervor, he reached into the dark box, fervently wishing, even if I face Luo Wuda, it's fine. The stronger the opponent, the more resources I could gain. Please, let me not draw by this time. Meanwhile, the old principal looked at Su Bai with great anticipation, silently wishing, Su Bai, you must perform well. Don't let me draw another Bai. Once the lottery concluded, the host, puzzled, glanced at the direction of Jiangzhou Wuda while reading the match order. Nevertheless, she continued announcing the match order for the first 8 academies, hesitating before stating, ahem. In this round, Jiangzhou Wuda also has a Bai. Su Bai, Luo Wuda, Fuchuan Wuda. The audience. The nationwide viewers. What on earth? Is this even possible? Did Su Bai save humanity in a past life? What is this fortune? Jiangzhou Wuda has done nothing but sit in the audience watching matches for a few days. And suddenly, without any effort, they ascend to become one of the top 20 prestigious schools in the nation? Is this logical? To have consecutive Bais is simply unfathomable. Instantly, whispers erupted among the audience. Even the military judges seemed perplexed. They were all of golden tier strength, while Jiangzhou Wuda's captain Su Bai was merely a mid-bronze strength. How could he possibly be pulling any tricks under their noses? Yet, the results were evident, leaving many in disbelief. Numerous spectators raised objections. Could there be any foul play from Jiangzhou Wuda? How could they have consecutive Bais? What is going on? I traveled a long distance just to see Su Bai munching on peanuts and sipping cola on the bench. 1 Bai can be understood, but why 2 consecutive Bais? Indeed, the competition mechanism is too unfair. A competitor as formidable as Su Bai is continually given Bais. This is a lack of respect for the opponent. Is Luo Wuda afraid to face Su Bai directly, thus deliberately allowing Jiangzhou Wuda to have Bais? Upon hearing this, the students of Luo Wuda turned pale. Afraid of him? What nonsense. If they have the ability, let him come up. The entire venue descended into chaos due to Su Bai's 2 consecutive Bais. Even the competition had to be paused. One of the military judges stood up and addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your confusion regarding Jiangzhou Wuda's consecutive Bais. We will pause the competition for 10 minutes to investigate and provide an explanation. If it is indeed found to be foul play, Jiangzhou Wuda will be disqualified from the competition. However, if it turns out to be sheer luck resulting in 2 Bais, then we have no further remarks. The military is the main organizer of this league among numerous schools, and the audience trusted their judgment, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Seeing the situation escalate, the old principal quietly pulled Su Bai aside, cautiously surveying their surroundings to ensure no one was near before whispering, Su Bai, you truly haven't tampered with the draws. Have you? Chapter 65 Jiangzhou Wuda, an ordinary university. Why are there so many signs from grand families? Su Bai was nearly in tears. Principal, you truly do not understand me. If I could manipulate the draws, I would have certainly drawn Luo Wuda, thus securing more military merit and resources. What benefit do I gain from a Bai? The old principal pondered this as well. Considering Su Bai's strength and character, he would indeed prefer facing stronger opponents. Allowing himself to relax. Meanwhile, backstage, the staff were in a frenzy, some reviewing the videos of the 2 draws, others checking the dark box for any discrepancies, and some inspecting the colored balls for tampering. Soon, the 10 minutes elapsed, and staff members began reporting their findings. Report, there are no anomalies in the surveillance footage. Report, the dark box shows no irregularities. Report, the colored balls have no signs of tampering. The military judges stroked their chins, murmuring, we did not detect any fluctuations of abilities at the time. Could it truly be Jiangzhou Wuda's good fortune? If a certain gentleman in a fur coat were to observe their actions, he would undoubtedly scoff. Ignorance. Luck is a genuine phenomenon. Su Bai watched the bustling staff with immense frustration, feeling as though two significant waves of resources had simply vanished. If you suspect Jiangzhou Wuda has issues, then arrange an opponent for us. Such a simple matter. Why waste time with all this investigation? When the final results were revealed, the military judge held the microphone, addressing the audience. After thorough scrutiny, no evidence of favoritism or misconduct was found at Jiangzhou Wuda. The competition continues. Upon hearing this outcome, Su Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation, feeling disinclined to watch the matches, and promptly returned to the hotel, utterly drained. Observing Su Bai's somewhat despondent figure, the old principal began to question whether his silent prayers for a Bai had inadvertently resulted in their consecutive rounds of being spared from competition. Could it be that he was indeed the favored child of destiny, manifesting his wishes? Yet, that notion seemed absurd. If he truly were the favored one, why was he only at the golden rank? In a moment of introspection, the old principal found himself engulfed in self-doubt. However, after 2 rounds of buys, Jiangzhou Wuda had ascended to the 3rd place in their battle zone, meaning that a single victory tomorrow would secure them a spot in the finals of the 5 major battle zones. The old principal could hardly fathom being so close to the finals in such an unexpected manner. It felt almost within reach. This implied that with just one more win, Jiangzhou Wuda could dramatically secure a position among the top 10 nationwide. It was indeed quite the spectacle. Logically speaking, without the unpredictable element of Su Bai, Jiangzhou Wuda would likely not have made it past the initial 2 elimination matches. But perhaps that is simply the nature of life. The following day, Jiangzhou Wuda faced off against Lanes Wuda. This was their first encounter since arriving in Luoqing, and although the opponent's strength remained formidable, the old principal wore a constant smile, as this ranking was already a delightful surprise. The competition had become quite exhilarating. The first to compete was Luo Yonghao, who had the opportunity to showcase his skills. For come the finals, he might not have such a chance again. Next was Bai Ningbing, followed by Wang Qingqing, and then Gu Yuqingshu, with Su Bai taking the 5th position. Despite the fact that their opponents had previously been defeated by Luo Wuda, their combat prowess remained formidable, and they needed to exert their utmost effort in battle, never allowing complacency to take hold. At this juncture, there were no weaklings, understood? Upon hearing the old principal's arrangements, Su Bai glanced at the other 4 members and then at Gu Yuqingshu, whose expression was calm and composed, which made him feel disheartened. It seemed that once again, he would have little role to play. While others may not recognize Gu Yuqingshu's prowess, Su Bai, equipped with a system to assess others' attributes, was well aware of his true capabilities. This young man was no ordinary bronze mid-tier fighter. To underestimate him would lead to dire consequences. This Battle Zone League felt like a torment for Su Bai. He silently vowed that when the finals arrived, he would reclaim all the resources lost. The first match saw Luo Yonghao pitted against a bronze mid-tier power-type martial artist from Lanes Wuda. Although he had faced some difficulty against the top 10 schools of Wuda the previous day, the warriors from Lanes Wuda appeared spirited today. Luo Yonghao wasted no time, seizing his hefty sword and engaging in combat, as everyone understood that they were vying for a place in the finals. The battle quickly escalated into an intense clash, with both sides giving their all. The resounding thuds of fists and feet reverberated throughout the arena. Ultimately, both combatants landed a decisive blow, sending each other flying out of the ring. Luo Yonghao's talent and techniques outmatched his opponent, combined with his experience in fierce battles, resulting in a standoff between a bronze initial tier and a mid-tier fighter. However, Lanes Wuda's second competitor was an agile bronze high-tier fighter, and Bai Ningbing, a bronze mid-tier, showed no fear and stepped up to face him. One must acknowledge that despite Bai Ningbing's arrogance, he had the skill to back it up. Upon entering the arena, he immediately entered a frenzied state, wielding his curved blades with remarkable precision, employing his family's exquisite techniques and footwork, abandoning defense entirely for a life-or-death approach. He relentlessly pushed his opponent back, showing no signs of yielding. From the judges' table, a military colonel stroked his chin, pondering aloud, a bronze mid-tier suppressing a bronze high-tier from Lanes Wuda. How intriguing. Bai Ningbing's swordsmanship and footwork seems somewhat familiar. I can't quite recall where I've seen them before. Old Zhang, do you have any recollection? Another military judge, Old Zhang, was deep in thought. Bai Ningbing, with the surname Bai? Could he be from the Bai family in the imperial capital? Remarkably, the Bai Ling sword technique and Bai Kong Yu step are indeed the 2 renowned techniques from the Bai family. Jiangzhou Wuda was hiding quite a depth. But how could a member of the Bai family be in Jiangzhou? Watching Bai Ningbing display his prowess, the other reserve team members, Zhang Mani and Lei Yunxiao, were equally astonished. The martial artist's strength comprises 4 elements: their own rank, the level of their techniques, the depth of their training, and their equipment, along with innate talent. Below the golden rank, equipment does not significantly enhance combat strength. However, if one possesses exceptional talent, high-level techniques, and deep training. Their strength cannot merely be judged by surface rank. Defeating opponents of higher tiers becomes a common occurrence. This is a major reason why descendants of top-tier martial artists receive special attention from the military, as bloodlines do play a role among humans. Nevertheless, Zhang Mani and her peers, being freshmen, felt it inappropriate to openly discuss Bai Ningbing and instead listened attentively. Gu Yuqingshu observed Bai Ningbing's battle with a shake of his head and a smile. This young man truly becomes frantic once engaged in combat. Wang Qingqing, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "Humph. His style may have some advantages against evenly matched opponents, but against someone significantly stronger, he'd struggle to survive. It's akin to courting death." On the stage, as Bai Ningbing nearly depleted his energy, he managed to disarm the bronze high-tier opponent from Lane's Wuda, pinning him with his curved blade to his throat. Bai Ningbing emerged victorious. The military judges promptly announced the result of this match. However, at this point, Bai Ningbing, exhausted, fell to the third opponent. Next up was Wang Qingqing, the beautiful campus flower. Despite her usual aloof demeanor, her combat skills were formidable. With a soft whip that balanced offense and defense, she fought with exceptional finesse, her strength rivaling that of Bai Ningbing, ultimately overcoming her opponent with great difficulty. Naturally, once Wang Qingqing unleashed her techniques, the audience recognized it as a signature move from a renowned aristocratic family, sparking yet another round of discussions. Chapter 66, The Finals, Nationwide Ranking 10th. It was no surprise that other second-year students at Jiangzhou Wuda had also reached the bronze mid-tier, which explained the old principal's decision to position Bai Ningbing and Wang Qingqing as the main competitors. He was well aware of the students' backgrounds. Honestly, when Bai Ningbing and Wang Qingqing transferred from the imperial capital to Jiangzhou, the old principal was elated for quite some time. Typically, students of their caliber would attend prestigious schools. When Wang Qingqing was defeated by the fourth opponent, Gu Yuqingshu took the stage. Before the match was officially announced, Gu Yuqingshu glanced at the two remaining opponents and smiled. "There's no need for such formalities. I have observed the remaining two adversaries, and I propose that both competitors from Lane's Wuda face me simultaneously. Let us save some time." Upon hearing Gu Yuqingshu's words, Su Bai sprang to his feet, glaring at him in disbelief. "You sly fellow, are you leaving me with no scraps? Qingshu, you have gone too far. I had a good impression of you." The military judges scrutinized Gu Yuqingshu with narrowed eyes. The rules do allow one person to challenge multiple opponents at once, but you are merely a bronze mid-tier. Are you certain you wish to proceed against a bronze high-tier and another mid-tier simultaneously? This is the first instance of such a challenge since the league commenced. Gu Yuqingshu nodded affirmatively. "I am certain." The military judges ceased their idle chatter and allowed Lanze Wu to dispatch its final contestant. Gu Yuqingshu faced two opponents alone, a scenario that naturally captivated the attention and sparked discussion among the onlookers. The audience erupted into a fervent wave of applause as the remaining two competitors from Lanze Wu entered the arena, their faces etched with fury. Such arrogance. The match officially commenced, and Gu Yuqingshu wasted no time. He unleashed his wood element ability with a flourish. The azure robe billowed, and a refreshing breeze filled the air. A millennia-old maple tree materialized from thin air, its leaves cascading like sharp blades, encircling the two adversaries in a tempestuous whirlwind, thus commencing a storm of maple leaf blades. As time progressed, the number of leaves multiplied, and the two Lanze Wu contestants, initially showing signs of resistance, gradually fell silent. With the passing moments, more leaves joined the fray, transforming the blade storm into two towering whirlwinds that stood defiantly upon the stage. Throughout the encounter, Gu Yuqingshu remained immobile, donned in his green attire, one hand behind his back and the other gracefully wielding a folding fan. How effortlessly charming, how remarkably poised. The judges scrutinized Gu Yuqingshu with narrowed eyes. If Bai Ningbing and Wang Qingqing, who had just competed, were notable for their talent, strength, and diligence, then Gu Yuqingshu was truly an anomaly. I have encountered wood element users before, yet the millennia-old maple tree he conjured is something even typical silver-tier abilities would struggle to summon. How terrifying must his mental prowess be? This year's Jiangzhou Wuda is indeed a hidden gem, with dark horses emerging one after another. It is hard to fathom why such a prodigy would choose Jiangzhou Wuda. As with his talent, he could easily gain admission to top-tier institutions in the imperial capital or Magic City. On the sidelines, a group of reserve team members were left in awe, as this was their first glimpse of Gu Yuqingshu's prowess. Goodness, is Senior Qingshu truly this formidable? To face two opponents while maintaining such composure. I wonder who among Su Bai and our Senior Qingshu is the strongest at Jiangzhou Wuda. I believe Su Bai holds the edge. After all, he has tamed beasts that could defeat silver-tier opponents. Yet, Senior Qingshu might not be incapable of besting silver-tier foes either. How was I unaware of Jiangzhou Wu Da's exceptional talent until now? Even Bai Ningbing and Wang Qingqing, who were somewhat familiar with Guyu Qingshu, were taken aback. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brow and remarked, Qingshu's strength has indeed grown. He truly lives up to his heritage. On the stage, the sound from within the maple leaf tornado grew increasingly thunderous, rendering any noise from inside inaudible. Realizing the dire situation, the principal of Lanze Wu De conceded on behalf of his students. When the referee arrived, it became evident that Guyu Qingshu was merely controlling the leaves without attacking, leaving the two students with only minor injuries and no life-threatening concerns. However, their appearance was far from dignified, as they were tattered and bloodied, with their finely crafted weapons reduced to shambles by the swirling leaves. The principal cast a glance at the debris on the ground, then gazed deeply at Guyu Qingshu, expressing gratitude for his mercy before leading the injured students to the infirmary. Had Guyu Qingshu harbored any intent to kill, they would have been utterly annihilated. As Guyu Qingshu approached the audience, all eyes were upon him, yet he wore a gentle smile, exuding neither arrogance nor impatience. Upon returning to the reserve area, the principal, brimming with excitement, addressed everyone. Students, Jiangzhou Wu De has advanced to the national finals. Due to the privileges of the top 10 schools, we will not need to compete against Luo He Wu De again. Both universities are entering the finals together. At this moment, the principal could hardly contain his joy. What does it mean to reach the national finals? It signifies that Jiangzhou Wu De will attain a status akin to that of a prestigious institution. The resources and support from the military will be exponentially greater than before, perhaps tenfold. Indeed, Jiangzhou Wu De is poised for resurgence following the fall of the great Luo Fan. Having served as principal for a lifetime, he had never dared to dream that Jiangzhou Wu De would one day reach the national finals. As the principal's ecstatic gaze swept over the faces of the 10 students, it ultimately rested upon Su Bai. Su Bai, you have made a significant contribution to Jiangzhou Wu De. Rest assured, the Academy will not forget your contributions. Although you did not participate in the final match, you will receive every bit of what is due to you. Initially feeling disheartened about not being able to compete, Su Bai felt a surge of warmth towards the principal's words. It is the duty of every student at Jiangzhou Wu De to bring honor to the school. I, Su Bai, will not shy away from this responsibility. Ahem, enough flattery. Don't let it go to your head, the principal interjected, cutting off Su Bai's enthusiastic declaration. Bai Ningbing, who had always been skeptical of Su Bai, chuckled. Principal, the contribution you speak of is merely him drawing 2 Bais. Isn't it? The principal glanced at Bai Ningbing with a hint of indifference and replied, what of it? If you can draw 2 Bais and lead Jiangzhou Wu De to the national finals, I will reward you as well. Bai Ningbing was momentarily at a loss for words. Drawing Bais is a matter of luck, not something one can simply achieve by will. Su Bai's success in drawing 2 was merely fortuitous. If Bai Ningbing were in his place, drawing even 1 would be uncertain. The principal, uninterested in further banter with Bai Ningbing, continued, this regional league has been full of surprises, but the competition in the top 10 finals will far surpass what we have seen here. That arena will gather the nation's finest talents. As you have witnessed over the past 2 days, Luo He Wu De, despite being ranked 10th, demonstrated a combat prowess that could easily dominate the entire field. The opponents we will face in the upcoming national finals may well include Luo He Wu De among the weaker contenders. However, do not lose heart. Having reached the finals, Jiangzhou Wu De cannot afford to falter. We must strive to improve our ranking, and even if we cannot, we must showcase our spirit. Each main competitor in this tournament will receive 5 million in training resources from the Academy. Given Su Bai's significant contributions and his role as a primary force in the finals, the Academy will fully support his advancement to high bronze tier. Guyu Qingshu, Bai Ningbing, and Wang Qingqing, I expect all 4 of you to break through to high bronze tier within a week. 1 week from now, we shall confront those so-called prestigious schools. Do you have any questions? Apart from Su Bai, the other 4 main competitors erupted into cheers. Chapter 67. The principal owes Su Bai 100 million. Moreover, the principal will keep track of it. 5 million is no small sum. And when combined with the resources earned by Jiangzhou Wu De in the regional league, each student will receive around 15 million. With such resources, breaking through to high bronze tier should be a straightforward task. But that is the case for others. For Su Bai, is 15 million even considered money? And advancing to high tier? I would love to. Noticing Su Bai's lack of enthusiasm, the principal looked at him with confusion and asked, Su Bai, do you have any questions? Su Bai's silence was not due to discontent, but rather a desire to confirm the principal's words, fearing he might retract his promise. Principal, did you just mention that you would provide me with additional resources for my ascension to the high tier of bronze? The old principal nodded. Considering that Jiangzhou Wu De would soon enjoy the privileges of a prestigious institution, all thanks to Su Bai. Providing him with the resources necessary to reach the high tier of bronze would not be a trivial matter. You are truly a good person, Su Bai exclaimed, before proceeding to outline the costs involved. Principal, you are likely aware that there are two thresholds for the ascension of a tamer. The first is to elevate one's mental strength to the peak of the corresponding level. Rest assured, my mental strength has already reached the pinnacle of the mid-tier bronze. So I do not require any additional resources from you to assist in this aspect. As he spoke, a look of frugality for the academy and the old principal emerged on Su Bai's face, which touched the old principal, though he harbored a vague sense of unease that he could not quite articulate. Given his understanding of Su Bai's avarice, he had pondered deeply before making this promise, even willing to incur significant expenses. Nonetheless, he kept a mental ledger, estimating that the cost for a mid-tier bronze warrior to ascend to a high tier would be around 15 million resources. Since Su Bai was a tamer and needed to feed his beasts, doubling the amount would bring it to 30 million, which was still manageable. With this in mind, the principal nodded and said, "Yes, please continue." Su Bai elaborated, "The second threshold is the elevation of the tamed beast's level, which corresponds with the tamer's ascension. However, you may not be aware that my tamed beast, given its considerable size, can contend with silver-tier combatants at the mid-tier bronze level. Therefore, the resources it requires are comparatively substantial. Yet, you have already agreed to assist me with the resources for my ascension, so you wouldn't renege on that, would you?" The old principal paused, knowing what Su Bai spoke was true, and he had prepared himself for a significant expenditure. But the repeated emphasis from Su Bai intensified his sense of foreboding. However, once a promise is made, it cannot be retracted. The old principal maintained a composed demeanor and said, "Su Bai, just tell me how many resources you require. As a reputable institution, Jiangzhou Wudao will not falter at this minor expense." Seeing the principal's earnest expression, Su Bai beamed with satisfaction. He had awaited this very affirmation. Casually glancing at Gui Weqing Shu and others, who served as witnesses, he then stated, "Principal, to be frank, my tamed beast's ascension from the initial to the mid-tier bronze has cost approximately 30 million resources. Typically, the cost for ascending from mid-tier to high tier is about 3 times that of the initial to mid-tier. I shall cover the fractional amount myself. So if you could provide me with 100 million, that would suffice." Upon hearing this, the principal's eyes widened in disbelief, and he regarded Su Bai with an expression that suggested he was being duped. "What, 100 million? Do you take me for a fool or the academy for a bank?" Noticing the principal's incredulity, Su Bai began to clarify. "The 30 million for ascending from initial to mid-tier is verifiable. 10 bronze-tier beast cores were rewards from Mr. Wenyuan of the military. And you previously provided me with 15 bronze-tier beast cores. Each core is worth 150 military merits, equating to 150 million. Thus, 25 cores amount to 37,500,000. So wouldn't the ascension to high tier require 100 million? Principal, do my calculations not hold?" As he spoke, Su Bai rubbed his hands together, hoping the principal would once again generously proclaim that Jiangzhou Wudao would not falter at such a minor expense. Meanwhile, Gui Weqing Shu and Bai Ningbing were left bewildered by Su Bai's arithmetic. 30 million was ample for a warrior to ascend from bronze to silver. Yet Su Bai claimed it was merely for his transition from initial to mid-tier. Moreover, the notion of needing 100 million for ascension to high tier was absolutely staggering. The 3 first-year prodigies, Luo Yonghao and his companions, were utterly flabbergasted, staring at Su Bai in disbelief. The old principal understood that Su Bai would not fabricate figures to defraud him. What he stated could indeed be verified, and he was aware that Su Bai had exchanged for these items. However, he never anticipated that Su Bai had exhausted all his resources. Ascending to high-tier bronze would require 100 million? Was Su Bai raising a tamed beast or a bottomless pit? A moment of mixed emotions washed over the principal, and he felt a significant number of his remaining black hairs turn gray. Nonetheless, with so many students present, he could not retract his words, especially since providing resources to Su Bai was to ensure he could secure a higher rank for the academy in the finals. Coughing slightly, the principal said, "Well, Su Bai, the school is not in an easy position either. How about this? I'll provide you with 3,000 military merits for now, and the remainder can be recorded for later. Rest assured, as long as you perform well in the finals, the resources I promised will not be lacking." Upon hearing this, Su Bai was momentarily at a loss for words. They were keeping a tab on resources? How could the principal claim to provide resources for breakthroughs while simultaneously suggesting a debt? As he was about to voice his concerns, he noticed the principal's face appeared even more haggard. Indeed, Jiangzhou Wudao was not a prestigious institution, and funds had always been tight. The fact that the principal could muster such a sum was commendable. 100 million was no small amount. Su Bai let out a slow breath. He had always been the one scurrying to earn resources for his 2 tamed beasts, But now the principal was willing to share some of the burden, which alleviated Su Bai's stress considerably. In the end, he thought that, for now, his strength was sufficient, and as a student, he should focus on bringing honor to the academy. All right, then, 3,000 military merits it is, and let us keep a record for the rest. The principal's spirits lifted at Su Bai's first statement, but the latter's second remark dampened his enthusiasm. After finalizing the academy's support for the students' resources, Su Bai proceeded to the logistics department of Le Wuda. Jiangzhou Wuda had been idle for 2 rounds, winning only 1 match, and since Su Bai had not participated, his military merits amounted to merely 200 points. Thus, Su Bai decided to convert this amount directly into cash, sending 1 million back home and dialing his father's number. Dad, I earned a bit of money during the competition, so I'm sending you 1 million. Please check your account. On the other end of the line, his father was still working in the factory. Upon hearing that Su Bai was sending 1 million, he was momentarily stunned. What? You said you're sending how much? Chapter 68. Sending a little money home, and his father was shocked. Su Bai repeated himself, and his father's shocked voice came through the phone. 1 million? So much? Some of Su Zihua's co-workers at the factory gathered curiously around him upon hearing this. Old Su, what do you mean by 1 million? Did you win the lottery? Old Su, you really should focus on work instead of daydreaming. Hurry up and lend a hand, or we'll never finish. Old Su, just do your job. It's far more reliable than daydreaming. The kid at home needs you to earn money for his education. Still in a state of disbelief, Su Zihua paid no heed to his co-workers' teasing and repeatedly questioned Su Bai about what was happening. After much explanation, Su Bai clarified that he was financially stable and that the 1 million was merely a gesture to help his parents ease their burdens. Before long, Lao Dai received a notification of a bank transfer, and Su Zihai hastily checked it. Upon seeing the amount, his heart raced with excitement. A nearby colleague, noticing Su Zihai's dazed expression, curiously leaned over for a glance. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Wow, Lao Su, I might be a bit tired from work today. But how many zeros are there behind that figure?" Other colleagues also became aware of the commotion and cast curious glances at Su Zihai's phone screen. Goodness, so many zeros. Could it be a scam message? Are you foolish? The bank's number is right there. It can't be a scam. Quiet now, let me count the zeros. Wow, Lao Su, you're about to strike it rich. It's really 1 million. Not a single zero missing. Truly, as a student from Wu University, you earn far better than us ordinary folks. I envy you, Lao Su. You have a wonderful son. If only my kid could get into Wu University, I would sell everything to support him. By the way, if I were you, Lao Su, I would quit my job and retire at home. Su Zihai felt somewhat elated by the flattery of his colleagues, his feet feeling light with joy. However, he had no intention of touching that million. After all, his son was an exceptional talent. While he earned quickly, he also spent lavishly. Su Zihai preferred to save this money for his son, in case it became necessary in the future, ensuring that the family could support Su Bai. Nevertheless, the pride and joy on Su Zihai's face were unmistakable. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to that boy Su Bai. Let's get back to work, or the foreman will come and scold us. A colleague chimed in, with a son like yours, which foreman would dare to reprimand you? The factory would treat you with utmost respect. Meanwhile, within the Lin family villa, Wen Yuan gently knocked on Lin Yanran's door, calling out, "Yanran, it's time for dinner." Yet, there was no response from Lin Yanran's room. Mr. Wen shook his head in resignation, remarking, "This girl has been so engrossed in watching Su Bai's matches and training relentlessly ever since he participated in the 100 Schools League. She seems oblivious to the importance of balance in life. She clearly doesn't have a passion for martial arts, yet she's working so hard." Inside her room, Lin Yanran had just consumed a priceless bronze-level blood coagulation pill and was sitting cross-legged on her bed, her body enveloped in a surge of energy, with a blue glow surrounding her. Boom! A tremendous aura instantly swept through the room, knocking books off the shelves and causing several chairs to topple. Crack! The energy intensified, causing the glass to develop cracks, ultimately shattering. Glass shards scattered across the floor. Lin Yanran slowly opened her eyes, feeling the tumultuous power of blood energy within her. A smile gracing her lips. "I have advanced to bronze," she exclaimed joyfully. "Haha, I've gotten one step closer to Su Bai. Hee, I must catch up to you." Hearing the commotion inside, Mr. Wen knocked on the door again. It was only then that Lin Yanran realized he was waiting outside, and she hurried to open the door. Observing the power of blood energy within Lin Yanran, Mr. Wen looked at her with surprise. "Yanran, your newly attained bronze-level blood energy is even more intense than that of an average bronze upper tier. But considering your lineage, I am not surprised. As the daughter of Lin Laohu, your innate talent is indeed extraordinary, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. If you hadn't spent recent time compressing your blood energy to enhance its quality, you would have advanced to the bronze initial stage long ago." It's a pity that you missed this year's 100 Schools League during such a critical period of training. Otherwise, you might have showcased the prowess of your father in his youth, shaking the entire region. You could have shown those who doubt your father why he was considered the most promising candidate for reaching the king level in a century. The name Lin Laohu is not just a title. Although Mr. Wen was full of praise for Lin Yunran's talent, she herself felt somewhat unsatisfied. Shaking her head in response to Mr. Wen's words, she said, "Uncle Wen, I am not as strong as you say. While I can now contend with bronze upper tier, I still fall far short of Su Bai, who can already slay silver tier beasts. It's a significant gap. By the way, Uncle Wen, I am nearly out of the pills you provided me. Could you ask my father for more? I want to improve my strength as quickly as possible. Now that Su Bai has finished the regional league, we should go find him in Luo City and head to Modu together." Mr. Wen looked at Lin Yunran, filled with a mix of pity and confusion. "I wonder what kind of spell Su Bai has cast on you. That kid is truly fortunate. If he only knew how many elite families in the imperial capital, Modu, and even military academies have sought your father's favor, only to be outright rejected by you. I wonder how he would feel. It's simply the pinnacle of a man's luck." "Uncle Wen, what are you talking about?" Lin Yunran blushed, interrupting him and lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze, while her mind involuntarily drifted to Su Bai's radiant smile. Although at first glance, Su Bai might seem to pale in comparison to the elite talents in terms of background, talent, and strength, it mattered not. "I have a background. I have resources. Su Bai is simply the best. No justification is needed. Among countless exceptional individuals in the world, none can compare to him. As long as it is him, that is sufficient." After resting for 2 days in Luo City, the old principal led them to the train station, preparing to head to the destination of this final competition in Modu. Along the way, the old principal explained the details of the finals to Su Bai and the others. This final competition will feature 10 teams promoted from the 5 major battle zones, along with 3 top-tier prestigious schools, totaling 13 martial universities competing. After discussions among the military's high-ranking officials, it was decided that due to the significant disparity in strength between the top-tier prestigious schools and other institutions, especially the Chongqing Guard Army Martial University, the military unanimously agreed to allow the Chongqing Guard Army Martial University to have a bye until the semifinals to ensure every team could fully showcase their strength and to avoid affecting the authenticity of the rankings due to other participants being repeatedly eliminated. At this point, the old principal discreetly cast a glance at Su Bai, implying that the military's decision was closely related to Su Bai's consecutive buys. While buys were not uncommon, they were not considered a loophole in the rules. However, Su Bai's extraordinary luck in securing consecutive buys felt somewhat unfair. Upon noticing the principal's gaze, Su Bai understood his thoughts and felt somewhat aggrieved. "I didn't want to buy either. Do you think I wanted this?" "I certainly didn't." He then curiously asked, "Why is the Chongqing Guard Army Martial University getting a buy?" "Because the Chongqing Guard Army Martial University is less of an academy and more of a military genius training base. Their recruitment process is not through the college entrance examination, but rather by selecting talented soldiers directly from the army for training, which is a significant difference. Moreover, you may not know this, but the Chongqing Guard Army Martial University is the only martial university located on the front lines of the 10,000 races battlefield. Due to their unique circumstances, the Chongqing Guard Army has historically not participated in martial university leagues and rankings, yet their strength is universally acknowledged as the strongest. Having long endured the trials of bloodshed and combat, struggling on the precipice of life and death, with no shortage of resources or techniques, the military's decision to allow them to compete seems, frankly, somewhat of a disadvantage to you ordinary martial artists. They were unanimously voted to be exempt from the first 2 rounds of the competition, perhaps because no one wishes to encounter them in the early stages. Facing them would result in an almost certain elimination. As the old principal elaborated, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the train station. Surrounding the station were banners cheering for Lu HWD, evidently organized by the local government to encourage the martial arts students. A throng of supporters waved banners and cheered as they escorted the principal and participating students into the high-speed rail station. Observing this scene, being scoffed, Lu HWD certainly has an inflated sense of self-importance. Guqing, with a smile, explained, before warriors depart, their fellow townsfolk come to send them off, not only as blessings for their triumph, but also as prayers for their safe return. The essence of humanity lies in our emotions and connections. While warriors of other clans fight for the commands of higher powers, our human warriors fight for their families. Guqing's words resonated with the students from GNGZHU. The old principal sighed. If this were GNGZHU, we would also receive such treatment. Alas, Lu Ching is too far from us. As they continued forward, everyone was astonished to see several banners held high by a group of people. GNGZHUWD, triumphing in first place. SBI, we want to see you enjoying cola and peanuts while defeating your opponents in the national finals. GUQing, let your maple leaves scatter across the arena in MD, causing the enemy to tremble. BINing being. You look magnificent wielding dual daggers. Please maintain that in the finals. Each main competitor from GNGZHUWD had a banner dedicated to them. And these supporters were not from Lu Ching, but rather fellow GNGZHU residents who had traveled a great distance to see them off. Upon witnessing these banners, the old principal's eyes glistened with emotion. The townsfolk, spotting their principal and students donned in GNGZHUWD uniforms, became even more animated. They raised their banners high and continuously shouted, GNGZHUWD, destined for victory. SBI, destined for victory. SBI. Unleash the vigor from your provincial league, so the entire nation can see that GNGZHUWD is formidable. We will bring peanuts to MD. As they spoke, the townsfolk even presented SBI with a large bag of peanuts. SBI, taken aback, accepted the peanuts, exclaiming, wow, they really brought peanuts? However, recognizing this as a heartfelt gesture, he smiled and waved to the townspeople. GUQing, BINing being. And Wing Qing, though not locals, wore smiles as well. If this were GNGZHU, such a scene would be considered quite normal, yet. Here they were, strangers in a foreign land. The townsfolk's actions warmed their hearts, making them feel that, even in a distant place, their hometowns still cared for them. Amid the cheers of the townsfolk, SBI and his companions entered the train station, just as the old principal was distributing train tickets to each student. LNYNRN's figure suddenly appeared before them, followed closely by WNUN, WNQing. One of GNW's three prominent beauties instinctively frowned at LNYNRN's arrival. What is she doing here? The old principal was also taken aback by their presence, being somewhat aware of LNYNRN's background. Nevertheless, recognizing her as a fellow student, he merely greeted her lightly. GUQing and the others curiously scrutinized LNYNRN, speculating about her intentions. LNYNRN, holding 2 ice creams, joyfully bounded to SBI, presenting one to him. SBI, please have some ice cream. I have just broken through to the bronze level. Isn't that impressive? Can I join you in MD? SBI had previously informed LNYNRN about participating in the competition in Lu Ching, and she had shared her ambition to break through. To his surprise, LNYNRN had come to Lu Ching immediately after her breakthrough. Upon seeing her, SBI's mood lifted as he accepted the ice cream and unwrapped it without a second thought. Great. You must cheer for me then. Of course. After exchanging pleasantries with SBI, LNYNRN turned to the old principal, stating, Principal, I've reserved a compartment on the military supply train for you. And I've also prepared detailed information on the top 10 teams entering the finals, as well as the 3 leading schools. We can enjoy hot pot together and discuss strategies. The ingredients on the military train are sourced from high-level ferocious beasts, which are quite rare outside. Chapter 70. What a divine treatment. Feeling like a wealthy patron. Upon hearing that LNYNRN had arranged everything, the principal had no objections and accepted gratefully. The information LNYNRN provided might even be more comprehensive than what he could acquire. Thus, under LNYNRN's guidance, SBI and the others proceeded to the designated compartment of the military supply train. This spectacle was witnessed by the Lu HWD students, who were preparing to head to MD, leading to a flurry of incredulous discussions among them. How could an ordinary martial arts university like theirs be on a military supply train? Why was that? They had heard that each compartment of the military supply train housed only 20 tables, each with leather sofa chairs that allowed one to recline and sleep, complete with projectors for films and spacious dining tables for meals. Moreover, the attendants provided 24-hour service, with tea, drinks, snacks, and high-quality ingredients available free of charge, truly unparalleled treatment. Who exactly is among the top 10 schools? Principal, please give your verdict. Why does GNGZHUWD receive such lavish treatment while we do not? The disparity was overwhelming, and many students clutched their ordinary high-speed rail tickets, filled with envy. The principal of Lu HWD was also at a loss. The tickets they received were merely soft sleeper tickets, the best available to them. Yet, compared to the military supply train, it was akin to comparing heaven and earth. Such a luxury was beyond the reach of an ordinary martial arts principal. However, one must maintain dignity. The principal of Lu HWD sternly declared, enough nonsense. Our purpose in MD is to compete, not to indulge. Each of you should be focusing on how to enhance your strength and defeat your opponents, rather than fixating on trivial luxuries. The students of Lu HWD felt even more disheartened but dared not retort to their principal. Instead, they directed their frustration towards GNGZHUWD, sneering and muttering. Indeed, the principal has a point. As martial artists, how can we covet material comforts? After speaking, one of the Lu HWD students covertly glanced at the impressive military supply train. Humph, GNGZHUWD? I doubt their strength. It's merely luck on their part. They just happened to get lucky with a couple of exemptions in the Battle Zone League. If they had encountered us, they probably wouldn't even qualify for the finals. When the finals arrive, should we face Jiangzhou Wuda, I shall ensure they regret ever participating in the championship. Su Bai and his companions remain blissfully unaware of being on the radar of Lao Wuda. At this moment, they possess neither the time nor the energy to contemplate other matters. They are utterly astonished by the opulent setting within the military supply train. The delicacies crafted from various ferocious beast materials greatly benefit their vitality and blood nourishment. Luxurious leather sofas and ample space abound. Is this truly a train? It feels like paradise. Presently, Su Bai and his companions are lounging on the plush sofas, recklessly indulging in exquisite dishes made from rare ferocious beast ingredients that are difficult to procure in the outside world. Their eyes occasionally flicker towards the projector displaying videos of the 10 teams advancing to the finals. Lin Yanran delicately picks up a peeled piece of mutated crayfish meat and places it in Su Bai's bowl, saying, "This crayfish is quite fresh. You should give it a try." Su Bai, still holding a piece of mutated beef with his chopsticks, without hesitation, places the beef into Lin Yanran's bowl after she offers him the crayfish and begins savoring the delectable crustacean. Yanran, you should try this too. The beef is incredibly delicious. Wang Qingqing glares at Su Bai and Lin Yanran, who are publicly displaying affection. Su Bai, mind your image. You are the captain of Jiangzhou Wuda in the 100 School League, not the captain of a dog food team. Wang Qingqing feels discontent, thinking why Lin Yanran, the belle of Jiangzhou Wuda, receives such tender attention while she does not. Hearing Wang Qingqing's words, Su Bai, puzzled, raises his head and asks, "Dog food captain? Who among you is a dog?" With a thud, Wang Qingqing slams the table, startling Luo Yonghao, who was about to convey the beef to his mouth, causing him to drop it. The young man gazes regretfully at the beef that has fallen on the table, contemplating whether to pick it up and continue eating. However, having dropped it, he wonders if it would be somewhat embarrassing. Oh, what a dilemma. If only there were no one else around. Beside them, Bai Ningbing glances at Su Bai, then at Wang Qingqing, and suddenly, in a peculiar manner, places a piece of beef into Wang Qingqing's bowl, resulting in an angry glare from Wang Qingqing. I have a cleanliness obsession. Subsequently, Wang Qingqing retrieves another set of chopsticks. Bai Ningbing's face darkens significantly at that moment. Gu Yukingshu, sensing the strange atmosphere, attempts to lighten it. "Ningbing, where did you learn this? You can actually serve food to others? I recall you only used to sneak peeks at pretty girls training on the practice field. Who knew you had the audacity to serve food? Quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Bai Ningbing's expression turns even darker. The others gaze at Bai Ningbing with curiosity, surprised that he possesses such a side to him. The scrutiny from the group nearly causes Bai Ningbing to explode. "What on earth? Are you all insane? Qingshu, I don't recall provoking you. When have I ever peered at girls training? You are slandering me." Gu Yukingshu bursts into laughter at this scene. "Ha ha ha. All right, don't take it to heart. I was merely joking. Ningbing is not that kind of person." However, the more he insists, the more peculiar the gazes from the others become, ultimately revealing a shared understanding as they return to demolishing the delicacies before them. Only Luo Yonghao, seizing the opportunity while others are distracted, swiftly picks up the piece of beef that had fallen on the table and sends it to his mouth. What a seamless motion it was. He feigns an air of nonchalance as if nothing had occurred. In truth, Bai Ningbing, Wang Qingqing, and Gu Yukingshu all hail from the imperial capital. They had known each other back in the capital, and, through a series of fortunate coincidences, ended up at Jiangzhou Wuda together, resulting in quite a good rapport. Gu Yukingshu need not worry about offending Bai Ningbing over a jest. The group, amidst enjoying hot pot and playful banter, watches the videos of their competitors. Meanwhile, the old principal, armed with a fluorescent pen, stands before the projector, analyzing tactical arrangements for the finals. For now, let us not consider the 3 prestigious universities, as our chances of victory against them are exceedingly slim. Among the other 10 teams, 7 rank within the top 10 elite universities, with their captains predominantly possessing silver-tier strength, while other main combatants are at least high-level bronze. Should we draw against these prestigious schools, for the sake of prudence, Su Bai shall lead the charge, with Gu Yukingshu closing the show, ensuring we have a fighting chance regardless of their captain's position. Apart from these 7 elite universities, there are 2 ordinary martial arts universities akin to ours, slightly weaker than the elite schools, with Bai Ningbing leading the charge, Gu Yukingshu entering third, and Su Bai closing. Currently, apart from Su Bai, The others have advanced a small stage in their realms over the past few days. Our goal this time is to secure a place in the top 6, understood? Everyone nods in agreement, finding the old principal's tactical deployment to be quite methodical. Based on their team's demonstrated strength, as long as luck does not betray them by pitting them against formidable opponents in consecutive rounds, achieving 6th place seems quite promising. However, Su Bai remains unconvinced, internally scoffing. What resources can 6th place offer? This is truly disappointing. Rarely do we encounter the military providing abundant resources for the 100-school league. We must aim for 1st place. We must ensure that Su Bai and Su Bai, these two gluttons, are well fed. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. After Su Bai's advancement to mid-level bronze, he is indeed qualified for such aspirations. If they unleash their full power, Su Bai alone would be akin to a humanoid ferocious beast, and with Su Bai and Su Bai, it would be 3 against 1. While Lin Yanran does not participate in the finals, she attentively listens, clearly discerning from the old principal's arrangements that both Su Bai and Gu Yuqingshu are the pillars of this championship, especially with Su Bai leading the charge against elite schools. It indicates his significance in the old principal's eyes surpasses even that of Gu Yuqingshu. Lin Yanran feels both happiness for Su Bai's accomplishments and a tinge of worry that the gap between them may continue to widen. After 5 hours, the military supply train arrives at Modu, and Su Bai and his companions reluctantly disembark. They then take a few vehicles directly to the gates of Modawuda. Upon arrival, Su Bai is awestruck by the entrance of Modawuda. The Grand Gate alone spans nearly 100 meters in width. Naturally, with such breadth, the height is equally impressive. Standing at least 20 meters tall, constructed entirely of metal, the golden sheen glistens under the sun, leading many first-time visitors to Modawuda to feel as if they have stepped into the South Heaven Gate. Above the gate, 6 characters elegantly carved read, Modu Wuka University. To the right of the gate stands a 6-meter-high stone tablet, inscribed with Modu Wuda's motto, "Only the strong can safeguard the nation's peace." Standing outside the gate, Su Bai cannot help but murmur, such a magnificent entrance must have cost billions. Luxurious. Wasteful. Hearing Su Bai's murmurs, the old principal chuckles and responds. The cost of materials alone amounts to approximately 1.8 billion, and this gate was crafted by 20 golden tier and 5 platinum tier experts working together in a single day. Just look at Modu Wuda's motto combined with this grand gate. It embodies the spirit that only the strong can protect the nation. As the group discusses, a student designated to welcome the teams of the 100-school league emerges from the gates of Modu Wuda. Greetings, Principal Zhou. I am Zhang Ming, the Vice President of the Student Union at Modu Wuda. We extend a warm welcome to you and your students for attending the finals of the Bai Shao Lian Sai at Modu Wuda. Please follow me. We have arranged accommodations and a buffet for you. The esteemed principal nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Thank you for your assistance." Bai Ningbing could not help but scoff, whispering under her breath, audible only to Wang Qingqing, "Modu Wuda certainly knows how to put on airs. Our principal from Jiangzhou Wuda has personally traveled a long distance. Yet they send merely a vice president of the student union to greet us?" Wang Qingqing cast a glance at Zhang Ming, who was leading the way, and remarked softly, "It is simply because they perceive our Jiangzhou Wuda as lacking strength, deeming it unworthy of extensive courtesy. Had it been representatives from Daijing Wuda, their principal would certainly have come out to welcome them." Wang Qingqing's words rang true. In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, those who possess greater strength naturally receive more esteemed treatment. As the group followed Zhang Ming to the Modu Hotel and settled their luggage, he took them on a brief tour of the Modu Wuda campus. When Zhang Ming boasted about the remarkable capabilities of their institution to Su Bai's ears, it translated to a display of immense wealth. For instance, they had invested billions to hire a world-class technological team to create an adjustable gravity training ground, which automatically cultivates the vital energy of martial artists during their training. The old principal gazed enviously at the gravity-adjusting facility, pondering that if they possessed such a training ground, Jiangzhou Wuda might also produce silver-tier students. As for Su Bai's thoughts, goodness, another few billion? I wonder if Su Bai can even fit in that gravity chamber. After touring the campus, Zhang Ming introduced several buildings, which, when combined, surely amounted to thousands of billions. Modu Wuda was undeniably affluent, extravagantly so. Finally, Zhang Ming led them to the Modu Grand Hotel, where even those from prestigious families, such as Luo Yonghao, were left in awe. The hotel boasted 28 floors, with the first floor featuring a ceiling height of over 10 meters and an overall height exceeding 60 meters. This was far beyond the standards of a campus hotel. It resembled a skyscraper of international caliber. Even Jiangzhou's most luxurious hotel, the Shangri-La, paled in comparison. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Zhang Ming felt a swell of pride as a student of Modu Wuda and maintained his signature smile, saying, From now on, you may dine here. The buffet is available 24 hours a day, featuring an array of meats from exotic beasts prepared by top chefs. It is quite beneficial for the cultivation of martial artist vital energy, and the supply is unlimited. Upon hearing the mention of unlimited servings of beast meat, Su Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stroked his chin, mentally calculating whether Xiao Ba could be accommodated. Currently, Xiao Ba was significantly larger than a truck, standing 6 meters tall and measuring approximately 12 meters in diameter. The first floor had a height of over 10 meters and a width of more than 30 meters. Surely, it could accommodate Xiao Ba, right? Su Bai anxiously turned to Zhang Ming and asked, Senior, you truly mean unlimited servings, correct? You're not deceiving me, are you? Chapter 72, Modu Buffet. Zhang Ming shifted his gaze to Su Bai, observing his eager expression, and internally chuckled at his navet. However, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, reassuring him, Rest assured, Junior, you have traveled far. Does Modu Wudao intend to let you go hungry? Feel free to indulge. You will be well satisfied. After hearing Zhang Ming's response, Su Bai immediately showered him with compliments. Modu Wuda is truly generous. I adore a school like yours. Senior, would it be permissible to bring my tame beast in to eat as well? Upon hearing Su Bai's query, the old principal felt a surge of dread, thinking, could it be that he intends to? Oh no, surely not. Initially, the old principal contemplated admonishing Su Bai to avoid embarrassing Jiangzhou Wuda, but unexpectedly, Zhang Ming, seemingly unaware of Su Bai's competitive nature, hesitated for a moment and then acquiesced in response to Su Bai's hopeful gaze. Well, that should be acceptable, but... Before Zhang Ming could complete his sentence, Su Bai had already dashed into the Grand Hotel, forgetting everyone else. Zhang Ming shook his head in resignation. This junior is indeed quite impatient. The old principal, witnessing Su Bai's hasty entrance, regarded Zhang Ming with a sympathetic expression, as if to say, You have no idea how large Su Bai's tame beast is, do you? Lin Yinran stifled a laugh, seemingly envisioning the scene. Gu Yueqing, by Ningbing. And Wang Qingqing shared a knowing glance as Luo Yonghao suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead, declaring, Su Bai has gone in. Will there still be food left for us? We must hurry inside, or we shall go hungry tonight. Without further ado, Luo Yonghao bolted into the hotel, his aura swirling with energy, seemingly employing martial techniques. Zhang Mani and Lei Yunxiao followed closely behind. Wait up, Haozi. The remaining elite students surged forward, all eager to avoid being left behind. In an instant, only the old principal and Zhang Ming remained at the entrance. The old principal refrained from entering, as he could not afford to lose face. Had he been 20 years younger, perhaps it would have been a different story. After all, Jiangzhou Wudao was not affluent enough to support a buffet featuring beast meat. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming observed the group's frantic excitement and felt a twinge of disdain for their apparent lack of worldly experience. Turning to the old principal, he remarked, Well. The old principal offered an awkward smile. Zhang Ming, thank you for your hospitality today as you guided us through Modu Wuda. How about I treat you to a sumptuous meal outside tonight? Zhang Ming shook his head. Principal, there is no need for such formality. It is my duty to host you and the participants from Jiangzhou Wuda, and besides, the banquet outside cannot compare to the quality of our buffet at Modu Wuda. The old principal sighed deeply. Alas, it seems we may not partake in the buffet after all. What? Upon hearing the old principal's words, particularly the expression on his face, Zhang Ming suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. Surely that couldn't be the case. The provisions within the hotel were allocated at a ratio far exceeding the number of guests. Even if Su Bai had a tamed beast, the appetite of Jiangzhou Wuda's participants was astonishing. How much could they possibly consume? The two of them subsequently entered the hotel. Upon entering the Grand Hotel, Zhang Ming immediately heard the staff in the dining area exclaiming, Goodness, where did such a massive tortoise come from? And that tiger, please do not lounge in the trough while eating. How can others eat if you take all the food? Let us show some civility. At that moment, Su Bai paid no mind to the hotel's staff's loud protests, merrily humming as he filled bowl after bowl with food for Xiao Ba. Given Xiao Ba's enormous size, it was indeed inconvenient for it to eat on its own. As its owner, Su Bai could not allow Xiao Ba to go hungry in the buffet area. Each bowl, filled with approximately 10 kilograms of food, had already piled up at Su Bai's feet within less than a minute, with dozens of empty bowls surrounding him. Xiao Ba munched eagerly on the food, occasionally growling in delight. Roar, Master, why didn't you bring me here sooner to enjoy such a wonderful place? Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, though adept at speed, could not compete with Xiao Ba's size and eating capacity. With Su Bai attending to Xiao Ba's needs, his speed now rivaled that of a silver-tier, mid-level agile martial artist. Though he was holding back and not exerting himself to the fullest, he was still impressively swift. In the eyes of ordinary people, Su Bai seemed to transform into a mere shadow. Before they could even discern his movements, 2 large bowls of food had already been poured into Xiaoba's mouth. That creature appeared to possess a cultivation level solely dedicated to feeding that turtle. Zhang Ming, witnessing this scene, was instantly left dumbfounded. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What on earth is happening here? As he watched Su Bai stuffing 2 bowls of unprocessed silver-grade beast meat into Xiaoba's mouth, his eyes widened to an almost impossible degree. And he made an effort to widen them even further. This was silver-grade beast meat. The raw materials alone were worth a fortune. You actually used it to feed a turtle? At this moment, Zhang Ming could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Junior, please stop. There's no need for this. We can talk it out. Hurry and make them quiet." Su Bai, naturally, heard Zhang Ming's furious shout, but Zhang Ming had called out Junior. And Luo Yonghao was present as well. Among so many juniors, who could tell whom Zhang Ming was addressing? Certainly not me. Su Bai redirected his gaze to the 2 bowls of meat in the center and dashed over. Seeing Su Bai ignore his advice and rush toward the remaining bowls of silver-grade beast ingredients, an inexplicable fury surged within Zhang Ming, prompting him to attempt to stop Su Bai. However, to his astonishment, Su Bai's speed surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Although Zhang Ming also possessed silver-grade strength, he was not an agile type of warrior. By the time he arrived before Su Bai, 2 bowls of silver-grade beast meat had already been devoured by Xiaoba. Zhang Ming pointed an accusatory finger at Su Bai and shouted, "This is absurd. Quickly put your 2 domesticated beasts away." Su Bai, gazing at the furious Zhang Ming, replied with a puzzled expression, "Senior, didn't you just say there was unlimited supply? My 2 domesticated beasts haven't even had enough to eat yet. With the food almost gone, why not ask the chef to bring out more dishes?" At this moment, if he could stall for a little time, these 2 gluttons could consume a bit more. Although the entire restaurant had nearly finished eating, there was still plenty of soup left in the bowls. It would be wasteful not to finish it. He needed to buy time for these 2 fellows, ensuring they licked everything clean. A buffet truly was a marvelous place. How had he never thought of this before? Once upon a time, Su Bai, had to resort to such tactics to eat and drink for free? All for the sake of these 2 gluttons. Being a father is not easy. Chapter 73. Headmaster. Su Bai, rest assured to pursue your endeavors, should anything go awry. I will take responsibility for you. Zhang Ming felt the veins on his forehead throb upon hearing Su Bai's words. Who would have thought that your domesticated beasts would be so large and voracious? Even though warriors typically possess greater appetites than ordinary people, others at least ate from plates, while Su Bai's domesticated beasts were devouring from bowls. No, they were overturning the bowls. These were all valuable beast materials. Such a method is something even the Magic Martial Academy could not afford. At this moment, the headmaster hurriedly approached Su Bai and said, "Su Bai, that's enough." He then surveyed the disarray in the restaurant and cleared his throat. Ahem, well, everyone has eaten their fill. Su Bai opened the system panel to check the attributes of these 2 gluttons, and they had indeed increased by several points. This buffet was a bloodbath profit, equivalent to saving several million in expenses. Su Bai felt a surge of joy, since the headmaster had spoken. He had no choice but to reluctantly put away his 2 domesticated beasts. Zhang Ming understood that the situation at the hotel had escalated beyond what he, as the vice president of the student council, could handle, so he directly called his instructor over. Shortly after, the instructor from Magic City Martial University arrived. A middle-aged man with the strength of a gold-level warrior. The strength of one instructor matched that of other Martial University presidents, highlighting the significant difference between Magic City Martial University and ordinary martial universities. The headmaster, knowing he was at fault, wore a face of guilt as he explained the situation to the instructor. "I am the principal of Jiangzhou Martial University and also the leader of this team participating in the competition, Zhou. This is indeed a misunderstanding. The students from your esteemed school were unaware of how much Su Bai's domesticated beasts could eat. I readily agreed to allow Su Bai to bring his beasts into the buffet, not realizing that they would nearly consume all the food here. Of course, Jiangzhou Martial University is not one to take advantage. If you find the costs of these ingredients burdensome, we at Jiangzhou Martial University will certainly compensate you accordingly. We are here to compete and naturally wish to foster amicable relations. How do you propose we resolve this matter?" Originally in a rush, the instructor narrowed his eyes, sizing up the headmaster. As an instructor facing another school's principal, he did not show much concern. This was the capital of being a top-tier school. Nonetheless, it did leave Su Bai and the others feeling somewhat displeased. The magic martial instructor did not immediately mention compensation to the headmaster, but turned to Zhang Ming and asked, "Is what the principal of Jiangzhou Martial University saying true?" Su Bai couldn't help but look at the headmaster with surprise. The headmaster was indeed a cunning individual. Although he spoke politely and even proactively mentioned compensation, upon reflection, his words were laced with barbs. He brought up the promise made by Zhang Ming at the outset. then explained the reason, effectively shifting the responsibility for this incident onto Magic City Martial University, suggesting that you were the ones who made empty promises without understanding the situation. Finally, he added that if you found the ingredients burdensome, the headmaster was willing to compensate. However, for the esteemed Magic City Martial University to publicly admit they could not afford the cost of a mere buffet would be a severe blow to their reputation. In other words, the headmaster was employing a clever strategy. You must acknowledge this debt, whether you like it or not. Su Bai couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, the headmaster is brilliant. Clearly, Zhang Ming also grasped this layer of meaning, opening his mouth, but unable to find words. Ultimately, he nodded under the piercing gaze of the instructor. After receiving a reply, the instructor turned to the headmaster and Su Bai and said, I sincerely apologize. I understand the situation now. Our Magic Martial University is certainly not in a position to say we cannot supply this amount of food. Nor do we need Jiangzhou Martial University to compensate us. However, let this be a lesson for the future. Domesticated beasts are not permitted to enter again. With that, the instructor lost interest and turned to leave, disregarding Su Bai and the others. Zhang Ming had completed his task and saw no reason to linger, so he followed the instructor out. After the personnel from Magic City Martial University departed, the headmaster glared frostily at Su Bai. Causing a ruckus in Jiangzhou is one thing, but coming to Magic City to stir trouble? What kind of decorum is that? Su Bai rolled his eyes and replied, in this instance, my 2 domesticated beasts consumed ingredients worth millions, which means we saved millions in expenses. Do you consider that fair? The headmaster, who had been somewhat furious, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing Su Bai's words. Did they eat that much? Su Bai shot a glance at the headmaster. What did you expect? Without such benefits, would I be so indiscreet? The headmaster's expression gradually softened, and he spoke without revealing his emotions. All right, I understand. However, next time such matters arise, you must inform me in advance so I can be prepared. Then, as if recalling something, the headmaster added, by the way, Su Bai, when did you acquire 2 domesticated beasts? And how did they both advance to the intermediate bronze level? At this moment, everyone cast curious glances, eager to learn when Su Bai had gained yet another domesticated beast. Su Bai casually explained, otherwise, do you think my 4,000 military merits from winning the provincial league went to waste? It was all to nurture this beast to the bronze intermediate level. Now that they had reached the finals, Su Bai's growing strength only brought more joy to the old principal. So, how formidable is this new nurturing beast? As Su Bai recalled Xiao Bai's 3 formidable killing talents, he couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache and said, well, in terms of combat power, it and Xiao Bai are equally matched. However, once it strikes, the opponent is either dead or grievously injured, so unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to let it act. The old principal nodded thoughtfully. From Su Bai's tone, he understood that this white tiger's strength was on par with the first Wang Ba, meaning Su Bai alone possessed the combat prowess of 2 silver-tier warriors. The old principal pondered deeply. I initially thought that securing 6th place in this 100-school league would suffice. Who would have thought Su Bai was this impressive? Among the top 10 prestigious schools, the 4th to 10th positions only have 1 or 2 silver-tier warriors. Aside from Su Bai, Guiyueqing Shu has yet to unleash his full potential. I can't discern his true combat level. So, does this mean we can strive harder this time? Perhaps we can aim for 4th place? The old principal grew more excited as he spoke. Patting Su Bai on the shoulder, Su Bai, go ahead and give it your all. No need to hold back your strength. Whatever happens, I've got your back. Let's adjust our target to securing 6th place and aiming for the top 4. Chapter 74, The Magnificent Mo Du Wu Da. The finals officially began. The next day, at the Mo Du Wu Da Sports Stadium, Su Bai widened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with the wonder of someone from the countryside who had never seen such grandeur. Good gracious. The venue for Mo Wu is indeed unlike any other region. If one were to pinpoint the difference, it could be summed up in one word, vast. To elaborate, it's immense. Enormously vast. Su Bai had never seen such a grand venue, not even on television. It was a sight to behold. Looking around, he could only see a sea of heads. There were a staggering 300,000 spectators filling the stadium. When each person spoke, the collective noise reverberated like thunder in his ears. Among these 300,000 viewers, some were locals from Mo Du, while others had traveled from all corners of the country, including dozens of Jiangzhou supporters waving banners to cheer for Su Bai. Go Jiangzhou Wuda. Go Su Bai. Don't let your hometown folks down with the peanuts they sent you. However, their cheers were drowned out by the cacophony, and all Su Bai could do was see them waving their banners and shouting. As for what they were shouting, he couldn't tell. Eventually, with no other option, he joined in the ruckus, shouting back, "Why are the peanuts you sent raw? Eating them makes me afraid to drink water. I fear it will upset my stomach." To maintain order, the military had deployed thousands of personnel in the stadium, each one fully armed and vigilant. Yet, Despite their best efforts to calm the crowd, the noise persisted. Some people had to lean close to each other's ears to communicate. Below the audience was the judging panel. The finals featured 5 military judges, 4 of whom held the rank of colonel and were golden tier warriors, while the one in the center held the rank of senior colonel, a platinum tier powerhouse. To the right of the judging panel was the VIP area, where Su Bai spotted a diamond tier battle zone vice commander and over a dozen platinum tier provincial vice commanders. These prominent figures were the backbone of the myriad clans on the battlefield, capable of making significant waves in human society with just a stomp of their feet. This alone highlighted the military's high regard for the 100 School League finals. As for the heads of ordinary families, they might have held court in the VIP area during the provincial or battle zone leagues, but at the finals, they didn't even qualify for such a privilege. Next to the VIP section was the media area, filled with reporters from renowned national media outlets, television stations, and military columns, numbering over 3,000, all documenting this grand event, becoming the chroniclers of history today. In the center stood a combat arena as large as a football field, subtly gleaming with dark light under countless spotlights. The combat arena of Jiangzhou Da was paved with Qinggang stone, capable of withstanding the shockwaves of bronze-level battles. However, the floor of Mo Da Stadium was entirely made of tungsten steel, arranged in brick shapes, making it extremely difficult for even golden-tier warriors to cause damage. One judge, a lieutenant colonel, remarked to a fellow judge, "I remember the floor in Mo Stadium used to be silver tier. The highest tier of competitors was only silver. Shouldn't that have sufficed? Why has it changed to a golden tier floor?" The senior colonel in the center explained, the silver tier floor was indeed adequate for other Wu Da competitors. But don't forget, the Great Wall Guard Military Academy is also participating. To them, a silver tier floor is no different from a regular one. Only a golden tier floor can withstand the shockwaves from those young warriors. Upon hearing the senior colonel's explanation, the other judges were astonished, some finding it hard to believe. A golden tier floor is typically reserved for battles involving golden tier warriors, yet these students from the Great Wall Guard Military Academy are merely silver tier, right? Do they really possess such formidable attack power? It seems improbable. Others also noted this and speculated that Mo Da must have upgraded the arena to showcase their school's soft power, as the cost of a golden tier combat arena is several dozen times that of a silver tier one. Constructing such an extravagant arena would cost at least hundreds of millions, simply to convey to the world the strength of Mo Wu. The grandeur of this spectacle surpassed anything Su Bai had ever witnessed, dwarfing even the grandeur of the previous World Cup. Although Gu Yueqing Shu and Bai Ningbing were signs of prominent families from the imperial capital and had visited the imperial capital Wuda, this was their first encounter with such a magnificent scene. After all, in terms of sheer financial power, Mo Wu undoubtedly stands as the wealthiest martial academy in the nation and even the world. Yet, it must be said that Gu Yueqing Shu and the others had quite the composure. On the surface, they appeared unfazed, unaffected by Mo Wu's financial prowess. However, their tightly clenched hands revealed that they were, in fact, quite impressed. Amidst the astonishment, the host on the podium finally spoke into the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen from across the nation, please allow me to have your attention." After a good 10 minutes, the clamorous crowd settled down, waiting for the host's words. "Welcome to the Mo Wu Da Sports Stadium to witness this grand 100 School League finals. There are 13 participating teams, including the Imperial Capital Wuke University, the Great Wall Guard Military Academy, Mo Wu Da, Luohe Wu Da, Jiangzhou Wu Da, and more." Upon hearing their names, the principals or team leaders of the respective Wu Da stood up, leading their students to salute the judging panel, the VIP area, and the audience behind them. After a brief introduction of the 13 institutions of Wu Da, the host proceeded to elucidate the competition rules. Following a unanimous decision by the military high command, the Chongqing Shuaijin Military Academy advanced directly to the final 4 after the top 3 were determined from other prominent martial arts academies. The competition continued to employ the 5-person, one-on-one, round-robin combat system, culminating in victory once the last opponent was defeated. In the first match, the 12 teams from Wuda were divided into 6 groups, with the victors advancing to the next round for the ultimate showdown among the top 6, while the losers engaged in ranking battles. Once 3 strong contenders emerged from the 6, the Chongqing Shuaijin would participate in the semifinals until a champion was crowned. Just as the lead female host finished outlining the rules, her male co-host raised his voice dramatically, announcing, "I declare the grand finals of the Baishao Liansai officially commence." In Chapter 75, the formidable strengths of the Wuda from the imperial capital and the Magic City were highlighted. Now, let us invite the captains of the 12 participating teams to the stage for the draw. Upon hearing this, Su Bai made his way towards the judging panel, joined by the captains of the other teams. Simultaneously, the two hosts began detailing the credentials of the leaders from various martial arts academies to the national audience. First to take the stage were the captains from 3 ordinary Wuda, uncertain whether their rankings would qualify them among the top 10 prestigious institutions following this grand competition. Leading the way was the captain of Jiangzhou Wuda, Su Bai, a bronze-tier beast tamer. His prowess, revealed just yesterday at the Magic City Grand Hotel, showcased his control over 2 bronze-tier beasts. While they were merely of bronze rank, one had claimed the life of a silver-tier beast on the battlefield, and the exact capabilities of the other remained undisclosed. Anticipation grew for what he might reveal. As Su Bai took the stage, the local crowd erupted in cheers. Brandishing banners and chanting, Xuanwu Su Bai, striving for first place. Following Su Bai, the other 2 captains from the ordinary Wuda were introduced, each boasting impressive track records. Notably, among the 3 ordinary Wuda, Su Bai's bronze-tier level was the lowest. As the audience absorbed the introductions of these 3 captains, murmurs began to circulate. The captain of Jiangzhou Wuda is merely at bronze tier? I heard they had 2 buys in the Warzone League to reach the finals. He is just a freshman. And while it's impressive to slay a silver-tier beast at bronze tier, he does indeed seem to lag behind the others. In the finals, which captain hasn't defeated a silver-tier beast? Jiangzhou Wuda is likely to finish last. While the locals continued to support Su Bai, others were skeptical of Jiangzhou Wuda's chances, as the disparity in rank made it exceedingly difficult to overcome the elite competitors, even among the distinguished guests and judges. Many believed Jiangzhou Wuda's presence in the finals was merely due to luck. After the 3 ordinary Wuda took their turn, captains from the top 10 to 4th-ranked prestigious institutions appeared. The atmosphere shifted dramatically with their entrance. Uniformly silver tier in strength, these captains were capable of commanding military units in the armed forces, commanding respect as local leaders. The audience erupted with enthusiasm. Prestigious institutions indeed lived up to their reputation, as their ranks surpassed those of the ordinary Wuda by a significant margin. Many captains from prestigious institutions had not even needed to fight in the Warzone League, relying solely on their ordinary team members to reach the finals, likely possessing capabilities that could rival those of the captains from ordinary Wuda. The 4th and 5th-ranked Wuda even boasted 2 silver-tier fighters each, making their standings seemingly unassailable. The final 2 to take the stage were the captains of the Magic City Wuda and the Imperial Capital Wuda. At this moment, the host's tone rose as he gave a more detailed introduction. The captain of Magic City Wuda, Chao Zixuan, was the eldest son of the esteemed Chao family, a leading clan in the Magic City. Despite his illustrious background, he showed no signs of complacency. Upon entering the Magic City, his fervor for training astounded many instructors. Currently, Chao Zixuan had reached the silver mid-tier and had been practicing his family's earth-level techniques since childhood, later adopting the earth-level techniques of Magic City Wuda, effectively mastering 2 distinct earth-level methodologies. Even many golden-tier experts only possessed 1 earth-level technique as their secret weapon. The instructors at Magic City Wuda praised him, stating, Chao Zixuan's talent is exceptional. To master both techniques to such a degree is unparalleled among his peers. As the host introduced Chao Zixuan, the crowd erupted in unprecedented cheers. Chao Zixuan, victory is assured. Magic City Wuda, victory is assured. The majority of the audience hailed from the Magic City and were well acquainted with both the prestigious Chao family and Magic City Wuda, both of which were formidable entities. When these 2 titans devote their full efforts to nurturing an individual, how formidable might that individual become? It was unfathomable, even intimidating to consider. With a confident smile, Chao Zixuan approached the judging panel. The last to take the stage was the captain of the Chongqing Shuaijian, Wang Yang, who stood as a paragon among all Wuda. Wang Yang had entered the Wuda as a bronze-tier fighter, and after 3 years of training at the Imperial Capital Wuda, he had ascended to the silver mid-tier. Upon reaching the high bronze tier, he had already achieved the feat of slaying a silver mid-tier beast, and since his promotion to silver mid-tier, he had not suffered a single defeat beneath the golden tier. Experts have commented, the Imperial Capital Wuda is truly a cradle for the strong in Longhua. Wang Yang's prowess is unmatched among the youthful elite nationwide. Amidst the audience's cheers, Wang Yang made his way to the judging panel. Simply listening to their introductions was enough to ignite a fervor. The other contestants appeared almost insignificant in comparison. Even the captains from other prestigious institutions seemed distant. Yet, I overheard that both Chao Zixuan and Wang Yang were nearly invincible at their respective tiers. If they were to face off, who would emerge victorious? It would likely be a fierce clash of titans, and I eagerly anticipated witnessing their confrontation. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, all 12 teams had completed their draws. The first match, Jiangzhou Wuda versus Yokohama Wuda. The second match, Imperial Capital Wuda versus East China Wuda. The third match, Magic City Wudao versus Nanjing Wudao. Upon announcing the draw results, the old principal was momentarily taken aback. What had I just said? Wasn't it simply to draw an ordinary Wudao? Has this actually come to fruition? Could I genuinely be the favored child of fortune? At that moment, Su Bai returned to his seat, and the old principal hurried over, patting Su Bai's shoulder. This draw is quite favorable. Let us proceed as previously arranged on the train. Bai Ningbing, you will compete first. Upon hearing this, Su Bai immediately felt discontent. Who could have anticipated that in the finals, amidst a plethora of prestigious institutions, he would draw such a lackluster opponent? His luck truly seemed to have run out. Chapter 76, Su Bai. I shall bring glory to our school. Their disdain will lead us to triumph. However, regardless of luck, Su Bai had previously vowed to reclaim resources during the finals. This was an astronomical sum. In 2 lifetimes, Su Bai had never seen such wealth. Consequently, upon hearing the principal's arrangement, Su Bai sprang to his feet, protesting, "This is unacceptable. Old principal, have you forgotten the disdain that Mo Du Wuda once showed us? When we, Jiangzhou Wuda, came to Mo Du Wuda to participate in the competition, they had the audacity to send only one student to welcome us. Why is this so? Is it not because they consider us weak, believing we do not merit the respect we deserve? Since they have treated us in such a manner, we must demonstrate our strength and make our presence felt in the finals, showcasing the true prowess of Jiangzhou Wuda. As the captain, I bear this responsibility without question. I shall lead the charge. Enough talk. I shall be the first to step onto the stage. If I do not defeat them decisively, I, Su Bai, would be unworthy of the nurturing I received from Xuanwu. I implore you, old principal, grant me this opportunity. I, Su Bai, shall show the world that Xuanwu is not to be underestimated. Their contempt for us will transform into our banner of ambition and motivation." As the onlookers gazed at Su Bai, who stood with righteous fervor, their expressions darkened. After spending time together, who does not know each other as true intentions? Who are you trying to fool? Everyone is aware of the schemes in Su Bai's mind. You claim this is for school glory? It is merely greed. The old principal awkwardly cleared his throat and pulled Su Bai aside, saying softly, "Su Bai, this is just the first match of the finals. You will have your chance to compete later." Su Bai's countenance darkened. After all, this is the finals where each match holds resources worth nearly 100 million. How can one endure such a weight? It is simply unacceptable. Su Bai slowly replied, "I do not care. I cannot swallow this indignity. I am a student of Xuanwu. I must bring honor to my school." Stop. There are no outsiders here. Do not speak of such matters to me." The old principal interjected, genuinely troubled. "If you do not let me compete, I will lack the resources to feed my tamed beasts. You know how much those 2 gluttons eat. If I am not allowed to compete, can you at least repay the 70 million I lent?" Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the old principal's eyes widened. This lad dares to bring up such a matter at this critical juncture. Just moments ago, you spoke of Jiangwu's support. Where has your gratitude gone? Observing the old principal's expression, Su Bai disdainfully remarked, "You, the esteemed principal of Jiangzhou Wuda and a gold-level expert, surely would not renege on a mere bronze-level student's debt?" The old principal coughed violently. If he had such funds, would he have needed to write an IOU? Ahem, well. Su Bai, I believe you make a valid point. Jiangzhou Wuda must showcase our spirit. I have decided that you shall take the stage for this match. Upon hearing the old principal's declaration, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction and returned to his seat with him. At that moment, the old principal exuded a righteous aura akin to Su Bai's earlier fervor as he announced to Gu Yueqing Shu and the others, upon careful consideration, "I concur with Su Bai's sentiments. Jiangwu shall build an indomitable fortress for Longhua with our flesh and blood. We cannot diminish our spirit. Given Su Bai's courageous intent to bring honor to our school, he shall lead the charge, and the order of the remaining team members will be adjusted accordingly." Is there any dissent? Bai Ningbing, Wang Qingqing, Gu Yueqing Shu, Luo Yonghao. What is this? Is there a hidden transaction? Su Bai is clearly attempting to monopolize the resources, and the old principal has agreed. Even praising Su Bai for bringing honor to the school? Do you think we are all fools? Old principal, just admit what Su Bai has given you. We can all afford it. Instantly, everyone recalled how Su Bai had previously monopolized resources during the provincial competition. Now Su Bai is set to compete. And who can stop him? Bai Ningbing scowled and attempted to protest, "Old principal." But the old principal, consumed by his own doubts, interrupted her, stating firmly, "No more discussion. My decision is final, and the roster has already been submitted. It is settled." Thus, Su Bai, amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, cheerfully ascended the stage. Once both competing students were on stage, the host announced, "The match begins." Su Bai glanced at his opponent, a high-ranking bronze-level warrior, and with a mocking gesture, summoned his companion, Xiaoba. With a thud, the massive turtle landed, its considerable bulk causing the ground to tremble. Those who had witnessed Su Bai's previous matches recognized Su Bai, yet a significant portion of the audience in Mo2 had never seen him compete, leading to a wave of murmurs. Wow, what a gigantic turtle! Su Bai's opponent, having viewed Su Bai's match footage, was infuriated by the earlier taunt yet remained vigilant, cautiously retreating to create distance. However, in the next moment, a yellow glow erupted from Su Bai, enveloping his opponent. The warrior found himself in dire straits. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he confronted the gargantuan Su Bai. I refuse to accept this. This is cheating. Just as Su Bai settled into a custom leather sofa he had ordered online, the opponent was effortlessly sent flying by Su Bai. The action was swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Having vowed to demonstrate his might, Su Bai intended to execute a swift resolution. What? You're that weak? I haven't even taken out my peanuts yet. The audience was astounded, rendered speechless at the spectacle. Isn't it widely accepted that beast tamers are a lackluster profession? Defeating warriors of a higher rank as if it were child's play? This is the national finals, and Su Bai has brought out a sofa? That leather appears to be of dubious quality. How utterly dismissive of his opponent. Have you not seen Su Bai's previous matches? That turtle possesses astonishing defense and strength. Undoubtedly, at a silver-level standard. If you had such a formidable beast, you'd also find defeating bronze-level warriors a simple task. As the Yokohama Wuda team consisted solely of warriors, lacking any ability users and none achieving silver-level prowess. There was no suspense in the outcome, with Su Bai holding nothing back. The remaining 4 participants from Yokohama Wuda were similarly dispatched without contest. Chapter 77. Drawn against Jiangzhou Wuda, a team so feeble? The opposing team was overwhelmed with emotion, as Su Bai slowly stowed away his sofa and uneaten peanuts. The host, astonished, announced the result of the match. It is simply unbelievable. Jiangzhou Wuda has achieved a remarkable performance in the finals, winning decisively. Surely, the strength of Jiangzhou Wuda has reached a level comparable to prestigious institutions. No, it is Captain Su Bai's prowess that has reached that standard. Following the host's declaration, the arena erupted into cheers and applause, a cacophony of enthusiastic roars. Su Bai's previous display had been astonishingly audacious. Yet, it was undeniably exhilarating. What defines a warrior? It is the courage to fight and confront. I am infinitely audacious. This is the spirit that warriors embody. Amidst the thunderous applause, Su Bai returned to his seat, grinning at the old principal. See, old principal? It was so simple to resolve the match within 10 minutes. The old principal, maintaining a neutral expression, nodded without uttering a word, although his hands trembled behind his back. This little rascal, Su Bai. It is truly audacious to compete while seated on a sofa during the finals, an event witnessed by the entire nation. Such disgrace has been broadcasted far and wide. However, the thrill of the competition is undeniably exhilarating. It is a conundrum indeed. Yet, regardless of the embarrassment, the tangible elevation in rankings and the benefits accrued by Jiangzhou Wuda are indisputable. Being a principal is no easy feat. And being the principal of Su Bai's institution is even more challenging. The former principal is uncertain whether to rejoice or to be angered at this moment, so he resolves to divert his attention to the arena. The second match features Daido Wuda facing off against Huadong Wuda, ranked 6th in the nation, a formidable opponent. Yet, Daido Wuda, holding the second rank, appears destined for victory, as any discerning observer would attest. Everyone is eager to witness the extent of Daido Wuda's prowess. To avoid the humiliation of a clean sweep, Huadong Wuda sends forth their silver-ranked captain in the opening round. Meanwhile, Daido Wuda fields a sophomore, a novice silver-tier competitor. It is assumed that both combatants are evenly matched, promising a contest of equal footing. However, within 5 minutes, the captain of Huadong Wuda finds himself bloodied and incapacitated, while the Daido Wuda competitor remains unscathed, exuding an air of ease. The spectators erupt in cheers. Is this the might of Daido Wuda? Their ordinary members surpass even the captains of other esteemed institutions. At this rate, Daido Wuda is poised to emulate Jiangzhou Wuda's performance and achieve a clean sweep against Huadong Wuda. But can they truly be compared? Daido Wuda contends with prestigious schools, while Jiangzhou Wuda faces ordinary competitors. Encountering a top-tier institution, Jiangzhou Wuda would be fortunate to secure a victory. Just as the crowd speculates whether Daido Wuda will achieve a clean sweep, a member of their team voluntarily exits the stage, substituted by a high-ranking bronze combatant. After another decisive victory, Daido Wuda concedes once more, rotating out yet another competitor. Across 5 matches, Daido Wuda has 4 main competitors, along with an alternate, emerge victorious in every encounter. At this juncture, the audience is electrified. Such is the might of Daido Wuda, fearsome indeed. If the Great Wall Guarding Army does not intervene, It seems only the elite Shanghai Wuda could rival Daido Wuda. Meanwhile, in the reserve section of Jiangzhou Wuda, the former principal earnestly pats Su Bai on the shoulder. Look at the captain of Daido Wuda. Even against weaker adversaries, he graciously allows his teammates to seize the opportunity. Take a lesson from his demeanor. Su Bai rolls his eyes. That is because the captain of Daido Wuda either possesses wealth sufficient to disregard 100 million or is simply foolish. I am neither. Why should I emulate him? Su Bai's rationale is compelling. In the reserve section of Shanghai Wuda, Chao Zixuan scoffs. This group from Daido Wuda certainly knows how to play the game, crafting such elaborate strategies just to face the 6th-ranked Huadong Wuda. Our next opponent is the 7th-ranked Nanjing Wuda, correct? Let us send our substitute team to face them. Who is willing to step up? Suddenly, the reserve competitors from Shanghai Wuda clamored. Captain, I shall go. I am stronger. Let me take the lead. Ultimately, a novice silver-tier competitor steps up and indeed overwhelms Nanjing Wuda. The displays of prowess from these two eminent institutions have captivated all, leaving everyone both entertained and secretly astounded. The strength of the 3 top-tier schools is undeniably unmatched by others. Su Bai, however, remains unimpressed by the performance of these elite institutions, as none surpass his own capabilities. As for the matches between other prestigious schools, Su Bai finds them unworthy of his attention. For one with his extraordinary talents, there is little competition. He could unleash his full potential, and few could withstand even a single onslaught from him. It feels somewhat tedious. Is this the solitude of invincibility? Is this the sensation of being isolated at great heights? After a moment of introspection, feeling somewhat overlooked, Su Bai bids farewell to the former principal and heads to the dining hall at the Shanghai Hotel. The cuisine at Shanghai Wuda is indeed delightful. Regrettably, a prominent sign now stands at the entrance. No beasts allowed, especially turtles. With eager anticipation, the afternoon's draw for the matches finally arrives. Su Bai clasps his hands together, fervently hoping for a worthy adversary, for the stronger the opponent, the greater the rewards. The first match, the 3rd match, features Luhe Wuda against Jiangzhou Wuda. As the host announces the draw, the reserve team of Luhe Wuda erupts in jubilation. Their elation is palpable, bordering on tears of joy, filled with mockery, disdain, and contempt. Such sentiments are unmistakably evident. They pay no heed to the dignity and feelings of Jiangzhou Wuda and other ordinary institutions. Our second-round opponent is Jiangzhou Wuda. A mere ordinary school? We are guaranteed a place in the top 4. What luck we have. In the finals, only 3 ordinary Wuda schools remain, and we have encountered them consecutively. Our fortune is simply extraordinary. It is ironic that we did not face Jiangzhou Wuda during the regional league. Yet fate brings us together in the finals. They are currently the only team without a silver-tier competitor. Regardless of whom they face, they are bound to be eliminated. Meeting us is surely a stroke of luck. I still remember them arriving on their designated train. I wonder if they will have the courage to board it again after this. Chapter 78. Su Bai takes the stage. The greater the pretense, the harder the fall. Principal, let me take the first round. I shall teach them a lesson in humility. The principal of Luhe Wuda, appearing unfazed, nods at the eager volunteer. No. They at Jiangzhou Wuda enjoy clean sweeps, so let us allow them to experience the sensation of defeat in such a manner. This round shall see Captain Wang Mingquan lead the charge. We will decisively vanquish them, showcasing the spirit befitting a prestigious school. Ordinary Wuda must understand their place and adhere to the norms. While Su Bai achieved a clean sweep against another ordinary Wuda, in the eyes of elite schools, defeating an ordinary institution is hardly noteworthy. Any prestigious team could accomplish such a feat, just as elite institutions struggle to gain recognition against Daido Wuda and Shanghai Wuda. Ordinary Wuda also find it challenging to assert themselves among elite schools. This is a common mindset, as Jiangzhou Wuda and Luhe Wuda both belong to the southern battle zone. Their proximity allows the discussions from Luhe Wuda to reach the ears of Jiangzhou Wuda. Is Luhe Wuda celebrating their encounter with us? Bai Ningbing's forehead throbs in anger as she leaps from her seat. Principal, Luhe Wuda is taking advantage of us. Allow me to take the stage first. I wish to see who will falter and who will be schooled. Others, too, display varying degrees of anger and eagerly volunteer, seeing others vie for his position. Su Bai casts a threatening glance at the principal. The principal, sensing his empty pockets, quickly declares, "Let Su Bai lead this round. We shall demonstrate the might of Jiangzhou Wuda. Let Luhe Wuda understand that we are not to be trifled with. Do not leave the stage without defeating all 5 of them." The principal's words were indeed not unfounded. Su Bai, possessing 2 tamed beasts, essentially wielded the combat power of 2 silver-level warriors in a 2-against-1 scenario. Although Luo Hiwu had merely 1 silver-level fighter, there remained a glimmer of hope. Following the earlier taunts from Luo Hiwu, The crowd appeared more receptive to Su Bai's participation. If he truly achieved a 5-kill streak, it would be immensely satisfying. At that moment, Bai Ningbing, who often had a contentious relationship with Su Bai, unexpectedly chimed in. Su Bai, we're running low on peanuts and cola. Let me chip in to buy some. With that singular statement, they rallied behind him. Wang Qingqing added, remember to strike a pose with your leg crossed when you take the stage. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. As long as his teammates did not compete with him for resources, everything was negotiable. You are all the most adorable people. He thought to himself, a 5-kill streak? I'm well acquainted with that. Crossing my leg? Simple. With this in mind, Su Bai grinned and nodded at his companions, assuring them, rest assured, everyone. I shall fulfill the task. Once the order of appearance was arranged, Su Bai confidently stepped onto the competition stage, where Luo He Da's captain, Wang Mingkuan, approached with a relaxed smile. As the competition commenced, the host's command rang out, yet Wang Mingkuan did not launch an attack. Instead, he regarded Su Bai with a mocking expression. The junior from Jiangzhou Wuda, a mere bronze level, has been made captain? Quite the talent. But your school seems to be at this level. Wouldn't it be wiser to quietly aim for a ranking in the war zone rather than striving for the finals? This is not a competition for a school of your caliber. If you surrender now, you might avoid a severe beating. As the saying goes, the wise recognize the times. Su Bai rolled his eyes, disinterested in engaging in banter with such a person. Instead, he retrieved a sofa from his beast-taming space and plopped down, crossing his legs. He then slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger towards Wang Mingkuan and gently shaking it, as if to say, you can't compete. In response to Wang Mingkuan's furious expression, he summoned Xiao Ba. With a thud, Xiao Ba's massive form landed, producing a thunderous sound that seemed to resonate through the earth. Upon seeing a worthy opponent, Xiao Ba's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a golden light enveloped its body. Earth's gravity, heed my call. Wang Mingkuan, a silver-level agile warrior, displayed speed and reflexes that surpassed those of ordinary competitors. As Xiao Ba prepared to unleash its talent, Wang Mingkuan, anticipating the move, snorted dismissively and vanished from sight, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Like a swift arrow, he shot towards Su Bai. Just as Xiao Ba attempted to lock onto Wang Mingkuan with its gaze to impose Earth's gravity, the latter's speed made it nearly impossible to track him. Is it possible that the talent skill has failed to activate? This marked the first time Xiao Ba, since acquiring its Earth-esque gravity talent, was unable to execute its ability. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the underlying reason. Xiao Ba's Earth-esque gravity required visual contact to lock onto an opponent, and Wang Mingkuan's speed had evidently surpassed the threshold of Xiao Ba's visual perception, leading to a failure in the locking mechanism. Although Earth-esque gravity countered agility-type warriors, extreme speed could invert that advantage. While Wang Mingkuan's strength was only at the initial silver level, he was still a prodigy. His prowess exceeded that of the initial silver-level spectral cat, which had previously caught him off guard. Of course, this was primarily due to Xiao Ba being merely bronze level. Should Xiao Ba also have been silver level, Wang Mingkuan would not have even qualified to gain its attention. As Wang Mingkuan rapidly approached Su Bai, he sneered, you truly believe you can dominate the finals? Surrounded by the nation's prodigies, simply because of this beast? How naive. The audience erupted in thunderous applause upon witnessing this scene. I told you. There's no way Su Bai could triumph over a silver-level prodigy. The bronze-level fighters stood no chance against him, but silver level is still silver level. How could Su Bai possibly contend? Once Wang Mingkuan dealt with Su Bai, he would effortlessly dispatch Jiangzhou Wuda's remaining competitors, achieving a flawless 5-kill streak. Prestigious schools are indeed prestigious. It's not as though their abundant resources come without merit. In the midst of his speech, Wang Mingkuan had already reached Su Bai, swinging his blade towards Su Bai's shoulder. At this moment, Xiao Ba was still too far away to provide assistance. Everyone held their breath, believing that if Su Bai were struck by this blow, he would surely suffer grave injury, if not death. Was Su Bai truly about to face defeat and end his journey here? In the face of this ruthless strike, Su Bai could have relied on Xiao Bai's talent to unleash a swifter speed than Wang Mingkuan's to evade the attack. However, Wang Mingkuan was not worthy of Su Bai revealing his trump card. Most importantly, Su Bai aimed to deliver a resounding blow to his opponent in the most spectacular manner possible. Without so much as flinching, Su Bai entirely disregarded the incoming attack, resolutely activating his source communion. A wave of mysterious spiritual energy surged around him. An invisible, intangible, and inaudible connection materialized between Su Bai and Xiao Ba. At that moment, the connection was significantly thicker than when Su Bai had first acquired source communion. In this instant, both Su Bai and Xiao Ba shared the burden of damage. Simultaneously, Xiao Ba's talent skill activated. Earth Barrier. A clang echoed, reminiscent of metal striking metal, as if Wang Mingkuan's blade had collided with a steel plate. Su Bai's physical constitution was already over 100 points, matching the resilience of silver-level warriors who prioritized physicality. Coupled with the protection of Source Communion and Earth Barrier, Su Bai astonishingly remained stationary, enduring Wang Mingquan's strike amidst the crowd's astonished and incredulous gazes. Wang Mingquan's full-strength attack merely resulted in a tear in Su Bai's uniform, leaving a faint red mark on his skin. Yet not a single drop of blood was shed. This exemplified the formidable defense of the Xuanwu, which was magnificently showcased in that moment. Wang Mingquan was utterly dumbfounded. His expression shifted drastically as he stared incredulously at Su Bai. How could this be? Concurrently, the judges, who had been calmly observing the match from their seats, abruptly stood up, some trembling as they pointed at Su Bai, exclaiming, "Is this Source Communion? Could there really be another person besides Luo Fan who comprehended Source Communion? Heaven and earth unite, spirit undying. Divine weapons converge, sacred beasts armed, roots of flora." Source Communion. It was the legendary beast tamer's celestial level technique, Source Communion. It was said that Luo Fan's Source Communion had 3 transformations: sharing damage, sharing energy, and transferring life force. At this moment, Su Bai employed the damage-sharing aspect. No wonder Wang Mingquan's strike left Su Bai unscathed. He had transferred the damage to his tamed beast. The principals of Mo Du Wu Da, Di Du Wu Da, and others also rose from their seats, murmuring, "So that's why our school's celestial level technique manuscript went missing." It turns out Su Bai comprehended Source Communion and claimed the celestial level technique as his own. Most reporters might not grasp the significance of Source Communion, but witnessing the shock on the faces of the esteemed guests and judges, they hurriedly captured the moment with their cameras, and several veteran journalists shouted to their colleagues, "Why are you dawdling? Quickly note down what the judges and the principals just said. This is the recognition of a celestial level technique." The last occurrence of the Tianjie Gongfa recognizing a master took place over a decade ago with the renowned supernova Lin Laohu. This moment is destined to ignite fervor. Journalists, well-versed in the legends of the Yuansun Tonglu, widened their eyes in astonishment, while others captured the awe-stricken expressions of the prominent figures. They seized the opportunity to fervently photograph Su Bai, internally exclaiming with exhilaration, "It's happening! I am about to become famous." The Yuansun Tonglu, the second person in the world to comprehend this Tianjie Gongfa. Our human race can extend its fortunes for another century. As for the ordinary populace, they lack the qualifications to comprehend the Tianjie Gongfa. Nevertheless, they were all astounded that Su Bai could withstand the full force of a silver-ranked warrior's strike. Wang Mingquan, a decisive individual, upon realizing his attack was ineffective against Su Bai, felt a pang of fear regarding a potential counterattack. He quickly distanced himself, wearing an expression of vigilance and shock as he gazed at Su Bai. Su Bai smirked. Although he sustained little damage, he felt a slight sting from enduring that strike for the sake of bravado. Furthermore, his clothes were torn. "This rascal must compensate me." Subsequently, Su Bai turned to Wang Mingquan, who regarded him as if he were a monster, and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you dumbfounded? Didn't you boast about your speed? I have someone equally swift to entertain you." With that, Su Bai activated the beast taming space once more, releasing Su Bai. "Ah, Master, you've finally let me out to breathe. Go and beat him." "Ah, understood." In an instant, the roar of the tiger reverberated throughout the venue, accompanied by an indescribable aura of ferocity. Gasps filled the air. What an imposing tiger! After Su Bai made his entrance, Wang Mingquan narrowed his eyes to assess the creature. However, upon sensing that Su Bai's aura was merely that of a mid-level bronze, he felt considerably reassured. For someone of Wang Mingquan's caliber, being defeated by a fierce beast of a lower rank was virtually inconceivable. Yet, he was about to pay a heavy price for his ignorance. Initially, Wang Mingquan intended to ignore Su Bai and charge straight at Su Bai. However, after Su Bai roared, his form swiftly vanished from everyone's sight. Sharp metal ghost step. Like a phantom, he appeared before Wang Mingquan in a most peculiar manner. Wang Mingquan, being a swift attacker himself, was astonished to discover that this white tiger was significantly faster than he was. How could this be? Wang Mingquan's hair stood on end, his blood surged, and a silver sheen enveloped him as he exerted all his strength to activate his combat skills, retreating forcefully in an attempt to create distance from Su Bai for a better reaction space. But Su Bai was relentless, sticking to Wang Mingquan like a leech, regardless of how the latter tried to retreat or accelerate. Wang Mingquan understood that this predicament could only arise from one reason: the opponent's speed far surpassed his own. Before he could contemplate the nature of this monstrous being, he felt a flash before his eyes, and a shadow lunged at him. Just as he raised his weapon to strike, Su Bai's claw had already descended upon him. Bang! The blow struck Wang Mingquan with such force that he was caught off guard, sending him hurtling backward. Spitting blood, he arced through the air, but unlike his bronze-level companions, he managed to adjust his landing posture mid-fall. Wang Mingquan tightened his grip on his weapon, bracing for another attack from Su Bai. His feet slightly bent as he skidded across the ground for several meters before gradually coming to a halt. Once stabilized, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, exhaling in relief upon noticing that Su Bai did not pursue him. This tiger's speed is utterly absurd. Moreover, its power is immense. But I have my reasons for not accepting defeat. With a roar that seemed to invigorate him, Wang Mingquan surged forth, determined to press the attack against Su Bai. The blade radiated a crimson glow, creating an image where he and the weapon seemed to merge into a single entity. Combat skill, Wind Extreme Flash. Immediately, Wang Mingquan charged at Su Bai like a blood-red tempest. Su Bai's pupils glinted with disdain as its front paws extended, revealing 10 razor-sharp claws, akin to daggers. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Wang Mingquan, it resolved not to hold back. A storm emerged, a specter in motion. The two figures collided instantaneously, stirring the air on the arena into a frenzy. The winds howled, and the aura of death permeated the atmosphere. Bang! Tear! Su Bai's speed ultimately proved insurmountable for Wang Mingquan. With just a brief contact, the outcome was determined. The victor was clear. Wang Mingquan's garments were shredded by the claws, leaving deep crimson imprints upon his body. The claw marks were several centimeters deep, severing blood vessels and causing blood to pour forth like a torrent. Bathed in blood, he crashed to the ground. This was still a result of Su Bai refraining from targeting vital areas as per Su Bai's instructions, all injuries being superficial. Had Su Bai been permitted to unleash its full fury, Wang Mingquan would have been utterly obliterated in that instant. The white tiger is a harbinger of death, not merely a title. Soon, medical personnel rushed to carry Wang Mingquan away on a stretcher for treatment. In the audience, all were left speechless, stunned by the unfolding spectacle. Did Su Bai truly win? A mid-level bronze defeating a silver-ranked captain from a prestigious school, and nearly in a crushing fashion? This cannot be real. How does it feel like Su Bai's tamed beasts grow more formidable by the moment? What on earth is this fierce tiger? So ferocious? Is it possible that Su Bai intends to take down the entire Luo Wuda? Who truly is the prestigious school here? On the stage, the host paid no mind to the crowd's uproar, continuing to announce, "The second contestant from Luo Wuda, please step forward." Hearing the audience's astonishment and discussions regarding prestigious schools, Su Bai's lips curved into a slight smile. Indeed, our Jiangzhou Wuda may not be a prestigious school, hence upon arriving in Modu, we are met with only student receptions. Jiangzhou Wuda may not be a prestigious school, yet defeating our opponents leaves people in disbelief. Jiangzhou Wuda may not be a prestigious school. Thus our advancement to the finals is often attributed to mere luck. These might seem trivial. What truly matters is that the resources of prestigious schools far exceed those of ordinary martial arts academies. Prestigious schools possess resources that far surpass those of ordinary martial arts academies. Upon enrollment, their students receive ample cultivation elixirs at little to no cost. In contrast, ordinary martial arts academies can only provide basic weaponry for defense when students are deployed to battle, and even the most fundamental training supplies like blood energy dispersal are scarce. Over a month ago, following the multi-clan assault, it was predominantly the students from these ordinary martial arts academies who suffered the highest casualties. Their mentors are often only at the bronze level, teetering on the brink of life and death, compelled to fight alongside their students, let alone protect them. Mentors at prestigious schools typically start at the silver level, with many even at the golden level, ensuring their safety even if fierce beasts were to launch an assault from behind. Their students enjoy the best training environments, guidance from esteemed teachers, and an abundance of martial arts techniques. Thus, they stand high and mighty, looking down upon the students of ordinary martial arts academies. Even when they reach the military, students from prestigious schools can rapidly ascend the ranks, while those from ordinary martial arts academies must struggle at the bottom. The disparity in status and resources between prestigious schools and ordinary martial arts academies is deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. In this moment, Su Bai recalled classmates slaughtered by the Yuming cat on the battlefield, the unyielding vice captain, and the mentors who sacrificed themselves to protect their students. Why must ordinary Wudao expend every ounce of effort to survive, while prestigious institutions can rest easy, even looking down upon us, the common folk of Wuda? We are all human, so who is more precious than whom? We all possess life. Why should yours be treated with such privilege? After Su Bai traversed into this realm, he initially approached it with caution, reluctant to fully integrate into this world, maintaining a detached perspective to focus on enhancing his own strength. However, as he experienced more and formed friendships, gaining the recognition and support of those he cared for, he gradually became immersed in this society. In a previous life marked by disparities between rich and poor, He resolved that in this life, he would not be constrained. Why should he endure this humiliation? Lacking strength is one thing, but given that he possesses it, why not fight for it? Why not prove himself? This subtle shift began with the defeat of a high-ranking bronze-level Incat, followed by classmates reaching out to him. It continued as he walked through the streets, witnessing countless individuals rallying with banners and cheers, and from the Martyrs Park, where his old principal recited heartfelt tributes to fellow students. Despite Jiangzhou Wuda's financial struggles, the principal selflessly invested $1 billion for Su Bai's training, while villagers traveled from afar to deliver peanuts to him. Today, he would challenge this class divide. Su Bai was determined to see what qualifications these prestigious schools had to enjoy privileges far beyond those of ordinary Wuda. He aimed to dismantle this hierarchy. At that moment, Su Bai's temperament shifted alongside Xiao Bai's shocking combat prowess. It was unclear whether this notion had always resided within Su Bai, suppressed, or if it had been influenced by the fierce spirit of the Baihu. Yet, it mattered little. In that instant, Su Bai recalled the scene from the regional competition when Gui Weqing fought two opponents simultaneously. He wished to try the same. You Luohe Wuda claim to teach us Jiangzhou Wuda about humility? Well, I, Su Bai, shall see if you possess the qualifications. He addressed the host with calm resolve. I will challenge 4. The host, stunned, questioned, did you just say you wish to challenge all 4 opponents from Luohe Wuda? Su Bai nodded affirmatively. The audience and distinguished guests alike were astonished, especially those from Luohe Wuda, whose anger flared. Though Luohe Wuda ranked last among prestigious schools, it was still among them. How audacious! How brazen! A captain from an ordinary Wuda dares to challenge for elite students? Principal, let us confront him. How dare he look down upon us, Luohe Wuda? We shall ensure he leaves the stage in defeat. The principal of Luohe Wuda wore a grim expression. He had never anticipated such provocation from an ordinary Wuda student. If the host disallowed this, it would be one thing, but if he consented, they would unleash their fury upon him. Dare to provoke us? He would learn a lesson. As Luohe Wuda united in their outrage, other prestigious schools stood in solidarity, glaring at Su Bai. If Su Bai were to genuinely challenge, defeating Luohe Wuda's team, even if it were a string of losses, it would merely reflect Luohe Wuda's shortcomings, and others would have no grounds for criticism. After all, only Luohe Wuda's dignity would be at stake. But Su Bai sought to confront all 4 of Luohe Wuda's members at once. Was this not a sign of arrogance? Was this not an affront to the students of prestigious schools, who, despite receiving ample resources, lacked quality? This was a slap in the face to all prestigious schools. Su Bai's declaration ignited widespread animosity among the elite institutions. Chapter 81. The Supreme Military Conference of Humanity, Counteroffensive Deployment of All Races. In the City of Magic, Chao Zixuan frowned, observing Su Bai. This lad is audacious. If we encounter him in the semifinals, let us strike him down. The other competitors from Magic City also glared at Su Bai, sneering, humph, an ignorant bumpkin. We still haven't settled the score for last time when he took advantage of our lavish buffet worth millions. If we meet him, he shall not escape unscathed. The captain was right. This bumpkin needed to be taught a lesson. However, several military judges found Su Bai's words intriguing. They disregarded the dignity of prestigious schools and instead admired his audacity to challenge such honor. A warrior must possess this spirit and courage. Moreover, Su Bai's challenge fell within the rules. At that moment, the old principal became anxious. Although there was a provision allowing multiple opponents, there was also a stipulation. Should the challenger fail, and the opposition wished to remain on stage, they could continue with 4 against 1. This meant that if Su Bai were to be defeated, Jiangzhou Wuda could only send members in 1 by 1, unless they managed to reduce the opposing team's numbers. Otherwise, Luohe Wuda would maintain their overwhelming numerical advantage. Was Su Bai causing trouble? The old principal broke into a cold sweat. If Jiangzhou Wuda lost due to Su Bai's arrogance, it would be a catastrophic failure. Su Bai, keep your composure. If we lose, I will hold you accountable. To the principal's dismay, moments later, a senior military official surprisingly agreed to Su Bai's request, stating, granted. Furthermore, regardless of the outcome, Su Bai shall receive the resources for victory. A warrior must embody such spirit and fervor. The host, receiving the order, raised his voice dramatically. Let the 4 competitors from Luohe Wuda take the stage. From the preparation area of Luohe Wuda, 4 furious youths brandished their weapons as they ascended the platform. The air was thick with tension before the battle even commenced. Su Bai, having heard the principal's words, gave a reassuring thumbs up before turning to face the 4 adversaries on the stage, his thumb slowly rotating. As it pointed downward, he abruptly shook it, conveying unmistakable mockery. At that moment, the venue erupted with excitement, with 300,000 spectators nearly half roaring in fervent applause. Su Bai was remarkable. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Even those watching the live stream at home joined in the uproar. Fight! Brothers, let this ordinary Wuda student learn his place. We prestigious schools are not to be trifled with. Let us unite and strike hard. Hearing their shouts, Su Bai smirked. He truly did not regard these 4 bronze-level opponents as a threat. Su Bai, take care of 2 each. With that, Su Bai plopped down onto his sofa, pulling out peanuts to snack on. Roar. Just 2. They may not be enough to challenge us. In an instant, a golden glow enveloped Su Bai, ensnaring 2 students with the Earth's gravitational force as if they were mired in quicksand. Meanwhile, Su Bai, swift as a phantom, appeared before the other 2 students, striking down with his claws, forcing them to defend themselves. Within 3 exchanges, the first opponent was sent flying, approached the 2 bound students from Lu Martial University and, with a swift motion, sent one of them flying with a single slap. In the span of 5 minutes, the 4 students from Lu Martial University were dispatched one after another, their falls creating a cacophony of sound. The battle was astonishingly effortless, akin to a fierce tempest sweeping through a field of bamboo. The ordinary Xuanwu Martial University, led by Su Bai, overwhelmed all the students from Lu Martial University with ease. The audience, judges, and esteemed guests erupted in an uproar. Is this truly the extent of Su Bai's formidable prowess? Such terror! Even the competitors from the top-tier institutions of D-Do and Mo-Do could scarcely match this strength. Has Jiangzhou Martial University birthed such a prodigy this year? The rise of Jiangzhou Martial University is imminent. The old principal was visibly overjoyed, his face trembling with excitement, his hands clenched tightly. By heavens! Su Bai has triumphed. We have won. We have advanced to the semifinals. Jiangwu is on the rise. Excellent work, Su Bai. As the countdown concluded, not a single student from Lu Martial University could stand. Jiangzhou Martial University emerged victorious and advanced to the semifinals. The old principal and all participating students embraced each other in a frenzy of celebration. The citizens of Jiangzhou, who had traveled far to support Jiangwu, rose collectively, jubilantly tossing their belongings into the air. Laughter, shouts, and tears of joy filled the air. At this moment, no words could encapsulate their emotions. All ordinary martial universities joined in the jubilation, while countless common folk cheered as well. Yet, those from prestigious schools wore stern expressions, fixating their gazes on Su Bai, regarding him as a thorn in their sides. As the 100 Schools League continued to unfold with fervor at the highest military command center of Long Kingdom in D-Do, 6 of the 12 Lord-level powerhouses convened, while the others remained on the battlefield. Among them was the chief of the 12 generals, a superlative force only a step away from the king level. In the conference room, over 20 diamond-level powerhouses, all adorned with the insignia of generals, gathered. This was a meeting of the pinnacle combat strength of Long Kingdom and humanity. At this juncture, a communication officer hurried into the room, reporting that the 100 Schools League was nearing its semifinals, with a conclusion expected within 2 days. The marshal's eyes brightened with resolve, and he nodded solemnly. Good. Another communication officer stepped forward to report. The military supplies for the counteroffensive against the myriad races have been fully assembled and are being distributed to all soldiers. The marshal rubbed his hands together, narrowing his eyes as he replied, Excellent. Shortly thereafter, a third communication officer rushed in, stating, The armies from across the nation have been mobilized, with 1 million troops assembled at the front lines, ready to launch a counteroffensive against the myriad races. The marshal stood, his voice resonating with authority. Once the 100 Schools League concludes, our counteroffensive against the myriad races shall officially commence. All participants of the 100 Schools League must join the battlefield to vanquish our enemies. This is a revenge campaign for the recent ambush on our rear by the myriad races. For the thousands of students and mentors we have lost, we shall make them pay dearly. Let the myriad races understand that those who dare to offend Long Kingdom shall face swift retribution. We shall instill fear in them, ensuring they never harbor such thoughts again. The generals rose in unison, their right hands held straight, saluting with respect. Humanity shall prevail, observing the indomitable spirit of the generals. The marshal nodded approvingly and continued, Next, we shall seek counsel from Mr. Nieching. The Mr. Nieching mentioned by the marshal was the formidable king-level expert residing in the secluded mountains of D-Do. Just as the marshal finished speaking, a ripple in space manifested, and a figure clad in a fur coat stepped forth. I am aware of your actions. Proceed without restraint. With me here. The king level from the myriad races shall not dare to act. Chapter 82. Principal, are you truly content with 4th place? After Su Bai's victory over Lu Martial University, their day's competition concluded. What awaited them next was the semifinals, the true clash of titans. Upon returning to the hotel in Mo-Do, Su Bai reflected on his fierce battle with Wang Yongquan on the arena. In that moment when he activated the essence flow, a flicker of enlightenment dawned upon him. Previously focused solely on refining the essence flow, Su Bai's connection with his tamed beast had evolved far beyond its initial state. He had nearly perfected the two transformations of sharing damage and energy. Yet, the final transformation of transmitting life force remained elusive. Su Bai recognized that this was not merely a matter of the width of the passage, but rather involved the mysteries of the essence of life, which he had yet to grasp. Ultimately, it was his own realm that hindered him, compelling him to pause his endeavors. Meanwhile, he had not previously delved into the holy beast armament, so he began to explore its intricacies. After roughly 10 minutes, Su Bai meticulously reviewed the relevant techniques of the holy beast armament. However, he discovered that due to its requirement for the transformation of the holy beast, it necessitated the understanding of the essence of life, rendering it inaccessible to those below the gold level. Just as he was about to abandon the effort, a spark of inspiration struck him. What if he attempted to activate the holy beast armament without utilizing the essence of life? With this thought, Su Bai summoned Su Bai from the system space and began experimenting with the holy beast armament technique repeatedly. Regrettably, all his attempts ended in failure. Nevertheless, he refused to give up. During the process, he sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, though it remained hazy. 3 hours later, he declared, "Holy beast armament, manifest." A surge of mental energy erupted from Su Bai as he diligently channeled the modified technique, ultimately directing it into the connecting passage. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Just as Su Bai prepared for what he anticipated would be another failure, he suddenly found his vision blurring. When his eyes regained clarity, he discovered that he had swapped positions with Su Bai. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending the exclusive talent skill of beast tamers. Essence flow, shift, and exchange. Shift and exchange. Within a range of 1,000 meters, the beast tamer and their tamed beast can exchange positions at will, disregarding all limitations. Su Bai was taken aback. Wasn't I activating the holy beast armament? How did I suddenly achieve enlightenment in the form of essence flow? What is the scientific principle behind this? I cannot fathom it. Wait a moment. Shift and exchange? A new variation of essence flow? The fourth application? Something that even Luo Fan has not comprehended? Indeed, I am extraordinary. Furthermore, this shift and exchange is precisely the legendary skill known as heavenly manipulation. Astonished, Su Bai realized this was the ultimate technique for a counterattack. After acquiring such a legendary skill, he eagerly activated shift and exchange again. And this time it required no more than an instant of mental energy infusion to swap places with Su Bai. It was almost instantaneous. Excitedly, Su Bai repeated the process several times, nearly causing Su Bai to become dizzy. Ow! Master, my head is a bit dizzy. Perhaps you should summon Su Bai to play with you? Su Bai glanced at Su Bai, whose eyes sparkled with stars, and with a look of disdain, returned Su Bai to the beast taming space. Although the hotel room in Mo was spacious enough to accommodate Su Bai, there was no way to fit Su Bai. Upon contemplating this, Su Bai felt a tinge of regret. If only he could swap places with Su Bai, the spectacle would surely be magnificent. Just then, a knock resonated at Su Bai's door. The principal summoned all students to discuss matters pertaining to the upcoming 4-strong championship. Upon entering the principal's office, they were greeted by the sight of the principal's eyes gleaming with joy, nearly squinting with delight. Students, what lies ahead is the 4-strong championship, and all I ask is for your utmost effort. The goal we initially set to secure a place within the top 6 has already been achieved. This interscholastic competition has proven to be a significant success for us. Rest assured, the contributions you have made to the school will be generously rewarded. Especially you, Su Bai. You are the foremost contributor. Hearing the principal's words, joy radiated across the faces of the crowd, despite the fact that they had not directly participated in the finals, with all resources having been acquired solely by Su Bai. However, it was important to note that the rewards Su Bai garnered were merely one-time bonuses from the military. And it was through Su Bai's arduous efforts that Jiangzhou Wuda's ranking was elevated to 4th place. In the future, the military would invest no less than 10 billion each year into Jiangzhou Wuda, a stark contrast to the mere 10 billion allocated in previous years. This was a windfall. Jiangzhou Wuda had suddenly become quite affluent, and as the most outstanding group of talents from Jiangzhou Wuda, would they not have ample resources in the future? What of yielding the spotlight to Su Bai? The future prospects were still bright. It was possible that Su Bai might earn more, but they too would not suffer losses. Yet, the more Su Bai listened, the more disquieted he became. What was the meaning of this? Did the principal intend to relinquish the resources worth billions from the championship without consulting him? Had Su Bai not painstakingly developed a new talent in hopes of bringing glory to the school and acquiring more resources? Yet, the principal had seemingly surrendered without a fight? This was intolerable. Su Bai's indignation flared, and with wide eyes, he declared, "Principal, do you struggle with mathematics?" The principal, still basking in the joy of having become the head of a nationally ranked fourth school, was momentarily taken aback by Su Bai's query. What? Su Bai counted on his fingers for the principal. Are you unaware that the top 3 elite schools receive resources significantly greater than what the fourth-ranked school does each year? Just look at the prestigious Moda Wuda. Their entrance alone costs 18 billion. Jiangzhou Wuda, even as the fourth-ranked school, would not dare to indulge in such extravagance, would we? I propose we aim for first place and reconstruct our entrance with grandeur. Principal, we cannot remain complacent at the top 4. We must not betray the expectations of the Jiangzhou elders. We must strive for first place. First place. As Su Bai spoke with increasing fervor, he even leaped from his seat, fists clenched passionately. Upon hearing his words, the principal was left in a state of bewilderment. The others looked at Su Bai in disbelief. Were they truly going to challenge the status of the 3 elite schools? Especially by Ningbing and Wang Qingqing, both from the imperial capital, who were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the top 3 schools. To think of overcoming such giants? Was he jesting? Only Gu Yueqing's eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded Su Bai with intrigue. Seeing Su Bai so resolute, the principal cleared his throat and kindly advised, Su Bai, one must learn to be content. Securing 4th place is already a remarkable achievement for us. The 3 elite schools are not within our capacity to challenge. For Jiangzhou Wuda, reaching this point has already been a stroke of fortune. Chapter 83. Rather than students, they were akin to iron-blooded warriors. Su Bai rolled his eyes and replied, Principal, is my leather sofa too inconspicuous or uncomfortable? Or perhaps I have not crossed my legs high enough? Is that why you believe our reaching the top 4 is a mere stroke of luck? Fear not, I shall amend my ways in the finals. I will purchase a larger sofa tonight. Of course, the school must reimburse me, as it is for the glory of the school. Surely, I cannot bear the expenses myself. At this proclamation, several individuals could not suppress their laughter. Had he not mentioned this, they would have recalled Su Bai's performance in the arena. Achieving the top 4 was not as insurmountable as the principal suggested. Throughout the competition, Su Bai had single-handedly secured 5 consecutive victories, while other main team members had only participated once. Through this, Su Bai successfully alleviated the deep-seated fear that lingered regarding the 3 elite schools and instilled a sense of belief in the possibility of achieving an even higher rank in the finals. Gu Yueqing's eyes sparkled, and with a swift clap of his folding fan against his palm, he concurred, Principal, perhaps Su Bai is right. We should not cease our efforts here. Let us strive with all our might. Even if we ultimately lose, we will still be 4th, and there will be no loss. Bai Ningbing, who had always been competitive, reminisced about Su Bai's remarkable displays during the interscholastic competition, a smile spreading across her face. Her eyes filled with determination as she addressed Su Bai. Su Bai, while I may not particularly like you, your performance warrants your position as captain. I suggest we allow Su Bai to lead us in the 4-strong championship. Wang Qingqing surveyed the rejuvenated crowd and remarked, since everyone has resolved to fight, I, Wang Qingqing, shall not retreat either. Luo Yonghao, though possessing decent talent, was the weakest in terms of strength among them, yet he chuckled and said, Well, Su Bai, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Even if I cannot win, I will fight tooth and nail. Though the group had initially been displeased with having a junior like Su Bai as captain, the shared experiences, particularly following the incident at Luo Wuda, had gradually fostered a sense of trust in Su Bai. Moreover, Su Bai's prowess was evident. It was human nature to yield to strength. The principal, observing the fervent spirit ignited in the students by Su Bai's words, could only shake his head with a wry smile. Ah, you are all so young and impetuous. If you wish to fight, then so be it. Starting today, the command for the 4-strong championship will be entrusted to Su Bai. In that moment, Jiangzhou Wudao united in purpose, standing as one. The following morning, at the Modu Sports Arena, the throngs of 300,000 spectators filled the venue. Yet the fervor of the interscholastic competition today far surpassed that of yesterday. Today marked the 4-strong championship. It was also the first appearance and engagement of the Chongqing Guardian Military School. On the podium, the host held the microphone, speaking with fervor, Dear audience. After a day filled with fierce battles, the interscholastic competition has finally reached the 4-strong championship. Now, allow me to proudly introduce the Chongqing Guardian Military School, which is about to take the stage. You may wonder why the Chongqing Guardian Military School only appears at the 4-strong championship. Let me enlighten you. The Chongqing Guardian Military School originated from the Chongqing Guardian Military Base, established in 1907, making it one of the first military bases to stand on the battlefield of myriad races. As time passed, gifted warriors emerged from the Chongqing Guardian Military, gradually evolving into formidable forces, and humanity's front lines expanded further, giving rise to more exceptional talents. to concentrate on nurturing these gifted warriors among the human race. In 1925, the Chongqing Guardian military base was officially transformed into a military school, marking 94 years of history to this day. In the course of its 94-year history, the myriad tribes have harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Long Kingdom's Great Wall Guardian Military Academy, launching over 100 campaigns to eradicate this institution. Throughout these numerous battles, both students and instructors fought valiantly, slaying countless ferocious beasts and formidable foes from the myriad tribes. Yet, many distinguished students have forever slumbered on the battlefield. On 3 occasions, the might of the enemy proved insurmountable, leading to the complete annihilation of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. All faculty and students perished, none surrendered, and none succumbed to fear. However, the indomitable spirit of humanity is not something the myriad tribes can shake. As long as the Long Kingdom stands, so too shall the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. If it is leveled once, it will be rebuilt anew, stronger each time. Over the past 94 years, countless champions have emerged from the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy, including 1 at the King level, 8 at the Lord level, 29 at the Diamond level, and hundreds at the Platinum level, with innumerable Golden level warriors. In terms of strength, the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy rightfully claims the title of the world's foremost martial academy. It can be asserted that as long as the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy exists, hope for the Long Kingdom endures, and the future remains bright. The motto of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is, as long as the myriad tribes do not perish, the Great Wall will stand. To this day, the most powerful human, the only king-level figure, Mr. Nie Qing, serves as the honorary principal of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy, which explains why the formidable foes of the myriad tribes dare not set foot on its grounds. In the audience, 300,000 citizens listened intently to the host expounding on the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. For the common folk, their understanding of the academy was limited. They knew it never participated in school rankings, yet consistently ranked among the top 3 elite institutions. They recognized its strength, but remained ignorant of the reasons behind its exalted status and the extent of its might. As the host spoke, a sense of reverence for the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy blossomed among the crowd. Rather than mere students, they were valiant warriors. Heroes who dedicated their youth and even their lives to protect their homeland. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, a tribute to their heroes, and admiration for the strong. After a considerable time, the applause gradually subsided. The host paused momentarily, then continued. As the strongest martial arts university in the Long Kingdom and the frontline defense of humanity, the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is truly deserving of its stature. Now, let us welcome 5 participants from the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy to the stage. As the host's words resonated, a wave of enthusiastic applause filled the air, and all eyes turned towards the stage. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves. It is said that the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is a city of heroes, where every student is a hero, often elusive like a dragon's tail. Today, they would finally have the opportunity to behold them. Indeed, even if one does not watch the competition, witnessing the participants of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is worth the price of admission. The martial academies of the imperial capital and the Demon City are already formidable. Yet the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy surpasses them. One can scarcely imagine the terror of their might. The host mentioned 5 participants. Do they not have reserve members? Brother, you underestimate them. They are from the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. Do they need reserves? Chapter 84. Does Su Gu regard me with esteem or disdain? Amidst the murmurs, 5 contestants clad in armor, wielding weapons, slowly ascended the stage. Their movements were impeccably synchronized, as if they were a single entity. Their powerful strides echoed on the ground, devoid of any superfluous noise. The 4 behind were adorned in silver armor, exuding an air of celestial warriors, each possessing strength at the mid-silver tier. Leading them was a towering figure clad in purple gold armor. Though only at the initial silver tier, the aura he radiated was exceedingly subtle. So much so that even the venerable principal at the pinnacle of the golden tier could not ascertain his depth. As the 5 contestants from the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy took the stage, the host began to introduce their backgrounds. The 4 primary combatants are the finest prodigies of the military, comprising 2 at the mid-silver tier and 2 at the initial silver tier. Their silver armor was forged from the cores of high-tier silver beasts they personally vanquished. This symbolizes both their strength and valor. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into incredulous gasps. Goodness, these youngsters are astounding. They have already slain high-tier silver beasts? And these are merely the regular participants? All contestants are at the silver level? No wonder it is said that the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy's participation in the competition is akin to bullying. Any one of their participants is beyond the comparison of ordinary elite schools. Perhaps only the captains of the top-tier academies, Chao Zixuan and Wang Yang, could rival them. The regular participants of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy require the captains of the other two top-tier academies to contend with them. How formidable must their captain be? I have no idea. Let us listen to the host introduce their captain. As the din gradually subsided, the host continued, the captain of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is named Han Zhan, a formidable individual at the Lord level, grandson of General Han. His set of purple gold armor is crafted from the core of a diamond-level entity. Although Han Zhan can currently utilize only 1 or 2% of its power, it still bestows terrifying combat prowess upon its wearer. On the battlefield against the myriad tribes, Han Zhan has achieved the remarkable feat of battling golden tier opponents without defeat. Yet, his current realm is merely the initial silver tier. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively inhaled sharply. Even before graduation, he possesses strength comparable to that of a golden tier warrior? Truly, he is the captain of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. The dignitaries in the judges' seats nodded in agreement. The Great Wall Guardian Military Academy has never failed to impress, while all marveled at the strength of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. In the reserved seats of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy, Captain Wang Yang shook his head slowly, snorting disdainfully. He merely relies on his background to obtain impressive armor, as if no one has their own trump cards. If the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy solely depended on the advantage of their armor, they would surely lose their reputation in this year's inter-academy competition. In the reserved seats of the Demon City Martial Academy, Captain Chao Zixuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, muttering softly, to count armor as part of one's strength to withstand golden tier opponents. Does such a record even hold weight? Moreover, his realm is merely the initial silver tier. Hardly impressive. In the reserved seats of the Jiangzhou Martial Academy, Su Bai scrutinized Han Zhan's attributes through the system, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Goodness! Although this fellow is only at the initial silver tier, his attributes surpass even those of Wang Yang and Chao Zixuan by a significant margin. And this is merely his base attributes. If he were to unleash his talent skills and the techniques of his armor, if he were to fully unleash his power, I estimate Han Zhan could pin those two to the ground. This is truly a prodigy. It must be noted that Chao Zixuan and Wang Yang are the most exceptional talents meticulously nurtured by the Imperial Capital and Demon City Martial Academies. If Su Bai were to unleash his full potential, he would be akin to a humanoid high-speed tank, and the fact that this opponent oddly resembles himself in some aspects? Yet Su Bai is merely a cheat. At this moment, Su Bai began to doubt whether this military academy student also had some hidden advantage. However, he overlooked one crucial point. Han Zhan had diligently trained since childhood, equipped with diamond-grade armor, and had faced countless battles in the realm of the myriad tribes. As for Su Bai, how long has he been cultivating? For months? His realm is merely at the mid-bronze tier. What has he been doing all this time? Raising turtles? This is akin to Su Bai achieving results comparable to those of others who have diligently labored for half their lives, without any effort on his part. It is said that he is a prodigy. If Han Zhan were to learn of Su Bai's circumstances, he would surely be moved to tears. As Su Bai pondered this, the host, microphone in hand, continued, the Chongqing Guard Military Academy has taken the stage. The semifinals officially commence. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, continuously rallying support for the four teams. Su Bai strolled slowly to the judging panel, where the other three team captains had already taken their positions. However, none cast a glance in his direction. In their eyes, he was merely a captain from an ordinary martial arts university, posing no threat whatsoever. Once the draw results were revealed, the host announced, the first match, Chongqing Guard Military Academy versus Daido Martial University. The second match, Modu Martial University versus Jiangzhou Martial University. Upon hearing this, Chao Zixuan from Modu Martial University momentarily stood still, then let out a slow sigh. What a pity, he mused, for not encountering Daido Martial University or Chongqing Guard Military Academy. Without sparing a glance at Su Bai, he turned and returned to the waiting area. At that moment, several team members from Modu Martial University in the waiting area scoffed. Our first opponent is Jiangzhou Martial University. Such a pathetic team? Winning against them would bring no glory. Jiangzhou Martial University is nothing but a troublemaker. How dare they be among the top four? Captain, why not let me take the lead and knock them off the stage in one sweep? Chao Zixuan, uninterested in further discussion, gave a casual nod and shifted his focus to the match between Chongqing Guard Military Academy and Daido Martial University. Although Su Bai had been quite audacious during the match against Lua Martial University, showcasing considerable strength, he still deemed himself unworthy. Jiangzhou Martial University hardly warranted his attention. He could easily send someone else to handle them. His true opponents were only Changchun Guard Military Academy and Daido Martial University. Meanwhile, the old principal of Jiangzhou Martial University gazed at Su Bai with a grave expression. In this match, we face Modu Martial University. Su Bai, please arrange the order of appearance. In the principal's view, any team they faced would be a formidable opponent and required careful consideration. Yet, Su Bai appeared oblivious to this gravity, casually replying, "I'll take the lead and go first, a sweep of 5. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, everyone shot him furious glares, even harboring thoughts of harming him. Our opponent is Modu Martial University. Su Bai, could you please take this seriously?" Sensing the palpable hostility in the air, Su Bai cleared his throat. "Never mind. We are all classmates. Since we are here, I should at least show my face on stage." With this in mind, Su Bai shrugged. "How about this? Luo Yonghao will go first, Bai Ningbing second, Wang Qingqing third, Qingshu fourth, and I will close the show. Is everyone satisfied?" After listening to Su Bai's tactical arrangement, the old principal fell into deep thought. Su Bai's strategy of sending the weaker members first and keeping the stronger ones for the end. Could it be that he intends to gauge the strength of the opponent through Luo Yonghao and the others? Luo Yonghao was bewildered. Su Bai actually wants me to take the lead? Such an important position, and he has entrusted it to me? Does he hold me in high regard or look down on me? No, Su Bai must truly value me. Indeed, he is magnanimous, not holding a grudge for my previous offenses. Even against Modu Martial University, he allows me to charge ahead. In that case, I shall not disappoint Su Bai's trust. Luo Yonghao, let us go.